He started going, I have to sit down, I'm dizzy, Mommy. A month after his 3rd birthday, he got diagnosed with ATRT brain cancer. All you can think of is, the kid's not gonna live. The fact that St. Jude doesn't bill is a godsend. And the fact that we don't have to ask for help here makes things a lot easier to go through what we have to go through with Beckett. The fact that they are researching and they are saving these children, it's so important. We wouldn't be where we are without St. Jude, and in turn, we wouldn't be where we are without those people that have donated. They're the reason why my son's still alive.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Cap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Center field. Here comes Jackson Merrill. It falls for base hits. Heat Crow Armstrong puts the Cubs on top in Game 3. And Merrill grounds the ball to shortstop. Swanson to the back. Swanson to first. Swanson to the dugout. He's everywhere. Bush drives the ball to deep right field. Michael Bush. Goodbye. First pitch swinging from right in the center. Heat Crow Armstrong on a 3-hit day. Makes the catch. The Chicago Cubs are going to head up 94. They move on to Milwaukee and the National League Division Series.
The Cubs knew the assignment yesterday, and they took care of business, eliminating the San Diego Padres and moving on to take on their rivals from the north, Dion Miller, the Milwaukee Brewers, setting up a fantastic showdown beginning on Saturday. Welcome in to Cap and J Hood. I'm Jeff Meller along with Dion Miller. We're in for the guys today, and we are taking your calls, talking Cubs for the most part, for the majority of the show, because October baseball is back, and for the last 3 days, everybody up at Wrigley has gotten a full dose in case they had forgotten about how fantastic and exhilarating it can actually be.
I think I had forgotten a little bit. There were moments, you're going to laugh at me. There were moments last night where I had to stand up. Like it was so, it's a feeling where you're hanging on every pitch, everyone 40,000 plus hanging on every pitch, the emotions of all of that. It is special. October baseball is my favorite season. It was really fun. They are such a likable group, and they really, Jeff, they really played the kind of game they feel like they've been meant. They were built to play. They got the pitching that they needed. They have a bullpen that is so willing to do anything that they're asked to do. They got the defense. The defense was outrageous. Dansby Swanson is ridiculous. That catch by Nico Horner. It felt like everybody was in the place they were supposed to be at the right time. And then finally the offense, 13 hits, PCA with 3 of them. You could feel that something was different.
Yeah, offense oftentimes during playoff baseball is going to be few and far between. But yesterday the Cubs did just enough to get it done. They added the insurance run that they needed to make it a little bit more comfortable, even though I'm sure Cubs fans will say it wasn't absolutely comfortable at all in the 9th inning. But you have to admit that with a 2-run lead, it dwindled to 2 runs to make it 3-1. But it certainly was easier than trying to stomach a 2-1 finale. So huge home run by Michael Bush, who was on fire this series and has been for the better part of September. And all in all, I'll tell you, Dion, Mike Shiltz, he encapsulated exactly what I was thinking after the game was over last night. Padres manager Mike Shiltz.
Talking about defense, I don't think they give an MVP for this round. I'd give it to Swanson. Dansby played his tail off, man. He almost single-handedly beat us with his glove. We talk about in the modern game about the pitching, and we talk about the offense and who we're hitting for and all the things that are, appropriate to talk about in our game. But the one thing that we don't talk about as much anymore is your defense. And this time of year, your defense, and we play great defense, but Dansby Swanson absolutely beat us with his glove this series.
This series, but yesterday in particular, he was a superstar. And how about to the point where early in the game, Luis Arias got caught not hustling because he just assumed that Dansby Swanson had made the play when in actuality he had knocked the ball down but actually hadn't come up with it.
Yes.
And Arias was thrown out because he wasn't coming down the line, because Dansby Swanson in this series established exactly why he was a sought-after free agency that Jed Hoyer wanted when the Cubs went out and got him.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember that play so vividly. I was like, why did he not run hard?
He assumed that it was
He assumed
a done
right.
deal.
And I'm telling you, those little tiny details, like the details of winning in October are defense and pitching. Like that is what is going to help you at this moment. And the Cubs got that in such a big way. That double play from Swanson when he picked it up and threw it. I mean, it was a thing of beauty all night. And you felt like everyone was feeding off of that. He was so energized by it as well. The crowd was outrageous. It was a really cool moment to be a part of. The
Dansby Swanson show for sure. And also, by the way, in addition to all the highlights, defensive highlights, he also picked up a huge walk.
Lions ball 4. Swanson walks in a run. It's 2-0.
And again, once you pick up that second run, I'll say this too. In that moment when the Cubs push across a second run in the second inning, I think both sides, Cubs fans and Padre fans, if you had said at the beginning of that inning, the way it was unfolding with the bases loaded, I think
out.
Both teams would have said, you know what, I'll take that.
Yeah.
Give me 2 runs if you're a Cubs fan. And maybe, if anything, the Padres probably felt better about getting out of that instance, only allowing 2 runs, especially when you think about the huge double play. You were mentioning Swanson's double play. Jeremiah Estrada, formerly in the Cubs organization, comes up with a huge double play to get out of that jam, to eliminate it to 2 runs, and covering first base. Like, that was a brilliant display of defense by the Padres. Schilt talked about them playing great defense. And this is exactly what you need to do in October. The Cubs weren't perfect, but they were about as close defensively to perfect as they needed to be. And it was huge because, Jameson Taillon, Craig Counsell talked about how he really did set the stage for what they were able to do. And again, he did it only recording 12 outs. And I say only because baseball has morphed into this version of, if you're not someone like Garrett Crochet, you're not going to be asked to go through the order a second or possibly third time. It's get us through once, and then after it, it's basically batter by batter, what can a pitcher do? And kudos to the Cubs bullpen as well for stepping in, taking the baton, and absolutely leading the Cubs to victory.
How about this? Remember at the trade deadline when we all were scratching our heads, like, what did the Cubs do here? They didn't do anything. Well, they got Andrew Kittredge, okay, who, I don't know, Jesse was asking this question earlier. I don't know if he's found out how many relievers have not only pitched all 3 in all 3 games, but to open game 2 and then close game 3. And he's just like, and Jesse asked him last night, he's like, can you appreciate how rare that is? He's like, I didn't really know it was that rare. I mean, just like, that's the attitude. I just find it so fascinating that we get this guy at the trade deadline and he contributes like that. Padres get Mason Miller, cousin Mason Miller, and who is electric, and they're the ones going home. I just find that very fascinating.
Yeah, don't undersell. And by the way, Cubs playoffs coverage, you know this by now, on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Potawatomi Casino during the playoff run here. It has been, don't undersell what the Cubs were able to do, not yesterday, but 2 days ago. They lost the game, but they put the Padres in a position where they had to tax their bullpen to the point where they weren't necessarily going to be able to turn to Mason Miller for a multi-inning stint. And you mentioned it. He was one of the biggest pieces that moved at the trade deadline, and I think everybody saw exactly why. A lot of Cubs fans were calling for him to be added a couple of years ago. You can understand why now everybody in baseball wants Mason Miller to be a part of their team. Well, the Padres won game 2 on the strength of their bullpen, but they had to tax it. And that gave the Cubs an opportunity yesterday again, I started by saying they knew the assignment, not just the Cubs, but the fans at Wrigley, I think, really energized that team yesterday. And you mentioned it, pitch by pitch, you're living and dying with everything.
They stood most of the time. I believe the crowd were on their feet most of the time. And then that ninth inning was so incredibly tense. We were all the media was gathered down down in the interview room waiting to go in the locker room or in the clubhouse. And when you have, like, when you're anticipating a champagne celebration, everyone's in like raincoats and ponchos, and we're all huddled around phones trying to watch the final outs. I mean, it was intense, and you could feel it in the stadium, just that everybody was waiting to see how this would unfold. And the Padres, of course, have the capabilities. When they made it 3-1 and they still had guys on base, you're like, oh golly, all right, well, what is going to happen here? But it was
golly was not the word I was using, but that works on the radio better than what I was saying.
Sorry, it's early. But no, it was the crowd was a huge part of what I feel like was a difference maker last night, because they were so loud, and with every challenge they were booing or screaming or I mean, it was just everyone was so engaged, and it's been so long since you felt that around the Cubs and around Wrigley Field. And
I do think Major League Baseball has really, I'll give them kudos, because they've finally settled on a format where, well, I personally don't love the idea of 6 teams making the playoffs, but the way they have it formatted now, the Cubs and every other team who had home field advantage hosting the 3 games in, a best of 3 series really did create drama yesterday, not just in the Cubs game, but the other games as well. The Yankees advancing and also the Tigers advancing in Cleveland. But I think it's what you had yesterday, the first time in baseball history where you had 3 elimination games.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that Major League Baseball has settled into, 3 straight games at the home team's park, just the way baseball's kind of set up for. It feels the most like regular season baseball that is actually occurring in the playoffs because of that, which I appreciate. And by the way, the Brewers, who won the division, they're certainly happy with the way it played out, because the Cubs have had to tax themselves a little bit, and the Brewers are in position now where what they've played for, it actually gives them a bit of an advantage in a sport where home field advantage, I don't think is that big of a deal as it is to other sports. I think baseball is probably the one sport where, and maybe yesterday felt different because watching it at home and you were there, the Wrigley fans were definitely into that game and again, energizing the Cubs.
And and don't think for a moment that those same fans aren't going to buy up all the tickets that they can and make it Wrigley North when they go to Milwaukee this week as well. It's so funny that you say that about the Brewers. I would think the same thing. Okay, they're rested. They've had that time. Well, the Cubs feel the opposite way. They feel like they have the momentum because they've been playing and they've been in these situations, these high intense situations, and they've figured out ways to win. And one of the things that I asked Dansby Swanson last night, like, what do you think winning a series this way says about this group? And he said that we're committed to win by any means as necessary. Like, whatever is needed to do, we're willing to do it. And it's just like that attitude that they all kind of have that gives them confidence right now, which is interesting considering how bad they played towards the end of the season. And you wondered what's going on. I mean, and the lead they had in the division, and then the way they celebrated actually clinching the wild card, I thought was egregious. I thought it was an over celebration. I thought they went crazy for nothing, really. They had a double-digit lead in the division, and they let that slip away, and they were clinging to the wild card, and even that they had to sweat out till the end. I just thought that celebration was over the top. But having been there last night, I understand that this group, what they feel like they were building towards is now. This is when they want to play their best baseball, and the best team baseball, I think, makes a big difference this time of year. So.
That's Deanne Miller. She was in the locker room at Wrigley last night. Speaking of inside the locker room, when we come back, we will bring you inside the locker room. Yes, that was certainly playing yesterday.
Yes, it was.
But we will bring you inside the locker room. Deanne was there in person, taking it all in. Of course, if you missed it, Craig Counsell addressed his team. We'll share that with you next. I'm Jeff Meller. She's Deanne Miller. We're in for Cap and Jay Hood.
Cap and Jay Hood Morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago. The Cubs beat the Padres and advance to the NLDS. Now they face the Brewers in a best-of-5. Game 1 is tomorrow, and you can hear it right here on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurici Longo and Associates.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and we are wrapping up an incredible September run. 4-2 or better every single Saturday this football season has keyed a huge September. Players props winning again. Major League Baseball playoffs start this week. Basketball season is right around the corner. Go to fatjacksports.com and get on board with what's a great start to the season. We're going to be falling into profit all October long for under $100 a week. Fatjacksports.com. Get signed up today and win this weekend betting the games against the spread.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has all the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats right at your fingertips, get personalized parlays built just for you, and with your fantasy teams synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Dive into the Marvel Universe on the official Marvel podcast with the stars of the MCU.
Everybody's going to be talking about whether we're casting for this character.
The creators of Marvel Comics.
Spider-Man is the greatest fictional character in history.
And Marvel Studios' Kevin Feige.
But if you want the real answer, if we're trying to get real on this podcast,
giving you exclusive access to Marvel's adventures like never before. The official Marvel podcast. New episodes every Wednesday wherever you listen to podcasts.
Chicago, when you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Cap and Shea Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
And Merrill grounds the ball to shortstop. Swanson to the bag. Swanson to first. Swanson to the dugout. He's everywhere.
He absolutely was everywhere yesterday and all throughout the series. Dansby Swanson flashing that gold glove caliber leather for the Cubs yesterday and again all series long. Mike Schilt wants to hand out defensive MVPs in the wild card round now based on that performance. Schilt, the Padres manager, he was mesmerized. And the Cubs earned their way into the NLDS, which you can hear right here, where you're home of the MLB playoffs, ESPN Chicago. First game tomorrow at 1 o'clock. I'm sorry. Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Saturday.
It's tomorrow. I know. The days are all.
They all run together. Not going to lie.
Tis the season for that.
Yeah, first pitch around 1:08 tomorrow afternoon. You can hear it right here on ESPN Chicago. Cubs and Brewers in Milwaukee, where Dion will be headed up to cover later today for the Cubs and Brewers pregame workout prior to game one. Before we get there, though, I did promise Craig Counsell, you were in attendance for this last night. Craig Counsell with the victory speech and a bunch of celebration from the Cubs. Afternoon last. I guess it was the night by that point.
Yeah, it was the night.
Yeah,
Let me assure you.
That is how we do it, man. That's how you win baseball games in October. It takes an effort from everyone. It takes defense. It takes a hell of an effort from some bullpen guys. A lot of bullpen. Hey, the magic carpet ride continues, and as Eddie Vedder said, we are alive, man!
They are alive.
You gotta love quoting Eddie Vedder, who was there for all three games, soaked in champagne when he went out on the field afterwards. He's like an honorary member of the team at this point.
Yes. Playoff runs. Listen, I mean, he's been a lifelong Cubs fan for the most part, so certainly you can understand why why Craig Counsell would quote Eddie Vedder in his locker room speech to the guys. Listen, I don't know. How do you feel about the celebration after a wild card win advancing into the LDS?
I mean, it's aggressive. It was aggressive.
But it's basically standard protocol now.
It is now. I thought maybe it would be a little bit more subdued because it's like just a step towards where they ultimately want to. It was not subdued at all. I mean, it was when I will say this: champagne just smells like winning. Like it just does. It's like it's that, and I love it.
That's a great quote. Let's put that on a shirt. Champagne smells like winning.
It does.
Yes.
I mean, it's true. It was. That's how I felt walking home. I smelled.
Champagne smells like winning in the late night hours.
Yes.
In the early morning hours, champagne oftentimes smells like regret.
I know. Well, yes, that could be true. But honestly, this is something I would love to ask Danny Mueller, who is the clubhouse guy for the Cubs. Do they replace the carpet after they do that? Jeff, it was a scene. There were champagne corks everywhere. It was soaked. It was like a flood, the carpet.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they replace the carpet.
No, I doubt
No?
that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't. You know why? Can I tell you, wait. When do you think they're replacing the carpet?
Wetback?
The plan is for them to have another celebration in a week from now.
So is it like a wet vac? What do they do to get all that out?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. I think Jay Moore's absolutely,
Okay.
Drain it out and get ready for the next one.
The cleaning crew.
And, I don't mind them celebrating because how often do you get to this point?
Well, yes, I was going to say,
you know what I'm
correct.
saying?
It's been how long since they've won a playoff series? It's been 8 years. Yeah, no one's been a part of it. Like no one on that roster was a part of it.
Yeah. No. And to your point, you said, you thought it would be a little more subdued. I could, on one hand, appreciate if a team. I didn't watch the Dodgers celebration the other night.
Oh, they were outrageous.
Here's the thing: a team coming off of a World Series championship. I think it just the moment of it, right? It kind of breeds itself. You're not going if anybody starts to engage where they are, shaking up the champagne and spraying it, it's pretty hard to just stand by and watch if you're going to be involved in any way.
Right.
If you're throwing the goggles on, you're going to be taking part in what's going down.
Here's what I will say. What did I say earlier? That I was edgy? Like I was up in the press box and I was anxious?
Mm-hmm.
How do they as players in front of 40,000 plus keep their heart rates calm and stay in the moment and not feel that same thing? And Kittredge talked about it. He said he's worked on breathing techniques over the years. Now, he, of course, is a KG veteran, but like for those young guys who've never been in that moment to be able to control all of that emotion and do the job that they're intended to do, well, no wonder they want to pop champagne after that. Well, good heavens, it's really hard. That's really hard. I went home and had a glass of champagne.
Man.
I'm not going to lie about it. I was like,
You should have sprayed the kids. You should have been like, hey, kids, we're celebrating. Let's go. Pop the
right
cards.
there in my kitchen.
Mommy says this smells like victory. Let's go.
I do like that.
Or it smells like winning, right? Did you say
yeah, champagne smells like winning. I do like that line, actually.
Yes.
Say that again,
Deion Miller, let's get the obvious shirts
Deion,
going.
Say that line one more time.
Champagne smells like winning.
And tastes like victory.
There you go.
Ooh, there we go.
See?
Nailed
Nice.
it.
Oh, that might be too long for a shirt. Although on the back.
The back.
Tastes like victory. All right, there we go. We got it covered.
And I would argue also that if you're drinking good champagne at brunch or dinner, like you're winning in life too. So this is a universal phrase.
I think you're spot on to something here. Obviously, you heard Jay.
My job here is done.
Get your trademark ready. Somebody got that already.
You heard Jay Moore's voice. You know his voice on Cap and Jay Hood. If you don't know our voices, I'm Jeff Meller. She's Deion Miller. We're in for the guys talking about a Cubs victory as they have now set up a showdown with the Brewers. And this one's going to be tasty because obviously the Craig Counsell hiring for the Cubs was a sore spot for the Brewers. And a lot of people thought that Pat Murphy was going to be coming along with Craig Counsell when he left. And that was obviously not in Murph's plans. And Pat Murphy has established himself as one of the best managers in baseball to the point where a lot of people have asked the question, throughout Craig Counsell's tenure here with the Cubs, which I think a lot of Cubs fans have been somewhat frustrated, at least based on the, my taking of the pulse of Cubs fans. They've been somewhat frustrated by, the Craig Counsell era as the manager of the Cubs. Well, this is going to be fascinating because the Brewers are sitting and waiting, and this is the old, momentum versus rest, which is better, right? And it's going to play out very early on. I think once you get into the games, the Brewers will be a little bit more well-rested with their bullpen, and so that should play to their advantage. But at the same time, the Cubs are feeling good and probably could not feel better about the way they are, especially considering the way this season worked with the Brewers kind of running out to such a huge division win. For the Cubs to have this type of momentum heading to Milwaukee, I think it's going to be a really good and fun series, Deion.
Remind me what happened after they celebrated in Pittsburgh. They lost a lot of games, the Cubs. Remember that? So I don't think they're this mentality. They have a different mentality.
Yeah,
right now, that's what I think.
You're talking about the regular season.
Yeah,
though,
the regular season. Right. When they lost 5 in a row right after that. I don't think that sort of hangover effect is there.
No, I wouldn't think so at all. I think the bigger issue for the Cubs is kind of piecing together your pitching, like at this point. And Jack asked us an interesting question yesterday when we were kind of prepping a little bit, for the show, emailing, with the question, so who is going to be the Cubs Game 1 starter? I would imagine we'll find that out later today.
Yeah, I would think so. Although Counsell's been real coy about that about all along.
It's certainly possible they could wait until day of, and we find out that there's an opener on the horizon if they don't want to turn to Matthew Boyd on short rest. And my initial thought is...
What would you?
No, I would not put Matthew Boyd on short rest because the history of baseball at this point, you've seen oftentimes even the best of the best. And Matthew Boyd has had an extraordinary season, but he is not in the upper echelon of, aces in baseball. He had a fantastic year, an all-star, and he's been worth every penny that the Cubs paid for him. And he's, at this point, their top starter with Cade Horton and, Justin Steele not available. We'll see about Cade Horton's availability, actually. That's something we're going to ask Jesse Rogers about at 7:30 when he joins us. He's eligible to return from the injured list, the 15-day IL, on Friday. Cade Horton is, which would make him potentially available on the Saturday Game 5.
Wow.
Which would be the last game of the series for the Cubs. So that's something that we're going to have to ask Jesse about in terms of his availability and potentially would the playoff roster rules even allow for it.
Yeah, I would think that they would.
I would too.
I think the Cubs would have said they would have presented him going on the injury list or sitting out. They would have presented that differently if he wasn't eligible to return at all.
Yeah, well, he's potentially, at the very least, he'd be eligible to return in the LCS if they got that far. The question is, can he return for a Game 5 if he's not on the original roster? That I'm unsure of, but we'll ask Jesse, and he'll inform us at 7:30. But Matthew Boyd, I would I wouldn't want to put him on short rest because I don't want to immediately, if I'm Craig Counsell, put him in a precarious situation where he's maybe not at his best when I can give him an extra day of rest and get set for, or actually it would be, it'd be a couple days, right? Because game 2 is being played on Monday. So
yeah, that would be a nice time off between starts.
Yeah, I disagree with you, Jeff.
You want to go Boyd
I'd throw Boyd because who else are you going to throw? I don't trust Assad in game 1. I don't want to throw Colin Ray in that situation. Soroka's fine, but you kind of want to use him out of the bullpen. I would go immediately back to Matthew Boyd because then you can set him up to pitch game 4 as well. You can potentially maybe get Horton back in game 5. He only threw 58 pitches the other day. So it's not, they were going to use him out of the bullpen if it got there yesterday. So he's clearly able to go and give you at least something in his arms still. He doesn't need to give you 7-8 innings. You need him to give you 4 or 5 innings because that's been the Cubs' game plan thus far. He can get you there in 60 pitches. I'd throw him again.
So here,
isn't this why he didn't pitch in the All-Star game? For moments just like this.
Well, let's not forget, though, Matthew Boyd has already hit a point in his career in terms of innings where, he hasn't hit a number like this in, 7 years. 2019 is the last time he threw, anything close to this number of innings. So I'm not going to die on the hill of Matthew Boyd needs to be your game 2 starter. What I will say is they certainly have a better understanding of Cade Horton's availability in a potential game 5. So that obviously is going to factor into their decision-making, something that we will not be privy to. Because as Deanne just pointed out, Craig Counsell's not going to come out and announce their blueprint for every game here.
Oh, my God. I mean, it was at the very end of the post-game press conference for game 1, they just announced, Counsell didn't even say it. They're just like, Andrew Kittredge will start game 2. I mean, that it was like right at the end they threw it in. And then even before Tyon was named for game 3, he was point blank asked after game 2. He's like, we're still figuring that out. I mean, I don't know that he's going to say it out loud.
But the truth is, even that's kind of commonplace now, not even in playoff baseball. I've covered the White Sox all year long. That's, they've gone to the opener quite frequently. Oftentimes you will find out day of, hey, we're going with, because they don't want to let the other team know. Yeah. Now, whether eventually you have to declare a starter so that the other team can go ahead and make their lineup. So you can ask the question, does it really matter if I inform you 8 hours earlier? Probably not ultimately. Yeah. But whatever. They always want to pretend like they're guarding state secrets, so that's fine. We got plenty more to talk about. We're taking your calls as well. 312-332-3776. I'm Jeff Meller along with Deanne Miller. We're talking Cubs. They have advanced to the division series where they will take on the Brewers up 94. It starts in Milwaukee tomorrow. Of course, you can hear every Cubs playoff game right here on ESPN Chicago. Cubs playoff coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Marisi Longo and Associates. More Cubs talk right here on ESPN 1000.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Cap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Hey, everyone. Big news. Exciting news. Carmen and Yurko now, 9 a.m. to noon.
The new ESPN Chicago lineup.
On the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Fall is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower by Navy Pier with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe, amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
In football, the red zone is where games are won and lost. Same thing with retirement. The 5 years before and after you ride off into the sunset, that's your retirement red zone. And when it comes to navigating that critical window, you can trust Mitch Lyons and his team at Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch played in the NFL. He knows how to build a winning game plan for your future. Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com to make sure you have the income you need when you are done working. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
The following is a paid advertisement for the Wellness Company.
Hey there, it's Michelle Smallman from Unsportsmanlike. I'm thrilled to be joined by Dr. Drew from the Wellness Company. And Dr. Drew, you have something very exciting to talk about today, the medical emergency kit. Tell us a little bit about this.
It is exciting. Look, I have been fighting to try to protect the patient-physician relationship my entire career, and we have lost. I finally decided I need to be involved with people that put the power back in the patient directly. These emergency kits give you everything you need so you don't have to spend $1,200 going to the emergency room. We have a significant medical team, the medical board at TWC, and we just sat down and put together what we would want for our family, for our patients.
Oh my gosh, so anything that anyone could need is in this
and there's
kit.
a guidebook here to tell you exactly how to use it, and again, telehealth backup.
It's remarkable. It's innovative. Everyone needs to get one. UrgentCareKit.com/sports, promo code sports to get $50 off your kit. That's UrgentCareKit.com/sports, promo code sports.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you. 1/3 of Illinois State University students graduate with zero debt, and Redbirds go on to earn $15,000 more a year than the national average just a few years out of school. Get real return on your investment. Apply today to start creating your legacy at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
Cap and Jay Hood are back.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
On ESPN Chicago.
Yeah, it's the best feeling ever. I think getting to be out there is the biggest blessing, obviously. This is what we earn, you know? So, like, I don't know. I talked about it last time, like, I'm starting to have to get used to the balance of wanting more, but really enjoying this. It's just so easy to enjoy this with this group of guys, and I think what we all gone through together this year is special and memorable. But yeah, I don't know.
You're getting your first postseason knocks.
About damn time. But I had.
If you couldn't hear the Pete's chant in the background there by his teammates, that was Pete Crow Armstrong taking it in.
He got drenched so many times in that clubhouse. Him and Saya had a moment. It was fantastic. And the way that they hugged and communicated afterwards, I know that they have a special friendship. And you could just tell. Here's the thing that I noticed. They all genuinely like each other. Even some of the relievers who weren't exactly in the middle of the mosh pit with all of it were just kind of standing off to the side. But they were great. They were also happy. Like there was so much joy that you could see everybody experiencing, especially for guys like PCA. But Michael Bush, can we talk about him for a minute? Talk about someone who just does his job, is such an electric hitter, plays great defense at first. I just am such a fan of him, a big fan.
I think Jed Hoyer is a very big fan of Michael Bush, and last season was good, and this season he's really come into his own.
Yeah.
And at this point, against for no doubt against a right-handed pitcher that I don't think there's anybody in the Cubs lineup you'd feel better about at the plate right now. So yeah, he's been a revelation. 34 home runs this season. Again, he added home run, his first in the series yesterday in the 7th inning off of Suarez, the Padres closer. And this is where I get back to Game 2. Cubs lost the game, but they forced the Padres into the uncomfortable position where they had to use Mason Miller for 2 innings. And obviously not that it's uncomfortable, but uncomfortable in the sense that the Padres, it was, hey, we need to win this game to keep our playoff hopes alive. And so they did everything they had to do, including using Suarez for 4 outs the previous day. And then yesterday, that's where you're the true beneficiary of forcing the Padres into the situation that they were in on Wednesday. Because Suarez then comes out and Bush gets him for the home run, that insurance run that we talked about early, where the Cubs add it, and then it's 3-0 going into the 9th. And boy, did things get a little bit dicey in the 9th inning.
They did.
Brad Keller, he was asked to do a lot more than he's been asked to do at any point this season.
Yeah.
And fortunately for the Cubs, you pointed out, Andrew Kittredge was there to step in and close it out.
I mean, it was very intense. And what we didn't account for when the Padres did use their bullpen so much in Game 2 was having to call the bullpen in the 2nd inning last night. Like, Darvish was not himself, and that also taxed them. They had to use so many relievers because he was 1+ inning, shortest outing of his career.
Deanne, thank you so much for mentioning that, because that's something I wanted to say that I did not at the outset. When I said the Cubs knew the assignment to start the show, that was part of the assignment yesterday, was the Padres were turning to Yu Darvish because very few teams really have starters that they're going to trust in playoff situations to go deep. Now, Yu Darvish, as a vet, has an illustrious career, but at the same time, this season has not been anything close to what he, honestly, we'll see if he comes back for another season. This very well could be Yu Darvish's, swan song, because he has not pitched nearly as well as he has in the past, and he had a 5.38 ERA coming into the game off of the regular season. And the Padres, honestly, I don't think they were expecting much. They got, I think, less than they were expecting from him.
Yeah.
And that's where the Cubs, though, knew that, hey, this is probably your best chance. You need to jump on Yu Darvish early if you're going to push across some runs. And they did that by loading the bases in the 2nd and forcing Schultz into a situation where he had to turn to Jeremiah Estrada early. And Estrada, you know what? Pete Crow Armstrong, who we heard from coming back in, he was in the best spot that he possibly could be, considering how much he was scuffling. I think they showed the graphic on ESPN where he had 20 pitches, and it was like 10 strikes and 10 balls, but none of the 10 strikes were in the zone. Basically, he was getting himself out yesterday, and Yu Darvish, with the bases loaded, was forced to come in. And I think that allowed, never underestimate a hitter just getting a little bit of confidence back.
Well, let me say, when PCA threw his helmet down in Game 2 because he was so frustrated, I thought mentally, for someone who's 23 years old, I thought that mentally that would be challenging for him to shake.
Yes.
And it wasn't. Give him credit for when he got that first hit, then he ends up having a 3-hit night, and you can see that confidence growing in him. And he's so young that I feel like it's more evident. You see it all over his face, all over his body language, how that helped him break through, his first hit of the postseason ever, but just how much confidence he carried the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Oh, and the sliding catch he made in center field, which was pretty spectacular.
Well, yeah, that's basically that's more,
par PCA.
That is never going to slump with Pete Crow Armstrong.
No.
As the defense is beyond elite. I'd call him the best center fielder in baseball at this point. I think that's pretty unquestioned at this point. So what he can give you at the plate when he's going well, in addition to that defense, makes him an elite level player. And so, but to get a little bit more confidence after yesterday is huge for him going into the series against the Brewers as well, because they're probably going to need to rely on him to drive in some runs against Milwaukee if they're actually going to be able to come in and beat the Brewers. We were talking about the idea of whether or not the Cubs turn to Matthew Boyd. And Jack, if you want to chime in again, feel free. But my question is, do you have any more reluctance on Boyd, considering that his 2 outings against the Brewers this season were 2 of his worst outings of the season? And now that may just be a product of, listen, the Brewers were the best team, one of the best teams in baseball, right? So certainly that's part of the reason why you're going to struggle when you're going up against them. But does that make you any more cautious about using him in a situation where, I know he didn't throw a lot of pitches, but he may not be. It's not, for me, it's not even about the amount of pitches he threw in his last outing as much as it is, do you want him to be on his regular rest?
Right.
as opposed to short rest.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I think the thing with that, though, is if he does start to implode, which I don't think will happen, but if he does, you can just pull him because it's the playoffs. And you still have Soroka or Ray that you can go to in that scenario because you're essentially saving those guys. And you're going to have Imanaga in game 2. So because of that, I think I'd let him go anyways against Milwaukee. I mean, you do say they were some of his worst outings, yes, but he gave up 4 runs in 5 innings. He gave up a big home run. He walked 3. The walks haven't been a problem for him necessarily, and that's kind of why he got beat by Milwaukee last time out. I trust him. I trust him too much. He's been your best pitcher. You got to let the best pitcher go.
Maybe that might be the best point is that he is your best pitcher, and when all your other pitchers who you really trust are injured, because I think at this point, Shota people are a little bit concerned, but you have no other options, right? Like he's going to, he's going to be the. Well, I guess depending on how you play Boyd, but Shota would be the one to follow Boyd in the rotation, however it goes. So at this point, you don't have anyone else that you really feel great about, and so you just have to manage your way through it and see what happens. Jed Hoyer talked about the win over the Padres and what stood out to him in this series.
The defense. I thought the defense was the MVP of the series. Dansby was incredible. Pete made a great play in the first inning. Matt Shaw made a tough play in the 9th inning, and Nico's catch in the 8th. Really, that was a massive play. So I thought the defense was the MVP. The bullpen was amazing throughout. We knew that runs would be at a premium the whole series, and we held them down, and that was the key.
Speaking of Nico on the win feeling about as good as it can be.
It's a group effort. There's no game that's going to be perfect. Mistakes are going to be made, but overall, I thought we played a great 3 games, and on to the next. Yeah, I mean, no secret the Padres have some pretty special arms. They threw some impressive stuff all series, but we had great at-bats today, and really just a special win, and amazing to be able to soak this up. It's as good as it gets.
Yeah, the middle infield, not just Dansby Swanson, but Nico as well. Nico Horner played excellent defense. So up the middle, the Cubs are locked and ready to go defensively. So now it's more about, hey, can we get enough offense against the Brewers? Freddie Peralta will start game 1 for them.
What did they do against him earlier this year?
Freddie Peralta, I will have to look up his exact numbers.
Shota has 2 starts against the Brewers. He won the first one back in July and then lost the last time they played them in August. I guess you're right, Jack. I mean, he's been your best pitcher. You want to set some sort of a tone, and it's the playoffs. This is the occasion that I would think Boyd would want the ball. I think he's that kind of guy who would say, no, I want to do this.
Oh, yeah.
I think so.
And for Boyd, too, against Milwaukee, the issues came the second and third time through the order. He gave up 2 runs in the 6th. He gave up 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th. Like, he's not going to get that in this playoff game. He'll get 2 times max through the order. They won't let him see the lineup a 3rd time through.
Yeah, they probably won't. If they have a 3 or 4 run lead and he's cruising along, that's maybe when you say, you know what, let's see what we can get out of our guy if things are going well. But you're right. In all likelihood, in a close game, they're probably not going to test a Matthew Boyd. And that's really the difference in playoff baseball these days is that it doesn't matter who you are. Very few pitchers get the opportunity to go through the order a 3rd time through. 312-332-3776. That's the number if you want to jump in, talk some Cubs with us. We've got Shay's platform coming up next, Jack McGrath version. I'm Jeff Meller. She's Deanne Miller, in for Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000.
Good morning. Good morning.
Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Let's get out and celebrate college football right. Shane Norling and Tyler Aki are taking Chicago's college tailgate on the road. Tullamore Dew and ESPN Chicago invite you out for a live tailgate broadcast. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn on Racine and Lakeview tomorrow from 9 to 11 as the guys break down the day's events. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn tomorrow at 9. Presented by Tullamore Dew. Please enjoy responsibly.
Crash, bang. I've been saying that to Chicago sports fans for the last few seasons. Lisa, why don't you give it a try?
Crash, bang. That's what that feels like.
Of course, personal injuries feel much worse.
They do. That's why the Chicago Personal Injury and Workmen's Compensation lawyers at Maurice Longo are here for you.
I'm Jim Maurice, and she's Lisa Longo.
Visit us at mauricilongo.com. That's MORICILONGO.com.
We're in your huddle when you need us.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
I'm home. Hey, Mom, before you ask, I've done my homework and the dishwasher's unloaded.
Nice. Hey, can you... Hey, hon, yes, I've got the finale ready to play. Here's your wine. Wow.
Isn't it nice not having to ask? We think so. That's why if there's a network interruption, AT&T will proactively credit you for a full day of service. Guaranteed. Credit for fiber downtime lasting 20 minutes or more, or for wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for details.
The post-crib assembly press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
You know, those instructions can be tough, and, well, you saw the outcome.
Here, just get one Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, I mean, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. You can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
Welcome back to Cap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Jeff Miller, Dion Miller in for Cap and J Hood.
Can I admit something?
Absolutely.
I'm a little tired. I think I have to stand for the show because when I sat in the chair, I was like, oh, I'm getting
No, it definitely helps. You want
I should not admit that. This show is getting me energized. That's what I meant.
Yeah, listen, especially when you're coming out with Crazy Train. Come on, that'll get you going a little bit. There you go.
Let's go. Yes.
Little rock anthem for you as we are celebrating a Cubs victory and advancement in the MLB playoffs. They're on to the LDS against the Brewers. Speaking of playoff formats, I think that might be the topic du jour in Shay's platform.
You are exactly right. Shay's platform brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority. Save money, do more, ride CTA. I'm not Shay. Shay's going to be in with Yurko this afternoon and for Carmen. He'll also be out tomorrow at Will's Northwoods Inn in Lakeview, starting at 9 o'clock for Chicago's College Tailgate, giving away some tickets to Wisconsin, Illinois. So if you want to see Shay, hop on over there tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. at Will's Northwoods Inn in Lakeview. But the topic of today's Shay's platform is we have an epidemic across all of our leagues in sports, every single one of them right now. And it is, these leagues are obsessed currently with expanding their playoff formats. On3.com reported yesterday, the NCAA tournament is looking once again to expand, this time to 76 teams for March Madness, which would be ridiculous. We'll get to that a little bit later. The NFL expanded in 2020. Major League Baseball expanded in 2022. The college football playoff expanded last year, which maybe is a little bit different because there's hundreds of teams in college football and there's only 12 that get in there. But for the other leagues, this is cheapening what it means to be a playoff team. Dion, you mentioned it earlier. You thought it was a little over the top that the Cubs celebrated a wild card win. Making the playoffs in Major League Baseball used to be something that was difficult to achieve, so it was celebrated with some of the biggest celebrations we see in sports when a team clinches a playoff berth. But that doesn't happen anymore because there are too many teams in the playoffs. I get it. It was entertaining in the wild card series. And Shay, I love you, but your Detroit Tigers had no business being in the Major League Baseball playoffs this season. They didn't. They didn't. The Cleveland Guardians pulled off one of the greatest comebacks we've seen in sports history. They should have been the story of this season, and rather being a story of this season, they're going to go down as an asterisk because it didn't matter, because guess what? They wound up playing the Tigers anyways after coming back 15 and a half games on them in the division. 15 and a half games, they wound up playing them anyways, and it didn't matter because the Tigers beat them in a quick 3-game series anyways. First, in a spot that didn't exist 3 years ago. The NCAA tournament expanding to 76 teams would be ridiculous as well. It would make an uneven bracket. It would look ugly. It would look wrong, and it doesn't make sense. Dion, apologies to your Ohio State. I'm going after teams this today. But Ohio State last year was in the first 4 out of the NCAA tournament. In the new format, they would get in with an at-large bid. They went 17-13 last season. We can't award mediocrity with a postseason berth. 17-13 is not good enough to make the NCAA tournament. The NBA is the best example. They don't celebrate playoffs like they used to. They have load management. The regular season doesn't matter. Well, that's what some of these leagues are going to start creeping towards if they continue to expand the playoffs, because the NBA lets half their teams in, and it doesn't matter as much anymore. That can't happen in the rest of our leagues. That's what I've got.
The naivete of youth. Unfortunately for you, Jack, probably fortunately, but the way Major League Baseball used to work, they would celebrate winning the pennant, which meant you won your league, whether it was the American or National League, and you went straight to the World Series to play. And yes, the leagues are not obsessed with more playoff berths. They're obsessed with the cash that comes along with it.
Absolutely,
and
that's it.
In an era where RSNs are going away, dwindling sports rights fees no longer exist to prop up plenty of professional sports teams, they need to find a new cash revenue. And my friend, it is not going to get any better. I'm not saying your disgust for teams that make it who probably should not be playoff participants is in any way wrong. I hear you there, but it is not going away anytime or ever, probably. It's only going to get worse eventually. And honestly, the playoffs, the NBA playoffs, they've created the play-in tournaments.
Which makes my skin crawl. I hate the play-in. I hate it more than anything.
MLB.
It's so gross.
The one thing I'll say is what I do like is that I do think they created this out of COVID. Remember, part of the reason they fell into this format was because they were playing a 60-game season, and they were like, how can we have playoffs based on a 60-game season when it's traditionally 162? And so they're like, you know what? I think they had 8 teams, right? 8 teams from each league that year. And so they were like, you know what? There's something here. And I always loved the wild card play-in game, the one and done.
The one and done, yeah, I did too.
Which existed for maybe 7-8 years, if that. I don't even know. I have to go back and look specifically. I always loved the drama that created. I do think, though, this is a little bit better in that if you're a wild card team, it's not one game, win or go home necessarily. I do like the best of 3 format here. And so it's better in that regard. I will say that. Like a team like the Guardians and Tigers going head to head in a 3-game series, I think that's better than one game in that regard.
I agree with you on that. The one thing about this 3-game wild card, since its inception, only 2 teams that lost game 1 have ever come back to win game 3. I find that very fascinating.
Absolutely. And so I hear you, Jack. I do think, though, you haven't been around long enough to see every league basically adopt more and more playoffs.
Here,
The issue is, like the NBA and all this load management, it cheapens the regular season, and those regular season games don't become
Of course
as profitable
it
for
does.
Of course it
Of
does.
course it does, but it's not going away. And honestly, you can look for Major League Baseball to expand to 32 teams, and they will expand their playoffs yet again eventually to probably have 8 teams from each league making it. And they may reduce regular season games a little bit. They may reduce it down to like 156. You might end up seeing that down the road when they do eventually expand. And so but yes, it has cheapened the baseball regular season. But I'll go back to when winning the pennant actually meant something.
Yeah.
Winning the pennant, well, and it still technically does, but winning the pennants meant you won your league in the regular season and you were going straight to the World Series. And now it's not the same, because now you have to go through the randomness of Major League Baseball playoffs, which in itself is inherently different than what regular season baseball is.
It's very different. I mean, we felt all of that the last 3 games for sure.
Jack, who is Shay's platform brought to us by?
It's brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority. Stuck in traffic? Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or those unexpected costs for car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA. Just sit back. We'll do the driving. Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
That is Jack McGrath taking over for Shay. Shay Norling will be in, as he mentioned, with Yurko, with an extended platform on the Carmen and Yurko show coming up after us. I'm Jeff Meller. She's Deanne Miller. We're in for Cap and Jay Hood, talking about a Cubs victory and advancement in the MLB playoffs right here on ESPN 1000.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Cap and Jay Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
At Postman Law, they're used to winning. And after an injury, you could use a win. With more than $3 billion won for their clients, they know how to deliver fast. Car crash, work injury, serious accident, Postman Law makes it simple. Speed, ease, results. Because when the game's on the line, you need a team that knows how to finish strong. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com to get started. Others promise. Postman delivers. This is attorney advertising.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Caffeine doesn't have to be bitter or boring anymore. 5-Hour Energy shots are bringing the flavor and the energy. One of my personal favorites, Strawberry Banana, is giving smoothie vibes in a compact caffeinated shot. Whether you like your energy sour, fruity, or tropical, with 17 flavors, there's something for you. And yeah, it's got as much caffeine as a 12-ounce coffee, but 0 sugar and no crash. Big flavor, tiny bottle, tasty caffeine done right. You can grab yours in-store or hit up 5hourenergy.com or order on Amazon today.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Swanson to the bag. Swanson to first. Swanson to the dugout. He's everywhere.
these moments never get old. Being able to compete on a stage like this is literally like the most fun you'll ever have in your life, and to be able to do it with guys like Bushy and Happer and Nico and J-Mo and just so many guys on our team, to be able to go take the field with them and come together for something greater than ourselves for this city. Oh man, it just literally sends chills down my spine. I'm so thankful, and there's a lot of work left to be done, and it's gonna be a fun road ahead.
Give that man the Mike Schultz Defensive MVP of the wild card round. That was an award created by the Padres manager last night after
Tell him what he's won.
He's just blown away. Dansby Swanson helped win that series for the Cubs at Wrigley Field with his defense. And we are talking with you, 312-332-3776 on the Cap and J Hood Show. I'm Jeff Meller along with Dion Miller in for the guys today as the Cubs advance to the divisional round, up 94, where they will take on the Brewers starting tomorrow. They will have their pregame workout today, as will the Brewers. Dion's going to go and cover that for ABC 7.
It is an optional workout. How many guys do you think will be there?
I think most of them will be there.
I think
in
so
attendance.
too. Riding high.
I would think.
Feeling
that's
the energy
thing.
of it, wanting more.
What are you going to do if you like? I mean, it's optional, I guess, in the sense that you're still going to go up there.
Right.
I mean,
the handy thing is that it's so close. That's so
Yes,
nice.
yes.
That's so nice for everyone involved.
everyone covering the series.
Namely me. I'm being selfish in the moment.
That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. I'm selfish all the time, so you can certainly be selfish in the moment, Dion. You're one of the most selfless people I know,
Well,
so
that's
you can
very
certainly
kind of
have
you
your
to
moments
say.
of just being happy that you don't have to travel far to cover
I
the
am
Cubs and
happy
Brewers.
about
You
that.
should be.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yes,
It's
and
really
she will
nice.
be in attendance today, taking it in, as will Jesse Rogers. Jesse's going to join us at 7:30.
We let him sleep in a little bit.
Yeah. We will recap the Cubs win with him. The Padres certainly, I thought Schultz did a good job of being gracious in the moment in the loss, but their players were certainly not happy when the game wrapped up at the end, as they felt like they were robbed.
And I feel like remiss that I didn't mention this earlier, but that there were a couple of egregious calls in that ninth inning. Egregious, clear balls that they called strikes. Like, I'm not an idiot. Like, and I could tell that from a mile away.
Xander Bogaerts definitely felt like he was robbed. And they were critical calls, too, because obviously when Brad Keller hits 2 consecutive batters, had there been an additional runner on base for the Padres, it certainly would have been far more precarious with that 2-run lead as opposed to what could have been. It could have been listen, if the go-ahead run is on base, things get a lot more difficult for the Cubs.
Yeah.
And because, Jack asked the question to us in our prep yesterday, ABS, is this basically a ringing endorsement of why they need the new automated balls and strike system, which, if you're unfamiliar, Major League Baseball approved it. It's coming in next season. Each team will have 2 challenges, and if they get both challenges correct, they will get a 3rd challenge. And only the pitcher, hitter, or catcher, right, can challenge the call by a tap of the helmet or hat if you're a pitcher.
Mm-hmm. I think they even said on the broadcast last night, next year, that would have been a tap on the helmet as fast as it could. I mean, it's
There's
true.
no doubt. I'm curious, though. The only thing that has me, I hate the fact that, same thing with NFL, too. Challenge system, like only 2 challenges. This is where I get a little bit. If you're going to be bad at your job as an umpire, why do teams have to be subjugated to a limited amount of challenges?
Yeah.
Within reason, I certainly understand you can't get crazy here, but we saw it in spring training. It was seconds. It did not take long for them to confirm. And if it's, again, I understand you can't necessarily go to 10, but I hate the fact that you have to get both challenges correct on what sometimes are going to be very borderline calls. I hate the fact that you have to get both correct to win that 3rd challenge.
So if you continue to get them correct, even with that third challenge, you continue to have that challenge, I believe. So it's unlimited. So basically just don't lose it. Don't mess up if you're the hitter or the pitcher or the catcher, which also adds another element of strategy, too, into the game. Because are you going to let every single player have the green light? They were talking about this in spring training. Does every single player get the green light to tap his helmet? Like, you're not giving PCA the green light. The guy can't pick out the strike zone for his life. So you're not giving him the green light to tap his helmet. You're probably giving other players some green lights, though.
Boy, that's fascinating.
That's an interesting
I don't
question,
think I honestly don't believe you can tell any player they're not going to have. You have to have rules. The question, if you're a hitter, I don't think anything that's not a 2-strike. That's tough. You're going to let a hitter challenge
something they have to
a
examine.
second strike?
Right. That's something they're going to have to examine and literally teach these guys when to and when not to, and not emotionally do it, right?
Yeah, but that's my first thought is, are you going to let a hitter challenge a call for what would be a second strike? Like, it's going to change the count. But here's the reality of baseball. Oftentimes, the most critical pitch is the difference between, if you're going to be 2-1 or 1-2 in a count for a hitter versus a pitcher. That could be the most critical pitch. And if it's blown call by the ump, you're going to want your hitter to have the possibility to challenge that potential if it's an egregious miss, right? But again, it's fascinating because I don't know if you can tell any one player, listen, you cannot challenge a pitch.
It's going to be team by team. It's going to be so interesting. Or do you save them for the end of the game? Are you willing to use them in the first inning? Can you only use them with runners on base, or not use them in the first innings? Can you only use them in the later innings? Can you not only use them with a runner on base? It's going to be so team by team. It'll be very interesting.
Yeah, you're right. Each team is going to have to establish their approach to it, and I think it will depend on. I mean, during the regular season, it's going to depend on the timing, like who you're playing. Like, there's a lot of, I mean? There's a lot of variables to making
But that's
choice.
the thing is playoff baseball is going to be under a huge microscope. And
How many challenges were there last night? 4? That they went to review?
Well, don't forget
for the
to,
slides,
you can ask for, do you remember, Jack?
So there was the one on the play at first base where Bush caught it and they had him out.
Yeah, that wasn't really close.
There was the steal on PCA, which was one of those neighborhood play calls that unfortunately gets overturned with replay.
Horner at the plate.
Was there a fourth one?
Wasn't
Horner at the plate. That's right. So that's 3. And I don't remember if there was a fourth or not.
I thought there was, because didn't Schultz have to, it wasn't a challenge, but he had to ask for the review.
Yeah.
Like the crew chief review, because it was past this, right? It was into the 8th, or that, I believe. So
yes, you're right. You're right, because then they had
so
the
it wasn't technically a challenge, but it was a crew chief review. Well,
it'll be interesting.
Nevertheless, that's next year, and the thing there is that no matter what, framing is still going to be critical because there's still not, like, to Jack's point about what are you going to allow your hitters to go ahead and challenge. Still in the early innings and early in the count, you still want your catcher having the ability to steal strikes. So framing is still going to be critical for catchers throughout the majority of the game. It's just going to be those close borderline calls late in the game where they may not be able to necessarily steal a strike because it can be challenged. But framing is not going away until you bring in automated balls and strike for every pitch. And so that's still going to be a product of the game until they do that officially. But again, that's more for next year. This year, today, we're focusing on the Cubs' win as they eliminate the Padres in the wild card round, and now they will go on to a best-of-5 series against the Brewers. First game is tomorrow. You can hear that right here. We're the home of the MLB playoffs on ESPN Chicago.
It will follow another exciting edition of Peggy and Dion tomorrow morning. That starts at 11 a.m.
Absolutely, and always exciting
I think we'll recap some of our adventures in Vegas.
I was going to say, I hope you do. I hope that's the plan.
Which feels like a month ago now, but it wasn't. It was just a couple days.
We've gone through an entire Cubs playoff series since you've been back.
Since I've been back.
It has been a wild week at
it's
ESPN
been a crazy
1000
week.
here.
I still, I went back and rewatched the end of the fourth quarter of the Bears game and what they did. And I just still can't believe that was within the last week. It's been fun. That's all I can say.
We've still got some Bears thoughts. We will get to that primarily in the 8 o'clock hour. Courtney Cronin's going to join us at 8:30 today. So we'll definitely have some Bears conversation for you. Don't worry. They're on bye week, but that doesn't mean the Bears talk is on bye week. Of course, we're going to talk plenty about that. But right now, the Cubs are in focus. Let's try James, who's in New Lenox, wants to join us here on Cap and J Hood. Jeff Meller and Deanne Miller in for the guys. What's up, James?
Hey, good morning.
How you doing, James?
Not bad. I'm obviously happy the Cubs won. The announcing crew that we had for this series was atrocious on the television.
So that was just on ESPN, Kevin Brown, Ben McDonald, and Jess Mendoza.
Mostly the two guys. I don't really have a problem with Jessica Mendoza. But, yeah, like, I think it was game 2. Like, I don't want to say it was every pitch, but it seemed like once in at bat, they were talking about how the Cubs relievers hadn't given up any runs, and it was so many innings. And then in game 3, they started counting down after the first out in the 8th, and they're like 5 more outs, and they're like, got to get 3 more outs. And, it's just one of those things, like, and I don't think any fan of baseball thinks it's good, like, Juju to count outs down, but, like, especially for Cubs fans after 0-3, like, we're not trying to, we know how many outs are needed left. Like, you don't have to remind us after, every out. I thought.
But James, do you believe in jinxes? The Cubs still, despite the fact that, Kevin Brown and Ben McDonald may have been registering outs there, the Cubs were still able to navigate their way through the potential jinx and win. So, don't you just have to shrug it off?
I don't want to say I believe in it. I just think to the degree they were doing it, it was unnecessary. I think it's like one of those things to, like, know your audience. Like, I know Joe Buck has a reputation of dislike for the Cubs, but I would say from listening to Joe Buck call games for the Cubs, I feel like he was less of, almost like low-key rooting against us than these guys were. And that's the thing too. Like, I don't even think they were rooting against us. I just think they were, like, unprepared for the broadcast, if that makes sense. Like I said, know your audience, All
right, James, thanks for the call. Always appreciate it. I'll say I have to disagree. I think Kevin Brown's one of the better local broadcasters going in the game. He calls Orioles games along with Ben McDonald, and I thought he was excellent. Actually, I think a lot of people were fooled and they thought they were listening to Joe Buck, to be honest with you, because they sound very similar.
I had this conversation with my dad yesterday. He said he reminds me of Joe Buck. I said, really? That's interesting.
Wait,
Why?
Jack, you're lucky your dad didn't think it was Joe Buck. Because lots of dads out there thought they were listening to Joe Buck.
And I said, Dad, why do you think it's Joe? Sounds like Joe Buck? He said, well, first off, the cadence. I thought the cadence was exactly like Joe Buck. And he said, second off, he has that quality that I don't really like when he's calling the game when my team's losing. But when he's winning, when we're winning, I think he's the best broadcaster in the world, because that's just how Joe Buck is, because he calls the game down the middle.
Yeah, absolutely.
So when your team's winning, you love him, and when your team's losing, you hate him. And that's exactly how Kevin Brown called the game. I also thought, if we're making comparisons, Ben McDonald sounded exactly like Chris Collinsworth. It was like we had Joe Buck and Chris Collinsworth on the game for a Major League Baseball game. It was awesome. It was hilarious.
I thought Ben McDonald had a little bit of David Ross in him as well. So he sounded like David Ross to me. So the truth is that I think the problem for baseball fans, whether it's not just the Joe Buck problem. This is like forever. The reality of when you shift,
it's forever.
When you shift from your local broadcast team, they may not be inherently rooting, although in some cases they are, back in the Hawk Harrelson days, right? But you're going from a broadcast that is, no matter what, going to be more tailored to your experience as the fan of that team. And then they come into the playoffs, and national broadcast crews come in, and as Jack said, they call the game down the middle. And I don't think it's ever more times than not, the broadcaster has no rooting interest in who's going to win that game.
Well, we discussed this a little bit because Boog, Shambi, and Taylor McGregor were involved in baseball's playoffs, but not in the Cubs game.
Correct.
And we were in the press box wondering that exact thing. Is that why? Because they are so invested in the daily with the Cubs that ESPN wanted them to be in different series so that they wouldn't show that kind of bias, because it is a national broadcast. It's not just for the local.
Yeah, I think it's certainly something that they consider, right? If a person has some type of allegiance to a team, they try and avoid it when possible. I think that's certainly possible.
Imagine you're a Padres fan watching the series and you get Boone Shambi and Taylor McGregor on the call. You'd be upset. If we were Cubs fans and we got the Padres broadcast, we'd be upset with that.
Totally,
so they give them someone non-emotional, somebody who can call it down the middle.
Yeah, and I think that's certainly a possibility that ESPN considers that when they're, giving out their assignments. That's certainly a possibility. But again, I think it's more, hey, as a fan of a team, I'm used to watching 162 games.
Yeah.
For the most part. Maybe it's, 145, take away national broadcast. But nevertheless, the majority of your games are being called by a team that is tailoring your experience to be pro Cubs. And then you get to the playoffs, and it's, hey, this is for both teams. It's a national broadcast, and you don't have the opportunity to watch the local broadcast team. So I think that's more why people get a little bit perturbed, especially when their team is losing in those situations. I'm Jeff Meller. She's Deanne Miller. We're in for Cap and J Hood, talking about a Cubs victory again. Game 1 tomorrow after Peggy and Deanne. You can hear that game right here on your home of the MLB playoffs, ESPN 1000.
Cap, J Hood. Cap and J Hood, mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The Cubs beat the Padres and advance to the NLDS. Now they face the Brewers in a best-of-5. Game 1 is tomorrow, and you can hear it right here on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurici Longo and Associates.
Cubs win, baby! The Chicago Cubs have advanced to the National League Division Series with a 3-1 victory over the San Diego Padres in the decisive Game 3 of their wild card series against the Padres at Wrigley Field. I'm David Kaplan. Cubs scored twice in the second inning, a bases-loaded walk and a Pete Crow-Armstrong run-scoring single. A Michael Busch solo home run made it 3-0. And then nail-biting time in the 9th with one out. Brad Keller hit 2 men. Craig Counsell, very astute managing, goes and gets him. Andrew Kittredge comes in. He gets the next 2 men. Fly ball the PCA to end it. Ball game over. Cubs win. They get the Brewers starting Saturday at 1 o'clock at American Family Field in Milwaukee. Roofers and waterproofers Local 11, where your solar and energy-efficient green roofing professionals are here to strike out high-energy costs. For trusted contractors and top-quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers Legends Red Bull Original and sugar-free. First-round picks like watermelon, wild berries, and rookie Red Bull Zero. Right now, grab 3 of your favorite 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store. Score this deal before the clock runs out. True North convenience stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners, so they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Now back to Cap and J Hood. You better buckle the up. On ESPN Chicago.
The defense was, certainly stands out tonight. Especially our middle infielders, Pete this series, Matt Shaw this series, absolutely some huge plays. And it just, it's sometimes in a game that's so statistically analyzed, just preventing less pitches for our guys, getting matchups for our guys. I think it makes our bullpen more successful. And that's why teams are so connected, because you need that stuff to make everybody you affect each other. And we played a great defensive game tonight, absolutely.
Craig Counsell, after the Cubs beat the Padres and advanced to take on his former club, the Milwaukee Brewers, who have been waiting and watching, and it sets up a very tasty matchup, which begins tomorrow afternoon, 1:08, first pitch, which you can hear right here on your home of the Major League Baseball playoffs, ESPN Chicago.
I love that start time. I love it. Let's go. Let's play the game.
Right in the middle of your Saturday.
Right in the middle of the day, yeah.
Playoff baseball. It's, it's been gone for a while, but now that it's back, you get back into that rhythm pretty quickly, pretty easily. And I love the new wild card format where you go 3 straight days. The higher seed has, all the home games, which I kind of like. I like that little twist because it's baseball. The 3-game series, any team can beat any team 2 out of 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the reality of baseball. So, when people reference, hey, the Cubs, Theo used to talk about this all the time. Theo Epstein used to say, listen, there's a randomness to the playoffs where you just need to get in year after year and give yourself as many bites at the apple that you can possibly have, and hope that one year you've put together a roster, your players are playing well at the end of the season, you're not completely ravaged by injuries, which can happen to teams when you have 162 games. And you can make the argument that the Cubs are kind of going through that without Justin Steele and without Cade Horton right now.
Yeah.
Not having 2 guys who I think at this point, if you entered the season, nobody quite knew what Horton was going to be, but there was hope. He was your top pitching prospect, so you thought there was a possibility he could be one of your, forefront starters when the playoffs began if things went well, and they did until he picked up an injury, and now we'll see if he's going to be available on the Cubs playoff roster. If he is coming back, it will be for Game 5, which would be the only game that he's eligible to come back from the 15-day injured list. We'll ask Jesse about that here coming up shortly. He's going to join us at 7:30, so in a couple minutes from now. But that's the reality of playoff baseball. A lot of people reference the Diamondbacks, right? The kind of like the Cubs are trying to be the Arizona Diamondbacks. Nobody likes to hear that. But that's the reality of baseball in 2025 is you can try and put together the best possible team for the regular season, but once you get to playoff baseball, it's dramatically different. And the Cubs defense, as you heard Craig Counsell talk about, that's going to shine in the playoffs more than it does even in the regular season. It'll help you win games in the regular season, but if your defense shows up, and Schultz, I think, was kind of mesmerized. And I think the Padres hitters yesterday, they put together some really good at-bats, and they were creating opportunities with some decent contact. And the Cubs' defense up the middle was excellent, as it has been all year. And I think it really did kind of sap some of the Padres' enthusiasm when Dansby Swanson was out there taking away what should have been hits. In most games, they would be hits for the Padres.
When you only score 6 runs in 3 games and you still win the series, that's pretty impressive. They struck out 35 times in that series. The Cubs did.
Yes.
And so it's impressive.
And
what
Mason Miller had 30 of them.
Of course he did. He's still striking people out. And so that is impressive. And also how Craig managed the bullpen in both the victories for sure. I think it was interesting to have an opener for Game 2. I don't know that he would try that again, probably. But he really trusts that group in the pen, and with good reason. They rise to the occasion. They seem to. Masterful use of them in Game 1, and I thought yesterday was interesting. He went with a lot of matchups. He made the right moves at the right time. I think people need to give him some credit for that, especially the offense kind of broke out with 13 hits yesterday, but still just 6 runs. 1 for 13 with runners in scoring position. They were not like all these clutch hits, right? It was a good. I thought the manager played a big role.
But Deanne Miller, I will tell you, that's going to be in all likelihood what you're looking at, because you're going to be seeing almost every team's A relievers out of the pen in these big critical situations, and that's what the Cubs saw from the Padres. And, honestly, a lot of people were picking the Padres to win the World Series because of the moves they made at the deadline. And their bullpen, I think, was by far and away entering the playoffs the best in baseball. And so for the Cubs to survive this series, you have to give them all the credit in the world, because the Padres really did. A.J. Preller positioned himself to be a huge threat in the playoffs with all those arms that he added at the deadline, and the Cubs were able to survive it. So you can't take anything away from them, and now it sets up for a huge matchup against your rival from the north, up 94, the Milwaukee Brewers. We'll talk to Jesse Rogers about that coming up next. She's Deanne Miller. I'm Jeff Meller. We're in for Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000.
Cap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Tomorrow morning at 11. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today. Injuries on the field are rough, but your injury case doesn't have to be. At Postman Law, there's no fee unless they win. Car crash, work accident, slip and fall. Postman Law's your local injury lawyers. With over $3 billion won for their clients, they don't just show up, They deliver results when it matters most. After an injury, call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise. Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. October's here and you can already feel that Chicago chill creeping in. I used to hate the drafts coming through my old windows. Then I called my friends at Window Nation. They came out, walked me through the process, and made it easy. Now the drafts are gone, the house feels great, and you could do the same with this deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing for 2 full years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big win. And with an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, you're in great hands. Don't wait. Go to windownation.com before October 31st. That's windownation.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
The holiday season is here, and businesses are hiring for all kinds of seasonal roles. From haunted corn maze staff to real bearded Santas, skilled, experienced workers are in high demand and hard to find. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, the best way to find the perfect match for your role is on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's matching technology works fast to find top talent. No wonder it's the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Cap and Jay Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
They were playing this up at Wrigley Field yesterday, and Cubs fans were very excited to have...
I thought maybe you were going to start singing since this is the karaoke version.
No. I don't know. I'm familiar. Well, I know you're familiar, but some folks
you don't
may.
know all
I'm
the
not
words?
gonna. No. I'm not gonna get into my role on this station, but it's certainly not to be singing this song. I will tell you that. But listen, I can be. I'm not going to be Kevin Brown out here. I can be neutral. No, that's a shot from a callback from our last caller. I'm neutral here. I am Switzerland, D, as the Cubs have advanced to take on the Brewers. And somebody who's playing the role of Switzerland as well on TV these days. And he's joining us on the Yuengling guest hotline. It is Jesse Rogers, who was on the broadcast for Cubs and Padres on ESPN Inside the Dugout, interviewing Manny Machado, interviewing Mike Schilt, interviewing Craig Counsell.
He deserves a round of applause.
He is Switzerland's. Jesse, what's up? How's it going, bud?
Well, you mentioned Manny Machado. Did you see his post-game interview last night?
No.
Have you seen this yet?
That one evaded me, I'm not going to lie.
He bit off the head of the person asking the question. So I got the good Machado the other day.
Well, yeah, because you're interviewing him in the dugout after he's homered. So
yeah,
you
he was
absolutely
feeling great.
Exactly. I had the advantage there. All right, but the reporter asked him, would you describe this as a successful season? And where players get that question often, and they don't know how to answer it necessarily. And he's just like, well, what do you think? We just lost. What do you think? We just lost. Why would you ask that question? So Fun Manny left the building as that game ended. And, I'll just sum up the series if you don't mind.
Please. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said this yesterday, even before Game 3, and now even afterwards. Nothing in that series really surprised me. Of course, I don't know how we're going to get to the final outcomes, but to see very few runs scored, to see both bullpens basically lock it down. Yes, they scored in the ninth and could have scored more, but they didn't. All of it kind of made sense to me. I figured there'd be little offense. I figured it'll be both bullpens, more so than, the Padres and the Cubs, locking things down. And I felt like home field advantage would be a difference. We can't, there's nothing to look under the hood to know that for sure. There's no stat that tells us that, but I kind of think playing at Wrigley was the difference. So they won a low-scoring, tough-fought series at home. I think that was kind of, in some ways, the expected outcome by me. But it was still exciting, intense, and, of course, a crazy ninth inning just to add on to the intensity of it all.
It was, hanging on to every single pitch. What did you think of the way Counsell managed the bullpen?
Pretty expected. I give him a lot of credit for having the faith in Daniel Palencia that he did after the way things went down the stretch. The smartest thing the Cubs did, and I'm going to call it a phantom injury, probably wasn't. I'm sure there was some shoulder inflammation, but I have shoulder inflammation. I mean, every pitcher has shoulder inflammation. So my point is, I don't think they had to shut him down, but I think they realized they needed to. The mental and physical reset was needed, and without much work after coming back, Counsell showed that much faith in him. That tells me even more it wasn't a real, aggressive injury. Because if it was, I think they would have eased him back in different spots. So the faith he showed in Palencia was huge. And I kind of knew the lefties were going to be used, Thielbar, Pomerantz, because it's such a lefty-dominated lineup. I mean, I saw him on that bullpen from where I sit often, checking. Now, I think he should have gone to Soroka in Game 1 or Game 2 or walked Manny Machado, so I thought that was a mistake. But the rest of it he did pretty well, including pulling Keller to go to Kittredge, which turned out to be a pretty brilliant move.
Jeff Meller, Dion Miller in for Cap and Jay Hood as Jesse Rogers joins us. He's brought to you by Automatic Mechanical Services, a trusted name in HVAC for your home and business, making people comfortable since 1945. Jess, I thought part of the work for the Cubs, I mentioned to Dion earlier, I think they knew the assignment coming into the game. Yu Darvish was, for the Padres, an interesting selection because he has not been his best. You talked about it in the pregame coverage on ESPN about maybe the Padres were coaxed into the fact that Darvish has pitched for the Cubs, and just knowing Wrigley, maybe that played into a little bit of their decision-making. I thought the Cubs did a great job of getting to him early because, as you mentioned, the bullpens, as to be expected, two good bullpens. The Padres entering the playoffs, I thought, had the best bullpen position to go deep into the playoffs. And the Cubs, to their credit, they lost Game 2, Jesse, but they made Mike Shildt use Mason Miller. They made him use Suarez, and I thought it definitely paid dividends yesterday when Yu Darvish had to be pulled early in the game, and all of a sudden Shildt is managing, and he's going to Estrada, and he's going to King. And I think the Cubs, even though they lost Game 2, making the Padres use all their A relievers basically to their fullest extent in Game 2 allowed the Cubs to be in position to handle Game 3 yesterday.
And maybe the difference is just that solo home run by Michael Busch because of everything you just said. Guys being used, you can use multiple days, and here you get that add-on run by Michael Busch, the first run off that bullpen in the series. So, yeah, all of that matters, but let's not bury the lead. I mean, the Cubs' defense was elite. It has been all season. You never know where it's going to show up in a game. It may not show up in an elite way in a game because you're getting routine plays. But there were some hard-hit balls, and Dansby and Nico and everybody in the outfield took control. And, again, if that's on the road, who knows? Who knows what happens? So Dansby displaying his Gold Glove was so much fun. Not often do you seek out, the defensive star of the game, but reporters, Dion, you too, we were all over Dansby. It's one of the best defensive games you'll see in an elimination game just because the opportunities were there to show it off. I talk to him often about that. Like, you don't always get that opportunity. It's a lot of routine stuff. And then, boom, you got things in the hole, going back on balls. I mean, he was great. Nico made that leaping catch. I mean, that's their real identity. That part of their game never slumped this year, and now it'll have to go on the road a little bit here in Milwaukee, and if they keep on going. And defense doesn't slump, right? It doesn't slump on the road, doesn't really slump at home. So that's still the backbone of this team. Now, you would think another tight series where defense is going to matter, like maybe when they get to the Phillies or Dodgers, if they get that far, offense opens up. But it feels like it's another tight series between two teams that know each other. So winning on the margins, like defensively, is going to matter again.
Yeah, it matters a lot. What do you think a three-hit night for Pete Armstrong can do for him and his confidence and consistency at the plate?
Yeah, I mean, you see it with Tucker, too. It takes one or two, and then they're sort of back to being who they are. Pete's still a little bit more volatile. Like, I would have more confidence that Tucker will keep going in the right direction. You never know with PCA. But, yes, I think he learns from his mistakes, and he's learning and learning and learning. You saw him be more patient and calm and almost like the first half PCA. He didn't hit it out, but, just waiting for pitches in the zone, pretty calm and doing damage on him. I mean, the best thing to happen to him, I think Ben McDonald, our analyst, said it, like, the bases are loaded. He's going to get a pitch to hit. He doesn't have to choose between swinging at bad pitches, right? The high ones or low ones. Bases are loaded. The pitcher doesn't want to put anyone on. So maybe that's the moment that he got going because he knew he'd get a pitch to hit.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Jesse Rogers joining us here on Cap and J Hood, Jeff Meller and Deion Miller in for the guys. All right, 2 questions regarding the pitching staff for the next series, Jesse, which starts tomorrow. So Cade Horton
already?
No rest for the weary, my friend. You are back in action.
To Milwaukee.
You and Deion can carpool if you want. She's driving up there later today as well. All right, Jess. So Cade Horton, he's on the 15-day injured list, which I believe makes him eligible to come off for what would be a potential Game 5. First of all, what are the MLB playoff roster rules regarding Cade Horton and him being on the injured list? And also, who potentially would start for Game 1? Do you think the council will turn to Matthew Boyd, or do you think he considers using one of his other arms and saving Boyd for Game 2?
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to save Boyd for Game 2. He was warming up yesterday. That counts as, that counts for something. And he pitched Tuesday, so it wouldn't be full rest on Saturday. Javier Assad was not on the wild card round roster. They used Tyon. It really falls to him. Colin Ray was even used in this series, not a lot. But I think they left Assad off the wild card roster for this exact reason. Save him for Game 1. And then they can really reset things because after Game 1, there's a day off. Yep. I mean, the Brewers can't be happy about that, but the league does what the league's going to do. They didn't want to, they needed to stagger the American and National League. So the National League Series both have days off on Sunday, and then you can reset with Boyd and rock and roll from there. So Assad's going to get Game 1 against Freddie Peralta, a tough cookie. Was even talking to Dansby Swanson before yesterday's game about Peralta. He is so tough at home. But Assad can give you those innings. He can give you some, he can do it. He can match Peralta pitch for pitch. I don't think he can match him in terms of going deep into the game. But we know Assad's got a good sinker, keep the ball down. I think he's up for the task. But he's the only fully rested, regular starter that's ready to go. So I assume it's him. I think it's a long shot that Cade Horton pitches if there's a Game 5, because basically – the Cubs would have to come up with an injury for somebody else.
Yeah.
And in the playoffs, they're diligent about this. You can't just make something up. And let's say they say Mike Soroka's shoulder isn't feeling well, which might not be a stretch, considering his history. First of all, Soroka would have to miss the NLCS, which, maybe he was going to miss it anyway. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you pull him off the roster, they have to miss the next round. So that's a dramatic move, but you also have to have a legit injury. That's the only way you're going to add Cade Horton to the playoff roster. So I still think it's a long shot. We don't even know if he's going to be ready.
Yeah.
That will certainly be a topic today up in Milwaukee during the workout days. So all those things are in play. I just have my doubts all that's going to happen for Game 5, but not impossible.
Jesse Rogers joining us here on Cap and J Hood. He's going to hang with us. We'll do more on the Cubs and Brewers when we come back right here on ESPN 1000.
It's Cap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000. Watch the show on Twitch.
If you could just go ahead and make sure you do that from now on, that would be great. Okay?
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago.
A 1-hour uninterrupted dose of Black and Abdallah. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest, Black and Abdallah fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Cap. My friends at Automatic are celebrating 80 years of making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable. To celebrate their 80th anniversary, Automatic's residential team is giving you $800 off any furnace and AC replacement now through the end of October. It's a great opportunity for Chicagoland homeowners to make sure their home is comfortable. Don't wait for your system to fail. Call the pros you can trust, the best in the business. Go to Automatic.com.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Protect your boats and recreational vehicles with FPP RV and Marine Antifreeze. It has burst-proof protection down to negative 50 degrees, keeping you protected against freezing temperatures. Keep your winter worry-free with FPP ready-to-use RV and Marine Antifreeze now at Menards. Visit us in-store or on Menards.com and shop our great selection of automotive products.
Save big money at Menards.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Your fantasy roster is set. The Smack Talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. You can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. Together, let's drive.
Who knew caffeine could taste this good? With 5-hour energy shots, caffeine just got a serious flavor upgrade. We're talking big flavor, from watermelon to strawberry banana to sour apple. Packed into a tiny 2-ounce bottle, you get as much caffeine as a 12-ounce premium coffee with 0 sugar and 0 crash. And with 17 bold flavors to choose from, there's a shot for every mood. Find your favorite flavor in store today or grab a variety pack online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon and give your caffeine a flavor upgrade.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJHood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Cubs advance to the NLDS, where they will take on the Brewers starting tomorrow. You can hear that game right here on your home of the MLB playoffs, ESPN 1000. First pitch at 1:08 after Peggy and Dion. Leads you up to Cubs and Brewers.
You know what's disappointing, though, for the series to move on is that Jesse Rogers is no longer doing sidelines for ESPN for these games. Jesse, I got to say, did you have a little glow up or something? You looked great. Not that you always haven't, but the glasses, the suit, it was popping.
That's a backhanded compliment if ever I heard one.
Backhanded. That was straightforward.
Well, thank you. But I mentioned to Waddle yesterday, a lot of my wife's makeup. That
there
was
we
the
go.
Key. A lot of my wife's makeup. Well, I mean, it was my makeup. Let's be honest. It was mine.
It was your makeup.
A lot of my makeup. But thank you. You got to glam up a little bit for TV, right? You know. So
yes.
I just want to make sure I didn't say something that went viral. That's the whole key. I do know that.
I do know that, and you did an outstanding job. And I'd like to believe that the Mighty Seven had a little hand in your television career. So
no doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. Back in the day, people don't remember ABC 7 had 25 local games that we did, and you and I did a bunch of the sideline. That prepared me for this moment, no doubt about it.
We knew we were building a star. We knew we were. Okay, so well, when you have two teams that are as familiar with each other as the Brewers and the Cubs, and obviously Craig Counsell's history with Pat Murphy, how do these two managers kind of navigate a series like this?
There won't be any surprises. There really won't be. The Brewers scouts have been watching this team. I don't even know why, because again, like you said, they know each other so well. I think that it's not going to be that dissimilar. Early scoring runs seems to be the way to win playoff series. I mean, these bullpens get shortened, and they're all very good. Now, Milwaukee's gone through some transition there. They might actually lean on their starters a little bit more, but it doesn't feel like you want to be playing from behind. You know, you just don't. Now, I say that coming off this series where the bullpens were locked down, but that's the way in the playoffs, man, because managers just go pitch by pitch, out by out. And let's take this series coming up, for example. You can do it even more because of the off days. There's a game, an off day, a game, an off day, 2 games, and then an off day, and then a game. It's a lot of time in between to rest up your bullpen. So, for example, Javier Assad, he might be given 12 outs, maybe more. I mean, obviously you let a guy go if he's really rolling, but I think both bullpens are going to be deployed because of the days off, and then it's a little bit of a cat and mouse game. You might see Justin Turner get a pinch hit. We didn't see that. Moises Ballesteros might get off the bench. We might see a little bit more of that with the days in between and the way the bullpens will be deployed, because it will be aggressively.
I don't know if I misunderstood that. So you said Javier Assad, 12 outs. I almost feel like that would be a lot from Javier Assad in this situation because of the off day. Honestly, if he gets a chance to go more than once through the order, am I crazy, Jess? I almost feel like that's a situation where I think Craig Counsell is going to have a quick trigger to tomorrow with the off day, and then hoping that Matthew Boyd would potentially get him a few more, outs deeper into game 2. So, when you say 12 outs, I almost feel like that would be a lot. That would be a great start from Javier Assad in game 1.
Yeah, in my mind, I was kind of thinking of Jameson's start yesterday.
Yeah.
Similar, and that was 12. He is a regular starter. It's not like he's just a bulk opener type guy.
Yeah.
I think we can all agree not 3 times through the order, but if he gets to 1.5 or 2, it all depends. You got to go by feel too. Yeah. I think 4 innings is a good number to use for sorry, the train. I'm sitting on my balcony. I think 4 innings is a good number to use for the sort of non-regular 1s and 2s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So is it 1 time through the order, or is it closer to 2? I would think if he's rolling, it's closer to 2. Because his sinker's on. It's not a pitch that even if you see it once or twice, I can hit it this time. It's just if it's on, it's on. If it's not, it's not. So that's the way I think of Assad. But 4 innings, I think is about a number you should use in the playoffs. In the old days, we would have said 6, right? Now it's more like 4, unless you're a true ace. So
define the old days, because the old days it was 7 or 8 you were hoping for.
Right? Yeah. So I think using the over-under of 12 outs is a good number to use.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. Jesse Rogers will be covering the Cubs and Brewers series, of course. He's headed up there later today. Jess, thanks for waking up early for us. We appreciate it, my friend.
Okay, give Dion a little break. She's got a long day ahead of her, for God's sake. Jeff, let her get some rest.
Listen, one more hour, and then we'll let her go. She'll go take a nap, and then she'll meet you up at Miller Park.
But here's my thought. I know she loves a good storyline, and you talk about a juicy series coming up. I mean, isn't this what we live for as sports fans and reporters?
Yes.
Cubs, Brewers, Counsell versus his old team. A quick story. I don't think they'll mind. I met Craig Counsell's entire extended family on the field late after the game. Everyone's still celebrating, and they kind of understood what's coming next. The moment he shows his face in the next few days in Milwaukee, he is going to hear it. He is going to hear it. And hopefully all in good fun, right? No one should be threatening. But that makes it juicy. When the other team's manager gets booed every single time he steps out of the dugout, that's fun. When he's facing one of his guys, his mentor for a while, then the guy he hired to replace him eventually. I mean, all these storylines are incredible, let alone the fact that the Brewers love beating the Cubs. They would love nothing more than to knock them out in the playoff series and vice versa on the Cubs side. It's great. It writes itself.
man.
There is no
You're
doubt.
right, Jesse. That's
No, there's
awesome.
no doubt about it. In terms of juicy rivalries, we just had the Yankees and Red Sox kind of take center stage for the wild card. And certainly everyone else in terms of like the matchups are good. But in terms of rivalry, this one, Cubs and Brewers, of the four that are remaining, I think is squarely going to be in focus as kind of like center stage. This game, these two teams certainly have a sports hate for each other, no doubt.
Yeah. I know a lot of the other part of the nation is going to be watching Dodgers Phillies, but around here, this is as good as it gets.
No doubt. All right, Jess, we will be listening and watching, of course. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Take care. See you, Dion.
See ya.
Jesse Rogers joining us on the Yingling guest hotline. I'm Jeff Meller. She is Dion Miller. We're in for Cap and Jay Hood, talking more Cubs, and we'll do shot or no shot in 2 short minutes right here on ESPN 1000.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain Jay Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Howard, got a question. It's fall. I'm on the road.
Beautiful. Michigan's calling.
It was Wisconsin.
Okay, the point.
Some guy behind me admiring a sugar maple rear ends me.
Been there. What happens, Howard, when you're hurt and you're out of state?
Hopefully you'll never experience peak color and pain, guys. But if you're injured, out of town, I can most likely assist. Aiken Law has attorneys licensed in all contiguous states and referring attorneys across the U.S.
So you could still help me out.
312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our attorney on the Cap and Jay Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
Let's get out and celebrate college football right. Shane Norling and Tyler Aki are taking Chicago's college tailgate on the road. Tullamore Dew and ESPN Chicago invite you out for a live tailgate broadcast. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn on Racine and Lakeview tomorrow from 9 to 11 as the guys break down the day's events. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn tomorrow at 9. Presented by Tullamore Dew. Please enjoy responsibly.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Mitch, you played in the NFL like me. You know how important the red zone is.
Absolutely, Yurko. And in retirement, your red zone is the 5 years before and after you stop working. That's where the game's won.
That's what I tell people. Don't go at it alone. Mitch Lyons Wealth is the team to trust.
We build personalized game plans to help you retire confidently. No guesswork, just strategy.
Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Cap and Jay Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN ESPN Chicago.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I say, hey man, nice shot.
Shot or no shot with Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I say, hey man, nice shot.
Shot or no shot? Jeff Meller, Deion Miller in for Cap and J Hood today as we're talking about a Cubs win over the Padres. They advance in the best-of-3 series, taking 2 of 3 and winning Game 3 at Wrigley yesterday, setting up an NLDS showdown against the Brewers. That series starts tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock, 1:08 if we want to get technical, and you can hear that game right here in your home of the MLB playoffs, ESPN Chicago.
You know, y'all names sound like a law firm. Miller and Miller and Associates.
Jay Moore, should we?
I like that. Miller and Miller.
Quick story, and I don't want to interrupt shot or no shot, but so Deion and I used to do the Bears pregame show prior to us being the Bears radio network. And so we would oftentimes go out and do some pregame shows at local establishments. And one time we were leaving, and what did he say? Someone came up to Deion
and said, "I thought you guys were married."
And I said, clearly that's on me. And what that meant was I need to enunciate better, because if people can't hear me saying Meller and Miller, that is on me. And so it was nobody's fault but my own. And so ever since that
like one of my favorite lines ever. I was like, no, Miller and Meller.
Yes. I was like, I thought we made that clear, but okay. She was my radio wife for a long time, not really, or work wife.
We had a lot of fun at that show. Tyler was our producer.
Yeah, absolutely, great days.
Crushed.
It's all right.
We went out to so many bars. I drove by one the other day.
When you're just
it was on Irving Park. Where did we go? O'Donovan's? Am I making that up?
I don't know.
We went there.
We've gone to a lot of places.
We were at a lot of places, but it was fun. We had a good
absolutely.
time.
So
Look at us now.
Meller and Miller. in for Cap and J Hood. I promise you, nobody has ever come up to Cap and said, "I thought you and J Hood were married." That's a Meller and Miller only.
Well, no, just kidding. Anything's possible.
All right.
They have been together for a long time.
Jack McGrath is filling in for Shay Norling, who will be on with Yurko coming up here shortly, filling in for Carm. So Shay steps aside. He'll have a larger platform coming up at 9 o'clock. And Jack, fill us in on shot or no shot today.
Well, yeah, not a lot of caller suggestions usually on shot or no shot, but we just got one that was too good to pass up. Phil in Downers Grove suggested it. He dropped off the line, so I'll give it to you here. He said, shot or no shot, the Cubs have officially won the Yu Darvish trade. I think he was saying it in jest because Yu Darvish blew the game.
Yeah.
Against
right.
the Cubs.
I mean, Yu Darvish is ancient in pitching terms. I mean, 39 years old.
I think, I think ultimately that trade was a product of a kind of a different era of
100%.
COVID decisions that were being made at the time. So ultimately, I think Yu Darvish ended up pitching several solid years for the Padres, so they were fairly happy with what he gave them down the stretch. But at the same time, the Cubs were able to move off of the contract, and
they beat him up yesterday. He doesn't pitch against the Cubs for the Padres if the Cubs don't trade him a couple of years ago. So it works out for him.
That's fair.
Totally.
All right. Into some more. PCA, 3 hits yesterday. Kyle Tucker, 2 hits yesterday. Shot or no shot? Kyle Tucker and Pete Crow Armstrong are back to their superstar levels because we saw the adjustment. Jessica Mendoza did a great job pointing it out yesterday on the Cubs on the ESPN broadcast of the Cubs game that PCA lowered his stance, he widened his stance, and it seemed to be a significant change in how he was striking the baseball. So shot or no shot, we can expect superstar production from those guys the rest of the postseason.
The superstar feels a little aggressive. I would say it's a shot more so for Tucker than I think for PCA because PCA is still so emotional and so young. I feel like with Tucker, he had that hit in the 9th in game 2 and then followed it up with 2 more hits. It felt like he was a little bit more himself at the plate. Now, when he's running the bases, still looks a little bit like he's not quite as aggressive as he was before the injury. So I would say it's sort of a shot. I don't know, a half shot. Can I do a half shot?
So by more, I kind of feel like
not really the point of the segment.
Initially,
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to go no. I'm going to go no shot because I do think at the plate, Pete Crow Armstrong is still going to be, in terms of he's going to have to be more selective at the plate. And until he can actually do that, I think it's hard to go ahead and give him superstar status. I know he's great in the field. But I'm with Dion in that I think Kyle Tucker does look better at the plate than he has in a long time. And so if he can get back to that, I think it's certainly possible. So I'm going to say no shot because you lump them both together, Jack.
All right, we'll stick with the Cubbies here. And I hate bringing this question up, but I have to ask it. It's a little bit of hindsight. It's a little bit of hypothetical. But David Ross has been in the news recently. The Athletic just did a big article on him about his firing with the Cubs, how that all went down. Jed Hoyer showing up at his door and letting him know that he was no longer with the ball club. It also talked about a 15-second phone call he had with Craig Counsell. That was pretty much David Ross calling him and saying, congrats on the job. You've got a good group of guys. And Counsell saying thank you, and that was it. David Ross also now rumored to be looking at the Braves job possibly as maybe a potential manager in Atlanta. Shot or no shot? The Cubs would have gotten this far in the postseason with David Ross instead of Craig Counsell this year.
Wait. Say that again for me, Jackie, as I try and process.
Shot or no shot, the Cubs would be in the same position and would have gotten this far in the postseason with David Ross instead of Craig Counsell.
I think that's certainly a shot.
I think that's a shot, too.
But that's not to diminish the job that Counsell has done in any way. To this series, upcoming series, I think is going to be an opportunity for Craig Counsell to kind of earn his keep here because I think here is a position where they're going up against the Brewers, and based on what we've seen from the season, the Brewers are the favorite. They've got home field, and they've won more games. They've been a better team all season long. If you're going to, earn the lucrative contract that you were handed out by Jed Hoyer, then go ahead and beat the team that is going to be favored to win this series. That's where I think I would say if the Cubs beat the Brewers, this is where I don't know if David Ross would have been able to manage the Cubs this far. But winning this series, I don't think Craig Counsell did anything in particular that stood out to me that I would say, you know what, okay, you really earned it there. Because I think more than anything, Jesse mentioned it, we've talked about it a lot, the defense up the middle I thought was the true difference maker for the Cubs this series.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. And I think also David Ross has experience that, having been with the Cubs during some of those moments in the postseason that I think would have paid off as well. I think we said this was a shot, right? That he would.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I would say they could have gotten this far with David Ross.
Yes.
My thing with David Ross is I don't know if he would have, and you never know because you've never seen him manage in a postseason game. I don't know if he would have been as aggressive with the bullpen as Craig Counsell was. Would he have pulled Matthew Boyd as soon as he did? Would he have pulled Jamison Tyone as soon as he did? Those are the kind of things we'll never know because we never saw David Ross manage in a postseason game. It's an interesting question. It's an interesting hypothetical to me because it just. You paid so much money for a manager, and the Cubs always talk about in the front office, you're not just paying for the players, you're paying for the manager, you're paying for everything, using all your resources as well. Does Craig Counsell really add that much of a difference? I'd say he does because I also think there's some hustle plays that the Cubs make that maybe they don't make under David Ross.
Technically, David Ross did manage in the postseason in his rookie year.
Yeah,
Again, that was the
2020.
The COVID season against the Marlins, right, when they were bounced in two
Quickly,
games.
yeah. So he did. I just think that he could have gotten them to this point, too.
Yeah.
They really liked him, too, and they really played for him. Not that they're not doing that for Counsell.
Yeah.
I think yes, like you said, it's not to diminish what Counsell's doing or the role that he's played in getting them to this point. I just think they could have done it with David Ross.
Yeah, that's more – I don't think David Ross was necessarily terrible.
No, I don't think he was
job.
terrible at all. I don't think he was terrible at all.
I think it's certainly possible that he could have managed them this far.
Plus,
and again,
I just liked him. I think the guys liked him. He was easy to work with.
Yeah, I think he was open to. Again, a lot of this comes down to what do baseball front offices do, right? Like for the most part, I think a manager's job nowadays has morphed into managing a good clubhouse. You want to, You want your guys all pulling in the same direction. And I think David Ross was certainly capable of that. And I think he was open enough to working with Jed Hoyer and the Cubs analytics team that I think Jed Hoyer just looked at Craig Counsell and what he did in Milwaukee, and he has been open about saying this. He just thought he was one of the best managers in baseball, and so he wanted to make that move. And I don't think at every turn, Jed Hoyer has never said anything derogatory about David Ross and his tenure with the Cubs. It was just his job as the president of baseball operations is to put the Cubs in the best position to win baseball games. And he thought Craig Counsell was about as good as you can do as a manager. And now this is where we get to the point where I think a lot of Cubs fans in their couple of years watching Craig Counsell manage have been like, really?
Yeah,
is this guy the best manager in baseball?
And I think in that moment he was. But then to see what Pat Murphy did in his absence.
And that's why this series is going to be huge for Craig Counsell.
Absolutely.
You have to go out and beat the team that you used to manage.
And that's the thing. Like, as the Brewers had success without Counsell, everyone pointed to, well, maybe Pat Murphy was the brains behind Counsell's success. And maybe that's that's what they questioned. That's what makes this even more intense.
He was your bench coach, and your bench coach got the manager's job in Milwaukee, and then he immediately took the guys that you had and you were winning with and basically
kept winning.
Yes, won more.
Yes,
now,
and prove they didn't need you.
Yeah, and this is the part about playoff baseball that's not fair, but it's going to be however it goes, whether they win or lose, it's going to help. I think it's really going to shape Craig Counsell and how his tenure as a Cubs manager is looked at.
Totally.
If they win, he'll get a lot more credit. And if he loses to the Brewers, people are going to be mad.
Oh,
no matter how it plays out.
No matter how it plays out.
And ultimately, it's going to be about the players producing on the field when all is said and done, I think. I doubt there's going to be too many moments where we look at and say, Craig Counsell, that was a bad decision. I think he's going to manage. Again, he's in some ways dealing with with the injuries that they have at the front of the pitching rotation. They are, in my opinion, underdogs going into this series. But the great thing about baseball is in a 5-game series, you only need to win 3. A lot of things can happen, and if you end up getting to one of their pitchers early, and if you jump out to an early series lead, you might have the ability to manage your bullpen in a way that the other team doesn't have the luxury. And all of a sudden, you're advancing into the LCS.
That's the beauty, I think, of baseball's postseason is that you can't plan beyond just one game
No.
and trying to win that game and then navigate. Then everything navigates from that. So you have to be patient. But this matchup is so fascinating to me. Just the managerial matchup more than anything. It's just so interesting how they'll approach this.
One more for you. Dansby Swanson, he had 3 strikeouts yesterday, but he made phenomenal defensive plays, shot or no shot. Because of his defense and his production earlier in the series, Dansby Swanson is the MVP for the Cubs of the NLDS or of the Wild Card Series.
Shot.
Yeah,
I think
shot.
absolutely shot.
When he's the name that the opposing manager is saying after the game.
Talking about defense, I don't think they give an MVP for this round.
Or any rounds.
I'd give it to Swanson. I mean, Dansby played his tail off, man. He almost single-handedly beat us with his glove. We talk about in the modern game about the pitching, and we talk about the offense and who we're hitting for and all the things that are, appropriate to talk about in our game. But the one thing that we don't talk about as much anymore is your defense. In this time of year, your defense, we play great defense, but Dansby Swanson absolutely beat us with his glove this series.
Yeah, I mean, that's facts. He was electric. He electrified the crowd. Every move that he made, he was on point. He was in the right spot. He just... It was phenomenal. So, yeah, if there was an MVP.
A defensive MVP.
A defensive MVP. This is so specific. If there was a defensive MVP for the wild card round, yes, I do believe it would be Dansby Swanson.
I love the idea of handing out 4 separate defensive MVPs for each wild card series. I think you have to. Yeah, who gets it in the Yankees Red Sox series?
I don't know.
Who
was the player who flipped over into the dugout? Making a catch. Who was that?
In the Yankees, Red Sox?
Red Sox series,
I know
McMahon, Ryan McMahon.
Yes. I was going to say third base.
There we go.
Yeah, so there you go. Ryan McMahon gets the AL wild card defensive MVP. And we're going to take a quick time out. We're going to go through the other 2 series. We'll mull that over, hand those out when we come back. We'll also go around the NFL here on Cap and J Hood as they do each and every day at this time. And Courtney Cronin's going to join us at 8:30 as well. The Bears are on bye, but the Bears talk is not. This is ESPN 1000.
Cap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Let's get out and celebrate college football right. Shane Norling and Tyler Aki are taking Chicago's college tailgate on the road. Tullamore Dew and ESPN Chicago invite you out for a live tailgate broadcast. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn on Racine and Lakeview tomorrow from 9 to 11 as the guys break down the day's events. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn tomorrow at 9. Presented by Tullamore Dew. Please enjoy responsibly.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
For the first time since 2020, a Chicago Cub had one of the 20 best-selling jerseys among MLB players. Pete Crow Armstrong finished the 2025 season at 16th on the list, according to the league. He's the first North Sider to crack the top 20 since Anthony Rizzo, Chris Bryant, and Javi Baez were all in the mix 5 years ago. No surprise that Shohei Ohtani topped the list. He became the 4th player ever to take that title in 3 straight seasons, joining his teammate Mookie Betts as well as Aaron Judge and Derek Jeter. Judge was 2nd this year, up from 3rd last season. Freddie Freeman and Betts were 3rd and 4th this year, with the Mets' Francisco Lindor rounding out the top 5. There was only one new name in the top 10 this year. That was former Red Sox and new San Francisco Giants slugger Rafael Devers. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
The holiday season is here, and businesses are hiring for all kinds of seasonal roles. From haunted corn maze staff to real bearded Santas, skilled, experienced workers are in high demand and hard to find. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, the best way to find the perfect match for your role is on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's matching technology works fast to find top talent. No wonder it's the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
$2 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. So if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Cap and Jay Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
Each and every day at this time, during the week around the NFL on Cap and J Hood. I'm Jeff Meller along with Dion Miller as we sit in for the guys. We've been talking a lot about the Cubs advancing to the NLDS to take on the Brewers. Of course, we're your home of the MLB playoffs right here on ESPN 1000. You can hear the Cubs game tomorrow at 1 o'clock. First pitch, 1:08 after Peggy and Dion. But right now, let's talk some football. Jack, let's go.
All right, so it is Friday, which means we give our picks for the week. Shay did not share with me the records.
I'm picking the Niners.
The regular show. I'm not sure he wanted to.
I got the
this
Niners.
week, but I don't know.
I got the Niners.
They actually did pretty well last week. That's a good pick. Interesting,
Thank
Jeff.
you. See, I know a thing or two about football, folks.
All right, let's start in London across the pond. Minnesota Vikings favored by 3.5 over the Cleveland Browns. Personally, I don't like a team that's struggling, that has a lot to figure out, having to spend their entire week in Europe trying to figure things out when a lot of these players probably just want to tour and see what's going on in London and Dublin and wherever they are. I'm going to take the Browns straight up in this one because I think they're going to go out. Their defense is going to contain Carson Wentz, and they'll win this football game.
He's backing Dylan Gabriel in his first NFL start in London.
Flacco's looked so bad.
That's
so
fair.
bad.
By the way, though, go ahead, D.
No, go ahead.
All right, here's my thing. All you degenerates out there who need to bet on this game, this is one where you need to know by now. All bets are off when you go to London. And by the way, how do you factor in the Vikings having the opportunity
been there for 2 weeks?
Yes, like they're not jet lagged.
No.
The Browns probably are going to be.
The Browns don't make this trip. The Browns don't make this trip. They don't make this trip.
You just said got there yesterday.
The Browns got there yesterday.
Yes.
What is that? What is
where's
that
the confidence
endorsing?
in them?
That they are jet lagged?
No, yes,
or that they should not be?
No, that they are jet lagged.
Okay.
Yes. No, I'm
and yet
agreeing
you're
with
taking
you
the
on that.
Browns.
I don't care, jet lag or not.
I'm a Browns fan, and I'm not taking the
Yeah.
Browns in this game.
I'm going to take the Vikings
The
just because
Vikings
of
in this one.
the London factor.
The London factor, the Dylan Gabriel factor.
The jet lag factor.
The jet lag factor. Their defense should show up, but the jet lag could affect them.
Yes. There's our picks.
That's
All right.
it.
There we go.
Get out of my face. with
Jay
that.
Moore?
Jay Moore, what do you
No
got
picks
for
from
us?
Jay Moore?
No.
He's like, London? Nah. He's like, even Jay Moore's like, get the hell out of here with this London 8:30 Vikings Browns. Get out of here.
Jeff, are you like me? Do you set I set my alarm. I don't wake up on Sundays. I set it for 8:20 when the game's starting at 8:30 to check my fantasy football lineup, and then I go back to bed for
Kudos
another
to
half
you
hour.
because a lot of people got burned by Jalen Warren last week, who people went to bed putting him in their lineup because Adam Schefter said that he was likely to play. And then they woke up at like 8:30, 8:45, and they were like, wait a minute, Jalen Warren's inactive? What? Kenneth Gainwell's on my bench, and they got burned. I don't have to because the good news is I have the fantasy football show every Sunday morning.
You do.
At 7 a.m. as when there is a Bears game at noon, which has seemed infrequent this
very
year.
infrequent so far.
But it's going to be happening a lot more frequently here. I get your NFL day started right here on ESPN 1000 with some fantasy football talk, and then usually leading into Black and Abdallah, and then, of course, D with Silvy and Waddle, and then, of course, the full Bears extravaganza. So I don't need to set my alarm because I'm already up, Jack.
Deonsters of the Midway doing okay, Dion?
We just won our first game in decisive fashion.
There you go.
So, but I did have to quickly get Roma Dunze out of my lineup when I remembered that he's on the bye this week. So I just had to adjust.
You didn't have to. You still have like a day and a half to make your roster adjustment.
But do you know how infrequently I look at that app?
No, because all I know is every time I see you, you're handing me your phone being like, hey, what should I do?
That's the first time I've opened up the app.
One of these years, she's going to let me help her draft her team and not be like, hey, manage the waiver for
That would
me.
save me a lot of stress
Yeah.
when it comes to my fantasy team.
All right, speed around because we got to get to Courtney Cronin coming up next. Houston Texans, Baltimore Ravens, Cooper Rush in for Lamar Jackson because he's out with that hamstring injury. Ravens getting 2.5 points in this game.
I'm taking the Texans.
I'm taking the Texans
I am
too. Lamar's too valuable. I don't know what they're going to do in that system. Let's go to our last game here. We will go to Philadelphia Eagles versus Denver Broncos. This one's in Philadelphia. Eagles favored by 3.5 points. Ridiculous to me. I don't know why they don't get more respect. They should be favored by much more in this game.
I would think they should be favored by much more.
Probably
in this
because they build up huge leads and then they don't complete passes in the second half and they let the Bucs back into games and then they're
The Bucs are a fourth quarter team. They're getting back into every game when they're trailing.
I would go ahead and take the Eagles. I'd lay the 3.5.
Same. Take the Eagles.
All right. You mentioned it, Courtney Cronin. The Bears are on bye, but again, the Bears talk is not. We'll talk with her next right here on Cap and J Hood.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. The Cubs beat the Padres and advance to the NLDS. Now they face the Brewers in a best-of-5. Game 1 is tomorrow, and you can hear it right here on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I know how tough it is dealing with lingering pain, whether it's your back, neck, or even headaches. You don't have to live with it anymore. Chiro One offers natural chiropractic care that can help you live pain-free without drugs or surgery. From everyday activities to getting back in the gym, or most importantly, playing with your kids, Chiro One has your back, literally. Visit ChiroOne.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including Andersonville, Evanston, and Vernon Hills. That's ChiroOne.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. hawkauto.com. Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for your watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN. 1 year free at Perplexity Pro and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Maybe you get an IU one if you're someone like Courtney Cronin, who's joining us here in a moment. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard. Max cash back varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Cap and J Hood are back. on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Keep your beak out of this.
Courtney Cronin, National Chicago Bears reporter for ESPN.
You have to temper expectations if you are a Bears fan, just given everything that this team had to kind of undo.
Breaking down the Bears and the latest NFL storylines.
Foles was given the flexibility and the freedom to take this thing down to the ground floor, down to the studs, to be able to build it back up.
Courtney Cronin with Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin is brought to you by Costa Ivoni. Injured? Call 708-4million for the people of Chicago, because they are Chicago. Costa Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers.
Jeff Meller, Deion Miller in for Cap and J Hood as Courtney Cronin joins us on the Yingling guest hotline. And Courtney, we're on a time crunch. I know you're getting set for First Take today, but before we get to the Bears, obviously you have rooted for the Cubs for a long time. Thoughts on them advancing?
Oh, my God. I was about to you-know-what last night in the ninth inning when he hits back-to-back batters. And, look, I know that Xander Bogaerts is irritated, and I want ABS too. But for once, for a call to go the Cubs' way, I'm okay with it. But this is playoff baseball at its finest. To see the bullpen come alive in 2 of these 3 games, I hope they have enough for this Milwaukee series at first pitch tomorrow. But I am so thrilled. It is so I was driving home the other day from Dallas on Tuesday, and that was obviously when they win Game 1. And there is something about this city when the Cubs are in the postseason and they win it, like a game in the postseason, no matter what it is, wild card round, NLDS, NLCS, World Series, whatever. It was electric. And I was just going to the grocery store the other day, and you could just sense on the north side people walking around in Cubs jerseys out late, and it is so cool. I'm really hopeful about the Milwaukee series. I know that they've been on a heater the back half of the season. I hope that the Cubs bullpen certainly doesn't become an Achilles heel here, but I hope they have enough starting pitching to get by. I really do.
Courtney, being at Wrigley last night, I felt that anxiety that fans feel, it's like that edginess. I felt it in the press box. I don't always feel that at football games. Why is it different? I was trying to figure out why it was so different.
Because you don't see playoff football here, Deion.
We don't. I think Miller's right, because at least with the Cubs, when they finally broke through in 16 and it showed you proof of concept that it can happen, I think that there's still that belief that is something that is attainable. It wasn't that long ago. I mean, 9 years ago is a long time in the sports landscape, but even though we have 2 teams in this city, and yes, there is only one NFL team, and it's the Bears, and everybody gets behind the Bears when they're good and when they have a glimmer of hope. There is just something different. It's this collective holding of the breath that you feel as a baseball fan to see if it's disappointment or if it's a sigh of relief and you're moving on to Game 1 of the division series. And I think also, Deion, so much of this was like what happened after the hot start of the season, after May became June, and then the flaws of this roster started to show itself, and Kyle Tucker and the injuries and PCA and having to fight through some second-year issues, which all players do. But to see it start out so great, to see it teeter, and then to see them get back into the postseason for the first time since COVID, and first time we've had games at Wrigley since 2018. Once you get a taste of that as a fan, you never want to go back to a long drought where it doesn't happen. So I tend to think it's that. And we know with this fan base, I mean, it's kind of like, I'm in New York right now. So I had both games. I had Thursday Night Football and I had Yankees Red Sox on. And you would have thought for a team that just got to the World Series last year, I'm well aware they lost, but watching that crowd last night, my God, you would have thought that they won the World Series by beating the Red Sox in Game 3 of the wild card round. It's just incredible. There's something I've always said this. Playoff baseball, I love the playoffs in hockey. It's awesome. I love the playoffs in the NFL, the NBA. I don't need 2 months of it. But there's something that is so special about October baseball. It gives me chills to think about. It is so cool that the team in our city is, at least for the next couple of days, going to be playing.
I love that we pull out the fandom of Courtney when I ask her about the Cubs because she just gets rolling there. All right, Courtney.
I do. I can't help it.
So
I can't help it.
I've derailed us.
You go in capital J journalist mode when we're talking
I know.
NFL and what happened last night, and we're talking about the Bears. But It is the thing that gets me nostalgic.
We're stealing your time from the Bears here. Let's get to the Bears. Forget Cliff's notes. Let's get Courtney's notes on the Bears here. What do we need to know as the Bears head into the bye week? Your takeaways from what you've observed here so far.
Yeah, I think Ben Johnson put it perfectly the other day when he said that Sunday's game was a mess. Yes, they did learn how to win. Like, I think that's it. You cannot overlook that. Like, you can play like crap for the majority of the game, yet still find a way to do just enough for Caleb Williams to lead them on that 69-yard drive, for DeAndre Swift to fight through after a rough up-and-down game for him on the ground. He got more involved in the passing game, which I thought was smart from Ben Johnson, but to show that they could do that it wasn't just going to be the same letdown of, hey, we started out poorly, we're going to finish poorly. That's good. I think that's a good place for them to be 4 games in. But there are a lot of issues still on this offense. And when Ben Johnson said, I thought we took a step back after 3 weeks of making some good progress, I think that there's a lot of truth to that. So the way that I look at it is they've got a bunch of questions that they have to answer. Number one, who was your left tackle? Because we got no clarity on that the last couple of days, and talking with Ben Johnson about, was Braxton Jones benched? Was it a situation where, like, how do you truly justify, oh, well, we wanted to get Ozzie Trapillo in the game? Well, what happens when Darnell Wright comes back? So the shuffle there, how do you fix this run defense? They're the worst in the NFL right now. How do you fix your own rushing offense? And when Caleb Williams does get in those moments where, he's 2 for 7 in the first quarter with the interception in Vegas, How can you get him off to? And he's had some pretty consistently faster starts. The first 2 games, they score in the opening possession. So it's not like it hasn't happened, but when those things do happen with the passing game, how can Ben work him out of a rut a little bit quicker to start getting him into more of a rhythm like we saw in the 3rd and 4th quarter in Vegas?
Sorry. I was just so listening to everything that you were saying. And then I was thinking about because I revisited the Hail Mary, because that's what they're facing when they come back. And to have them be on the opposite side of that, what do you think that can do for them, despite it being so ugly, just kind of giving them a little bit more confidence that they're even heading in the right direction?
Yeah, I think to be able to finish that game last week, and Caleb brought it up, where I think it was Pat Finley who asked him, did the Raiders game kind of, at least the slog element feel of it, did it kind of feel like Washington? And he said, yeah, just the back and forth, you're grinding it out, and we know how that finished in Washington. They flipped the script on themselves in week 4 against the Raiders to, a small detail like what Josh Blackwell saw on film to be able to block that field goal. And even before that, some of the plays that they made to finally capitalize on the turnovers of the defense. Can they, if they get in that situation again, whether it's Washington, whether it's somewhere else, but obviously Washington has this little asterisk next to it because of what it did to the season last year. We will see how much they've grown from that moment by how they handle that game. Do they come out with their hair on fire coming off of a bye week? Do they come out healthy? I know it's 5 weeks in, but they have some pretty significant injuries that they've been dealing with, and a couple good signs that Kyler Gordon's back at practice. Colston Loveland was back at practice. TJ Edwards was back at practice. We're monitoring Jonah Jackson. Because he wasn't out there the other day. Certainly Darnell Wright because of the elbow injury, but you have 13 games now. This is not ideal in terms of when it doesn't give you rest later on, but how you handle Washington to set the tone for the back end of your season is going to be critical for where this team can go the rest of the way.
All right, Courtney, go do
Thanks,
first
Courtney.
take.
Thank you, guys. See you soon.
Thank you, Courtney.
See you soon.
Courtney Cronin, as always, brought to you by Costa Ivoni. Injured in a crash or at work? Call Costa Ivoni, your local injury lawyers. They live here. They work here. They fight for their people. Costa Ivoni, call 708-4million. Jeff Meller, Deion Miller in for Cap and J Hood. When we come back, abbreviated version of the Friday folder right here on ESPN 1000.
Cap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
This is Courtney Cronin, talking with 2 of Chicago's top personal injury lawyers, Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni of Costa Iavoni.
See that? The name works. Keeping it simple.
Well, of course, it's your last names.
But the real point is that we can keep it simple because we are Chicagoans and our clients are Chicagoans. We know the city and we have a strong sense of the Chicagoland clients we represent.
And that puts them at ease right from the start.
Bingo. Bottom line, we get you, and we're here when you need us.
Costa Ivoni. Keep our number in your phone.
708-4million.
Lunch, dinner, and game day is easy with Lou Malnati's legendary pizza plus fresh salads, appetizers, pasta, and desserts. It's all there for you. Now back for football season, the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza, a limited-time deep dish drizzle with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now and cater your next watch party. Order on the Lou's app or at LouMalnati's.com. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
When you ante up your insurance premium each month, you believe that if you're ever in an accident, your insurance company will treat you fairly. But that's not a safe bet. In truth, casinos play by much fairer rules than your insurance company. And here's how. Imagine playing blackjack and making a $100 bet. When you win, the casino will immediately pay you $100. But now imagine winning, and instead of immediately giving you $100, the casino only offers you $50 and makes you wait years to collect it. If the terms were that unfair, no one would ever step foot in a casino. Unfortunately, that's what's happening to people every day who are injured in car accidents with uninsured drivers. You ante up your premiums in full and on time every month, but if you're a day late or a dollar short, your insurance company will drop you. And when the time comes for your insurance company to pay you, they will offer you pennies on the dollar and, even worse, string you along for years to collect it. Dealing with your own insurance company shouldn't be riskier than gambling in a casino. If you need a law firm who will put the odds in your favor, call the Verdoliak Law Group, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, with over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres. We are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers the Legend Red Bull Original and Rookie Red Bull Zero. Get 3 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store.
Chauncey here. Meet me at Darvin Furniture in Orland Park on October 11th. Show your love of the outdoors with Darvin's new Field and Stream collection. It's modern, lodge-style furniture in your home. See you at Darvin in Orland Park, October 11th from 11 to 1.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus their front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night.
Okay, Kirk.
I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy teams synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. That's USL. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Cap and Jay Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Because it's Friday.
It's time for the Friday Folder.
And you ain't got to do.
On the Cap and Jay Hood Show.
Oh, I got stuff to do, Dion. I know you do, too. It's a busy Friday.
This show has flown by.
It has. But there's...
And I'm still awake, which is great.
Yes, that is definitely... It is always a bonus when you have not put your co-host to sleep on the radio. That, my friends, is considered a successful show. She's Dion Miller. I'm Jeff Meller. We're in for Cap and J Hood, and it is the Friday Folder. Jack McGrath in for Shay Norling, who's coming up with Yurko. Yeah, in about 10 minutes from now.
All right, Friday Folder on Cap and J Hood is fueled by Lou Malnati, Chicago's legendary deep dish made from scratch with the perfect buttery crust. Skip the hassle, make it a Lou's night. Order now at LouMalnatis.com. And Dion, what's going on with Shedeur Sanders? I think he's proving people right. There was an interview that came out where it looked like he was miming to reporters his answers. He wasn't answering any questions about Dylan Gabriel starting, and that's kind of why he dropped in the draft, were those character concerns about whether or not he was really worth a first-round pick if you add in those kind of immature tendencies. And what happened here?
Well, I think he
wasn't
worth a first round
never,
or a third round.
Yeah, that's the nature of why he fell.
A fifth round pick.
That's why he fell so far.
Yes.
If he had the talents to be a first round pick, he would have been selected in the first round.
We would have seen it by now because, as you've pointed out, Joe Flacco was not good. There's a reason he still is not doing anything behind center in a game.
And there's also a reason why Dylan Gabriel is getting first crack at this.
Of course.
If Shedeur Sanders, if his talent level was anywhere near first round, he could have usurped Gabriel in preseason.
Yes, of course.
But that has not been the case.
That has not been the case. So I don't know. I mean, he's a different cat. That's all I'll tell you.
Changing subjects a little bit. Taylor Swift's new album.
Yes!
And people are reacting to it.
No, you don't say.
Yeah, Life of a Showgirl is out for the biggest pop star of this generation. And I've heard it's pretty good. Jay Moore, he's our music expert here. He has some big reviews for it.
Yeah, I previewed it. I'm going to listen to it again, but it's some really good songs in there.
Really?
I think the couple ones that stood out to me is Wood. I think you know what wood means, right? So, yeah, you know what that means. And there's one song called Cancel that's pretty good.
Okay.
So I definitely will listen to it again and live with it over the weekend and have a solid review after that. But those two songs stuck out so far.
As the mother of a tween Swiftie, I have a feeling I'm going to be living with that album all weekend as well. But I'm excited about it. I'm a Swiftie. I'm game for this.
She's really the Michael Jordan at what she does.
She puts on a masterclass of all of it. From like when she went on In the Heights to all the things. She is the best at what she does, yeah.
Are you disappointed that she apparently passed on the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Halftime show.
She doesn't need it, though.
I know she doesn't need it. I know she doesn't.
But I know a lot of people are very excited about Bad Bunny.
No doubt. Yes, yes.
Bad Bunny doesn't need it either. He's huge as well.
Yeah, that's true. Very huge. I want her to go back out on tour. That's how good that concert was. I would literally go tomorrow if someone said, hey, we have tickets tonight. I would rally from this deprived sleep state that I'm in to go see Taylor Swift again.
Do you think she ever does a Super Bowl halftime show? I imagine maybe Travis winds up in NFL media to some degree. And
I think the fact that it did not come together for this one probably makes it unlikely.
Right.
I think Jay-Z will do it before she does. Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, he's the head of it, so he's going to put himself first.
Yeah, I think if it was going to happen, it was going to happen this year, and I think they were trying to make it work, but
with an album and an engagement and all the things.
Yeah, and the potential 150th era show that could have concluded with the halftime show, but NFL didn't want to cave to her demands, and she's big enough where she doesn't need to cave to the NFL's demands.
She doesn't. She can do whatever she wants. Including, do you know what I saw? That some of the albums that were pre-ordered are arriving with a loaf of sourdough bread because of her affinity for baking sourdough bread.
Is the sourdough bread made by her?
No, I believe it's a partnership with Walmart. I mean, I quickly read the article, and I'm on about 3 hours of sleep. But that's what I read.
We were discussing this in the pre-show a little bit. Have you guys ever had listening parties before when an album drops? I think this is a thing of my generation. I don't know if you guys would have had this necessarily because you're from the age of CDs. Well, I'm just saying.
We are from the age of camping out outside of a Best Buy to buy the CD as soon as it's
Do you think? Yeah.
Aren't we?
Do you wait? Your listening party. So describe what a listening party is, Jack.
Well, I've never actually been to one.
Sure,
I just know
so there you
people
go.
who have been to some,
Mhm.
but I know it's when the album drops, y'all get together.
Yes.
And you just listen to the songs.
Yeah, I said that in college that's called getting high. You just sit around and you get a new album and
So
yeah.
let me be clear. I have never been to a listening party.
Wow.
Okay.
It's a thing. It's a
All
thing.
right.
Jay Moore caught that.
No, it's a big thing. I mean, especially with artists, though. They will come out
Yeah.
and they will sit with their fans and listen to the new album and whatever and get feedback and all that. But I've been to plenty of listening parties. Not Taylor Swift listening parties.
You need to get a group of Swifties together, Jay Moore. And
She said this.
I'm a music fan and I like to know what's going on.
Yeah,
a lot of people a few people that I know like engineered and produced on that album. So I like to listen to it for that as well as the context of the album and the music in general.
Yes.
Not necessarily a fan of Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Like, I'm
I
going
was
to a
gonna say,
concert. but
Jay Moore's the mix. He's
I just
the
like
true
music.
connoisseur.
You like music, so I mean, were there other T Swift albums that you felt this way about?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
I mean, I'm gonna say like from her catalog, I would say 7 out of the 12 albums I thought were pretty solid.
Yeah, I'm with you. I celebrate
Yeah.
her entire catalog, Jay Moore. I'm with you. I'm with you, brother.
Sure. There's a couple like Enchanted and the ones where she got a little more folk music
Yeah.
that were not my favorite, but
I think her transition from country
to
to
pop.
pop, that's when it all kind of like
Came together and she
Yeah.
became
Yeah.
massive superstar.
Yeah.
We haven't talked much about the football game yesterday, the NFL game yesterday.
The
Cubs kind of
Rams.
dominated the conversation. How about Mac Jones, Jeff? We were talking about this earlier. It looked like he was going to throw up on the sideline because he was so beat up.
Yeah, he got absolutely massacred at points, but he was able to rally the 49ers in overtime. They beat the Rams. Did you see the Kyron Williams was going in for what was potentially a game-winning touchdown?
gosh.
And he essentially got punched in the jaw and then fumbled because the defensive tackle for the Niners came with the punch at the 1-yard line. He came flying in with a punch, and it basically caught Kyron Williams in the jaw and then right into the... Only in football now have they morphed into boxing, where you're allowed with peanut punches to go out and just absolutely crush an opponent in the face. As long as you get part of the ball, it's all good. Everything else, you can't land on the quarterback with your body weight, but you can certainly punch the running back in the face, in the jaw, as long as you catch the ball in the process. All right, that's going to conclude this version of Friday Folder, but as always, we've got a cut of the day brought to you by Chicago Cuts.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever. It's not boring. Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut!
I got here in 2012. I believe that Ben Johnson
record
is
way
my
under 500.
sixth head coach since I've been here.
2012.
Lovey.
Lovey was here?
Lovey.
Okay,
Mhm.
Lovey, Tressman,
Tressman,
Fox,
Nagy, Eberflus,
and
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson.
In a dozen years, they've had 6 head coaches.
And how many GMs?
It was
Angelo still here?
no, it was
It was Phil Emery.
Phil Emery,
Ryan Pace.
Ryan Pace,
Ryan
Poles.
Poles.
Oh, I mean,
Just win, baby. Did you hear Dion's stomach
My
just now?
stomach's growling. Holy Lord. That was embarrassing. Did that go over the air?
Wow.
That's going on the soundboard.
Oh, gosh. That's so
A
embarrassing.
hungry Dion.
That's awesome.
And that's all, folks.
Is that going to be the cut every time I come here? It is, every time.
I'm just hungry right now.
Well, I mean, the earlier time slot, I think my stomach, and I ate a banana, so I'm good to go.
So no growling stomach over there from
No
Dion.
growling stomach for me today.
Any final thoughts as we conclude this edition of Captain
Well,
J. Hood?
I'm going to trademark champagne. Smells like winning. I'm going to trademark that.
And tastes like victory.
And tastes like victory, yeah.
I need my 2% for that.
Yeah, okay, we'll partner that later.
The problem with trademarking it now is you've already put it out
I
on the
know.
airwaves.
You're right. I should have done that.
I've already trademarked it.
Yeah, Jack's already ahead of
already.
you. He's going to take all that champagne money and have
I
champagne
would like
problems.
a shirt that says champagne smells like winning.
All right. I think we can get that done. We probably can get that done. All right.
That I do like.
That's going to do it for us, Deanna.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining me today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay Moore. Thank you, Jack McGrath.
Thanks, you guys.
Cap and Jay Hood will be back next week. But stick around. Shane Orling and Yurko are up for Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000.
I've got the best job, Carm.
Morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi. Even when we're careful, other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo. Morisi Longo and Associates. We're there.
The home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
we're
times. Well, it took a little time because we were looking for Dion's burner phone. She has 2 phones and she has a burner. So we were looking for that one, but Jeff Meller had it in his hand. So everything is accounted for and everything is great.
Why did Meller have her burner phone?
I don't know. But it's a joyous, joyous Friday. I'm happy. I know Shay is happy. And why is Shay happy?
Because it's a victory Friday, Yerk.
It's the best case scenario for you and I. You know that.
Yeah.
Best case scenario.
We're coming in after wins.
Detroit wins. The Cubs win.
We're both in good moods.
Nobody's going to be upset. Nobody's going to be angry.
Nothing. Do you know what we need today, I think?
I know what I need.
What do you need?
I'd like to have some pancakes and maybe some French toast.
We're thinking in the same direction.
Yeah.
We were thinking maybe victory sandwiches maybe in order today.
That's fine.
Victory sandwiches might be in order.
Beautiful.
I heard Dion saying she ate this morning. I didn't. So I am a little hungry, and I think victory sandwiches sound great for all involved.
Hell yeah.
I had a little guacamole.
What?
Yeah.
No wonder you were in the bathroom.
Guacamole. Yeah. Guacamole and chips.
Was that
morning
guac?
No. Well, I had it from yesterday. I got some carne asada.
You woke up and had guac and chips.
Huh?
Was the guac still green?
No. The guac was up in the refrigerator. I had some yesterday. I had a side guac with extra chips. So it was in the refrigerator. I got it out, and then you take that first layer out, and the rest is beautifully bright green. It's glorious.
That was your breakfast?
Yeah, with that and a tortilla.
That sounds, yeah.
I heated up the tortilla, and I put the tortilla in there and was eating. It was delicious.
I was told pre-show that you were fighting for your life, and now I understand why.
Yeah. Well, every once in a while. I'm a little gassy right now. My system is a little bit off, and I'm blaming Vegas. Blaming Vegas for my system, my current plumbing system being a little bit off. I'm going to have to do a purge.
That was 4 days ago, son.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
You can't keep blaming
I'm gonna
Vegas.
have to do it, but
That's all morning
It started Monday. It started Monday. So the minute I got back, it started that Monday. And I've been fighting something ever since, and I'm going to have to get rid of it. And I'm worried about having to do a public enema. You know what I'm saying?
Excuse me?
Yeah. You remember that great rap band?
I think that's Public Enemy.
Flavor Flav.
I believe it's Public Enemy.
There you go. But I'm going to have to do, I might have to go ahead and put just a jet wash up there.
Nobody needs to see your Public Enema.
Whoosh. And then
Are you going to do it with olive oil like Aaron Rodgers and Shaq?
No, I don't do
the
that.
olive oil
I don't do
enema?
the olive oil. No. I go to the local CVS or the Walgreens, get the Fleet enemas, fill it up with water, and then just whoosh. And then the return whoosh is a little bit different. Yeah.
I mean, audio medium, fellas.
Yeah.
He understands the assignment here.
Oh yeah, you gotta get it. You gotta get it over there, and then you hope the stench doesn't overtake you. That's all. I mean, these are real world problems, right, guys?
I'm suddenly less in the mood for victory sandwiches as we've detailed your public enema.
I'm glad he suggested victory sandwiches.
More sandwiches.
And with Shay here in the driver's seat, I think Shay should go ahead and hand over the old credit card, and let's go get some victory sandwiches.
Let's everybody relax.
To be fair, he did win over $1,000 in Vegas.
How do you know I haven't already given that back?
Hey, the only winner. I know you did. You got back here and you handed it over to wife.
Yeah,
and said it's
exactly.
been very successful.
I walked in the door and was told Mama needs a new pair of shoes.
Yeah, exactly. Mama needs more than a new pair of shoes, but she's going to take a new pair of shoes.
Yeah, quite literally too.
Yeah, and she probably took some of the. Not that she only took. She not only took all the proceeds. She may have taken a little bit of the original nest egg also. You know what the nest egg is, right?
Yeah.
That's your what you went there with.
Yeah, she dipped into the pocket along with the winnings.
I am not surprised.
It's the wife tax. You got to pay the wife tax.
Oh, man alive. Who do you ever? Wait till you say goodbye. Wait till you say goodbye. It really becomes a wife tax then.
You know what they say? It's cheaper to keep her.
Not true. Not true.
All right, I'll take it.
That's all I'm going to say.
You know.
And, I mean, depending upon what your situation is as you go into the finality of it, it's worth it. If you ever get into that scenario, I unfortunately found myself in that scenario 10 years later now, out of the abyss. All I'm going to tell you is that that's the way it ends up finally going, it's worth it.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
for mental health reasons, all types of different reasons. But yeah.
Frankly, it's a decision I'm hoping I never have to make.
I hope none of you guys have to make it.
You know what? I'm happy you're happy.
Cap had to make it one time. I had to make it. My man Carmencio had to make it. I mean, what are you going to do? It's the odds,
I tell you, if you were looking for Cubs talk when you tuned in this morning, you got treated to public enemas and divorce radio instead.
That's right. 312-332-3776. I don't know if I can even get specific. How joyous are you? How joyous are you that your teams have won? That your Detroit Tigers are in, my Chicago Cubs are in. How joyous are you?
I'm obviously happy, but let's focus on the team people here care about, which is the Cubs.
Right, I got you. But will Milwaukee even offer anything more than a speed bump to the train that the Chicago Cubs are on? That's what I want to find out.
Listen, I think you can be happy with your team advancing, and I don't think there's anything wrong with celebrating it, and it is a victory Friday. But I think a couple things are true here. You beat San Diego. You eliminated what might be the best weapon any team has in the entire playoffs, which is the San Diego bullpen. You made A.J. Preller look like a fool again because he blew up his entire farm, trading away Leo DeVries to get Mason Miller. And all it got them was an elimination in 3 games in the wild card series. So you get to celebrate today. But what I would say is as these series go on.
As they go on.
And as they get longer, and now you're in a best of 5 and hopefully eventually a best of 7, I do think you got to play better. There were opportunities yesterday to put up crooked numbers that the Cubs did not. They ran into a couple outs on the base paths. And yes, whether you believe it or not, they did get a little assist from the umpiring crew in the 9th inning.
Oh, I mean, what are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Next year, the system's in place, right?
I think the system should be in place.
Is the system
today.
in place next year?
Yeah, but I think it should be in place today. The umpiring in the wild card round was egregious.
But it's not. I saw a Instagram of like the top 10 most egregious strike calls from distance away from the actual strike. Starting at like 4.5 inches up until 8 inches. And it's the usual subject. Yeah, it's the usual. I don't know what that is. But it's the usual suspects. The umpires, Laz Diaz, he happened to be on it. I don't know if he's retired or still there. And others. Just horrendous strike and ball calls. But that's what happened. And then everybody kept going at the end to put the earphones on, put the earphones on for every play that was happening out there. I thought there was a limit on that kind of chicanery.
Well, if you win your first 2, you get a third.
Okay.
It's sort of similar to the NFL challenge. But the Cubs tried it twice, lost both. And then they got the call against them overturned when Pete Grill Armstrong stole second base. I thought blocking the bag the way he did, and I thought Pete's hand got in. I was surprised they overturned it, but they did.
I can tell you this, not enough camera angles. Because if that's the only camera angle we were given,
I agree.
And there was no other camera angle from anywhere, well, what the hell are we doing?
But what are you going to get skyline cameras directly over the base on all of them?
So for an NFL contest, you get 6 cameras for your Gumby game. For your terrible game, you get 6 cameras. That's the minimum in the NFL that you can have is 6 cameras. So CBS, Fox, NBC, ABC, ESPN, all of them have to have at least 6 cameras. When you get to the Super Bowl or you get to the playoffs, well, they up that till 12 to 14 cameras. And then when you get to the Super Bowl, it's 20-some-odd cameras. They got every angle covered. So the point is we're in the playoffs. You would think you'd have a couple different camera angles for the base pads, or at least something that is dedicated to each individual base. And they don't. Either way, I couldn't see one way or the other. They called him out. There was nothing that was there that would overturn it. There was nothing there. There was no visual evidence that would say that he was safe. I didn't see it from the one angle that they kept showing me over and over and over. Said, I can't see the left hand. I can't see the left hand. Could you please focus on something else? No.
But isn't it inconclusive the call should stand? And they called him safe on the field. And then they overturned it, said he was out, which I thought was interesting with the black bag. But regardless.
What was the one at home plate? That was a quick one.
Yeah, that was another one that was inconclusive. I was on my way to Downers Grove last night, 3 Corners Grill and Tap for a Bud Light Windy City Takeover event. It was fantastic. So I was listening to that on the radio. And from my understanding of that play, I believe it was Nico Horner going home on a contact play.
Yeah.
There was a world where he was probably safe, but they were never going to be able to overturn it at the plate. And there just wasn't enough evidence.
Yeah.
So they stuck with the call on the field, which was out. My point remains, or at least my opinion on it remains, the Cubs have to play better if they're going to beat the Brewers. You can't leave opportunity on the base paths the way that they did. It felt like somewhat often in this series. Your bullpen was spectacular. Dansby Swanson bailed you out more than once. He was the MVP of the series to me. He won this with his glove. And that's what it takes in a best of 5 or a best of 3. All you got to do is win 2 out of 3. And you eliminated the best bullpen you will see for the remainder of the playoffs, bar none, period, end of story. So you can feel really good about it. But they have to play better in the NLDS if they hope to advance to the NLCS.
Of course they will. Of course they will.
They will or they have
well.
to?
They pitched well.
The bullpen was spectacular.
But they give up 3 runs, 1 run.
I know you don't have Joan Duran, but there's a chance. The guy at Phillies got at the trade deadline, Yerk. Okay, Joan Duran from Minnesota.
You're talking names. Listen, you're going to need to explain some things to me.
Did he not come in here and tell me he had endless baseball thoughts, endless baseball opinion?
I thought Joel Damon was a golfer. I didn't think
Joan Duran.
Yeah, Joan. It's like a boy named Sue. What's going on? Who's Joan?
I don't think you can.
What the hell is going on? No, I could say a boy named Sue. That's a song by the great Johnny Cash.
It's Joan Duran.
What are you talking about?
Joan Duran, the closer for the Philadelphia Phillies. They traded for him at the deadline.
I can say what I want, young man. You've got to know that. Don't get uncomfortable around me. We're just starting. We're just getting started.
I'm not uncomfortable.
I've never met a boy named Joan. That'd be my first one. Ever.
Well, now you have.
Well, thank you.
You might in the NLCS if the Phillies move on and the Cubs move on. But the point I'm making, there's an argument to be made that the Cubs have the best bullpen remaining in the playoffs.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, during the regular season, they were ranked 5th, I believe, and I think San Diego, with all that crew, once they came in, they were second.
They were elite. It was
so, yeah, I mean, okay, that's great, but we got to hit the ball. You got to score runs to win. You saw what Game 2 looked like when you don't score any runs. It doesn't matter what you do everywhere else. If you can't score runs, hopefully PCA is back. And it looked like he did, like he made a small adjustment. Yeah.
Yeah, they talked about his change to his stance a little bit.
Little video.
Changing up the swing a little bit. Yeah. It feels like he might be starting to heat up. It feels like Kyle Tucker might be starting to heat up. I think that's what you need going into this series. And it's why I feel the way I feel about it, which is Cubs in 4.
Cubs in 4.
Cubs in 4.
I'm going to take the Cubs in 5. I'd like to have each and every one of those games in this division.
Nope. Cubs in 4. Cubs in 4.
I've got Cubs in 5. I need every one of the games. Then I got Cubs in 7 and Cubs in 7. Now, if you see my theme that I have, that would be the maximum amount of games that the Cubs would be able to play. I think that would be
great teammate.
Good. I think that would be great for all parties involved.
What a spectacular teammate.
Not only that, I think it would get you at the edge of your seat. It would provide enough ecstasy and angst, which in a proper balance really kind of helps take you to a different level. So that's what I'm hoping for. And I just think the Cubs can win. Now, Monday, I didn't care about baseball. Today, I care a little bit about baseball. Why? Because the Cubs won. So you want to call me a, what is that?
Fair weather fan?
Yes, a fair weather fan. What is it when you jump on the bus? You know, the
a bandwagoner?
Boom, bandwagoner. Yes, guilty as charged. I have no problems taking it. Okay?
Yeah, but who cares? Like, if you jump...
I agree.
When your team is good, you are allowed to root for your team. I've never understood that.
This has happened in 3 days. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but...
I watched more baseball in the last 3 days than I did the last 6 months. Okay? I'm being as frank and as honest with you as I possibly can.
Sure.
The game of baseball is boring.
Oh, I don't agree.
But now that we're in the playoffs, it's a little bit nicer. And the speed of the game is so much funner, too, now. I love it.
More fun, I believe.
Yeah. Now, I've watched highlights. Highlights different, though. It's not like you sit, you make the commitment, you watch the game, you know, you live and die, you sit, you know, the home. That's different. I've watched 3 complete baseball games now. You know what I'm saying? So
it's a different
that's
deal.
Different than just watching the highlights and seeing who's doing what, when, where, why, and how. So.
All right. Here's the deal. I'm going Cubs in 4. I really believe it. I can lay it out a little bit next. Jurgen and I will talk about it. He's going Cubs in 5 because he's a great teammate.
Yeah.
312-332-3776. Where are you at with your baseball team? Winning a wild card series, eliminating the Padres, and now taking on your division rival in an NLDS. Best of 5 series. I'm saying Cubs in 4. Shane Orling with Yerk in for Carmen today on Carmen and Yurko.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, Abdallah, guess what? College football, it's like week 6. The football season's just rolling. And there's nothing like kicking off game day with an ice-cold Yuengling, crisp, classic, and always refreshing. Whether you're at the stadium under the lights or gathered with friends for game day, Yuengling is the perfect companion for every college football fan. And right now, Flight by Yuengling is a proud partner of Fighting Illini Athletics. You can't spell Yuengling without ILL, Chris. It makes sense. America's oldest brewery, Yuengling, is all about tradition, and Illini football in Champaign is one of the best traditions around. So raise your glass, celebrate every touchdown, and enjoy the taste of game day all season long. Celebrate college football, good company, and Yuengling. DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Chicago, when you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Hey guys, it's Yurko. If you're worried at all about having the income you need for retirement, then reach out to my guy Mitch Lyons at Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch Lyons Wealth will provide you with your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth. Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
First pitch swinging from in the center. Pete Armstrong on a 3-hit day. Makes the catch. The Chicago Cubs are going to head up 94.
There you go. Cubs win it yesterday, eliminating the Padres. Shane Orling, by the way, in for Carmen today with the good kid. What's up?
Johnny Handsome. Self-titled, of course, Jay. I don't mean to interrupt you.
I know. Thank you. I think it's Cubs in 4, Yerk. I think they go up 94 to Milwaukee. Best of 5 series. They take this one in 4.
So they get 1 or 2.
That's
Is
the
that
job.
What you're saying? 1 or 2, take both?
The job is you split on the road and you take both at home and you move on.
So it's 2-2-1, right?
Yeah.
2-2-1. So you win one up there, you win both here, and it's an over deal. That's what you're calling.
Correct.
You don't want to go back to Milwaukee is what you're telling me.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't, I don't know what Cade Horton's full availability is going to be like, but there is really not a pitcher in this rotation that I just blindly trust in a do-or-die Game 5 situation.
Yeah, I got you.
Like the Tigers at least have Tarek Skubal if they go 5 with Seattle. They can go Skubal Game 2, Skubal Game 5. I don't think the Cubs have a guy like that, dependent on what Cade Horton's availability is. But the flip side of it, do the Brewers have a guy I trust in that Game 5 situation? Because I was told last Tuesday we were going to get word on Brandon Woodruff, and here's the audio out of Milwaukee on Brandon Woodruff's injury. Been waiting all week.
Nothing, huh?
Nothing. Radio silence.
Boy.
From up 94.
So where do they have him currently? What's his status up there?
They put him on the 15-day IL with a lat strain. It just popped up late in the season. A lot of people thought it was one of those phantom injuries that teams will do to sideline you for a couple weeks and get you extra rest going into the playoffs. We were told by Pat Murphy that they were awaiting news and they would have the update on Brandon Woodruff on September 30th. It's now October 3rd, and we have no update on Woodruff. I tend to lean no news is bad news in this situation. He's probably out for the playoffs.
Yeah, I can see the headlines up in Milwaukee. Woodruff reserve. Where's he at? A little playoff of
Thank you.
Woodford Reserve. Huh?
Thank you. That was
that's
well done.
That's a headline up there.
I think that's
I'm doing something special today.
Look at Chris. Chris is so satisfied.
You're firing on all cylinders this morning, man. How about that?
It's the coffee.
The large Dunkin' he walked in
I
here
think
with.
that deserves a sandwich.
You're
That
almost.
deserves a victory sandwich.
Let's get going here. Order some Jimmy John's, boys.
Did
What
you
are we
get
talking
into the
about?
Dr. Peppers again in the studio? Because
Not yet.
last time you were
Not
firing
yet. I
off
think
the.
that thing's empty over there right now.
Well, that one is,
That's
but
just
I
a
believe there
package.
are Dr. Peppers. Are there still some energy drinks back there, too?
Yeah, I think so.
I may dabble at some
Woodruff
point.
Reserve. I think that is great. I mean, I bet you they've utilized that before up in Milwaukee. I'm not shocked.
But it is going to be Woodruff Reserve because he might not be on the roster when the playoff roster for the Division Series
and
is released.
that doesn't bother me. That doesn't bother me.
No, of course not. You shouldn't apologize for that.
Never, never, never. If they're shorthanded, too bad for them. I don't care. You got to go up there and kick a little bit of ass.
Yeah.
What was the season series like? That's what I went to look at a little bit earlier.
I don't know the
Cubs.
exact number, but I know
they had
that the
5-game
Brewers
stretch. We were 3-2 against them. Then we had a rain out earlier in the year.
The Cubs took 3 out of the last 5 because they had a
Correct.
5-game series.
Yes.
And it was the first 3 in the first 4 games. They took 3. Cubs in 4. You just extend the math. Cubs in 4.
He's extending it. I love it.
I think you do get Cade Horton back at some point in this series. At least it feels that way. Maybe not, but the hope is that you do. On the Milwaukee side, I don't want to read too much into it. I'm not like trying to break news that Woodruff's out. But when you tell me on September 30th we're going to have an update, and now I'm sitting here on October 3rd and it's radio silence about the player, looks like, feels like he's done for the playoffs. I think that's advantage Cubs. So you go up 94 to Milwaukee, split the 2 games there, come back home and win it in front of your fans. Cubs in 4.
I mean, that'd be great. I like the way that plays out. I got here Milwaukee, August 13th. We're there, August 19th. Cubs win, loss. So in August, they were 3-1 in a 4-game set. Then they came back and played them a little bit later, I believe. They had a rain out there.
There was the 5-game set in mid-August.
Yeah.
And it kind of settled the division for Milwaukee.
Yeah.
If it hadn't been already settled at that
There
point.
it is. 3 and 5.
Cubs,
they played 2 on the same day. I
Cubs
got
took
it.
3 out of 5.
Yeah, but it's 3 and 2. That's what they ended up going. Now I got to look at the first half because I remember when they came to town in the first half. I just want to know what the overall what my satiation is overall with Milwaukee. We went 2-1 against Milwaukee on May 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Won the first 2, lost the last one 4-0.
Cubs won the regular season series 7-6.
Yeah, I like it. And then there it is, a win and a loss. Boom, I love it. I love it. You know what that means? Good times. The one team Milwaukee had problems with is the Chicago Cubs. They had problems with the Cubs. That's what I see now visually. I've taken a look at it.
Yeah, and
that's
I think
what we have.
You are catching them at a bad health spot. I don't think they wanted to see you. I do somewhat wish that Major League Baseball would go back to the way it used to be, where you couldn't have these divisional matchups in the division series. You used to have to wait until the LCS
to match up
play a
against
team
that.
from your own division.
Yeah.
But this is the nature of it. The Yankees are going through it. They eliminate the Red Sox, and waiting for them is a team that won their division, Toronto Blue Jays.
Well, I mean, what's the word on Ben Brown?
I mean, really.
Oh, I'm just asking. I mean, if they're losing Woodruff, I'm asking you what's the word on our guy? You know? Is he coming back for this series?
Is he going to be
coming back
even
for
if
this series?
Is he going to be on the roster?
I don't think so. But my point is,
if I need to
they
see
got a
Ben
guy
Brown,
out-
that's mop-up work.
Listen, if they got a guy that's out, we got a guy that's out. No,
Yeah.
who's our guy? Cade Horton.
Cade
Is he
Horton,
coming back?
correct.
I'm not worried about
That's
Ben
the
Brown.
that's the one I'm waiting
Cade
on.
Horton. Thank you.
Cade Horton's the one I'm waiting on.
Well,
and I think if
he's
you have
gone, if he's gone and the other guy's gone, then we're even.
It's probably a wash. But I tell
Let's
you,
go to war.
I'll take the performances that you got out of Matthew Boyd and the performance you got out of Jameson Tyone last night.
Well, I predicted the Tyone performance.
And frankly,
I don't know if you heard that on the show here with Carmen. I said I got no problem in the big veteran.
I don't either.
I got zero problems with the big veteran. And I think they got him out at the right time yesterday.
And it just, I don't trust the Brewers in a postseason environment. I heard Carmen talking about it yesterday. These teams that don't spend money and that rely on overperformance from mediocre career players typically don't have staying power when you get to this part of the year because they just don't have stars. The Cubs on the flip side do. And yesterday we saw Kyle Tucker produce a little bit. We saw PCA at 3 for 4 night really produce. If your stars are heating up at the right moment, hey, Cubs in 4.
I'll take it. I'm not going to argue with you. I agree.
So you're on board.
One, they come back and win 2.
You're on board
if
the Cubs in 4 train.
I'm on the Cubs in 5 train, but I've got no problem. I'm not going to argue with you if they take it a game early.
I don't think you want this to go to 5. I would be a little nervous going back on the road to Milwaukee.
Not me.
In a game 5
once threw a no-hitter up in Milwaukee. You know that?
Yeah, of course I know that.
Yeah, it was a home game.
And it was against Houston.
Hey, he still threw a no-hitter up there.
Against
what I'm
the
saying
Brewers.
is they got good mojo and they got a good feeling whenever they go to Milwaukee, no matter what it is. So I don't have a problem if the 5th game has to get played and it's in Milwaukee. Confidence is high in the Yurkovich camp that the Cubs are going to find a way to get through. But I'm not against your 4. If they get it done in 4, good for us. I'm happy. But they've got to win one of those first 2 up there.
That's the job.
It's imperative.
It's always
imperative.
the job.
Yeah.
And I'm also glad that they've gone back to this. I know it was like a few years ago, and it was a little blip. But when they changed it so that the division series was the home field advantage reserved the final 3 games for the home field team, so it was 2-3 with the worst team getting the first 2 games.
Right.
That was ridiculous.
You didn't like that?
No, it was horrible.
The 2-2-1 is better.
2-2-1 is better.
Yeah.
Because you actually assign home field properly. The 2-3, if you lose the first 2, you're dead. Then you got to win 3 straight at home. You've removed your home field advantage. So I'm glad it's the old format, but I still, even with the Cubs going on the road, this is a team they have given problems. They've given fits to Milwaukee most of the season. They took the 5-game set in August, which you don't typically see in the regular season. So for me, and you're Cubs in 5, I'm Cubs in 4. But who gives a rip what we think? 312-332-3776. Where are you at with your baseball team as a Cubs fan? Going into the NLDS against the Brewers, how confident are you that they get this done? Chase on the south side starts us up. What's up, Chase?
Hey, guys, what's going on? Happy Cubs Victory Friday.
That's right. Thanks, Chase. What's going on?
Yeah. Hey, congratulations, Shady Tigers, too, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I ain't gonna lie. I'm very relieved, more so than happy they won that game. Shay, I agree with you. The Cubs left a lot of runs on that board. That game should not have been as close as it was. I'm going to tell you, look, regardless of the Padres bullpen, that Padres team stink. I mean, they suck. I'm sorry. Outside 3 guys on that lineup worry me. Other than that team was stuck. And that game should not have been as close as it was. The Cubs should have scored at least 6-7 runs in that game. So, they got bailed out by some bad umpiring. But they need to the guys need to come up better in the clutch, though, as far as hitting. The hitter got to be better. And the manager, too. I thought Counsell almost, he made a big mistake, I thought, leaving Keller in the game. I thought he should have took him out in that 9th inning. I think once he hit those 2 batters, that's when he should have took him out. I feel like that's when
he did take
the
him
game could have got away.
But, Chase, he did take him out. They went to Kittredge.
No. I'm talking about after he gave up that home run. He was clearly out of gas.
I see what you're saying.
The game with that.
Yeah, I'm not going to nitpick Counsell. I thought for the most part he was great yesterday, and credit Mike Cousins on our broadcast said it. Every button that he's pushed has worked. I thought yesterday was one of the best performances you've gotten from the manager in this stretch. And it just feels like this bullpen right now is firing on every cylinder. They'll find ways to get outs. They'll find ways to limit runs. They were perfect in game 1. Yesterday, you had the one blip. It was the 9th inning home run from Keller, who maybe had been overextended, but then Kittredge comes in and shuts the lights off. So did the umpires help you out a little bit with Bogarts? Yeah, absolutely. But that's going to happen in a playoff series.
You think that was a low strike?
Yeah, you do. And it was at his shin. That ball was basically in the dirt.
Was he on base there? Was that a 3-ball count?
Yeah, it was a full count.
Yes.
That ball was basically in the dirt, and they rung him up on it. Which is why I also said, what is stopping baseball from just bringing the automatic balls and strikes replay now? Just instill it now. What's stopping them?
Well, you got to wait for a full season of it.
No, you don't.
Just implement it in the playoffs.
They put it into the All-Star game. Just do it.
Just to slowly introduce it to everybody. That's why they did it in the All-Star game.
I tell you, tinfoil hat, Shay, would tell you They are intentionally having umpires miss horrible calls. I saw some of the worst balls and strikes misses I've seen all season in wild card series where the outcome is the most important. And I'm like, I wonder if they're just having these guys really screw it up so that everybody's ready to embrace the ABS system. But I can't figure out why can't you just use it now? Why didn't they just install it for the playoffs?
It's not there. And I won't lament the fact that it's not there.
They make enough money they could have put the cameras in. It's not there because
the announcement has been made on when it's coming. It's coming when it's coming. And that's next year.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, good.
312-332-3776. Chris is cracking up. Where are you at with your baseball team? We'll take more of your phone calls. Also going to have to get Yurk's keys to the bye week. Very excited for that. A lot left to do on Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Let's get out and celebrate college football right. Shane Norling and Tyler Aki are taking Chicago's college tailgate on the road. Tullamore Dew and ESPN Chicago invite you out for a live tailgate broadcast. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn on Racine and Lakeview tomorrow from 9 to 11 as the guys break down the day's events. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn tomorrow at 9. Presented by Tullamore Dew. Please enjoy responsibly.
Bud Light and ESPN Chicago are taking the Waddle and Silvy show to the Chicago-Cincinnati game November 2nd. You could win a spot on this trip. Hey, this is Shane Orling, and listen up. You've got 2 more chances to win. Homer Glen, we're coming out to Pelican Harry Sunday afternoon, 3 to 5. In Shorewood, Sylvie will join us for the final night of this promotion. Come to Papa Magoo's Bar and Grill and watch Monday Night Football from 7 to 9. The best football tosser at each stop wins a Bud Light prize pack and is a finalist for the trip to Waddle's hometown. Join me, Shane Orling, at Pelican Harry's in Homer Glen Sunday afternoon from 3 to 5. And Monday in Shorewood, Sylvie will join us for the final night of this promotion. For complete details, go to ESPNChicagoContests.com. Brought to you by Bud Light. Please drink responsibly.
It's football season, Chicago, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza is cut into squares with crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings piled high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. The corner booth delivers flavor that satisfies the soul. So huddle up, grab a pie, and taste the original Chicago pub-style pizza.
From smoke and carbon monoxide detectors to fire extinguishers and more, Kidde Home Safety products keep your family protected in case of emergencies. Did you know that your detectors need to be replaced every 5 to 10 years? Kidde detectors feature enhanced sensing technology that reduces false alarms and fast alerts for more time to get out safely. Visit us in-store or on Menards.com and shop our great selection of Kidde safety products.
Save big money at Menards.
Captain J. Hood here with Howard Ankian. Howard, it's really nice to work with a law firm who's there for you and has your back when you're injured.
That's right, Hoodie. With Howard, it's personal.
Thanks, guys. And well, after all, Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
Auto, truck, rideshare, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Injury law made personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Captain J. Hood Show, weekday mornings
on ESPN Chicago.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers the Legend Red Bull Original and Rookie Red Bull Zero. Get 3 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Carmen and Yurko, Shane Orling in for Carm today. Carm's in New Orleans this weekend?
Somebody turned 50. Somebody turned 50 and he's down there for the party.
What a couple of weekends. Vegas to New Orleans.
Yeah, must be nice.
Cap going Vegas to Vegas.
Yeah, double dip Vegas. Going to see the Eagles, huh?
Yeah.
Good for him.
Very excited at the Sphere.
Favorite Eagles song?
Take It Easy.
Seven Bridges Road.
That's a good one.
Yeah, for me.
I think most people would say Hotel California, but it feels like a cop-out.
Most people would. But that's why I don't go with what most people say. I go with the song that I like.
Same.
Seven Bridges Road.
All right, recapping Cubs win yesterday, eliminate the Padres, Game 3 of the Wild Card Series. Yerk and I both feel like you're winning this series against Milwaukee. Whether it's in 5 games, whether it's in 4 games, whether you're blessed enough that it happens in 3, Yerk and I both feel like you are winning this series against Milwaukee.
We'll see what kind of ass kicking goes on in Milwaukee and whose ass is getting kicked. I mean, I feel good about what the Chicago Cubs are bringing to the table, period. I like the lineup, 1 through 9. They had 13 hits yesterday. They ran themselves out of a couple innings, ran themselves into a couple outs yesterday. Didn't matter. They won the game. None of it matters when you win the game. I think they got a little confidence going. They're going up there to play Milwaukee. The Milwaukee is not an intimidating city by any stretch of the world, you know?
It's Wrigley North.
Yeah.
I mean, you might be playing 50-50 games.
You never know. You never know up there. So, yeah, I like the Cubs' chances in this one. We'll see what they do. They got 2 days to get something done. We'll see if they do it.
But who gives a damn what we think if the Cubs are going to win the series or not? I'm interested in where you're at with your baseball team. 312-332-3776. Let's go to Sean. Sean's in McHenry. What's up, Sean?
How do you guys feel about Cronenworth blocking second base when PCA was sliding in? I mean, even the announcer said PCA clearly stole that base, and he blocked him. The reason he came off the bag is because his leg was there.
Yeah, I didn't like it. I was surprised that got overturned because of how blatantly the bag was being blocked, and it was before he got the ball. Like, you're allowed to do it once you possess the baseball or once you're in the act of possessing the baseball. But I felt like he was blocking it the whole way well before the ball got there. I thought he should have been safe. I couldn't believe they overturned it.
Everybody's up in arms over the low call on Bogarts, but do you think that was retribution for the blocking of the plate on the previous half inning?
No, I don't think there's any retribution. I think the umpire missed it. That's all.
And honestly, it's just if the umpires are going to have a bad day or if New York's going to have a bad day in the replay center, it's the same thing we talk about with the players' regression to the mean. Stuff comes back to you. You're going to get screwed on a couple calls, then they're going to get screwed on a couple calls. And unfortunately, in the playoffs, those moments get magnified. And boy, did you see the clip of the Padres in the dugout after the game?
Yeah, going after the umpires.
I thought it was going to be a fist fight. That'll be a fine.
It looked like there was a little bit of contact.
And frankly, look, I'm not apologizing for winning or how you won, but they have every right to be furious with that umpiring crew, especially Xander Bogaerts. They tried to screw him in Game 1 on an outrageous pitch clock violation, where I believe it was Keller stepped off the mound and then re-engaged with the mound, and they called a pitch clock violation on Bogaerts.
Yeah, then they adjusted, and they just said they gave him a timeout.
It was outrageous.
Yeah.
But they ended up changing it back to batter loses his timeout. And then last night, that full count strikeout call was one of the worst calls I've seen all weekend. It was totally egregious. And I was surprised Mike Schilt didn't stay on the field and get his money's worth. I thought he'd get ejected. And I thought he should have. But he turned around pretty quickly. Just gave him a couple words and went back to the dugout.
I think he got his point across. He got his point across. Getting ejected at that point, at the most important time for his baseball team, the final inning. I mean, there's no reason, to get booted out after that. You want to make your point. You want to say it. And then they made their point again when the game was over. So I'm happy he said what he wanted. He got his objection in. He strenuously objected, and that's fine. And I'm glad the umpire, smartly enough, maybe he missed it, and he just said, okay, I'm going to get a little stuff here, and I probably deserve it. So I'll listen to a little bit of it. But when he engaged and then disengaged, then it's fine. Then you're all right.
Jimmy and Stager, what's going on, Jimmy?
Good morning, guys. Happy Friday. I did have one concern in that ball game yesterday. Now, don't get me wrong. I love Matt Shaw. We all do. For a rookie, he's done okay. But in that second inning where the Cubs could have blew that game open, he went up swinging against a reliever, knowing the pressure's on them, swinging at the first 3 pitches. No, you take a pitch, guys. In that situation, why didn't anybody tell him, Shawzy, take a pitch, make the guy throw a strike. We got Bush on right after you. I thought that could have been a boo-boo, guys. Let me hear your comment.
Yeah, I think they got to play better against Milwaukee, and I think they will. They got to cash in on those opportunities. You chase Darvish in the second inning, and you aren't able to get more than 2 runs across. That felt like a moment where you could have ended the game.
You chased him. You already had one across. So you chased him with the bases bagged, and you only put another one across. So, yes, you got one. After you got Darvish out of the game, you only had 1 run with the bases bagged, which added up to 2 because they already had 1 across the board. Yeah.
Yeah, but it felt like throughout the game there were moments where there was opportunity to blow it open and just put an end to it, and they never took advantage of that moment. Against Milwaukee, I think you're going to have to. I don't know that Milwaukee's going to let you off the hook the way that San Diego did offensively, but I think also, like, Milwaukee might also be offensively challenged. There's not a lot of slug in their lineup.
Yeah.
There's not a lot that you have to fear.
Best thing I saw from the Cubs was the 13 hits. Guys starting to drive the ball. Ian Happ drove a ball in the left field yesterday. Crow Armstrong drove the ball. So I think the contact that you saw yesterday was positive contact, and it was coming from a number of different directions. So that's what I'm happy about. Guys are maybe getting it and figuring it out a little bit, and maybe whatever butterflies in or what nervousness or whatever they had going into this is gone, and here we go. Here we go. You needed these 3 games. You won. You got through it. And now it's party time.
Yeah, and you'll never apologize for a win, no matter how it happens in the playoffs. The most important thing is you survive and you advance. And I thought yesterday, seeing Michael Busch drive the ball the way he did, he's been great in this series. But 3 for 4 yesterday with the home run that really made you feel confident that it was over. Nico had the nice double. They weren't able to pay it off. Failed on the contact play. But Kyle Tucker coming through, 2 for 4. Pete Crow, 3 for 4. It's the guys you need to hit the baseball. And I think also you look at this, and I wanted to get mad at Jed Hoyer's deadline. I'm still somebody who feels like he could have done more than he did at the deadline. But the team that did the most was the team you just eliminated. And the reality is, if you got Eugenio Suarez or you got pick your bat that you wanted to go acquire in July, if Kyle Tucker and Pete Crow Armstrong and Seiya Suzuki weren't going to hit, it wasn't going to matter anyway. So the fact that Seiya continues to hit, the fact that PCA's hitting again, the fact that Kyle Tucker hit yesterday, if that continues, well, then this might not end until early November.
Which is what you want, which is what we're looking for. Yes, guys need to perform. Guys need to execute on all sides, hitters, pitchers, everything. And you've got to do just enough to win the game. Yeah, you don't have to be, oh, my God, impressive. You've got to do just enough to win the game. And then you've got to do it over and over again. Welcome to baseball.
There should be a satisfaction in watching. I saw the clip on social media. I don't know how many people have seen it, but A.J. Preller, the Padres GM, who just sold their farm for an all-in year this year with the bullpen arms that he acquired, walking around the outfield at Wrigley Field on the phone for hours after the game. Probably begging that team to spend some more money this offseason.
Possibly.
Would be my guess. The end of Moneyball. You got to give me more.
I got to see it. I got to see where they're at in the spot rack to find out exactly where they're at.
Well, they got so much money sunk on Xander Bogaerts. That's a terrible contract. But I feel like that was the end of Moneyball. You got to give me more. I want to win. You got to give me more. 312-332-3776. Where are you at with your baseball team as they take on the Brewers now in the NLDS starting tomorrow? You will hear that broadcast right here on ESPN 1000, 2 o'clock after Peggy and Dion, after, I believe, a White Sox Weekly. I'll double-check that. But where are you at with it? 312-332-3776. Get more of your phone calls next. We also got to do the Brunch Rush coming up next hour at 10 o'clock. Yurko's Keys to the Bye later in the show as well. A lot left to do on Carmen and Yurko.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Cubs win, baby! The Chicago Cubs have advanced to the National League Division Series with a 3-1 victory over the San Diego Padres in the decisive Game 3 of their wild card series against the Padres at Wrigley Field. I'm David Kaplan. Cubs scored twice in the second inning, a bases-loaded walk and a Pete Crow-Armstrong run-scoring single. A Michael Busch solo home run made it 3-0. And then nail-biting time in the ninth with one out. Brad Keller hit two men. Craig Counsell, very astute managing, goes and gets him. Andrew Kittredge comes in. He gets the next two men. Fly ball to PCA to end it. Ball game over. Cubs win. They get the Brewers starting Saturday at 1 o'clock at American Family Field in Milwaukee. Roofers and waterproofers Local 11, where your solar and energy efficient green roofing professionals are here to strike out high energy costs. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
At Postman Law, they're used to winning. And after an injury, you could use a win. With more than $3 billion won for their clients, they know how to deliver. Fast. Car crash, work injury, serious accident. Postman Law makes it simple. Speed, ease, results. Because when the game's on the line, you need a team that knows how to finish strong. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com to get started. Others promise. Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
Hey, it's Cap. My friends at Automatic are celebrating 80 years of making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable. To celebrate their 80th anniversary, Automatic's residential team is giving you $800 off any furnace and AC replacement now through the end of October. It's a great opportunity for Chicagoland homeowners to make sure their home is comfortable. Don't wait for your system to fail. Call the pros you can trust, the best in the business. Go to Automatic.com.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and we are wrapping up an incredible September run. 4-2 or better every single Saturday this football season has keyed a huge September. Players props winning again. Major League Baseball playoffs start this week. Basketball season is right around the corner. Go to FatJackSports.com and get on board with what's a great start to the season. We're going to be falling into profit all October long for under $100 a week. FatJackSports.com. Get signed up today and win this weekend betting the games against the spread.
Hey, it's Desmond Howard. You want to win the weekend? It all starts with the tailgate. And for me, that means Kingsford Charcoal.
They've been bringing the flavor, the smoke, and the heat since 1920. No wonder they're still the gold standard of grilling. So fire it up, feed your crew, and let the smoke do the talking. Kingsford, the king of the tailgate. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can reignite your business. Our team is ready to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Carmen and Yurko. Carmen's got the day off, the weekend off. Traveled to New Orleans. Shane Orling's sitting in for Carm. Johnny Handsome with me, the good kid, the subtitle. Straight back to the phones, 312-332-3776. How do you feel about your baseball team now that they've advanced and will take on the Brewers in the NLDS? Best of 5. I feel like it's Cubs in 4. Yerk feels like it's Cubs in 5. Doesn't matter how many games it is. We're both on the Cubs train. Where are you at with it? Let's get Randy in Seattle. What's up, Randy?
Morning, boys. Shay, great to meet you in Las Vegas. Johnny, always good to see you again.
Yeah, morning, Randy. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you, buddy. Listen, the Cubs have this serious lack of a clutch gene, and I think it's going to be Milwaukee in 4 unless they get their heads out of their butts. And on that 9th inning, you can underplay that missed ball 4 call by the umpire, but in that situation, you would have had bases loaded and nobody out because he gave up the home run. He literally walked Bogarts. The next 2 guys he hit with horrendous pitches. That was a pitcher melting down. And then if he hadn't been called out on strikes, Bogarts hadn't been called out, you would have had bases loaded, nobody out in a 3-1 game. And the Cubs, time after time, fail to get a timely hit. They don't have a clutch gene. You alluded to it before when you said could have put some crooked numbers up. They didn't. They had tons of opportunities to score more runs. Great defense. The bullpen was fantastic. But their lack of a clutch hitting gene, I think, is going to be their demise in Milwaukee. I hope I'm wrong. Hope they get it going.
Yeah,
but that's my take.
I think if the Padres are Coca-Cola, Milwaukee is the diet version. And what I mean by that is the Padres are a team that their bullpen's going to come at you in waves with guys that throw hard and throw with movement. Milwaukee's not a whole lot different. They're stacked in their bullpen with guys who are going to throw 100 miles an hour, pitches that move. But it's not Robert Suarez, who they got to yesterday, the Cubs did. And what is happening? Again, Chris, the app just starts playing on my phone.
Starts jumping. I don't know what's going on.
Don't blame me.
Yeah, blame it on the rain.
Well, you told me that happened to you once at 3 in the morning.
The app started playing at like 3 in the morning the other day.
Did it?
I love the ESPN Chicago app. It's great. Yeah. It suddenly started playing. Distracted me for a moment.
The series is over. Were they clutch? No. Did they score a ton of runs? No. The 13 hits they had gives me a bright sign.
Agreed.
That's all I care. How were they hitting the ball in yesterday's game? They hit it much better than they did in the first 2.
Yeah, and they were starting to tattoo Robert Suarez late in that game.
There you go. So
and
that's what I'm looking at, and that's what matters to me.
Gave him the hook.
They might have some guns up there, and they're getting contributions in the bullpen from guys they didn't think they would be at the beginning of the year. Fine. That's all dandy. The point is that as long as you can put the barrel of the bat on the ball, you give yourself a chance at success. So what I saw in yesterday's game, even though they ran into 2 outs, one at the plate, one at second base, what I saw there was enough to bring a smile to my face and know that they're going to have a chance to compete in Milwaukee.
And even running into those 2 outs, you hit a ground ball to the right side on the contact play. Nico's always going home there. It probably works more often than it doesn't, so I'm not mad at the process. PCA stealing a bag. Is anybody going to get angry at PCA stealing a bag and it gets overturned and somewhat controversially gets overturned? No, I want Pete Crow on the base paths trying to take extra bases. That's the goal. So it's not like either decision was bad and they stupidly ran themselves into outs.
Right, yeah.
They made the right decision and they got a bad result. And it very easily could have been 6-7 runs on the board instead of 3. The hope is that in this series against Milwaukee, you don't squander any of those opportunities. That's the way it has to be.
Yep, that's what you're hoping for.
Let's get Mike and Joliet quick. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, man. What's going on?
Yeah, so I just had a quick point. So if you look at Bogarts, and the guy's a great hitter, okay? I want to give him a ton of credit. He's had a career that he's had for a reason. But he bats in a low crouch. And if you go to Bleacher Report on Facebook or Instagram, they froze a picture of him. And he looks like he's on the commode when he takes that third strike. The ball's dead on even with his knees. Now, as an umpire, and to err is human, but if I'm the umpire, I'm letters to the knees all day. And if you change your strike zone and you get rung up, that's your fault. And, I mean, he obviously moved down because he thought he was going to go for that pitch, and he got rung up on it. Now, was it a perfect call? No, but I think he did it to himself.
Yeah, I mean, it's a full count, and it was clearly low. I just...
Well, hey, listen, if you got 2 strikes on you, you got to be a 2-strike hitter. If it's close, you got to at least take a pass at it, try to foul it off, do anything. Just let it go, and sometimes an umpire makes a mistake. In this case, he did.
The one thing that will sting when they bring the ABS system next year is we'll lose catcher framing. Because Carson Kelly did a really nice job of pulling that ball back up into the strike zone. That's not going to exist anymore.
Good.
Because in the future, you'll just get Bogarts tapping his helmet, and they will look at it on the Hawkeye system, and they'll tell you, ball four.
I mean, the whole point of this whole ABS system is that for the balls and strikes to be correct, not for the talent of some catcher that can take a ball that's not a strike and bring it back in and convince and fool the umpire that it is a strike. So you wanted to correct balls and strikes, then you should never worry about what the hell the catchers are doing with pitch framing.
312-332-3776. We will continue to take your calls and talk to you about your Cubs as they go on the road now to Milwaukee for a best-of-5 series, the NLDS, against the Brewers. Little correction, we will carry that game tomorrow. First pitch, 1:08, right here on ESPN 1000. It'll follow up directly from Peggy and Dion. White Sox Weekly will broadcast immediately after the end of the Cubs game. But Cubs-Brewers tomorrow, right here on ESPN 1000, 1:08 first pitch. Yerk, I do want to talk a little football with you. There was a football game last night, and I think a very interesting decision point might be coming for San Francisco and Kyle Shanahan after winning last night behind a different quarterback. I want to talk with you about that a little bit, but we will continue to work in your Cubs calls as the Cubs advance. It's Carmen and Yurko.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. In football, speed and quick decision-making change the game. The same's true for business. Cyber threats move fast, and you can't afford to play catch-up. That's why companies trust Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they detect and stop threats in real time before they ever slow your team down. Trusted by enterprises worldwide, backed by over 35 years of innovation, Trend Micro helps your business stay fast, agile, and secure. Cyber threats move fast. Trend Micro moves faster. Go to trendmicro.com to see for yourself.
Hey, Chicago, headed to a game? Take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5.
That's less money spent on travel and more money in your pocket.
No searching for parking, no random surge pricing on rideshare, no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. The CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. There's no need to purchase a ticket ahead of time.
Just tap and ride.
Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
To help those who want to be helped, but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
10 a.m. Carmen and Yurko. Shane Orling in for Carmen today. He's in New Orleans this weekend enjoying himself. Yerk, I wanted to talk just a little bit of football with you because there was Thursday Night Football last week. I know the Cubs won in advance, but I thought the Thursday Night Football game was interesting. Niners were close to 10-point dogs in the game and as banged up as you could possibly imagine. None of their top 3 receivers available. Their starting quarterback isn't available. Their starting tight end is on IR, one of the best tight ends in football, George Kittle. They've had offensive line problems this season. They've really struggled to run the ball. That remained the case yesterday. But Mac Jones was incredible. Incredible. 33 of 49, 342 yards, 2 touchdowns. Found Kendrick Bourne 10 times for 142 yards. Found McCaffrey out of the backfield 8 times. Dishing the ball all over the field. And the Niners now are 3-0 with Mac Jones and just 1-1 with Brock Purdy. I heard Carmen yesterday. Niners fans might have been happy Brock Purdy couldn't start.
Have you not seen this before?
This happens every year with Shanahan.
Any quarterback that he ends up getting in there looks good and it looks competent early on. That's what he's done. He's done it with Garoppolo. He's done it with Brock Purdy. He's done it with guys that have been able to come in. Now he's doing it with Mac Jones.
And the Niners, against all odds, are 4-1. And you talk about Garoppolo
I had
and
Frisco
Purdy
going back to the playoffs. I just didn't know it was going to be the way it was going.
No, and I never thought they'd actually beat the Rams. And you can make an argument that they shouldn't have beaten the Rams. Kyron Williams had a brutal fumble on the goal line that would have won the game for L.A. It's kind of been the story on him in big spots. Really going back to the NFC Championship game last year.
Lays it on the ground.
Kyron put the ball in the grass a couple times against the Eagles in the NFC title. That was the difference in the game. Yesterday, he put the ball on the turf on the goal line for what would have been a go-ahead winning touchdown. And then in the overtime period, you've got 4th and 1 in the red zone. You pass up the opportunity to walk out of there with a tie, which I'm fine with. I think that's the right call by McVay to go on 4th down and skip leaving this with a tie. But you hand the ball to Kyron Williams, and he can't get you a yard. He has been the letdown guy for that team.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, he had 2 touchdowns via the receptions and got the ball in that way. But when it came time to put his nose in there, plunge into the end zone, a defensive lineman came over and made a great play. Put the tomahawk up on him, went across the football, forced the fumble. They ended up getting the football back. But listen, I don't overreact. And with Mac Jones, it's great. You still got to have replication of performance, and you got to be able to do it over the course of the long haul. So wait, be patient, see what's happening. I don't think they've given up on Brock Purdy. Did they pay Brock Purdy?
Yeah, handsomely.
So they paid Brett. They didn't pay Jimmy. They said, we got a guy coming in here. We like Brock better than we like Jimmy. So they let Jimmy go. I don't think they're letting Brock go. And Mac Jones went and made the statement. He goes, listen, I came here and I was signed to be the backup quarterback. I've gotten a chance to come in and play. Last week he said it was a heroic performance by Brock Purdy. Came in there a little bit beat up, a little bit hurt, and tried to play his ass off. But good for Mac Jones, good for Kyle Shanahan. I've got San Francisco making the playoffs this year, so I'm happy to see what's happening right now. I think I got Frisco and the Rams both making it. And the Rams are just a weird team. They've lost 2 games that they probably should have won.
Both of them.
They should be 5-0. So I think they could find themselves a little bit frustrated at what happens. But that's not a self-inflicted wound. He didn't, mishandle the change, the handoff or anything like that.
No, it was a great play.
But he had the ball in there, and somebody made a great play against him. And that's what happened. The problem is you got to get it out of your head. So that's going to be the challenge for Williams, is getting the fact that happens in those pressure situations. You got to get it out of your head so it doesn't become a habit.
The part of the Mac Jones thing I think is kind of fascinating at this point is how many times, and it's not just the Niners doing it, it's all over the league. How many times do we see a failed first-round quarterback go to a new team and resurrect their career? Whether it's Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones now in Indianapolis, the failed starter somewhere finds a new home and resurrects themselves. Mac Jones, the latest in this line of guys. And I'm somebody who always thought, people have quickly forgotten, Mac Jones' rookie season, he nearly won Offensive Rookie of the Year over Jamar Chase. He led a Patriots team that was bad the year before with Cam Newton to the playoffs. And that second season, Belichick very oddly brought Matt Patricia in to be his offensive coordinator. Everything fell apart. Then Matt goes to Jacksonville last year, has a couple nice moments, forced into action in replacement of Trevor Lawrence. Now in San Francisco, he's playing the best football of his career. And we're seeing it again where a failed starter, a failed first-round pick, finds a new home and maybe resurrects their career.
A change of address is always welcome when things aren't going well for you somewhere else. I guess the good thing is it's 4 years. You can get out in 4 years from an NFL contract if you're a quarterback and it's not going well. There's no way in the world Cleveland was going to re-sign Baker Mayfield or give him that 5th-year option or do whatever. He wasn't getting it done in Cleveland. You know, hey, we've got to commit $45 million or $60 million, $50 million to this guy. We can't do it because he hasn't played that well. He had 2 other stops. One was in L.A., and I forget where the other one was, in Carolina. And then after he left L.A. and he got down to Tampa, then he kind of established himself once again. Now, they're more than happy to pay a guy because they went from Tom Brady. Tom Brady retires, and now we got to find a quarterback. So when they brought him in, it wasn't a big contract. It wasn't a huge money deal to get Baker Mayfield in there. They paid him something that was commiserate to a guy that had been in the league for a while, but it wasn't a superstar contract. And he performed. He said, okay, fine, I got to come in here. I got to prove it. I got to convince you guys that, you know, I'm the quarterback that everybody thought I was when I was coming out of college. And then he did it in Tampa on his 4th team. Good for him.
I always think there's a little revisionist history there, too, with what he did in Cleveland. He was similar.
He was good.
Similar to Mac Jones, nearly won Rookie of the Year. I believe he finished 2nd Rookie of the Year voting his rookie season. His 2nd season, he led them to the playoffs and had the best passing season in Browns history and beat the Steelers in a playoff game in the wild card round, then nearly aced out the Chiefs in Arrowhead in the divisional round. Then the 3rd season's where things went bad. But remember, they had him play through a torn labrum. And then at the end of the year said, thanks for all your services. GTFO, we're going to get Deshaun Watson in here.
And how's that worked out for them?
Not great.
Yeah, not great.
They might look back at that as one of the dumbest decisions ever.
This is year 3 of the guaranteed 4-year contract, right?
I believe so.
I think this is year 3 of the guaranteed 4-year contract. And good for all these guys that, you know, go someplace they struggle and they get a chance and an opportunity to do something else. That change of address sometimes is the best thing that can happen to anybody. Just get me out of here. And the Colts have been trying to find a quarterback ever since Andrew Luck retired. Whether Carson Wentz, whether it was
Matt Ryan.
Flacco. Did they have Flacco down there too?
Yeah.
Last year, Phillip Rivers. They had Phillip Rivers down there also.
Phillip Rivers, Matt Ryan, Carson Wentz, Joe Flacco. It's been a revolving door. Yeah. Anthony Richardson, obviously, the failure that was. Yeah. Could he be another one of these? I kind of doubt it with the accuracy issues. But, no, I think this is just all of this serves as a reminder that, like in today's sports society, I think you draft a quarterback in the 1st round, and the expectation is this is going to happen now. There is no waiting period. We're going to know now. And part of that is the CBA requires you to make the decision on that guy after the 3rd season, whether you're going to pick up the option or give him the extension. Right. What Philly faced with Jalen Hurts.
It's at the end of the 3rd year. You've kind of got an idea what you're going to do. It's a guaranteed money. I would pick it up for most guys only because it's cost control. And if you end up trading the guy, it's still cost control going. It transfers. I believe it goes with him when you pick up the 5th-year option. But the 5th year is guaranteed. So, but usually it's about $20 million or something like that. That's manageable. It's manageable for any team in the league to get a quarterback that might become your starter for $20 million a year. So,
and I think it's all a reminder that sometimes you do need to be a little more patient. And I'm not sitting here saying that Daniel Jones would have worked for the Giants.
I agree with you.
Or that Mac Jones would have worked for the Patriots. I think the way the Patriots treated him, it was done there.
Patience.
But everybody asks for immediate success, and then we see all of these guys, even Geno Smith, not that you should have had to wait 8 seasons for Geno Smith to figure out how to be an NFL quarterback.
Right.
But so many times we're ready to pull the plug after 18 games.
Here's your dilemma. And it's not usually 18. It's usually 32, now 34. It's 2 seasons worth.
I'm talking as a fan. A lot of times you hear people wanting the plug. But how many people were calling in saying we need to see Bajan over Caleb this past offseason?
Yeah, I came up and played in this league when there was a lot of patience for quarterbacks. There were 3 on a team. They were going to give you pay. I played with Brett when Brett stunk. You know, the ability was there. Everybody saw the ability. It was there. The decision-making was poor. And until they finally broke him of his decision-making and his want to do the crazy and the impossible, until they broke that out of him, and it took, 92, 93, and 94. It's 3 years that he played, and it wasn't until his 5th year in the league, his 4th year with the Green Bay Packers, that he made himself the NFL MVP. And we were lucky we got to the playoffs in 93 and 94, because when you get to the playoffs, the onus is kind of off of you.
Yeah.
And then they moved on from Mark Brunell after the 94 season. Detmer, they moved on from after that. So they knew Brett was going to be their guy. They still drafted quarterbacks all the time. They didn't care. Hasselbeck was a quarterback that they drafted out there. Aaron Brooks was a quarterback that they drafted out there. Kurt Warner was in camp with us in 95. So we had all types of quarterbacks in there all the time. But I think Mike and Brett, after that, in that 94 campaign, they committed to each other, and that's what propelled those guys to success. And he was 95, 96, and 97. So it wasn't until his 5th year in the league that he actually did something fantastic and was the best quarterback in the league. And then they started winning some playoff games, and finally got to the Super Bowl, won the Super Bowl, got to the Super Bowl, lost the Super Bowl. So, I mean, that's what it took. It took time. It takes time in this league to develop a quarterback. Not everybody's Patrick Mahomes. And even Mahomes sat a year and then played the second year. But he was unbelievable in that second year. What's happened is, with the contracts and the limitations, you've got 4 or 5 years where you've got to find out whether you have a quarterback or not. And it's easy because we've got shows like ours, shows like Blick and Abdallah's, shows like Cappy and Hood, and we sit there and we say, it's not there. It's not there. I don't see it. It's not there, when it takes time for it to develop. Now, Trubisky didn't have it. I think we saw enough of Trubisky to find out we didn't have it.
Agreed.
When you have to judge. Justin Fields, I think Justin Fields can run the ball all day.
But he doesn't have it.
All day, he can run the ball. But when it comes time to get the ball to the guy that needs to have it, he doesn't have it right there. And now we're waiting for Caleb. And I've got more hope with Caleb than I've had with the other two.
Yeah, but I think
because I know the results of the other two.
We're also seeing more from Caleb much quicker than we ever saw from Mitch or from Justin, where,
and it's real. It's not fake.
You can feel like the game by game, there might be bad games. Decision by decision, there might be bad decisions. There might be inaccurate throws. But then you look up after 4 weeks and you go, damn, he's having a really good year.
But it's real. It's not the fake 6 touchdowns against Tampa Bay like Mitch did, the confidence game, where they, no matter where they were, 1st and 10 at the 1 or 1st and goal at the 1, they're going to throw the ball into the end zone, because we got to prove to the world that Mitch is a real quarterback. We've got to convince him that he is a real quarterback. Real quarterbacks don't need to be convinced. They know they are legitimate.
And I think the thing you can't make up about Caleb that stands out to me, and maybe it is just that things happen at points in the game, and it's like the Kurt Warner thing. Every play counts the same. Obviously, some of them count more, but we grade every play the same. He's spectacular in the fourth quarter of games, whether that's garbage time or whether it's like it was in Vegas, where he just made the throws he needed to make and got them the win, or like it's been a lot this year. Fourth quarter games, he's been tremendous.
Yeah, but that's when I thought last year that was his coming out party, would have been Washington. When he drove him down twice. Once they handed it's Kramer time. They handed the ball to him and he fumbled. He let him back down and scored a touchdown. That was Caleb Williams' coming out party. It should have been. Ruined by
the team screwed
the Bears defense. Yeah. And then the narrative changed and it jumped over to Jaden Daniels. And then Caleb's like, well, I just led him on 2 drives in the fourth quarter. We scored a touchdown on 1, and the coach took the ball out of my hands and put it in a big fat offensive lineman's belly, and then ended up on the floor, which is ridiculous. But he had that. You saw that last year. I don't need to see that this year. I saw it last year. I'm happy it continues on into this year.
312-332-3776. Take a quick timeout. Be right back on Carmen and Yurko, ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Hey, it's Yurko, and football season in Chicago is here, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza, it's cut into squares. We're talking crispy, thin crust, thick shredded cheese, topping stacked high, from classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan-favorite sausage and jardiniere. There's something for every craving. Flavor that satisfies the soul. Huddle up, grab a pie, and taste Chicago's original pub-style frozen pizza, the Corner Booth.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer apply arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Let's get out and celebrate college football right. Shane Norling and Tyler Aki are taking Chicago's college tailgate on the road. Tullamore Dew and ESPN Chicago invite you out for a live tailgate broadcast. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn on Racine and Lakeview tomorrow from 9 to 11 as the guys break down the day's events. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn tomorrow at 9. Presented by Tullamore Dew. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and we are wrapping up an incredible September run. 4-2 or better every single Saturday this football season has keyed a huge September. Players props winning again. Major League Baseball playoffs start this week. Basketball season is right around the corner. Go to fatjacksports.com and get on board with what's a great start to the season. We're going to be falling into profit all October long for under $100 a week. Fatjacksports.com. Get signed up today and win this weekend betting the games against the spread.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Welcome to Only Murders in the Building,
the official podcast.
Join me, Michael Cyril Creighton, as we go behind the scenes with some of the amazing actors, writers, and crew from season 5.
The audience should never stop suspecting anything.
How can you not be funny crawling around on a coffin?
No, that's true. Catch Only Murders in the Building official podcast, premiering September 9th wherever you get your podcasts. And watch Only Murders in the Building, streaming on Hulu and Hulu on Disney Plus for bundle subscribers. Terms apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
$2 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. So if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Carmen and Yurko, Shane Orling sitting in for Carmen today. He's got the day off. Bears on the bye week. Cubs advanced yesterday. It's a victory Friday for the Cubs. They'll take on the Brewers in the NLDS starting tomorrow. You'll hear the broadcast right here on this radio station, ESPN 1000. First pitch 1:08 tomorrow. Directly after Peggy and Dion, you will get Cubs and Brewers NLDS Game 1. White Sox Weekly will come immediately after that. We got the Brunch Rush coming up in just a few minutes. Talk about all the games on the NFL slate this weekend with the Bears on the bye. We've got victory sandwiches coming in, boys.
That we do, my friend.
Cubs victory sandwiches.
Coming from Bari. What'd you end up getting yourself?
Same thing you got, prosciutto and mozz.
Prosciutto mozzarella, 9-incher?
Yep.
Oh, my favorite.
I don't need it. 9 inches is enough for me.
Yeah, well, you and me both.
I know. Chris, I'm just giving you material.
I
know.
can't handle more than 9. My That's like 9 innings of baseball. Enough for me.
There's a joke I want to make because it'll lead me into the next thing I want to talk to you about, but I think it's inappropriate, so I'm not going to make the segue joke.
When in doubt, leave it out. That's what we say in the industry.
Yerk, will you listen at all to Taylor Swift's new album?
Possibly. I mean, listen, I've seen Taylor Swift in concert.
I knew that.
She opened for...
Opened.
She opened. Yeah, she was the opener for Tim McGraw and Faith. I saw that she opened twice for those guys. Then I saw her here in the Red Tour.
Do you know this?
In
That
2012.
Yurko is a Taylor Swift hipster.
I don't know what that means.
He
But
liked her before she was cool?
Yeah, like he liked her before like she blew up and she was
Right.
cool. Like it's a good thing, Yurko. Like
Yeah.
I'm giving you credit.
No, yeah. I mean, she was fantastic. Not only that, but when Faith Hill and Tim McGraw got hammered up one night before at a fundraiser they were hosting, like they went and did a little small concert after their concert, and they got all hammered up to the bejesus. That poor girl had to go out there and sing like 16 songs because Tim and Faith were late for their own concert. So, I mean, I caught a lot of what she had going on. And it's like they'd look back and, are they ready yet? No, another song. And then she'd literally meet with the band and say, what cover are we going to do right here, right now? So I caught her when she was young. I took my daughter, my goddaughter, and her sister. I took them to the concert at Soldier Field. We had a great time. It was fun. You know, later on, I don't know so much. She doesn't bother me. The music comes on. It's okay. I have no issues with it. I like all kinds of music. I don't have problems with it. I don't go out of my way, though, to listen to it. If my daughter's in the car and she's got something going on with it, we listen to it. I don't have a problem. She knows the songs I like, so she goes back to the old albums and she'll play the songs that I like.
So Taylor Swift's new album, Life of a Showgirl, released today.
Yes.
And I hope that my wife, who is a Swiftie, is not listening to this segment because I may disappoint her. I think it would be it'd be generous to say that the reaction online to this album is mixed. I think the reaction that I've seen, and I always take it with a grain of salt because I think people who log on to give their opinion about something
Right.
typically are more negative than the general public.
Sure.
The reaction sounds not great from Taylor Swift listeners. Sounds like they're a little disappointed. And something stood out. Two things really stood out to me. The first is there is a song on the album called Wood, W-O-O-D.
Ooh, yeah.
And it is about exactly what you think a song called Wood would be about. It is a euphemism.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. She likens Kansas City Chiefs tight ends, you know what, to a redwood tree.
Oh, she does.
The lyric...
I mean, redwood is mighty.
The lyric, redwood tree, it ain't hard to see. His love was the key that... I can't read that part.
Okay.
She's gone full Sabrina Carpenter.
I think that's what's happening. She's trying to stay hip. And Sabrina Carpenter is kind of taking over a little bit. She's trying to stay hip.
Now, here's
His massively large penis.
Thank you, Chris. That's exactly right. That's what this song is.
You want to get aroused?
Do you know who's not going to do that? Adele. Adele with her magical voice.
She's
and tremendous talent.
Because Adele will just tell you about it. Because Adele's just British and dirty. I love it.
But the point is, Adele is above and beyond all that. Adele knows how wonderful she
Adele's
is.
elegant.
Adele's just going to keep chasing pavement.
Yes.
Right. But with all the money in the world, why would you need to be singing a song about that?
I'm glad you brought that up. Because
Adele's a broad in the best sense of the word.
Oh, good Lord.
No, like I mean it in the best sense of the word. Like Adele will get drunk with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adele's the best.
Pre-show, Adam, we were talking about Taylor Swift going risque territory. The post-chorus, again, forgive me, it sounds cocky. He amatized me and opened my eyes. Redwood tree, it ain't hard to see. I can't read the last part.
But it's going to be thick, creamy, and white.
She's gone full Sabrina Carpenter.
Well.
And my issue with it is when I think you're doing it second, you're the follower to what has become one of the biggest pop sensations who just makes, I'll say, horny music.
Hey, yo.
You are following a trend. You're not setting a trend anymore. That's what bothers me about her doing this. And not for nothing, Carm. It's an album where Sabrina Carpenter is featured on the album. So a little bit of a follower thing happening there in my mind. The second part, and this is the more important part, Fans believe that Taylor Swift released a diss track directed at another pop star, Charlie XCX. And my question...
Who's that guy? Charlie.
It's a she. Charlie XCX.
Charlie what?
She's a lady.
She is a lady.
What's
She's
the
a-
XCX for?
She's a British pop star. She's in the club. She's a club kid, if you will.
A club kid.
Known for doing the cocaine.
Yurko did not participate in Brat Summer, Adam.
No, he did not. Yurko, I would love to see Yurko having a Brat Summer. Maybe Yurko will have a Brat Fall.
Charlie XCH.
XCX.
So here's my problem. It's
Yurko, do you have a Bratmobile sticker on the back of your truck?
I'm trying to figure out, is she an Amy Winehouse wannabe? What do we have here?
Yeah,
a little bit.
If Amy Winehouse did coke instead of heroin.
Okay.
All right, now we're going dark.
What?
Now we're going
Charlie's
dark.
giving me the oh man.
I just unplugged my headphones.
You like
Apologies.
it hot?
Thank you. No, but
Does this Charlie XCX have any talent?
I think so. She's all right.
I like her.
I mean, Amy Winehouse had talent.
I like her earlier stuff, which sounds super hipster. Her
Adam,
earlier stuff is
we
better.
know we're talking to you.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
hipster isn't surprising on
we
this.
get it. We get it, hippie.
Yeah, her earlier stuff is better than the Brat stuff.
The point on all like the Brat stuff, whatever. Charlie XCX became a bit of a sensation herself with the Brat album.
Yeah.
But what Yurko just said about you have more money than anybody in the world, you don't have to follow anyone. You can leave that stuff out and just do your thing. Once you make $1 billion making music, I don't need diss tracks from you.
Yeah.
You can't possibly punch up at anyone. You shouldn't even be punching at anyone. You are bulletproof. Taylor Swift is Teflon. She doesn't need to do diss tracks.
I'm unfamiliar. What's the beef between the two?
I don't even know.
I'm not familiar with it
I believe from reading the lyrics
I have no idea.
on the internet is that Charlie XCX has been hanging out because now she's done.
She's hanging out at NFL games?
No. She's done all the tracks about her exes.
Looking
Then
for
now
wood?
she's going after the people that are now hanging out with her exes.
Which is
And
ridiculous.
she in XCX is friends with Matt Healy.
Yes.
Okay.
Now-
All right. Now I get it.
Yep.
Now-
Okay.
Yep.
Now
Got
that
it.
you're getting married and you're
Got it.
happy and you can't make songs
Got
about
it.
ex-boyfriends anymore,
Yeah.
we
Well,
got to
he-
make
he
songs
also
about
moved
girls
on
who
and he's
hang out
happy.
with ex-boyfriends.
Yeah, right.
The lyric, I heard you called me boring Barbie when the Coke's got you brave. There you go, Adam.
There you go.
High-fived my ex, then said you're glad he ghosted me. What are you getting on? Why do you have to do this? You're happy, you're getting married, you've got $1 billion.
Well, listen.
Why are you making a diss track?
You had to get to 13 tracks somehow, right?
Do guys, I know rappers do diss tracks, but do guys do diss tracks too?
Oh yeah. Yes.
But like Eminem to somebody, but
Yeah.
that's more in the rap world though, right?
No. I mean, even there's a whole like rock bands don't like each other, like punk bands don't like each
Punk
other.
bands,
Oh
okay.
yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah. Yes.
I didn't know if that was just one side
no.
type thing.
No.
All right.
No,
I don't know if
it's-
they necessarily like write about it in songs, but they don't like each other.
And ever since the Kendrick Drake thing, I feel like there's been a few manufactured music beefs where people are trying to capitalize on that, but you are never going to be what that was.
Well, Swift has gone after, who was it? Katy Perry in the past?
Yeah, Katy Perry.
I saw Katy Perry in concert at United Center too.
What?
Took my daughter. Yeah.
I would have I did not have Yerk seeing both Taylor Swift and Katy
Yeah,
Perry.
Yurko, the pop princess.
Apparently.
Took my teenage daughter to go see a concert. I mean, that's the way it works when you have children's. My boys, I took to see the Blackhawks play. My boys, I took to see a baseball game. They love the White Sox. We went to go see the White Sox play. Daughter wants to see concerts, so guess what Dad gets to do?
Are her and Blake Lively still friends?
Who, Taylor Swift and Blake Lively?
Yeah,
I
this
think-
just
Taylor
popped
Taylor
across
has
the,
separated herself
this
from
just
her.
popped across the TMZ. I'm
Is
reading
that-
this. Beep, 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 beep. Breaking news. Brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group.
Yeah, there you go. Anytime we do it.
Open home with a 60-minute guarantee.
Now, Blake Lively's in a lawsuit with a fellow actor of hers that she did
The
a thing
director,
with.
yeah, Justin Baldoni.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift's new track, Canceled, because it's in all caps with an exclamation point, is stirring the tea. She doesn't drop names, but fans are all over it. Convinced Blake Lively's in the crosshairs after her 12th album finally dropped. That's what people think.
Adam, do you ever, you're a music man. Do you ever think about how back in the day, like there were certain bands, Fleetwood Mac certainly, but like there were bands that would put out songs that were like directly addressing somebody.
Yeah.
But for the most part, music was just music.
Yeah.
Something that annoys me now in popular music is fans of artists taking to the internet to deeply dissect every single lyric.
There was a time where, this is super emo, there was a time where Taking Back Sunday and Brand New were going after each other. Do you remember that?
No kidding, that's a deep cut. Yes, I do remember that. I have seen Brand New, in fact, as we talk about concerts we've been to. I miss when the music was just the music. You turn on the radio and you listen to a song, you're like, now every time you do, there's like 15 chapters of lore that the fandom wants to tell you about.
Everything's a clue. She doesn't just make music. Everything's a little game, a little puzzle.
My favorite part about her on the New Heights podcast was her admittance that she is annoying. Like, at least she's self-aware of the fact that she is layering all her stuff with these clues, and she knows it's insufferable and annoying. Then I can at least accept it.
And then as people are pointing out in the Twitch chat, it happened with Skinner to Neil Young.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah.
That's a good callback.
Yeah.
This would have been a great list. Top 5 music beefs.
Oh, well, listen, there's always next year.
There's always next year, my friend. Starts May 27th.
I know he's probably not listening, but guys, I got to look these up. I don't know. I don't know. I don't follow music the way you guys do. I don't follow music the way
Carmen?
you guys do. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't follow music the way you guys do. I got to look these up.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Adam,
Carmen.
this is really in your thing right here. I mean, we're going to have to rely upon you for musical beats.
I mean, not for nothing.
I mean,
Adam's going to have the best list.
I need some more time, guys.
Was the original music beef Frank Sinatra and Neil Diamond?
Was there? I didn't know that.
I'm wondering.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that there was a beef between the two of them.
I don't know.
I didn't know that.
But on the topic of Carmen, did you guys hear yesterday when he came in at the end of the cut of the day with Tyler and Hoodie? And there was a moment yesterday in the show where we were just
was Carming himself?
We were just taking friendly jabs at Carmen.
Yes, I heard
look,
that.
That can't possibly be right. They don't reseed the MLB playoffs. Can you look that up, boys? You're telling me the Mariners got to play the
Do they still reseed the NHL playoffs, guys?
And we play the cut of the day, and then Carmen walks in and goes, "There's no reseeding anymore. Nobody reseeds anymore, right? They can't possibly be reseeding. Does the NHL still reseed? Can somebody look that up for me, boys? Look that. I was in disbelief. I walked through the office and Brendan Riley's like, was Carmen in on the bit or did he just walk in and calm himself?
He calmed himself. As only he can. Thick, creamy, and white.
His massively large penis.
We got to get to the brunch rush. It's ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Come on, Jesse.
Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Bud Light and ESPN Chicago are taking the Waddle and Silvy show to the Chicago-Cincinnati game November 2nd. You could win a spot on this trip. Hey, this is Shane Orling, and listen up. You've got 2 more chances to win.
2 more chances to win.
Homer Glen, we're coming out to Pelican Harry's Sunday afternoon, 3 to 5. In Shorewood, Sylvie will join us for the final night of this promotion. Come to Papa Magoo's Bar and Grill and watch Monday Night Football from 7 to 9. The best football tosser at each stop wins a Bud Light prize pack and is a finalist for the trip to Waddle's hometown. Join me, Shane Orling, at Pelican Harry's in Homer Glen Sunday afternoon from 3 to 5. And Monday in Shorewood, Sylvie will join us for the final night of this promotion. For complete details, go to ESPNChicagoContests.com. Brought to you by Bud Light. Please drink responsibly.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Chicago, when you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text BILL to 231231 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text BILL to 231231. That's BILL to 231231.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Yurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's Carmen and Yurko. Before we get to the brunch rush, UPS Roy wants to weigh in on the Taylor Swift conversation. What's up, Roy?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing all right. So just to let y'all know about how big this Taylor Swift thing is, as a UPS driver, we were told this morning that every Taylor Swift album has been upgraded to 12 o'clock commit time, which means that every Taylor Swift album on every truck, I assuming nationwide, has to be off our truck by 12 o'clock today.
Wow.
And how many?
Yeah.
How much of that is there coming to the Chicagoland area?
Is that your entire inventory today?
Well, believe it or not, I'm actually in Texas. I'm about to deliver my first one right now. But the only other thing that we deliver like this that we have to commit is the new iPhones when they drop. I've never had to do anything else like this before.
Yeah. Wow. iPhones and Taylor Swift.
That'll make my wife happy. It means there'll be an album waiting for me when I get home.
Yeah, there'll be plenty that you guys can be able to sit down and listen to. Thank heavens is there college football on today that you'd want to watch?
No, actually.
No?
There is college football on today, but it is one of the most unimaginably bad Friday slates
Is it?
you could have ever put
be
together.
people that are like waiting for this.
But
Because I would assume
but there
most
are.
Swifties that, like if you're a Swiftie, you listened to this at 11 o'clock last night when
Of course.
it came out.
My wife did that. She
Yeah.
put AirPods on in bed and just listened to the album at 11 o'clock
You
when it
didn't
released on
wait-
Spotify.
You didn't wait until the vinyl got to your
No,
house.
nobody's doing that.
You listen to it again.
And frankly, like my wife is getting the vinyl so that we can put it on a shelf as like a visible
as a
collector's
display,
item.
yeah.
Right. She's not getting it to listen to it all the time. I think that's what most people are doing.
And because it sounds better. But whatever. Here we go, guys. It's time for the brunch rush.
Thank heavens. Thank you.
As we go around the NFL, I'm going to tell you guys right now in about 3 minutes here, I'm going to hand the brunch rush over to Chris Black as I will be departing to go get our sandwiches.
Beautiful. I love that.
Terrific.
Because I'm watching the little red car drive down the street.
You can't do both?
Heading close. I mean, if you want me to get on the phone.
Can we do a man on the street brunch
Yeah,
rush?
why not?
I mean, I'm going to go in the elevator and lose service.
As you pick up
so-
victory sandwiches?
Yeah. Okay, so let's start early in the morning, 8:30, as the Minnesota Vikings have stayed overseas. They are now in London at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. They will face the Cleveland Browns. Minnesota, a 3.5-point favorite here. Jet lag setting in. They're getting over jet lag, whatever it is. I don't know. Yurko, you tell me. You played.
Jet lag would be for the team that's going over there from the States.
Correct.
The guys that jumped the puddle from Ireland over to England, there's really no jet lag. But what there is travel fatigue because they've been on the road for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time they get done playing and getting back here, I would anticipate that this game not be an adventure for Minnesota, but the one they have when they come back, unless they're on a bye. They might have given them the bye next week. So
well, isn't it
they get a little resty time.
You can choose whether to take your bye
And I
at
will
an
tell
assigned
you,
point
I will
or
look it up.
on the return.
I will look it up right now.
Right, but that's what I would be guessing.
They are on the bye next week, Minnesota.
So that makes sense. They'll get a chance. But then you got a chance to kind of get dull as a football team, you know?
Yeah.
You need the bye, you need this, but there's so much fatigue running throughout your ball club that you've got to find a way to start the engines again once you get started up.
I wonder if Minnesota's got a quarterback problem and if they, like, Wentz played great against Cincinnati and they started giving JJ a runway. It went from week 6 return to week 7, maybe week 8. And then Wentz played horribly against Pittsburgh, and all of a sudden, the word out of Minnesota is, we hope JJ can start throwing.
Week 5.
I don't think they believe in either guy that they have as an option. And this Browns defense is good. I think historically, the team that stays in Europe is the better performer in these spots.
Usually, yes.
But boy, I'd be careful if you're looking at it and just thinking this is easy, lay the 3.5 with the Vikings. I don't know about all that.
I wouldn't gamble on that game if you gave me your money.
I'm kind of the same as you. I wouldn't bet the Browns. I certainly wouldn't be betting the Vikings.
Yeah, I'm not touching this one. I'll tell you this. The Cleveland defense is better than the Minnesota defense.
Yeah,
and
I
the
agree.
Cleveland defense can cause you some major problems. And there's not frustration yet in Minnesota out of Justin Jefferson and the receivers. But if they don't start catching some balls and being productive and they see themselves falling into like the 32nd receiver in the NFL, there's not going to be a lot of joy in Mudville.
And it's a no-tape game. Dylan Gabriel starts, no tape.
No tape.
All right, Adam.
All right, I'm only mentioning this because the number keeps on going up, and I know Shea wants to bet it.
Yes.
The Saints are now a 2.5-point favorite, up from 1.5 against Jackson Dart and the New York Giants, and I'm going to leave you now.
If this thing gets to 3, don't bet it. But if you can still get it under a field goal, I think you have to bet the Saints this week if you're a gambler. The idea that the 0-4 Saints are favored at home and you can just look at your little app and go, oh, my God, I'm getting points against this horrible team, and everybody's betting the Giants. So why does the number keep moving out?
I don't know.
I have to bet the Saints this weekend. Clip your nose and bet it.
When I saw the Frisco game yesterday, I'm like, this is one of these weeks. There's going to be one of these bizarro weeks.
Yep.
Where you think it's something and it's going to be the exact opposite.
And there's always a few of those. All right, Chris, what else?
Not a surprise. Abdal had to leave brunch early. Not a shock to me.
Nobody's surprised.
Not a shock. Okay, Broncos on the road at the Eagles. This is going to be a good game. There's not many great games this weekend, but I think this is an interesting one.
4.5-point spread on this one?
3.5.
3.5, maybe 4 in some spots.
I thought I saw 4.5 when it started. The app had 4.5 when we were doing our cover 5.
Yeah.
So either way, I think you're good taking the points with the Denver Broncos. And there's for a 4-0 team, they're not very happy in Philadelphia.
I know, but it's
for being 4-0, they're not very happy. I guess that's a good thing.
Every
Keep them
game
sharp.
But every game feels like a tale of two halves. I've said they feel a little bit like the Chiefs felt last year, where it doesn't look as clean, it doesn't always look good, but they just find ways to get the breaks that are the difference in the game. The blocked field goal against the Rams, the special teams touchdown against the Bucs, the way things went against the Chiefs, where they were able to just grind out a victory. And it feels like every week the Eagles have become the measuring stick for whoever they're playing against. They're getting some opponent that people believe might be elite, but we're not sure. And if you can go beat the Eagles, then we'll know.
Yeah, this feels like it's going to be a low-scoring, tough-fought defensive game. And I don't know where I heard it, but someone said that this Eagles team reminds them of the early Belichick days with the Patriots, where they could just find any way to win. They could morph. If you need to throw, they could throw. If you need to grind it out, run the football, convert 4th and shorts, Defense leads the way. They can kind of do everything.
What has happened to their running game, though? I mean, Saquon has not been anywhere close to what he was a year ago.
Yeah.
Kenneth Gainwell was their feature back, basically, against Tampa.
He doesn't. What don't they do now? Last year, he led, and Philadelphia led with yards gained before first contact. That has disappeared this year.
Yeah, it's the offensive line.
That is not there. And
All
so
right.
as great as Saquon was last year, it's as bad as Saquon is this year.
And Jalen Hurts 0 for 8 in the second half against Tampa. I mean, what was that?
Next matchup, is this a loser leaves town situation? The Texans 1-3 on the road at Baltimore, also 1-3.
By leaves town, you mean the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, like it's. I know it's early, but if you fall to 1-4,
1-4 is a death knell.
Neither of these teams are making the playoffs. I
Loser leaves town.
I don't think it's loser leaves town. I think neither of you are making the playoffs. The Texans' offensive line is a crime. What they've done to C.J. Stroud, every decision maker there should be put on trial for how they've treated the quarterback. And then I know Cam Robinson stinks, but you have a quarterback who's being pressured on 60% of his third downs, and you trade your left tackle to Cleveland. What are you doing? Ravens side of things, they aren't healthy. It's one of those years. Madubuike's on IR. Roquan left the game. Marlon Humphrey left the game. Lamar's not going to play. It is what it is. I don't think either of these teams is making the playoffs.
Is that official? Lamar's not playing?
I believe that was official yesterday. Or it was
Okay.
he didn't practice again, so it doesn't look like he's going to play. I can't imagine Lamar's going to play.
Yep.
You can't put him out there with the inability to protect him and the sacks he's taken this year on a hamstring injury.
He's got to be able to move for him to be effective.
Yeah, he's officially listed as doubtful.
Yeah, that means he's not playing.
Before today's practice, so we'll find out later today. This is an interesting matchup. Bucks go to the West Coast to face off against the Seahawks. That's a long travel trip for Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
That's going to be a good game. Both teams 3-1.
I hated Seattle's offseason. I didn't like putting Darnold behind a bad O-line. He holds the ball for too long. I didn't like the idea that you take him out of Minnesota's offense and put him in an offense that's going to play outdoors on grass instead of on a fast track like he did in Minnesota with Kevin O'Connell. But I might just be wrong. Their defense is spectacular. It's not just good, it's great.
Whose defense?
Seattle. Their defense is outstanding. And Tampa going on the road here, Seattle's laying 4.5. It feels like a lot of points, and maybe you get more Baker magic, but it feels like a tough spot for Tampa.
Every team in the NFC West is in the positive. Have got a plus point differential, with Seattle leading at plus 44. So it's going to be interesting. This is a tough spot for Tampa.
Do you guys agree with the TV broadcast last night saying the NFC West is the best division in football?
I don't.
I think it's the best. I think they're playing the combination of what the Bears had last year and the NFC North had. And that's going to be a bonus for those guys when it comes to victories at the end of the season. So it wouldn't shock me if 3 teams came out of the NFC West, and I didn't do that in my preseason stuff. If I did, I might have got my head out of my ass and put an extra team in there.
I felt like it was another one of those, like, Herbie doesn't really follow the NFL situations.
I would put the AFC West up against any division in football right now with the way the Chargers are playing, the Broncos getting back to 2-2, the Chiefs getting back to 2-2.
You said NFC West, right?
Yeah.
The NFC West, they've all played each other, too. Like the Seahawks, I still need to see a little more to fully buy in. The Cardinals, I don't think, are very good. They don't feel like they're ready to win big games. The Rams, it's been kind of a Jekyll and Hyde situation. And then the Niners, am I supposed to really believe the Niners are some great team without their quarterback or their tight end and a bad O-line? None of their receivers are healthy. Maybe this division is just going to beat up on each other a little bit and get wins off on easy crossover games, and it'll look great, and they'll all be eliminated in the first round.
Couple more. Commanders, Chargers, Chiefs, Jags. What do you guys think of those two matchups? Both good matchups.
I like the Chargers at home against the Commanders. I think Commanders it feels like they're in for a regression season a little bit. They've already lost Jaden Daniels to some time, and he hasn't played as well as he did a year ago. Chiefs, Jags, this is the moment. If the Chiefs are going to prove to everybody they're back, go on the road to Jacksonville on Monday night and win that. Jacksonville's defense is no slouch. So go win in Jacksonville, and I'll buy that you're back. But right now, I can't buy their back because they beat up the zombie Ravens.
Yeah, I think the Jaguars should go 4-1 in this one.
Wow, big call.
Jaguars go 4-1. They're due. They like every 6 years or 7 years from now on. They kind of do something, and I think this is the year they do it.
Was it 7 years ago when they lost to the Patriots in the AFC title?
Yeah,
7 years. There you go.
They're due. They're due for something. Finally.
All right, that'll do it for the Brunch Rush. Mike North joins us next with the bonus play. It's Carmen and Yurko.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
$2 million, the Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Playing professional football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies. But I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. And the Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases. Personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and guess what? They're going to help you too. Call 844-4VLG Law today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
College football is back.
Nothing like kicking off game day with an ice-cold Yingling, crisp, classic, and always refreshing.
Whether you're in the stadium under the lights or gathered with friends for game day, Yingling is the perfect companion for every college football fan.
And now Flight by Yingling is a proud partner of Fighting Illini Athletics.
It makes sense. America's oldest brewery, Yingling, is all about tradition, and Illinois football in Champaign is one of the best traditions around.
Celebrate every touchdown and enjoy the taste of game day all season long.
And celebrate college football, good company, and Yingling.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale Roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey everybody, Joe here, founder of Fry the Coop. Did you know that we now use Vienna beef pickles in our awesome chicken sandwiches? Vienna beef makes the best pickles ever, and we couldn't be happier. Don't believe me? Stop by any Fry the Coop and prove me right.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Carmen and Yurko, Shane Orling sitting in for Carmen today. Carmen's in New Orleans. And every week at this time, we get Mike North with the bonus play. Mike North joins Carmen on the odds couple every week. You'll hear that tomorrow right here on ESPN 1000 at 8 a.m., leading directly in to myself and Tyler Rocky, Chicago's College Tailgate, live at Will's Northwoods Inn in Lakeview on Racine. Come hang out with us tomorrow morning, giving out Wisconsin, Illinois tickets. But Mikey, what's up, man? How are you?
Shay and Yerks, what's going on, guys?
Doing well, Mikey. Doing well.
A great segment. I listened to it, and I love the rundown of the games for the NFL. And Shay, I'm with you 100%. Either play New Orleans or don't bet it. It doesn't make any sense. It's a don't make sense game. So right there, I agree with you. I also think that you were talking about the tape game, and they have tape on Jackson Dart.
Yep.
And, you're only going to run that quarterback draw a lot less than you did the first week. I think he surprised me even with the speed and his agility and stuff like that. So now they got tape on him. But I'll tell you what, I think the big game of the week is Tampa Bay versus Seattle. Seattle right now 3.5-point favorites against Tampa Bay. Baker Mayfield, look, my first inclination, he's 15-1, which is a pretty good bet right now to take. I'm not saying you're going to win it for him to win MVP. But Seattle, a tough team. They can rush 4. There's similarities. Tampa Bay's 15th on offense, Seattle 17th. The surprise, though, is Tampa Bay 4th defensively, while Seattle is ranked 11th. But Seattle can do some things to probably battle up Baker Mayfield. But there's other reasons to bet Seattle in this game. Seattle, number one, has only 6 people listed on their injury report, while Tampa Bay has 2 of their best corners out, and they have 16. So that's one reason. Another reason is my first inclination, like I said, is Baker Mayfield's the winner. You'd love to be in the foxhole with him. But Sam Darnold right now is a better quarterback, according statistically. He's 9th in the league overall, while Baker Mayfield is 15th. As far as defense goes, Tampa Bay 4th, like I said, Seattle 11th. So this is a game where you could take the points if you want, but the final denominator for me, it's a home game for Seattle, and I think it's a tough road trip for Tampa Bay.
So you're laying the 3.5 with the Seahawks?
Absolutely, my friend.
All right, anything else for the bonus play, Mikey?
No, you know what? I think a sneaky game. Be careful of this game. I'm leaning Washington, only because it doesn't make any sense. But, the Chargers have some flaws maybe. I know Harbaugh is a popular pick. I love him. Everybody loves him. The powder blue is back. But I'd be careful with that game, as far as I'm concerned, with the low amount of points that Washington's getting.
All right, thanks, Mikey. Thanks for checking in. Again, the odds
All
couple
right,
tomorrow.
guys, my pleasure. Take care.
Mikey.
Thanks.
Have a good one. Odds couple tomorrow, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. right into Chicago's College Tailgate. Live, Wills Northwoods in Racine, in Lakeview on Racine, brought to you by Tullamore Dew. Tyler Rocky and I will be hanging out at Wills Northwoods tomorrow, talking some college football, right into the games and giving away Wisconsin-Illinois tickets. So come see us. We got Todd Furman joining us next on Carmen and Yurko.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Baseball fans get paid up to 2 days sooner with Credit Union One. Simply open a CU1 free checking account, set up direct deposit, and get ready for an early payday. Plus, with 16 Chicagoland branches, access to more than 90,000 surcharge-free ATMs nationwide, and 24/7 digital and mobile banking, you can bank anytime and anywhere. It's your money. Get access to it sooner. Get started today at cu1.com/Chicago. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey guys, it's October, and if you've got old, stuck, or cracked windows, you know what that means. Chilly air is seeping into your home. Don't deal with those annoying drafts this fall. Eliminate them once and for all with Window Nation. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big deal. Window Nation has an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, so you know you're in great hands. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
It's football season, Chicago, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza is cut in the squares with crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings piled high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. The corner booth delivers flavor that satisfies the soul. So huddle up, grab a pie, and taste the original Chicago pub-style pizza.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
It's Carmen and Yurko, Shane Orling filling in for Carmen. Good kid with me, as he always is in his usual spot. If you missed the Cubs conversation, we started the show with it. The first hour available on the ESPN Chicago podcast, the Carmen and Yurko podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. You can also always watch us on YouTube or Twitch, youtube.com/@ESPN1000 Chicago. You're able to watch us live on YouTube. Getting back to the NFL, though, now, Todd Furman joining us. Todd, how are you?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. Hopefully you guys are as well, and I'm glad to see Yurko made it back from Vegas in one piece, at least relatively speaking.
Yeah. Relative.
Found a way to survive, my friend.
It's the name of the game out here, Yurko, as you know all too well. Much like the NCAA tournament, a weekend in Vegas is all about survive and advance.
That's right.
I saw you limping through the casino on Sunday, and I fell for you, man. Yeah. I felt Vegas took its toll, Yurko.
Yeah, it did. You should have saw me at the airport. McKee saw me. Jason McKee saw me when he was getting on the flight. He looked over by me, and he just shook his head. I said, we'll be fine. Once we get back to Chicago, we'll be fine.
All right, Todd, I want to start with the NFL board, and I think what is probably for most people who maybe aren't initiated, the most shocking point spread on the board would be that the 0-4 Saints are now laying 2.5 at home against the Giants. What are you seeing here?
Yeah, it's such an interesting game for a variety of reasons. You mentioned the Saints winless on the season. Spencer Rattler still looking for that first career victory to put on his resume, and here they are, laying points against a Giants team that looked a little bit more capable and competent, getting their first win of the season, upsetting the Chargers last week as a 6.5-point dog. This number opened more along the lines right around a pick 'em, even the Giants -1 in some shops. Situation and scheduling spot, huge edge to the New Orleans Saints here. But at the same time, if you're making a case for what's going to be the best unit on full display on Sunday, it's probably the Giants' defensive line. We're not 100% sure if the Saints are going to have the services of their starting center in Cesar Ruiz. But at this point, guys, you're not going to get rich backing the Saints laying points, even in this spot against the downtrodden Giants team. But I'm not going to sit here and advocate for the Giants to win 2 games in a row. Have some concerns about Jackson Dart, especially with that hamstring he was grabbing towards the latter portions of the game against the Chargers. Fun game with a couple of young quarterbacks and a Giants team trending in the right direction, but the number says it's Saints or pass in this spot.
Yeah, I felt the same way about it. Kind of similar, like for me, Vikings-Browns, the early game in London. Vikings obviously stay overseas and don't have the jet lag factor that the Browns might be dealing with. But I look at the number, and how can you be expected to lay 3.5 points with a Vikings team that got the performance they got out of Carson Wentz in Dublin against Pittsburgh? He was, in my mind, awful. Is this not Browns or pass?
And it's a game that gets even more challenging from a Minnesota standpoint when you look at the current construction of their offensive line. I mean, down Ryan Kelly, down Brian O'Neill, down Donovan Jackson, and that just happens to be the strength of the way Cleveland can get after you with Myles Garrett and company in the trenches. You mentioned the travel spot, huge edge to Minnesota here. We don't have a lot of history of teams playing 2 games in Europe, and of course the Vikings are the first team to play 2 games internationally in back-to-back weeks in league history. But you wonder about Carson Wentz, not the most mobile guy, but on the flip side of things, you dig into Brian Flores' track record as a defensive coordinator against rookie quarterbacks or those in their second year, and he has been outstanding. So I actually would have felt a little bit more comfortable backing the Browns here with Joe Flacco, just his ability to diagnose what the Vikings defense was going to throw at him. But it feels like a Quinshon Judkins game. He's going to have to be the key cog. And I would lean Browns here at 3.5 or better. But this game has really been a battle, and I'm curious to see where the number settles if we trend back towards 4 or if we're talking about the game closing at a field goal for that breakfast kickoff time Sunday morning.
You got New England against Buffalo on Sunday night. Buffalo 8.5-point favorites in this one. Mike Vrabel giving them a reason to believe in New England. Is 8.5 just enough to make you go New England's way?
He sure is, Yurka. I mean, the team looks a little bit more bunged up on both sides of the ball. Drake May playing at a very high level, but I do have concerns about this Bills offensive line that I think were masked in their dominant performance last week against the Carolina team that has an absolutely anemic pass rush. You look at this group of pass catchers for New England as well, and none of them are really creating separation. You look at some of those route run win rate numbers, and they're not brimming with confidence either. Buffalo almost feels like they've been lying in the weeds trying to just get through some of the inferior opponents they've played the last 3 weeks in the form of the Jets, Dolphins, and, of course, the Saints. This number, guys, before we saw last weekend's results, would have had Buffalo right around a 10-point favorite. So by that token, it's a little bit of a buy low opportunity, but I could see New England hanging around being just pesky enough. Not a game that I've bet, but I am intrigued by the total. Want to see if this number ticks down. May have to make a slight case to go over the number.
I also want to ask about Cowboys-Jets because I feel like the Jets, I know they're 0-4 and not all that interesting, trying to get their first win with Justin Fields and Aaron Glenn. It feels like every week they are in this same spot. Whether they're on the road or at home, they're hovering right around a field goal against teams you think should be pretty convincingly better, especially the performance the Cowboys had against the Packers defense last week. Is this finally a spot Aaron Glenn gets his first win?
I mean, pretty incredible what the Jets were able to do on Monday Night Football against the Dolphins. I know they lost the game 27-21 on the scoreboard, but from a yards per play standpoint, 7.1 to a 5.4 for the Dolphins. They showed tremendous balance in run versus pass. They were just done in by 3 lost fumbles, something that you shouldn't even see at the high school level, and it wasn't on Justin Fields from a responsibility standpoint. If there's one thing we've grown accustomed to with the Cowboys is they'll put together a Herculean effort and they'll follow it up with a dud. I really believe you're going to get the Jets at their best. Now, if that's good enough to win remains to be seen, given how undisciplined they have been through the first 4 games of the Aaron Glenn tenure. But there's only one way to look here, and it's trying to make a case for the Jets as a home underdog. Would love this number to get to a full field goal, but otherwise wouldn't have the slightest hesitation about teasing the Jets up, forcing Dallas to go on the road, win in hostile territory, and do so convincingly.
I don't think Jacksonville hosted a Monday night game since 1998, but they are. They're getting the Kansas City Chiefs into town. Will we see a big effort out of Cone and the Jacksonville Jaguars?
It doesn't feel like Mark Brunell is going to be walking through that door anytime soon to stabilize the quarterback position for Jacksonville. But give Liam Cohen a ton of credit, Yerk, for what he's gotten this team to do through the first couple of games. Leading on the defense, it's been very opportunistic, taking the football away. But you also look at the resume that Jacksonville has compiled this record against, and honestly, it leaves plenty of questions that still have to be answered. Wins against Carolina, a loss against the Jake Browning-led Bengals for the majority of that game. Not much better against the Houston Texans offense, and then, of course, last week against the mash unit of the 49ers of sorts. So I want to see how Jacksonville performs in a game of this magnitude. I know it's a little bit of a square bear approach, but I think Kansas City's still being undervalued. This defense is starting to round into form. We know they can be stout against the run, and it puts a lot of pressure on Trevor Lawrence in that passing attack. I like Kansas City a bit, but want to see if the number potentially trends back towards a field goal. Would have no problems laying 3 with the Chiefs on Monday Night Football.
Yerk, is this rooting interest with you on the Jags?
Yes, 100%.
I know you think they're going to win. Look, Todd, if people looked at this early in the season or preseason, Texans-Ravens was one of the marquee games of the season. Now you're getting a Texans team that's 1-3 and can't keep their quarterback upright and can't score. And a Ravens team that is without their best defensive tackle, likely without their quarterback, might be without some of their best defensive pieces just in general. Marlon Humphrey and Roquan Smith both left the game last week. And Houston is laying 2.5 on the road in Baltimore. How do you even address this?
You know, this is a game where we saw the Ravens kind of open up with a hybrid line on Monday amid speculation that Lamar Jackson's status was very much in doubt. They opened as much as a 6.5-point favorite. Money didn't come in initially on the Texans, but as the day wore on Monday, you started to see a little bit of nibble from professional bettors backing the dog, and that number continued to crash as things went on until we started to get to the point where we are now with the Houston Texans installed as a road favorite. And while a lot of people go, how much is Lamar Jackson worth to the number? Lamar by himself, for me, 6.5, 7-point downgrade, but it's the cluster injuries that you mentioned defensively for Baltimore. And it's not just 1 or 2 guys. I mean, there's a chance that they go into this game on Sunday down as many as 11 key contributors on the projected two deep that we thought coming out of camp, and a ton of difference makers in that particular regard. I know Houston hasn't lit the world on fire offensively, but if C.J. Stroud can sit in the pocket even behind this makeshift offensive line, get the ball to guys like Woody Marks, who has really burst onto the scene both in a fantasy perspective and on-field performance last week, that this sets up well for a Texans team that's going to be just as desperate for a win. But you're not going to make money in this business, guys, taking the worst of the number. So I think this is kind of a stay-away contest the way it's currently being priced. But should be an interesting game to watch, knowing the lofty expectations for both these teams coming into the year.
I also want to ask you just about one college game. I think the slate overall is a little bit weaker on Saturday, but there are a couple games. Florida State, Miami sticks out. The one I want to ask about is the one Adam Abdallah is going to watch with great interest. Vanderbilt travels to Tuscaloosa. Vandy's getting 10.5 points. And this ain't your father's Vandy. This Vandy team can play some ball. Bama looking to avenge the loss that derailed their season a bit last year. How do you look at this with Bama laying a big number at home?
51 straight conference games it'll mark on Saturday that Vanderbilt has entered as an underdog. I feel like Yerk was still playing college ball the last time Vandy went into an SEC game, needing to win and do so by margin. Now, that streak should end for Vandy in early November when they play host to Kentucky if they continue at this current trajectory. But, numbers-wise, I make Alabama a 13-point favorite here. But that comes with the caveat that I have lost a decent amount of money trying to fade this Vanderbilt team since the start of last year, thinking that they were overvalued. I mean, Diego Pavia just has a different level of compete in him than we've seen from college quarterbacks. This Vandy defense, though, could potentially be a real problem. I mean, I know they gave up a lot of points the last couple weeks in garbage time, but it's still 56 points against Georgia State and Utah State. Ty Simpson starting to look the part at quarterback for Alabama. And while Alabama didn't muster a single point on the road last week against Georgia, they at least did enough in the first half to get away from that game comfortably. A lot of guys I respect are betting this game over the total. They think Vandy's offense will be able to move the ball as well on Alabama defensively. But not a game that I've bet, but one I am no doubt fascinated to watch given what lies in front of Vanderbilt. They're able to win this game on the road at Alabama and beat the Tide for the second time in as many years. In my opinion, Diego Pavia will move to the front-runner status for the Heisman Trophy, and we'll start having to talk about Vanderbilt as a legitimate threat in the SEC, even with the upcoming gauntlet that sees them play LSU, Missouri, and Texas after their bye next week.
The Heisman race is fascinating to me because, Mateer was so clearly becoming the favorite before the hand surgery, and now there's news out of Norman that some of it's good, some of it's bad. They're not telling you he's not going to play Red River, but they're also not telling you he'll be ready to go. I think he started throwing this week. That could mess up what this race looks like. Right now, I believe Dante Moore is still installed as the favorite. Carson Beck has gotten off to a great start in Miami. Are there any really longer shot buys where you don't have to pick one of the favorites that you would look at Heisman besides Diego Pavia?
Just the way we drew it up, guys. UCLA cast off of sorts and Dante Moore the favorite. We're looking at a Division II transfer from Ferris State and Trinidad Chambliss, who is now 12-1, and an Indiana starting quarterback as well, very much in the mix. Wild times in the current era of college football. If I'm making a case for a guy a little bit further down the odds board, I'd actually go to South Bend. I think C.J. Carr is arguably one of the best quarterbacks in college football right now. And while I'm not sure Notre Dame has those marquee games on their schedule they're going to need to bolster Carr's resume, if he's able to put up video game-like numbers starting as early as this week against Boise, put on a show against USC, which will be the marquee for Notre Dame, and lead this Irish team to 10 straight victories, I think we'll be looking at that 25-1 price tag offering all sorts of opportunity and upside. So he'd be a guy that I would look at if we were trying to avoid guys in the single digits and the low teens.
I guess I'll also ask you Miami and Florida State because I find the number there fascinating. You've got Miami, number 3 in America, off to a start where a lot of people feel like they might just be the best team in America, going on the road, Tallahassee, and laying just 4.5 against a Florida State team that lost in overtime to Virginia. What are you seeing here?
If you're looking at the number, it no doubt says it's Florida State or pass. The problem for me, despite making this game for myself, is that I just can't get to some of the on-field matchups that would favor Florida State and create a path for them to pull off the upset, even in what will be hostile territory in one of the more electric environments Saturday night. at Doak Campbell. You look at Miami, they've had an extra week to prepare. They have a good idea of how Thomas Castellanos leads this FSU offense, something that Alabama didn't in the season opener when they were taken by surprise. And the one thing we've seen from Carson Beck during his time at Georgia when he went on the road, especially last year, numbers weren't great. But when he's not pressured, he's a guy that can pick you apart. And Florida State hasn't really been able to manufacture a pass rush, at least through the early going this season. So while normally I would sit here and love a home underdog in conference and a bounce-back spot, I just can't get there with the Seminoles. So this is, much like the Vanderbilt-Alabama game, one of the marquee games of the day that, unfortunately, guys, I won't have an investment in.
Is it unfair for me? I am somebody who looked at it and saw the same thing you did. Florida State or pass, and I am putting a wager on Florida State. And I'll tell you my galaxy-brained way of doing it was, doesn't it feel like we're all waiting for a week where Mario Cristobal punts his goodwill?
Oh, there's no doubt that you are just sitting on a ticking time bomb of sorts where Mario is going to find a way with a team that's superiorly talented, that he gets in his own way, doesn't allow the coordinators to do their job. And the one thing I'll say, if you're making a case for Florida State, I mean, Mike Norvell as a home underdog has done a tremendous job, and I do have to give Florida State, at least at the head coaching position, a nod, even if I think Miami's offensive and defensive coordinators get a slight bump compared to what we've seen in the past. Especially given how well Corey Heatherman has this Miami defense playing and their ability to limit explosive plays that'll be tested for the first time in hostile territory so far this season.
All right, baseball. Cubs advance to the NLDS. They'll take on the Brewers. The Brewers have home field, but some injury concerns. We heard from Pat Murphy and from the Brewers back on Tuesday that we'd get an update that day on Brandon Woodruff. It's now Friday, and we've heard nothing. So I don't have any idea what's going on with Brandon Woodruff, the Brewers starting pitcher. You look at the series price here, and the Cubs are very short underdogs. Are they live to win this series? I think they win in 4, personally.
So it's an interesting way to kind of approach some of these series, because you mentioned the series number for the Cubs here, right around, we'll call them even money, minus 105, kind of the consensus. You know, you have two options. You can either look to try and back the Cubs, where they'll be a somewhat substantial underdog, probably in that plus 135 range for the series opener. If they were to lose that game, then come over the top with a series bet. And I think that would be the way that I would look to approach it. If you think the Cubs go out there and win, take the price. You win game 1, you get out scot-free with a much better number than what you're seeing for a series price. But I do think the injury concerns for the Brewers are paramount. They're a little bit banged up in their bullpen as well. And we'll see if Mr. Counsell has some revenge and can manage his bullpen slightly better. The one thing that I wouldn't be as optimistic about with the Cubs, I can't imagine the Brewers' big bats in the middle of the lineup will perform as poorly as what we saw from the San Diego Padres in that best-of-3 at Wrigley the last couple days.
Yeah, and the Cubs got to come through with moments of opportunity. They left a lot of runners on and had opportunity to put up cricket numbers and just didn't. You got to be able to do that. I also want to just selfishly ask, because I was surprised when I saw the number after the Tigers advanced, and I grew up a Detroit fan, a Tigers fan. I was surprised to see they're only plus 145 in the series. How much of that is, if this goes the distance, they'll throw Skubal twice?
That is exactly why Detroit is getting the respect that they are in the betting market. Having that ace in the hole that Detroit has, unlike a lot of the teams right now that are still playing outside of that Phillies-Dodgers series, it's so difficult to try and quantify the impact that Skubal can have. You don't have a whole lot of confidence in some of the Detroit bats and their secondary arms, but if he can go out there and be as dominant as what we saw in Game 1 against the Guardians, he becomes the great equalizer. So this is probably a series I would look to see when Skubal gets the nod. I would imagine he goes in Game 1 since they won't start until Sunday.
I believe it's Game 2. Game 1 is Saturday, and I think Game 2 Sunday.
Changes the things a little bit, so maybe you try and stay away from Game 1 where Seattle will then open as a pretty big favorite and look to bet Detroit for the series if they're down 0-1, knowing that Skubal could go Game 2 and Game 5.
All right, Todd, let's get your best plays before we get you out of here.
You know, this has been the bane of my existence, guys. I tell you when I win, I tell you when I lose. I'm through 4 weeks. 2-10, not going to get the job done with a couple of heartbreaking losses. So we're due for a little bit of regression. But because I have no problem losing my own money, doing this professionally, guys, I'm going to play small ball this week and just go with one game. And we'll give out the Denver Broncos plus the 3.5 against the Eagles. Look, this is an Eagles offense that, in my opinion, everyone thinks they wave a magic wand and they're going to be just fine. But this may not be the week where they look like they can get back to basics. I like this Denver defense quite a bit. I think they'll be able to make life difficult for Jalen Hurts and company. And while the scheduling spot isn't ideal on the short week traveling, I think Denver offensively found a bit, and Philadelphia banged up on that defensive side. So I'll take the Broncos plus 3 and a hook to potentially knock Philadelphia from the ranks of the unbeaten.
I like it. All right, Todd. Todd Furman joining us from Vegas with all the insight and information on the betting this weekend. Thanks, Todd. Appreciate it.
You got it, gentlemen. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the NFL slate, college, and, of course, a big-time baseball game taking place Saturday between the Cubs and Brewers.
All right, Todd. Have a great weekend. Good luck. We've got Yurko's Keys to the Bye coming up in just a little bit, but take a quick time out, come back, recap a Cubs victory and how I feel like the Cubs will fare in this series against the Brewers. Do that quickly when we come back. It's Carmen and Yurko.
Carmen and Yurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
Let's get out and celebrate college football right. Shane Norling and Tyler Aki are taking Chicago's college tailgate on the road. Tullamore Dew and ESPN Chicago invite you out for a live tailgate broadcast. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn on Racine and Lakeview tomorrow from 9 to 11 as the guys break down the day's events. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn tomorrow at 9. Presented by Tullamore Dew. Please enjoy responsibly.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Injuries on the field are rough, but your injury case doesn't have to be. At Postman Law, there's no fee unless they win. Car crash, work accident, slip and fall. Postman Law's your local injury lawyers. With over $3 billion won for their clients, they don't just show up, they deliver results when it matters most. After an injury, call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise. Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
I'm Sammy Lubeck, Chicagoland's real estate agent, here to help you make your next move. With Baird & Warner, a Chicago institution for 170 years, my team has helped our clients buy and sell homes from Lakeview to Lake Forest, Bucktown to Barrington, Hinsdale to Highland Park, and 80 towns in between. Get exclusive access to private listings and smart strategies to win in today's market. No surprises, just results. Let's get started at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Lubeck, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. On the field, every great team starts with a strong defense, and the same's true in business. That's why companies trust my friends at Trend Micro. They protect your network, your cloud, your data, and your people from ransomware, phishing, and today's toughest cyber threats. With AI-powered proactive security, Trend Micro stops attacks before they ever reach you. Trusted worldwide and backed by over 35 years of innovation, this is enterprise defense done right. Go to trendmicro.com today. That's trendmicro.com.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text BILL to 231231 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text BILL to 231231. That's BILL to 231231.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Yurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
First pitch swinging from in the center. Pete Armstrong on a 3-hit day. Makes the catch. The Chicago Cubs are going to head up 94.
That was the call last night. ESPN as the Cubs moved on with a series-clinching win in the wild card series over the San Diego Padres. It's huge for the team. Obviously, it's huge for Cubs fans. And I look at the series you have in front of you now against Milwaukee. It's a team you took 7 out of 13 against in the regular season. The last time you saw them, you played a 5-game set. You took 3 of the first 4. And I don't view this series in the postseason a whole lot differently. I kind of just think this is Cubs in 4.
Yeah. Not only that, but the Cubs have been hardened. You know, they've gone through it. They've had the emotional up and downs. Milwaukee's up there, you know, kind of gallivanting, walking through their stuff. You know, doing a little BP, doing this, doing that. You got a little bit of Mo coming up there, and hopefully that Mo continues.
I want to ask you something about the landscape of playoff baseball, because Jack McGrath took over Shea's platform this morning on Cap and J Hood.
Right.
And he used it to get chesty about how playoff expansion is terrible because a team like the Tigers was able to advance, because these wild card series exist, and it devalues accomplishment in the regular season, where he's effectively saying the Padres never should have been in the playoffs at all. So it's good that they're eliminated.
Maybe,
and it's bad that the Tigers advance because they never should have been in the playoffs.
Maybe he's a baseball purist. And what he'd like to see is the National League in one column, the American League in the other column, and the two teams just battle against each other that are at the top. And they call it the World Series, and that's the way it used to be done. But we figured out over the course of time, if you want to generate a little bit of revenue and you want everybody to be a little bit richer than they were before, that you've got to go ahead and you've got to expand that a little bit, which Major League Baseball did. First, they went with 4. Winner, meet in the World Series. Everything's good. Then they expanded it, which I think has been fantastic. Can you go too far? Yeah, absolutely you can go too far. But 12 out of 30, is it 30 Major League Baseball teams?
Yeah.
12 out of 30 is not too much.
No, and I think you could make the argument that before they were too exclusive. When it was 8 out of 30, that was it that made the playoffs, and that's even after the addition of the wild card.
Yeah.
Before that, it was 6. Before that, it was 2. I think you could make an argument that they were too exclusive in keeping teams out of this.
The best teams usually find a way to get it done, and I think when it's all said and done, the best team that year ends up winning the World Series. That's it. You tested. It's done on the field where it's supposed to be done. And then you name a champion.
The flip side of the argument is you play 162 games. How much more data do you need to find?
Shorten it.
To see. I agree with you. I think 162 games in 2025 is out.
Play 140.
Outrageous. The season should start on May 1st, and the playoffs should start in mid-September.
I think it should kick off April 15th.
That'd be fine.
I think Jackie Robinson Day is the day that it should kick off.
That'd be fine.
And then finishes September 15th.
And I think 140 games is about a perfect number.
Thank you.
162 is just, it turns into a dog day thing. And the argument I would make back to Jack is, well, the Tigers were the best team in baseball for 3 months. Why should they be punished because of the 2 months where they weren't? Like, again, if you shorten the season, the Tigers would have made the playoffs convincingly.
Yeah.
But because it's this elongated death march, then you have certain teams fall off and certain teams rise up.
Here's where you get to the stupid season. When you take the NCAA tournament from the 32 teams to 64,
perfect.
You've done something right. You take it to 68 to placate the Syracuses of the world and stuff when they stink.
Yep.
So you can find a way to get them in. Now you're going to 76. 8 more teams. You're going to have 12 play-in games.
Oh, and I got news. I heard
the tournament doesn't start until there's 64 teams in the tournament.
I heard you and Carm talking about this yesterday, and Carm's saying, I don't want to see Iona and Manhattan. I don't want to see Quinnipiac and whoever.
University of Maryland, Baltimore County.
I got news for you, though. Expansion is not being done for them.
No.
Expansion is being done for the 500 Indiana team.
The 10 and 11th team within a super conference.
Yeah, it's being done for the 16 and 16 Ohio States of the world or the 15 and 15 Virginias.
Any chance they can screw over a 31 and 3 San Diego State team, that's what they would try to do. They would try to screw them over.
Hoodie brought this up to me and asked me, he's like, well, now I guess the Valley will be a two-bid conference. And I'm like, not so fast. They don't care about getting two teams in from the Valley.
Right.
They care about making sure the whole ACC gets in.
Speaking of devil, there he is over there.
Oh, yeah. This guy spouting off against the
getting lippy.
bad that is playoff expansion.
What the hell? Guy's getting lippy
I
over
will
there.
say
Jack McGrath.
the middle ground that I can find on the baseball side of it is not that they should have fewer teams, because I actually like that they let more in. The middle ground I would offer is the wild card series should be 5 games. And I understand why they won't do it, because it'll screw teams over on the bye week. It's too much time off if you play the wild card series for a week.
It's 3 in a row for a reason.
But a 3-game elimination series is that isn't baseball.
I love it. Get your stuff right. I was about to say another SH word. Get your stuff right.
I wish that
you got 3 games to get it right.
I wish that they could make the wild card series best of 5. I know they won't. I know they can't. It'll never happen. I just wish that they could.
Then why mention it?
The 3-game series is criminal, man. You play 162 games for it to come down to 2 wins.
That's right.
It's
Play better
criminal.
during the year. Play better during the year. You won't be in it.
That's fair.
I'm a smooth criminal.
That is fair.
Boom.
All right. We got to get to Yurko's keys to the bye week.
I'm ready.
It's coming up next, right here on Carmen and Yurko.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
Guys, it's Friday. You know what that means? It is Fry the Coop Friday. On my way home, I'm going to be stopping at a Fry the Coop, one of their 10 Chicagoland locations. I'm going to be stopping at the Lincoln Park one because that's on my way home, but there are 10 of them. Go to frythecoop.com to find one closest near you. Pick up a sandwich for yourself. Pick up some nuggets for the kids, maybe some tenders for the rest of the family. Whatever you want, they've got you covered. They've got 6 different levels of heat, one for every single taste bud. Grab some of their beef fat fries. They fry everything in beef fat because why? It makes everything taste better. They've added Vienna beef pickles because it adds that little extra something to the sandwich. Pick up something for yourself, something for the family, whether it's something before the games this weekend, dinner, lunch, whatever you want, just a snack. Head to Fry the Coop, the best damn chicken sandwich money can buy. 10 Chicagoland locations. Head to frythecoop.com. Fry the Coop Friday. Grab something today.
$2 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. So if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm." Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Avondale Roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
It's Carmen and Yurko. Shane Orling sitting in for Carmen. And this time, every Friday throughout football season, we give you Yurko's Keys. This week, Yurko's Keys to the bye week, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group.
Shay, I'm glad you asked. This weekend, no Bears game whatsoever, but there's a lot of football on. My keys to the Bears bye week. Key number 1. Thank you. Tee times. Make sure you've got the requisite amount of tee times that you need. I'm playing golf this afternoon at Presswood Country Club in beautiful Frankfort, Illinois. Then I'm playing my palatial country club, Lincolnshire Country Club in Cretin, Illinois, the next 2 days. One in the Scramble, the other one, a wonderful event that we have planned for Sunday afternoon. So make sure you have your tee times for this weekend. Key number 2. You don't want to find out tomorrow night or tonight that you're missing something in the liquor cabinet. Whether it's bitters, whether it's maraschino or Luxardo cherries, whether it's rum, whether it's Tito's vodka, spritzer, whether it's club soda, whether it's soda water. You got to have the requisite amount of like 7-Up and Coca-Cola and everything that goes along with alcohol. So now's the time to go take a little bit of inventory. That way this weekend, you're going to be absolutely perfect. That's what it's all about. Key number 3. I don't know what you're going to decide to eat this weekend, but it's a great time to stop by the old meat guy, Rob's Meats.
Excuse me?
And Stop and Shop. That's right, the meat guy. Pick up some steaks. You know, pick up a chuck roast. Maybe make yourself something special this weekend.
I did that this week.
Yeah, it's time to stop by your butcher and pick up the requisite amount of meats that you're going to need for this weekend. It's going to be fantastic. It's the bye week. You can do what you want. Weather's going to be in the 80s. Weather's going to be in the 80s away from the lake. Down here, it's going to be a little bit cooler. But get out there, get your meat, get your drink, get your tea times. And that is the recipe for a tremendous bye weekend for the Chicago Bears not playing this week. The Bears. There it is, just 3-pack. So what did I give you? Alcohol, I gave you meat, and I gave you golf. What else do you need?
That is incredible old school sports radio guy talk.
Right there.
No, notice, boys, nothing for the lady in his life. He's got his tea times, he's got his booze, and he's got his meat.
She plays her cards right, she'll get something Saturday night. Whoa! Hey! Whoa! Hey! It's going to be thick, creamy, and white.
Can I add a key to the weekend?
No, yeah, it's your weekend. You want to add a key to your weekend? Feel free.
My weekend is not fun. My weekend is going to be spent tomorrow night at a strict black tie wedding. During college football and during what is now a Tigers NLDS game.
How close is the wedding to the family? How close?
It's a friend of my wife.
It's a friend of the wife?
Yeah.
Okay. important to her.
Yes.
That's what matters. All
Yeah,
right.
My wife will be standing in this wedding, actually.
Well, she'll be standing.
Yeah, she'll be taking part.
As opposed to sitting, or?
Correct. She'll be standing at the front.
up.
She'll be taking part.
She'll be standing up
Correct.
in the wedding.
Yes.
Okay. She the bridesmaid.
She is a bridesmaid. That is correct.
Is she?
Yeah.
She is a bridesmaid.
Yep.
She's not the maid of honor.
No.
Is that what they call it? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. So she's a bridesmaid.
Yes.
She got the dress?
Yes.
Okay. Everything's good?
Yes. And I rented.
She's got to really commit then. She's there Saturday morning then. She's getting her hair done with all the girls. That's a real commitment. Do you need to be there, or do you need to drop her off? What's going on?
Dude, I'm going to be at Will's Northwoods Inn, Lakeview on Racine, with Tyler Rocky, a live Chicago College tailgate.
Sure,
Come check it out. We'll be giving away Wisconsin, Illinois tickets. Then I'm going to be drinking and watching college football and watching MLB playoffs. And at some point, I will belly up to my house where I will put my tux on and then belly up to this wedding.
Bridesmaids, will they be drinking mimosas in the morning and champagne all afternoon?
I imagine that's the case.
Who is responsible then to make sure who's going to be the one with the wits about them?
That's up to them. I think they're going to be responsible for themselves.
It's you or her.
Oh no, both
Who's
of
going to
us.
have the wits about them?
Yerk, you were just saying if your lady plays her cards right, if the both of us have our wits without us, we might both end the night happy.
Oh, okay, I got you. But I'm saying if you're both getting hammered up, do you guys have to go home? Do you guys have a place downtown as far as like a hotel room?
I'm glad you asked.
Where are you residing?
Because I will tell you, there is no better way to get home from a downtown Chicago wedding in the fall than the CTA. Do more, save money, ride CTA. We will get our asses home on a bus. Tux and bridesmaid dress. The CTA will get us home. Save money, do more, ride better. Boy, did he tee me up for that, Chris.
There's nothing worse than
I just try
an
to see
Uber
if there's-
surcharge.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
At 1 o'clock in the morning.
The ride share surcharge, the surge pricing they call it, there's nothing worse than dealing with that at the end of a night. There's nothing worse than needing to get a hotel room or find parking for the car, worry about it. The old
All you
Dewey.
need is an attorney and a window.
Yeah, why don't you just tell us about your new windows as well?
There is no need to worry about a Dewey if you're riding the CTA.
Oh, boy. I mean, are you being serious?
It's the chair, Yerk.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'm still waiting for honesty to come out of that chair.
What do you mean?
Oh, man.
I honestly I saw Abdallah on the red line today.
I honestly took the CTA after a concert last night because I looked at the Uber charge and I went, no, thank you.
No.
And
I take
hopped
the
on
train
brown
every
line.
day.
I hopped on the brown line.
Dude, half the time I check the surcharge, and I don't have to go that far. I live 5 miles from the loop. But
Gotcha.
if I'm out in River North and I look at the surcharge on the ride share, it's like $40 to get home. I got to go 5 miles.
Guys, is that what the Ubers cost nowadays?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So why do that when you can get home for $2.50 on the CTA?
I'm not kidding. I got out of a concert last night. It was 10:35, and the Uber to get back, I live like 3 miles away from here. They wanted $50.
It's insane.
I would say you feel good when you see the number pop up and it's under $30.
Yeah.
That's when you feel good.
Yeah.
Most of the time, like on a Friday or Saturday night, you're somewhere around 30, if not more.
It's ridiculous. So that's
and we
why
all live in the city. We're not going far.
That's why I just use the CTA. It's cheap. It's easy. I get home safe.
By the way, cheap it's inexpensive.
It's affordable.
Cheap has a negative connotation to it.
I don't think that's
what
true.
are you doing, Shay?
I don't think that's true.
That's true. Inexpensive.
It's inexpensive. It's affordable.
I replace.
I get to save money. I get to do more, and I ride the CTA.
If I ever see cheap and copy, I change it to inexpensive.
I do that as well.
Or it costs less. Anything but saying the CH word, which I think is no good, period.
Well, thank you.
That's the way I work.
I appreciate the live copy edit.
I did not know Uber was that expensive. I might delete the Uber off my phone because of the ridiculousness of that. I took taxis. We're in Vegas because they're right out front. You took a taxi.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
in
the best-
Vegas,
that's
if
the best
you're
part
in
of
a
Vegas.
city where taxis are available, go taxi.
Oh, yeah.
Agreed.
Go taxi. Absolutely. Chicago has no more taxis.
But that's the problem. Unless you're at the airport, it's almost impossible to find a taxi.
Here's my problem with taxis, though. Here's my problem. My problem with taxis is after a big event like concerts, they know. They will pull up to the concert and you will say, all right, I'm getting in. And they'll say, where are you going? And you'll say, destination. And they'll go, okay, $75. And you'll go, no,
No, it's
run the
terrible.
meter. And they'll go, no, it's $75. And they'll go, no, And I'll say, run the meter. And they'll go, nope, 75 bucks.
Then you get out and you double bird them.
Okay.
then go to a different
double
one.
bird them.
They all do this, though.
Yeah,
right.
Every cab driver does this.
Dude, I tried it once after a Bears game.
Dude, it's ridiculous.
The guy's like, oh, yeah, I can get you home, no problem. And then I get in the car, and he's like, it's $80 flat rate. I'm like, you got to be out of your mind.
No,
There's
it's not.
no way.
Open the door. That's what I tell them. Open the door. There are no flat rates unless you're going to the airport. I used to take the taxi a lot. I mean, I took a taxi from O'Hare Airport to Cherville, Indiana. Cost me $100, $110. I mean, but that's 50 miles.
That used to be on the back of the cab, too. It used to say on the back, flat rate from X
It still
destination
says
to
it.
the airport.
It's still there.
Yeah.
But it also says driver can implement flat rate whenever he feels like. It doesn't say that,
From
right?
the Riviera, which is 2 miles to Wrigley.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's absurd. That's why I use the CTA. It's the best way to get around. Anyway, the key that I was going to offer, which I am not able to take part in because I have a wedding tomorrow night. This is a terrible football weekend. The slate on Saturday, like, I'll just be honest with people, it's not good.
It's awful.
Alabama-Vandy is a pretty good game in all likelihood, unless it ends up being a blowout. Florida State-Miami, that might grab your attention. But for the most part, there's a lot of C-tier games in college football on Saturday. Tonight, forget about it. There's no way you want to watch any of the games that are on tonight. And there's no playoff baseball to get you through tonight either. So my key to the weekend, if you haven't done it yet, go see One Battle After Another. It is fantastic. Chris saw it this week. I know he loved it. I may go again tonight because I don't have plans. Like, I'm just trying to figure out my
That's what
night.
I'm doing tonight.
I think I might go tonight. That would be my key to the Bears bye week.
I like that.
It's a good movie, Yerk.
Let's see a movie.
I think you would enjoy it.
I listen, I don't.
I think Sean Penn's character you'd find enjoyable.
I'm not against movies, and I go to movies all the time. Leo burned me the last time I went and saw him.
Yeah, well, that movie was.
I disagree with you guys on that. I liked that movie.
Irishman on the Osage.
Yeah.
No, I liked Killers of the Flower Moon. I thought it was good.
This is different. It's different than that.
Good.
Yeah, it moves much quicker. It is very funny.
It's an action movie.
Yeah, it's explosive.
Now,
it's
the movie,
fun.
the movie before that I liked was the one where he was the movie actor.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yes,
that's a great
That was a
movie.
great movie. Now that was fantastic. He didn't disappoint me, but in Killers of the Irishman and the Osage, 3 hours and 20 minutes of just crap, absolute crap.
Killers of the Flower Moon.
De Niro crap, DiCaprio crap. Who directed the movie?
Scorsese.
Crap.
No, come on.
Yeah.
That's a good movie.
Just
come
a trio
on.
of crap. Of
it wasn't very good.
It was awful.
That is a good
It was a
movie.
terrible
It wasn't
movie.
very good.
You got to kind of tell yourself, oh, well, I'm going to root for them just because they are who they are. Not actually what the movie produced. The movie produced nothing but garbage.
I think if I put anybody else's name on that movie, Shay, any other director, you wouldn't have thought it was good.
No, I don't think so. I liked the movie. I'm sorry. I will say I haven't rewatched it because I just don't have 3.5 hours to commit. But
you
it's
don't
also
rewatch because you've got a brain.
Now, One Battle After Another is a 3-hour movie, and I am somebody who does feel like movies are getting too long. You can't ask me to commit 3.5 hours of my time. Scorsese has been a huge criminal on this of making movies longer and longer and longer. One Battle After Another does not feel for a second like you are sitting there for 3 hours.
Well,
No, it feels like you're there for an hour and a half.
It's incredible.
Who's this? Peter Tom Willis?
Peter Tom Willis. Exactly right.
Paul Aston.
He directed
Carpenter?
Air Bud. Yes.
It's Paul Aston Martin.
Yeah. What's his name?
Paul Thomas Anderson.
That's him. PTA. There we go. I knew I had it right. Paul Thomas Anderson. Great. So we'll see a movie for you.
There you go.
We'll see a movie for you. We're going to go in there. 80-degree day. It's a beautiful night. No wind. Time for a fire. But we'll go sit in the movie theater. Let's do it.
Time for a fire?
I mean, what the hell are you doing?
If I start a fire in the city, someone's calling the cops.
I got to tell you, too.
What are you doing?
And
I got a fire. You got the little doohickey, that little bowl. You put your wood in, and bam, you spark it up.
I know Adam.
I'll start a fire.
I know Adam is with me on this. I wish it were fire weather. The idea that it's going to be 80 degrees this weekend.
Man. No,
Come on.
I'm done.
I'm
man.
over it.
You guys suck.
I want to put the shorts away.
Get me 50 degrees. My hoodies are lonely, Chris. They want to be worn.
Believe me, you'll have time.
I washed all my hoodies for the thought that I was going to have to start wearing them.
Yeah.
I put them all through the washer. I folded them up nicely. I'm like, look, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And I haven't been able to get to them. I'm a little bit disheartened.
All right, we'll be right back. We'll wrap things up on Carmen and
Wrap it
Yurko.
next, Carm.
Wrap it.
You're listening
Wrapping
to
it up.
Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Let's get out and celebrate college football right. Shane Norling and Tyler Aki are taking Chicago's college tailgate on the road. Tullamore Dew and ESPN Chicago invite you out for a live tailgate broadcast. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn on Racine and Lakeview tomorrow from 9 to 11 as the guys break down the day's events. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn tomorrow at 9. Presented by Tullamore Dew. Please enjoy responsibly.
At Postman Law, they're used to winning. And after an injury, you could use a win. With more than $3 billion won for their clients, they know how to deliver fast. Car crash, work injury, serious accident, Postman Law makes it simple. Speed, ease, results. Because when the game's on the line, you need a team that knows how to finish strong. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com to get started. Others promise. Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, Azazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You ready to take your sports action to the next level? You need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees. Ever. Other books might charge you to get you in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. It's the only place I play. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Chauncey here. Meet me at Darvin Furniture in Orland Park on October 11th. Show your love of the outdoors with Darvin's new Field and Stream collection. It's modern, lodge-style furniture in your home. See you at Darvin in Orland Park, October 11th from 11 to 1.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Yurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
9 inches is enough for me.
Yeah, well, you and me both.
I know. What a show. Shane Orling sitting in for Carmen this morning on Carmen and Yurko. Wrapping things up, Carm.
I got the best job, Carm.
Very exciting. Cubs advance yesterday, eliminating the San Diego Padres. They'll start a series tomorrow right here on this station. You'll hear it 1:08 first pitch tomorrow, immediately after Peggy and Dion. White Sox Weekly will follow that tomorrow. Cubs playoff coverage on ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Potawatomi Casino, and also brought to you by Mauricio Longo and Associates. So you will get all the Cubs-Brewers action. You'll hear it right here on ESPN 1000 all next week. And this weekend, Game 1 is tomorrow. Game 2, I believe, is Monday. They have the National League on the staggered schedule. The AL will play both Saturday and Sunday this week.
I got you.
I believe that's the case. And, Adam, I think Monday night's game is an 8 o'clock start. So 8:08 first pitch Monday night. You will hear that right here for Game 2, also on ESPN Chicago. But we got to get through Game 1 first. And Game 1's always the one I lean towards the home team a little more.
Yeah.
Would not shock me if the Brewers take the first game of the series. But then it's just up to the Cubs to handle their business. Split them in Milwaukee and come back home and win 2. Cubs in 4.
Doesn't matter to me. First or second game doesn't matter as long as it's a split. As long as they get one of them. The absolute bonus is winning both.
Yeah.
That's the absolute
Well,
bonus.
if you win both, then you start thinking about coming home and just taking care of it and sweeping them out of here.
That's right. You definitely don't want to go back to Milwaukee.
But, I mean, it's the same in every playoffs where you play multiple games. Like the NFL is the exception because it's single elimination. But in a series like this, your job is to just go on the road and split them. And if you do that, the rest of it's in front of you. Just win 2 of 3. And you got 2 at home. You steal home field back. That's their mission this weekend. I think they'll take care of business. Cubs in 4.
Yeah, I told you Cubs in 4. Business-wise, I think I'd like Cubs in 5.
I think we'd love for the Cubs to play, 19 more games and win 11 of them, just from a business angle.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
that would be the ideal scenario.
That's right. Yeah, that's what I want.
Maybe the fans don't want that. It might be a little too high stress.
Too much heartache?
Yeah, a little. Dude, these playoff baseball, it's always a reminder once your team is in it. I don't think there's anything more stressful in sports than playoff baseball. I talked about this with Abdallah, and he told me overtime hockey is the only thing that matches it. But playoff baseball on a pitch-by-pitch basis, your season could end at any given moment.
I've never done cocaine, but I've watched overtime hockey, and I feel like that's a close second.
Every time I'm watching a playoff baseball game, I feel like I need a Xanax.
Do you?
My anxiety goes through the roof when my team is in the playoffs.
I think hockey's the because of the suddenness of it. You should every pitch actually not until the third out.
The exact quote I got, Yurko, was, "But nobody cares about hockey."
It's not true.
That was Chris that said that.
That's not true.
Was it Shay?
In 10, 13, and 16,
pretty sure.
This town was alive with the sounds of hockey.
The sounds of music.
Yeah, no, the sounds of hockey.
And music. The Fratellis.
The sounds of hockey?
The sounds of the Fratellis.
Tyler.
This city is still alive with the sounds of hockey.
The whole world is. Just ask them.
Listen, Cubs in 4. Overtime hockey is stressful. I'm not denying that. But any at-bat with runners in scoring position in the baseball playoffs is a different beast. Every pitch, you're just waiting for a result.
You're the guy. You love this baseball, man.
I do.
Yeah.
I know. You hate. You started the show by going, it's boring. That was the start of the show.
It is kind of boring, but it's fine. It's the playoffs. So there's a little bit more excitement.
The nitty-gritty now, man. This is where it counts. Cubs in 4. Rich Eisen, it takes you to 2 o'clock next. Then you get an uninterrupted hour. Black and Abdallah, 2 to 3. Waddle and Silvy coming in here at 3 o'clock. They'll handle your drive home on until 6:30 tonight. Cubs game 1 again tomorrow. 1:08 right here on ESPN 1000. Immediately following Peggy and Dion and Tyler Hockey and I out at Will's Northwoods Inn in Lakeview on Racine tomorrow, giving away Wisconsin-Illinois tickets.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Traffic got you down. Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or those unexpected costs for car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back. We'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Shay. It's football season, Chicago, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza is cut into squares with crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings piled high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. The Corner Booth delivers flavor that satisfies the soul. So huddle up, grab a pie, and taste the original Chicago pub-style pizza.
That's you trying to fix the plumbing yourself to save a few bucks. Doing things yourself doesn't always end well. The same goes for insurance. That's why Auto Owners works with local independent agents who tailor coverage to meet your needs and offer discounts for life, home, car, and business insurance. Because sometimes you need a professional to get the job done right. That's simple human sense.
Ask Fazio Insurance in Joliet if Auto Owners make sense for you.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Bogarts takes. Oh, it was low and he got rung up. That will definitely be a hat tapper next year.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
The 49ers stormed the field.
Earlier on the show, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Coming up, Jaguars running back Travis Etienne Jr., actor and comedian Jeremy Piven. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Number 2, the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. We're live on the Disney Plus streaming service. We're live on the ESPN app everywhere, live on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Pleased to have you here at 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Travis Etienne is going to join us. What's more likely is coming up here on this Friday. My top 5 other games that I'm looking forward to seeing. Jeremy Piven in studio. Lots of fun still to come, especially when we're talking baseball. Now, the crazy part about all of this is how quickly things can start and end in the wild card round with just 3 games. The Guardians have an incredible September to remember. And now it's over. Just 3 games in. They got the opportunity to have a postseason, A, and then B, to have all 3 games in Cleveland. But here comes a Tigers team that says, okay, we fell apart, but guess what? We got a lottery ticket. And we're cashing it in. And the Tigers move on to take on the Seattle Mariners next, which means either the Mariners or the Tigers are going to be playing for the right to represent the American League in the World Series. And then you've got the Cubs and the Padres having at it. And the Padres go into Chicago and even the series to force a 3rd game. And now the Padres are home, and one thing we're definitely going to hear about was the full-on, almost pushing and shoving that went down in the dugout when, because again, this is an old school, I guess, old stadium. The umpires use the visitors' dugout to exit the stadium, and the Padres let the umpires know all about the missed call in the 9th inning on Xander Bogaerts, who could have walked to bring the tying run to the plate. Instead, a clear ball that next year with the ABS, the system that will challenge umpires' balls and strikes calls. If the Padres had one of those in their pocket, that would have been ball 4. And they went nuts. My 2 cents again on that subject matter is play better than the umps ump. I mean, there were probably tons of times that they could have had opportunities, but when it comes down to that 9th inning, man, just don't put yourself in the hands of an umpire to blow a call, and that umpire blew the call, to say the least. But fittingly, Pete Crow Armstrong squeezes the final out for the Cubs. He had a phenomenal season, and now the Cubs move on. The Cubs are moving on, and they're taking on the Brewers. Oh, boy. That's a great rivalry. Nice regional rivalry for the right to represent the National League against either the Dodgers or the Phillies. That's going to be a great series as well. And then you have Game 3 between the Red Sox and the Yankees last night. Brockman's team and my team. Very proud of us, Chris. You and I have, I think, been on the up and up with one another.
Yeah.
And right now, this is what things can be crazy in the world of baseball. There are probably some Yankee fans trying to get arrested in Needham, Massachusetts right now, because the police chief there is the father of Cam Schlittler, and they want an autograph. And they want to make sure that they can get something from Cam Schlittler, this kid who came up in the middle of the season and started firing fastballs and started showing a little bit of glimpses of awesomeness, and then became even more awesome. But towards the end of the month, I was watching, wondering, would he be trusted to start a playoff game? They handed him a lead a couple of times, large lead. He couldn't even get out of the 5th inning. But he's got electric stuff, and there are times, I swear to you, as I'm watching these games with Coop at home, where, like, he looks like Garrett Cole.
I thought the same thing.
He looks like Garrett Cole.
I thought the same thing in the 1st inning.
I mean, facially, his style of pitching, his body language, all of it.
Totally.
And I'm like, if he could be Garrett Cole, heaven forbid, in October. And then last night, the battle of the kids, Schlittler's the one who dropped his Huggies and became a grown-ass man. Against Connolly Early, who was making just a career start at 5
5th career start.
And here's the ball, kid. Go win a game in Yankee Stadium with a bullpen that was kind of gassed to get to Game 3. And to try to wrap things up to avoid a Game 3 by Alex Cora in Game 2. And that kid was really good, too. He just had one inning. He had one inning where left the ball over the plate. The Yankees took advantage. A couple of plays out behind him weren't made. Yada, yada, yada. It's a 4-run lead. And Schlittler was just, like, not blowing that one.
Yeah, lights out.
And a good old-fashioned 8-inning performance. And listen, I was confident in the kid. I was believing in the kid. And I could never in a million years have thought, okay, what we're going to get as Yankee fans out of Cam Schlittler is the first ever playoff performance by a pitcher with 8 innings, 12 or more strikeouts, and no walks. I can't believe he's the first to ever do it. Not that he did it. Obviously, that is kind of wild that he just did it.
Well, it had never been done before?
Yeah. I was sitting there like, Jack Morris never did that.
Yeah.
Nobody else has ever done, like, name me, like, Gibson, name me another, like, nobody's ever had 8 shutout with 12 walks. I mean, 12 strikeouts and no walks.
No walks.
He's the first to do it, and he does it in that instance to close out the Red Sox to move the Yankees on to Toronto in the American League Divisional Series. Stuff that, I mean, hey, Cam, you got to spot an old-timers day for the rest of your life. You know, no matter what you do from here on out, and what he's done is pitch the Yankees into the next round with a performance that was electric. Electric. That's the word Alex Cora used after the game. And this is what Schlittler had to say after the performance of his life and the spot of his life, making the lives of all Yankee fans much better.
I got really good sleep last night. I wasn't, too worried about it. But, I woke up and I was locked in. So, I knew exactly what I needed to do and go out there, especially against my hometown team. So, as I told Andy yesterday, I wasn't going to let him beat me. So I was just overconfident in that fact, but making sure I wasn't getting too carried away with it.
Andy is Andy Pettit, who he was apparently conversing with. You knew the Yankees were doing their best to mean business. I don't know how that would spook any of the Red Sox to throw Bucky Dent out there for the ceremonial first pitch, but they did.
It was the anniversary of the home run.
Yeah.
It was Bucky Dent.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that anniversary because it was my dad's birthday. May he rest in peace on that day, and it was also the first day my parents ever let me out of Hebrew school to watch a baseball game. I begged them. Absolutely begged them. As an 8-year-old.
It worked.
It did. And I also became a man in the eyes of the Lord who years later would work on Yom Kippur by interviewing Charlie Sheen. I'm going to hell.
Mazel
tov. At any rate, thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, you became a man at 8. I thought it was 13.
Dude, eventually I became a man. Like a Mike Gundy, I'm 40, man. Dude.
Eventually.
Grown-ass man. I was gobsmacked. Couldn't believe he's going in. And that Boone would keep letting him pitch, too. Let him keep going.
Well, the binder told him to
nice.
keep him in the key.
Nice. But at any rate, I'm ecstatic. Over the moon. Season's still going on. And they got, I mean, the Blue Jays had the Yankees number. So it's going to be either the Blue Jays and Yankees against either the Tigers and the Mariners, and it's either the Dodgers or Phillies against either the Cubs or the Brewers. And congratulations to Major League Baseball. I mean, just an outstanding series between two blood rivals in the Yankees and the Red Sox. Now you got a series between two blood rivals in the Cubs and the Brewers.
And Dodgers, Phillies.
And you've got the New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Philadelphia markets covered. The Pacific Northwest is locked in a way that, they're all Cal Raleigh crazy. The Tigers, the Old English D, they got the state of Michigan, and you got a little Toronto kind of in the mix.
This has a weird, 2023 feel where it was Rangers and Diamondbacks. It feels like we could get kind of a wonky World Series, whereas last year was, blue blood, Dodger Yankees.
I do want to give you the floor for a minute. And again, the Red Sox traded Devers and got better. Yeah. They didn't have Roman Anthony in this series.
Right, and that was, you wonder what difference that would have made. He took over the kind of the lead hitter role. Bregman kind of had coming back from injury, but just wasn't the same player the second half of the season.
Last night he used the past tense saying, it was an honor to wear this uniform. He can opt out.
Yeah, it feels like he's not coming back. It's kind of been the vibe since the break. So
the Yankees should be all over him. Just turn yourself into the Dodgers. Call him up and say, you want all the money when you're 50, like Ohtani, please? Yeah. I don't know. But I love your manager.
Yeah.
Like every button the guy
love the manager,
pushes.
love all the young guys. It was a season where you feel like maybe they kind of overachieved after, trading Devers, which, I'm arguing with your brother-in-law on Twitter about it. He didn't need to go. He kind of needed to go. The clubhouse situation was untenable, and you could see how they all were kind of
they got better without him.
They were kind of one
immeasurably
They were
better.
one unit where it didn't seem like it was a little more fractured when he was there, but
immeasurably better without him.
The pitching, I think, helped in the second half of the year. They had one of the highest ERAs, after the All-Star break. So you kind of get that locked up and, go out in free agency, kind of get some more starters. Lucas Giolito was injured, not on the roster. Walker Buehler didn't work out. Some of those things, you got a rookie making his fifth start in a playoff game. Not the ideal situation, even though, early was good. But if Anthony was healthy, maybe you win this series, but didn't think you were going to make it this far to begin with. So, back in the playoffs playing, nervous, tense, stressful October baseball is fun. And, let's do it again next year.
Yeah. Next year in Boston. Oh, boy. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. It's a Friday, so let's do it. What's more likely before Travis Etienne joins us? Hit it.
What's more likely?
Never say never, but never.
All right, Christopher.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Jay Felly, good to see you, man.
What's up?
We watched a couple of NFC West teams go at it last night, so let's throw this out there. More likely NFC West team to miss the playoffs. 49ers, Rams, Seahawks. They're not all going to make it. It doesn't feel like.
Well, I mean, I think they could all make it. As a matter of fact,
but it doesn't feel like.
I know you want blood on the floor right now. You want to drink my milkshake right now.
I drink it up.
You want blood. Jeez. Obviously the Niners are the ones that are dealing with their backup quarterback, but he's 3-0. The Niners are the ones that are injured, but they're coming back. The Niners are the ones that, you would think would potentially fall apart because everyone is physically falling apart there, but they've already won at the Rams and at Seattle. Man, I don't know. I'll just throw Seattle out there for the moment. I'm just not going to quit the Rams. I think they're just too damn good at some point, but they keep making mistakes. They let field goals get blocked, and they have two massive fumbles, one on the plus side of the field and one inside the one by their two running backs.
Yeah, and in a rare coaching blunder by McVay on that fourth down call.
Okay, what else, Chris?
More likely backup quarterback that's going to get a win on Sunday. We got two new guys going out there, Dylan Gabriel or Cooper Rush.
I'll take Cooper Rush. One's at home. The other one is.
You think starting in London might be a good thing?
I don't know. I have no earthly idea. I have no idea what to expect.
Yeah, me neither.
All I know is that Cooper Rush has done it before, and the Ravens still have a bunch of talented people despite the MASH unit on defense. So, I'll just take Cooper Rush at home as opposed to Dylan Gabriel first career start, and it happens in London against the Vikings defense that blitzed 5 minutes ago. Is the joke I keep making, and I think it's still very good.
It's good. I laugh every time.
All right, thank you.
More likely 2-2 road team to hand someone their first loss. Broncos, Patriots.
I'm going to back up my higher register. I'm going to go Broncos on this one. Yeah, I kind of think it's the Broncos.
The Eagles seem like they're ripe for the taking.
I think the Eagles are ripe for the taking, and I also think that if there's anybody that's equipped to just not GAF and go into Philadelphia and pull out stops.
Through number 10.
And also have the corners that can keep this pass game down and thus a lot of the murmuring louder. It's Denver. I'll go with the Broncos on this one.
I think both games are going to be very fun and entertaining.
Thank you, sir.
More likely team we're talking about sniffing it on Monday. Raiders or Dolphins?
Meaning they have a chance to win?
No, meaning, if they win, we're going to be like, you know what? I think they're sniffing it. They're in the playoff.
Yeah, in the playoff hunt.
Playing the playoff hunt. Raiders or Dolphins?
Raiders are at Indianapolis. Dolphins are. You know what? My higher register was initially going to be the Dolphins might be still okay without Tyreek Hill.
Darren Waller, pretty good.
I'm just going to go Raiders. Although, let's get Brock Bowers out there practicing, will we please? Can we please get that?
The knee injury is a little concerning.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
A little concerning there.
I'll go Raiders on that one. What else, Chris?
Fun game in Seattle on Sunday. More likely class of 18 quarterback to throw for 250 plus and 2 touchdowns. Baker or Sam Darnold?
I'm going to go with Sam Darnold at home on this one.
No Mike Evans on Sunday as well.
I'm aware of that. The Bucks beat up. No Bucky Irving.
Former Panthers quarterbacks as well.
I know that. Remembering the good old days.
The good old days. What?
Yeah, and Seattle has gotten more. They're coming off of a 10-day break, and they're home at the 12s. I'll go Sam Darnold.
Yeah, that was my higher register.
Okay.
Maybe Seattle's an NFC contender.
I know. Even though I just said that they're the one. I think 3 teams are going to come out of the West. 1 out of the South.
1 South, then. Okay.
Right. Maybe even 1 out of the East.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about the Commanders, man.
I am too.
What else?
We'll get to them in a second.
Okay.
More likely to get their first win on Sunday in Week 5. Saints or Titans?
I'll go Titans on the road in Arizona against a quarterback who's wondering if he's still going to be there for the new facility opening 2 years from now.
What a weird thing to say.
I know.
Like Kyler Murray.
I know. And the Saints, I know, are at home, but I just don't see it, man.
Really?
I guess, I don't know. The Giants appear revitalized.
They hung in there against the Bills last week.
I know.
Rattler, Kendrick Miller is coming on.
Hey.
Obviously, come here.
How long can the Titans be ass?
Be ass?
Not only quoting the coach. I mean, the quarterback, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I have it written down right here. If we keep it a buck, right now we ass.
And again, for those who didn't hear yesterday, the explanation.
That's how he said it.
He's saying that if he's going to be completely and brutally honest with you, the team is playing far below its expectations.
Thank you, TJ. Thank you for that. We need a segment. TJ explains things. Watch that. More likely, let's talk about the game out here in SoFi on Sunday. More likely superstar quarterback to return to form in a win. Jaden Daniels gets back to last year form, or Herbert, weeks 1 and 2.
I'll go Herbert, man.
Herbert's been
Daniels has got
semi-ass the last 2 weeks.
Jaden Daniels does not have McLaurin and Noah Brown and a running game that we're still wondering where it's coming from.
Bill Karolski.
And he's got a brace on his knee. I'm concerned about this one. Now SoFi could be the home of the visiting team that walks into the building banged up and shocks everyone else.
With a majority of their fans there.
That's well. I'll just go Herbert and move on.
All right. How about this one? More likely to be the higher total this weekend. Ohtani strikeouts Saturday. He's getting the game 1 start.
Okay.
Or Jamar Chase catches. Because there
haven't been
Jamar
Chase catches.
A few of those. There hasn't been that many.
I'm going to give Ohtani 6 strikeouts, and I'm going to give Jamar Chase 10 catches. They're going to force
10 catches?
Yeah, they're going to force it to him, and he's going to. And my guy Jake Browning's going to have a day.
6 strikeouts.
This is a hill that you were willing to perish upon.
Going in the National Football League NFC Championship game and beyond. That one? The Lions?
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
You're willing to perish upon this Jake Browning hill.
It's going to turn at some point. This broken clock's going to be right, brother.
Not necessarily.
That was my other higher register that I discarded.
I appreciate your conviction.
I kind of think they're going to turn the corner with Jake Browning.
I appreciate you standing and owning
that's
this.
Good. That's good.
I'm owning it.
More. I did not know.
That's my boy.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe there's one more. More likely to be an overreaction Monday topic by me next week.
You can control this.
Well, that's how you know you take the over, I guess.
Okay.
49ers have a QB controversy. Or Zach Taylor's on the hot seat.
Zach Taylor's on the hot seat because you already used that topic in the first segment today.
I mean, you did. Yeah.
I didn't go all out.
Yes, you did.
I didn't go all out.
You just get out of here, man.
Don't you wish wish he had that $180 million
Zach
back?
Taylor on the hot seat. I mean, as much as I'm having fun with Jake Browning and Jamar Chase is going to have more catches than Ohtani has strikeouts against the Philadelphia Phillies Game 1 Division Series start. It's more likely than not that the Bengals will have lost their 3rd in a row, and we're talking about is what's happening in Cincinnati. I don't know if it's going to be a full-on Zach Taylor hot seat. I would call that an overreaction, but you've already done the topic of the 49ers quarterback controversy. Mac Jones, the Harvey Dent of the San Francisco 49ers.
Talk about a sliding door, the NFL. Shout out Dave Damashek. What if they had just taken Mac Jones 3rd? What if Kyle Shanahan didn't get reportedly overruled by management?
I don't know, brother.
Super Bowl? They probably win one, right?
If that happened, then Shanahan has a moment within management saying, when we're on the clock, will you listen to me, please?
Yeah.
It's not as if they don't, but... Good. What's more likely, everybody? Oh, I got one last one for you. What's more likely? Well, or actually, we'll do that in the next. No. We'll do that in the next TV segment, unless, maybe before Travis Etienne.
Okay.
Yeah, I got one for you.
Oh, super.
844-2.
Awesome.
No, you're not going to like it.
Yeah, I imagine.
I'll put you in a position for a change. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Travis Etienne of the Jaguars about to join us.
Your fantasy roster is set. The Smack Talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Rich Eisen here for Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life in my own house. With studio quality sound, Sonos makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home just like me? Because I love Sonos. You will too. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos. They look as good as they sound.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit Astound.com today. Hey guys, it's Silvy. I know how tough it is dealing with lingering pain, whether it's your back, neck, or even headaches. You don't have to live with it anymore. Chiro One offers natural chiropractic care that can help you live pain-free without drugs or surgery. From everyday activities to getting back in the gym, or most importantly, playing with your kids. Chiro One has your back, literally. Visit ChiroOne.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including downtown Chicago, South Barrington, and Gurnee. That's ChiroOne.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
All right, let's be honest. Game day isn't just about football. It's about the food. And for me, that means Nancy's Pizza. Your game day might include putting your favorite jersey on, the remote in hand, but also make sure Nancy's Pizza is front and center. Whether it's with the crew or you're flying solo, nothing beats that crispy crust molten blend of mozzarella cheese and those legendary toppings. Nancy's has been doing it right since 1971. Make Nancy's Pizza part of your game day routine. Order now at nancyspizza.com or go to their flagship restaurant in the West Loop.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. One moment everything's going your way, the next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills start piling up, paychecks stop coming in, and the insurance companies try to give you the runaround. This is where Postman Law comes in. With over $3 billion recovered for personal injury victims, they deliver speed, ease, and results when you need the most. Car accident, workplace injury, slip and fall, no matter how you got hurt, Postman Law fights for you, so you can focus on getting better while they handle the rest. No upfront fees, no hassle, just real results. Getting the compensation you deserve shouldn't be a battle. That's why Postman Law makes the process simple, guiding you every step of the way and standing up to the insurance company so you don't have to. Don't let an injury keep you on the bench. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Fall is a time for football, falling leads, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you'll save money for fall fun as well. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and get a fresh haircut for fall at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
This is the run my own business dream. This is the college is paid for dream. This is the retire early dream. This is Busey, where your dreams and possibilities become moments. Through trusted guidance and expertise, through lifelong relationships. Because we're here to help you achieve the life you've always envisioned. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and we are wrapping up an incredible September run. 4-2 or better every single Saturday this football season has keyed a huge September. Players props winning again. Major League Baseball playoffs start this week. Basketball season is right around the corner. Go to fatjacksports.com and get on board with what's a great start to the season. We're going to be falling into profit all October long for under $100 a week. Fatjacksports.com. Get signed up today and win this weekend betting the games against the spread.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
The
The post-career day press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed, and I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Marvel Studios' Kevin Feige. But if you want the real answer, if we're trying to get real on this podcast, giving you exclusive access to Marvel's adventures like never before. The official Marvel podcast. New episodes every Wednesday wherever you listen to podcasts.
Anyway, I'm going back on the Rich Eisen Show. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Keep your career moving forward with growth opportunities, great pay and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces. Go to careers.progressive.com and apply today. I've got one more. What's more likely? For you?
We need one more?
Sure.
All right, we'll get one more.
We'll get one more. What was more likely? That I would come and show up today and give Brockman time to talk about the Red Sox season being better than anybody gave an opportunity for them, certainly those of us in here, and giving them their due, or me coming in and just being a total a-hole about it because my Yankees moved past the Red Sox and your Mets. We spent here March, April, May, talking about how I'd be looking up and seeing other teams.
Well, you were.
Oh,
for a little bit.
Okay, but at the end of the day, what would you think would be much more likely, Chris?
Can we just play the Bill Burr clip where it's like, oh, this is about you?
Oh, yes, it is about me.
And you can be an a-hole about it without outwardly
the undertones are there.
Is that right?
You're subtly being an a-hole.
The tone is there.
I mean,
very respectable neighborhood.
Thank you. Let's just get this. Let's get this out of the way here. Is Al and Dallas on the call? Because we got to just pop them on real quick before we get to Travis Etienne. You there, Al? You there, Al?
Yeah, I mean, I want to do a Frank the Tank kind of rant, but I won't because I don't have a lot of time. But I hope David Stearns and Stevie Cohen were watching the playoffs because it's about starting pitching, Richard.
Yes, sir.
That's what it's about in baseball. It's absurd how good some of the starting pitching was during the playoffs, and it was great to see. And congratulations, by the way. You have the new king of New York.
I hope so.
That pitcher was fantastic.
I hope so. I hope the future is Cole comes back and we got a mini Cole who's not so mini. He's 6'6". He's a giant. Or you got a Cole 2.0 and you got two lefties in Fried and Rodon and you throw Heel in there and off we go. Like that's it.
We got Clay Holmes, your reject. We got nothing. We got zero. Garbage.
Well, apparently you got a new coaching staff. They just blew everyone out today other than the manager.
What's the point of that? Just get rid of the manager, too.
Win too, by the way.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Okay. There's something else I want to say. Will you please, Christopher Brockman, take Jameis Winston's name out your mouth? I don't want him traded. Russell Wilson to the Bengals. See ya.
You won't
Bye-bye.
There you
Get
go.
out of here.
Al, Alan Dallas, everybody.
See you, Al.
You got another month to go. By the way, I don't think you're speaking anything into existence.
No, I mean...
Let's turn to this next guy who's back on the Rich Eisen Show after his Jaguars took care of the Niners just last week. They got the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. We had Xavier Worthy on yesterday. We just want to be fair and balanced.
TMG.
Here we go. One of your guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Travis Etienne Jr. back on the Rich Eisen Show. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. What do you mean he's your guy, TJ? What do you mean?
Oh, well, Travis knows this. We have this saying in my league, TMG. That's my guy. whenever you see someone you have on your fantasy team. Travis Etienne right now has me in first place in my fantasy league.
Which fantasy league is that, TJ?
That would be the Franklin Strip Fanatics.
Okay, and I thought you have him against me this week as well.
That is, I have him in multiple leagues and I'm doing well in multiple leagues because of this man.
Travis, don't let this affect you. Okay, don't let this.
No, I'm not. We will continue to do good for him.
Okay,
that's my guy, right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, listen, don't let that go to your head. I know that sort of stuff can go to your head.
No, not at all.
Okay, you must be hearing that a lot lately. That's for sure.
I actually been on the other side of the fantasy league too.
That's what I'm saying. You're hearing the good stuff right now. You're hearing the good stuff.
The good things right now.
Okay, so let's hit it. How has Liam Cohen's offense and what he's brought to that side of the equation suited you so far?
It's been great. I feel like he's been doing a great job of putting me in space and just getting me out there on the edge, being able to let my talents work for me.
And when he first arrived, was that apparent to you that this was going to be happening for you when you first got there?
Yes, sir. Just understanding, just when I went and watched the Bucks, some of the things they did from last year, just kind of knew that he was kind of guru in the run game. Know he's going to just go out there and just get people on blocks, so I was able to go out there and just be myself.
So it wasn't him basically verbalizing it, expressing it, like, hey, you're going to love what I'm going to do for you, something like that.
No. He didn't verbally express it, but I mean, I seen it. I seen it with my own eyes, so I kind of knew what was going to happen as long as I put the work in.
Well, this is a man that says things with his chest. Kind of saw that this past weekend. What is he like as a coach that you're willing to share, Travis?
I mean, he's a great coach. I feel like he's a fiery guy. He like you said, he says with his chest, so you know what he means. And I feel like anytime you have a guy who's for it and you know what they mean and he mean what he says, you just love a guy like that because it's no cutting around the edges, no cutting the corner, and you can just play behind a guy like that.
Well, I mean, since 2018, there's only 2 players to average 6 yards a carry on 60 or more carries in his team's first 4 games of a season. And those running backs are named Derrick Henry and you. Are you aware of that statistic, Travis?
I had no idea.
Okay.
I had no idea.
So it's obvious that he sees something in you, or the coordinators, the coaches see something. Okay, this is what we can do when we get to Jacksonville with Travis. And I'm wondering if you're kind of feeling that right now, Travis.
Yeah, I'm feeling that right now, but I feel like I just want to continue to just be locked in, be present in the moment. So when it was the end of the season, I can finish with 6 yards a carry, 5 yards a carry, something like that. But Coach definitely has a plan, and I feel like it's definitely been manifesting itself throughout the game.
Okay, and how are things different there just in general from last year to this year?
Just the energy around the building, the vibes. I feel like Coach really preaches a growth mindset. So I feel like every time we step in this building, we're trying to get better. And I feel like that's something we really been missing these past years.
Well, I guess the running game, thanks to you and everybody else in the running back room and the offensive line and the system and everything, seems to be executing on cylinders here. The passing game is a little bit behind, and I'm wondering where do you think this progression is right now as you enter a pretty big Week 5 Monday nighter against the Chiefs, Travis?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like our passing game is just one click away. I feel like I've seen what Trev can do. I've seen what those guys can do, and I feel like it's going to take a couple of plays for them just to get going. And once you have 2-3 big plays, then no one's talking about how the passing game is. So I feel like it's we just kind of stick to it. And I mean, I love that Liam kind of just. He is who he is, so I love that he's not going to shy away from it, and we're going to get things going.
Well, I don't want to stir anything up, but it looks like there's somebody else who wants to be the quarterback's favorite, Travis. Is he muscling in on this right now? Like what's going on, Travis?
No. We love Trav. We love Trav. I feel like Travis' best days are ahead of him, and I feel like I just love the energy that he plays with, and just the energy he brings onto the team. And I feel like. I don't mind sharing a name with him.
Okay, or the attention of a guy you've known for, when did you first meet Trevor Lawrence? You must have known him.
Damn, I met him my freshman year at college.
I'm sure.
I've been knowing Trev for a very long time. So, I mean, Trav, Hunter could have his time, I feel like me and Trav been knowing each other for so long, so we good.
I just don't want any other Travis muscling in on his Travis territory. I don't mean to stir anything up, but you mentioned Hunter's enthusiasm. You got a good example for me?
I mean, just enthusiasm to play the game. I mean, just early in the game, I want to say maybe it was the second or third play. We just running a duo, and he goes in there and just kind of dig out a guy to give me for like 12 yards. And I feel like just him being very unselfish, just whenever he's not getting the ball, and then him being able to play defense, feel like that just shows his enthusiasm. I feel he just loves the game of football and happy to be out there anytime he can.
What do you say, again, it's just 4 games here, okay? But what do you say to those in my profession who think he should just choose one side of the ball and be done with this business of playing 2 different positions on 2 different sides of the ball? Travis Etienne Jr., what do you say to that, sir?
I mean, ultimately, I feel like it's his decision, and I feel like he thinks he'll be doing himself a disservice if you choose one side of the ball, because he's a very great athlete. He's been doing it well at a high level, and I feel like it's the NFL. It is going to be an adjustment. It's going to be a learning curve, but I feel like if he sticks to it and he's continued to be himself, I feel like everyone going to be like talking about, oh, how great he is, and oh, how they want more players to try and do this. So I feel like he's just the first of his kind, so that's why everyone's just kind of just heckling at him.
Can you allow me to give my answer to that question, even though I asked you that?
Yeah, for sure.
To heck with everybody who thinks he should just play one side of the ball. No way.
No way. I feel like he's way too great.
Superpower. That's like telling Superman not to fly. You know what I mean? Like, that's a superpower, isn't it?
No, I agree. The way he attacks the ball when he hit him on the field every play.
You know, and certainly, you know, if he can defend a lead that, say, you or he together give the team, and he could preserve it, and he's that good, and he can do it, why would we think about doing anything else? You know what I mean? Like, that's the way I look at it for you.
No, I agree. I feel like common sense is not so common.
Certainly, since if he does have the neck up ability to pull this thing off, I can't imagine, right? Could you imagine going into another position group room on the other side of the ball and taking those meetings as well? Like, that is a significant task that he appears to be pulling off here. Don't you think?
No, that's definitely a significant task, but I feel like it's a testament to just the work that he put in outside of the building, because there's no way he can just learn all of that from his time just being in the building. He definitely have to take work home and just be dedicated to his craft.
And now your defense also. They are balling out. They are taking the ball away and handing it to you and saying, here's a short field, or here are some more points. And I'm wondering what that means to you. How does that charge your team, your offense right now?
I feel like our defense is the reason we're winning games. These past 2 games, just them getting the ball for just them creating turnovers. The turnover margin is very critical in this league, and if they continue to take the ball away at a high level, we're going to be a very unstoppable team. And we got to continue playing more complementary football and just helping them and get points off of their turnovers.
You being overlooked? What do you think?
We're not really worried about that right now. You know, like you say, we're only 3-1. There's only a few games into the season. We got to continue to stack great games and continue to just get better each and every game, and then we'll look at the end of the season.
Oh, man, that's a very safe answer. I'm not going to lie right there. Come on, now, Travis. Here we go. Like, you got a Monday nighter, and then in 2 weeks, I'm calling the game in London. Those are 2 games, and the entire country is just watching Jacksonville Jaguar football. You could put in front of the football-loving nation a lot of important work that can put a stamp on things. And I understand you're not raising banners after week 8, but these are some standalone games in which you can stand out. I'm just pointing that out. That's I think, significant. You know?
Oh, no, it's definitely significant games, and we definitely understand the magnitude of the games. So that's why we got to go out there and take care of business, you know? We don't, then it's going to be a very different conversation we'll be having in 2 weeks. So we just got to stay locked in, focused, and understand that we got to take care of business. Nothing's going to be given to us.
Yeah, I know. Your next 3 are home games. Technically, that game in London is a home game. It is in Shad Khan's building there in London against the Rams, with a Seattle Seahawks game in between in your spot. How crazy is it going to be Monday night, do you think, in that building?
I think it's going to be crazy. I feel like we need the atmosphere from the Chargers game that we had here back in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
If we get that kind of atmosphere, it's going to be hard for the Chiefs to come in here. And we just got to lock down the bank, you know. We need all our fans to come out, just show that Jacksonville is changing. I feel like it's on us fans as well to come out here and support us, and we'll go out there and take care of them.
And playing in London, that's like a regular thing now for you guys,
yeah,
right?
Now playing in London, I feel like I look forward to that every year. Just having a chance to go out there overseas and play football, I feel like that's a dream come true every time I'm out there, because I mean, I would never thought as a kid I'd be playing football in London.
I know, right? And it is great. The atmospheres are amazing. I'm there. I was there last year. I'm fortunate enough to call a lot of these games on NFL Network, and I tell everybody back here that you got to go if you have the opportunity, the wherewithal, the time, the funds to go overseas and watch one of these games. It really is like, and again, you talked about a playoff atmosphere. It really is that every time. Every time.
Every time. I mean, it gets so loud in there. I'm like, I mean, we played the Bills there, and it was so loud. I really couldn't even hear what Trevor was saying. Thank God we were using signals.
It is kind of crazy. It really is wild. It's almost as wild as Liam Cohen and Robert Saleh talking to each other. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, almost, not as wild as that.
All right, now in all seriousness, what are you guys in the locker room saying when you watch that back? Seriously, when you watch that back?
No, we didn't really say nothing about it. I mean, you kind of love that fireness from your coach, you know. He not letting anything slide, you know. Coach want all the smoke, and we right behind him.
Okay. Travis Etienne, great job so far in the first 4 weeks. We'll see you on Monday night on ESPN and ABC and all that good stuff. And then I'll see you in London. I look forward to seeing you in person, sir.
Look forward to seeing you.
You got it. That's Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars right here on the Rich Eisen Show. All right, there he goes, Travis Etienne Jr., your guy. One of your guys, TMG, very good. We'll take a break and we'll take your phone calls. Jeremy Piven in studio in hour number 3. My top 5 games the rest of the week still to come. Don't go anywhere on this busy Friday.
Out here, it's football season, where nothing beats backyard grilling, gathering around the fire pit, and cheering on your favorite team with friends. The yard is mowed, the lights are strung, and the grill is warming up. Whether you need to fill up your propane, get a new grill, or even a generator, out here, it's game day. And we're ready for it. Tractor Supply, for life out here.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Defense! The ref totally blew that call.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make the right call next time.
It's too late. It cost us the game.
Well, it's just one game.
That loss eliminated us from the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs are on so late. Now you'll be well rested.
Okay, I need you to stop talking now.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
Huh.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out Chicago's best manufacturing companies, like Acme Industries in Elk Grove Village. To learn how they can help you, visit tmaillinois.org.
Bud Light and ESPN Chicago are taking the Waddle and Silvy show to the Chicago-Cincinnati game November 2nd. You could win a spot on this trip. Hey, this is Shane Orling, and listen up. You've got 2 more chances to win.
2 more chances to win.
Homer Glenn, we're coming out to Pelican Harry Sunday afternoon, 3 to 5. In Shorewood, Silvy will join us for the final night of this promotion. Come to Papa Magoo's Bar and Grill and watch Monday Night Football from 7 to 9. The best football tosser at each stop wins a Bud Light prize pack and is a finalist for the trip to Waddle's hometown. Join me, Shane Orling, at Pelican Harry's in Homer Glen Sunday afternoon from 3 to 5. And Monday in Shorewood, Silvy will join us for the final night of this promotion. For complete details, go to ESPNChicagoContests.com. Brought to you by Bud Light. Please drink responsibly.
There's still time to save big money on your exterior painting project at Menards. Pristine is Dutch Boy's most durable exterior paint and primer in one. With its Rain Rinse technology, Rain naturally washes away dirt and grime. Plus, it resists cracking and peeling, making it perfect to withstand the harshest weather conditions. Save big money on pristine exterior paint now at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Lyons with Mitch Lyons Wealth. You hear Yurko, the good kid, talk about me all the time. And yes, I did play in the NFL. But to be honest, these days, I'm more into spreadsheets than playbooks, and I'm solely focused on making sure my clients win retirement. Look, retirement's not about gambling on stocks or chasing crypto tips from your brother-in-law. It's about smart planning, steady income, and ultimately enjoying every day like it's Saturday. So if you want less guessing and more confidence, visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
To help those who want to be helped, but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
The Carmen and Yurko Show is now on 9 to noon weekdays. We're setting the table for Rich Eisen joining the ESPN Chicago team. It all starts September 2nd on ESPN Chicago.
Lives that's been saved. Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Visit v.org/donate.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? I'll tell you. There's a spacious interior that's comfy for the entire crew. There's a capability to go off-road. This is amazing. You can get up to 600-plus miles of range. I've never heard of that sort of number coming out of a hybrid or anything electric. The driver behind the wheel is just the cherry on top. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603 for more details. How would you answer your what's more likely? Number of strikeouts for Ohtani or catches for Jamar Chase?
I mean, I got to stick with my bit here. I got to go Ohtani strikeouts.
TJ?
Well, he's going to pitch about, 4 or 5 innings?
I don't know. He's been going 6 or 7. I don't know.
He went 6 for the first time.
How about that? How about that? Now let's change up the question.
Okay.
Number of innings for Ohtani compared to Jamar Chase catches. Number of innings pitched for Ohtani. Which is more?
I got to stick with the unicorn. I got to stick with the Shohei.
Dude, is again just in advance of this. Is everybody out there aware of what we're going to see over the weekend? Is everyone, because
you're talking about Ohtani?
Yes, we take it for complete granted.
Well, did anyone watch any of the games against the Reds? His home runs haven't even landed yet, and now he's going to pitch.
I'm just again pointing out for everyone that for years we were like, when he's toiling away in Anaheim, what will it look like when we see him in the postseason for the first time? Well, last year he was kind of banged up.
Yeah.
Right? Now we're seeing him in the full postseason. Full. Like he's healthy, coming off of a great regular season, like last year. He's healthy. And then at, let me get this right, 6:38 p.m. Eastern Time, when the Dodgers and Phillies play one another on Saturday. So maybe, depending on how the Dodgers do, somewhere around 7 o'clock Saturday night, maybe you get yourself to a television set. It's going to be on the Turner family of networks. Because Shohei Ohtani is going to take the mound in a playoff baseball game in which he will have just hit leadoff, right? Mm-hmm. So you tune in at 6:38 and you watch him, I guess, bow to the other dugout, get in the batter's box,
maybe go
and
yard,
do whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe give himself a lead.
Yeah.
That's possible, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what's going to happen on Saturday night.
What's up.
That's what's up. Correct?
Correct.
We're going to see this in a playoff baseball game. I don't know if anyone is fully comprehending what's happening.
You got to let them know.
We are doing that, right?
Christopher Sanchez is pitching for Philly.
Yeah, and he's no joke.
He is not a joke.
Right. Yeah. Part of the reason why the Phillies have got a week off. I can't wait for it. Just amazing stuff.
This is a dream.
Well,
4 games Saturday. Let's go.
That man's happy right now today.
Yeah.
Talk about that. That was Larry right around the 8th inning last night when Schlittler struck out his 12th Red Sox and strolled off the mound.
What are you going to do? Because the Yankees start at 1.
No, I know. No, they start at 4 o'clock where I'm going to be.
4 o'clock.
Yeah,
Eastern,
we're gonna stroll out of the big house.
All right, so you should be fine.
No. I don't know. We're just going to go on campus.
You should be fine.
And we could potentially find a TV and watch the Yankees, or just, get back to the hotel in time for watching the end of it and then go to dinner. But we will be celebrating a victory over the Wisconsin Badgers in the big house. That is what Cooper and I will do. Oh, baby. Wisconsin is not the usual Wisconsin. We will be on and all over the Badgers. That's going to be great for homecoming.
Let's see what the Eisen double dip would pay out.
Oh, okay. Put that one in there. 844-204-RICH number to dial. Whether you're watching us on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, or ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We'll take a break. Jeremy Piven is here. I believe he's a Bears fan, and we're a fan of his work. You got the Ari Gold book right there, right? Okay, you got that held up. Hold it up there. There it is. The gold standard. Fantastic.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Kennedy Express lanes closed? Well, the CTA doors are open. Why are you sitting in traffic?
When you could ride the train.
Park and Ride is available at the Cumberland exit, number 79B. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic and spending money on gas. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back. We'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, and ride CTA.
All right, let's be honest. Game day isn't just about football. It's about the food. And for me, that means Nancy's Pizza. Your game day might include putting your favorite jersey on, the remote in hand, but also make sure Nancy's Pizza is front and center. Whether it's with the crew or you're flying solo, nothing beats that crispy crust molten blend of mozzarella cheese and those legendary toppings. Nancy's has been doing it right since 1971. Make Nancy's Pizza part of your game day routine. Order now at nancyspizza.com or go to their flagship restaurant in the West Loop.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and we are wrapping up an incredible September run. 4-2 or better every single Saturday this football season has keyed a huge September. Players props winning again. Major League Baseball playoffs start this week. Basketball season is right around the corner. Go to fatjacksports.com and get on board with what's a great start to the season. We're going to be falling into profit all October long for under $100 a week. Fatjacksports.com. Get signed up today and win this weekend betting the games against the spread.
When you're injured due to the negligence of another, the goal is to get top dollar in the shortest amount of time. It sounds simple, but few law firms can pull this off. And that's because a law firm has to be known for taking cases to trial and winning over a long period of time. Unless the insurance company believes that the law firm will risk their own money to take the case to trial, they have no reason to offer what's fair. Recently, the Verdoliak Law Group took 6 jury trials to verdict in 10 days. And how did we do? Well, on the last 3, we recovered 7 times the settlement offer, 20 times the settlement offer, and a verdict of $4.1 million. And here's the best part. The Verdoliak Law Group's history of fighting and winning at trial means more of our cases settle early and for every penny you deserve. In fact, over 60% of our personal injury cases have settled without ever filing a lawsuit. If you need a law firm that consistently fights at trial to ensure you get top dollar pre-suit offers, call the Verdoliak Law Group, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Football season is back, and Surfside is bringing you your tailgate must-have. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your home team. Made with real vodka and real brewed tea, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Got a shipment that needs to get out the door today and overnight delivery is just too slow? Then call ERC Delivery Service. 24/7, 365 days a year. ERC will get your document, package, or truckload of merchandise where you need it, when you need it delivered, guaranteed. And it's not just Chicagoland. ERC has dedicated daily routes that include Milwaukee, Rockford, and Indiana. Call ERC Delivery Service. 630-516-1199. That's 630-516-1199.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association, aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hasn't gotten a future Hall of Famer to the Super Bowl.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Bogarts takes. Oh, it was low and he got rung up. That will definitely be a hat tapper next year.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
The 49ers stormed the field.
Earlier on the show, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Jaguars running back Travis Etienne Jr. Coming up, actor and comedian Jeremy Piven. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show on this Friday is on the air. Week number 5 of the NFL season is already in the books, and so is the wild card round of Major League Baseball's playoffs. We've been discussing all of that over the first 2 hours of this show with all of us here, with Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars, who's finishing up the 5th week of this season on Monday night against the Chiefs on ESPN. And also, we chatted with Tom Pelissero in the top of our number 1. Since Tom's departure, Chuba Hubbard was ruled out of the Carolina Panthers game against the Miami Dolphins, so I immediately hopped online to see if I could pop Rico Dowdle onto my roster, and somebody's got Rico Dowdle on their team. Who would that possibly be who has Rico Dowdle on their fantasy team? You do.
Oh.
Jay.
Oh, good job, Jay.
Do you not even know that?
No, I didn't.
Wow.
This is what's wrong with fantasy football. That. I'm trying to win. I'm trying to be on top of it. And the dude who has just lucked into the starters reps of a fantasy football weekend of a running back that doesn't even know he's on the team. Good to know.
Good job, Jay.
Good job, Jay. Well done.
Well done.
Can't confirm he's on his team.
Hey, look, there he is.
Oh, God.
Rico.
Does everyone else have that person in fantasy as well that you're trying to beat? You're trying your best, and this other person just lucks into that, and you're like, I don't even know he's on my team. So that's the way you sound, even though you don't sound that way.
Okay.
Disney Plus, ESPN app.
Didn't he beat you last week, too?
We're on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. That was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I beat Monaco, our director, who's not here today, so I can
put him in your starting
talk
lineup,
smack.
Jay.
Yeah, put him. Yeah, why don't you do that,
go
Jay?
ahead and do that.
You got Tonjes on your bench.
Well, I got to focus on the show.
He's so great. He's so great at fantasy football. 844-204-RICH, number to dial on the show. We didn't talk about the Rams going down last night, and they fall down 14-0. They come back, and again, if the Rams played clean sheet football 2 of the last 3 weeks, they'd be 5-0. I know if grandmothers had wheels, they'd be wagons. I understand that.
That's not the analogy that I normally think.
No. But if they just, protected on field goals, and if they just held on to the footballs, yada, 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 they'd be 5-0. Puka Nacua is the best receiver in the National Football League. Did I stutter?
You did not.
Okay. He gets the football, and it's just like 9 yards every time, right?
Every time.
And you're like, oh, it's going to be a first down. And then Devontae Adams is wide open. And then that means the run game can work as well. The play-action game in the Rams is lethal. Lethal. I mean, Stafford sits back there, and if he gets a second of time, he's just ripping, and there's chunk plays everywhere. Defensively, Jared Verse is just a monster nightmare. And then the mistakes come, and they lose. I mean, last night, that fumble by Kyron Williams inside the one was a killer. They do get the ball back, get overtime. They do get the opportunity to get the ball second in overtime, as Matthew Stafford deferred at the coin toss and was told you can't do that during overtime.
Teams should start taking the ball first. I don't understand that.
Well, let's get to this in a second. All right. Because the overtime rules almost cropped up again for a conversation today. Certainly if McVay had gone for the field goal at the end on 4th and short to tie the game and then play defense with timeouts and 4 minutes remaining on the clock, the likelihood of getting a tie in that instance for him, playing for the tie there instead of going for it on 4th down, I don't think that was ever a consideration. And as a matter of fact, he confirmed that after the game while taking the responsibility and the blame for the loss.
The 4th down call.
It's a bad call. It's a bad call by me.
85 of kicking the field goal there.
No. No. In hindsight, I wish I would have, but no. We came in here to try to win the football game. It didn't go down for us, Gary. That wasn't even a thought. But the play selection was very poor. I'm sick right now because I put our players in a spot, and I got to live with that.
Okay. Honesty and taking responsibility.
Tough to give Kyron the ball there when Stafford was so incredible in the second half and that drive in overtime.
I know. But that's the sort of thing that they normally get that 1 yard done. They really do.
I saw someone post about this as well. Really an argument as to why every team should have a tush-push play. Because that would obviously have given them the first down, and they'd probably go on to win the game.
You got to choose somebody else, though, right? You got to find a tight end if you got somebody like Stafford.
For sure. I mean, they have several of them. I mean, give the ball to Jared Verse. I doubt he's getting tackled for a loss on that play.
The Rams' next games, they're going to be at Baltimore, which will still be banged up and starting Cooper Rush. And then I see them in London at Wembley against the Jaguars, and then a bye. Then they're home against New Orleans. And then they're on the next 2 games that are going to be very crucial about winning their division. Going to San Francisco and get this series tie instead of being swept. Get Seattle coming in. Take care of them in a home date. Take care of Tampa on a Sunday night as Baker Mayfield's, I guess, reunion tour continues. And then a ton of winnable games for them. Not concerned about the Rams. They're still too damn good. I think they're a playoff team with a shot at still winning the division. They do have to win in San Francisco in that Week 10 game. That's a must if they want to win the division. And if not, they're going to wind up being on the road. They could be on the road at a place like Detroit. Again, could you imagine that? And yet another playoff spot for them in Detroit? Or would they rather stay at home? I mean, who would be the 5 seed right now? It could be somebody from their division.
Sometimes home isn't even a home game.
I know, which is nuts, man. It's crazy. Especially when they're constantly asking whose house it is, and it's obvious it's not theirs.
House.
I mean, Allen and Herb Street even cracked wise about that last night.
Always a lot of Niner fans.
Everywhere.
Down here, yeah.
Now, let's just quickly talk about them. The overtime rules again. You're like, why wouldn't you take the ball to start?
Take the ball to start.
Because you don't want to give your opponent the opportunity to get a 4th down, go for it situation every single time. You just don't want to give it to them. Even if you score a touchdown, then you know when you get the ball second, you have to score a touchdown in order to continue the game or go for 2 and win it. You're giving the other team the opportunity to just keep going for it on 4th down like they're playing a video game.
But to say you score a touchdown, right? You have the opportunity to use as much clock as humanly possible,
right,
thus giving the other team who gets the ball second, they're going to have to play hurry up. They can't just take their sweet-ass time going down the field. There's maybe 3 minutes left or 3.5 minutes left. They have to play a quicker game.
You get the ball, and you're going to say, here's what we're going to do. We are going to run clock and get
they're going to
score.
Methodically go down the field and score.
Even that's a best laid plan, but what if you don't do it?
And you give your defense a chance to rest.
Listen, you're the Rams. You just tied it up, and then you're like, let's give the ball to the 49ers. Let's play defense, and let's know what we have to do. You want to know what you have to do. If you did what I'm advocating, which is 5 more minutes on the back end, a full quarter of action, full 15 minutes of action, then you take the football to start. Just like anything else. You're not deferring anything to any second half. You take the football to start. Because the other team might not go for it on 4th down if you're going to just if there was another 5, if that was with 8 minutes to go in overtime, McVay would have kicked the field goal right there.
Yeah, sure.
And he would have played defense. I'd have more time. But instead, there's 4 minutes to go. So I'm going to go for it right now. And I think maybe the NFL and the competition committee likes that because you just don't want these guys out there for another 5 minutes. They want it quick and done. Unfortunately, it's going to lead to a tie more often than not, I think, even though last night did not. I mean, the Niners played defense. I just think you tack on another 5 minutes.
I also think,
you tack on another 5 because had there still been another instance, right? Let's just say they did pick up that 1st down, and now they're chewing more clock. And now it's inside the 5-yard line, and the coach has now got a decision to make. Am I going for the tie right here, or am I going for the win from the 4-yard line on 4th and goal? Am I going for the tie, or am I going for the win? And I know that's why they get paid the big bucks, and I know that's what we're trying to see these guys being put in that position. I'd rather see 5 more minutes of overtime.
I wonder if a fix potentially be take out the idea of the second death, right?
Right.
And just play it like a 4th quarter where you're playing it to 0.
TJ, do you have anything to say on this subject matter?
I know we've been going back and forth about the college thing, and I know you say you don't.
Takes the kicking game straight out.
Yeah, but
I mean, again, real quick.
What I was saying, start at the 50. It does not take the kicking game out.
What we saw last night, the Niners got the ball in the 40 because Cardi blew hitting the kicking zone. Do you know who hits the kicking zone every time? The landing zone, pardon me? Your guy.
Yeah.
Aubrey.
Well, Cardi's been a great kicker. He just blew it on that instance.
That happens, and that's why you don't take the kicking game out. Like, hey, let's just start you on the 50.
Miss it the other day, too?
I don't think so.
Somebody missed it.
No. Aubrey's the king of just putting it in the landing zone and making sure you get the ball on the 20.
I was saying in terms of last night, though, and the idea of the Rams taking the ball first, Stafford was on an ultimate heater last night. Why do you want to let him sit now and watch for 20 minutes of real time, 6 minutes of game time of him just sitting on the sideline? Let him go out there, stay hot, march down the field, score a touchdown, put the pressure back on Mac Jones. I just didn't like it. I didn't think McVay had his best night, and you kind of saw how the game played out.
Well, you heard him say that the call sucked, which is
we all agree
what a lot of people say when they watch somebody on their fantasy bench score a bunch of points. Would you have noticed Rico Dowdle was sitting there?
Man, you're so
I'm just
mad about
happy
this.
you finally gave me advice.
Oh, okay.
Do you know who Rico Dowdle is?
He doesn't.
He's a running back.
For who?
For who?
What
For the
team?
Panthers.
Oh, wow.
I'm shocked.
Did you just look that
He
up?
looked it up.
Just looked at it.
Let's go to Matt in Maryland. You're here on the Rich Eisen Show. Back to line 3, Mr. Dowdle. Matt in Maryland. You there, Matt?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much for having me.
What's going on?
Well, I want to set a scene here. We got Baker Mayfield. The Browns gave up on him. He went around. Now he's a superstar. Then you got Sam Darnold. The Jets gave up on him. Then he went around. Now he's a superstar. So I got to ask the question, and I want to follow it up. Part 1, how long until teams just stop losing their patience with quarterbacks and give them time to develop? And 2, if you were a GM, how long would you wait?
Well, we've asked Jared Goff this question himself, another one that you're referring to of being in a spot. And by the way, this coming weekend, the Lions at the Bengals, it'll be the first time that Goff takes the field having been a Lion longer than he was a Ram in terms of games started for the teams. So he basically said it should be at least 4 years you give somebody. Give somebody at least 4 years. I just don't know how patient people are going to be in that regard. Certainly, thanks for the call, Matt. I mean, things got so bad in New England. It was over for Mac Jones, and it's not his fault. It's not his fault.
No, it's
As we
squarely
just
on
found
Bill.
out. You know what I mean? And that there was no way the Jets were sticking with Zach Wilson for another split second.
Right.
And it takes a while for a quarterback to figure things out, maturing as well. And again, that will be part and parcel of the Browns' decision if they ever do go to Shador. Is he mature enough to go? Which is why, the miming stuff doesn't play well for him. Because that is a conversation that I'm sure one coach will bring up in the room at one point. It's you never know. You just have to have a gut and a feel, and you have to go for it. You got to figure it out sooner rather than later, which is why I think Shador is going to get a shot, unless Dylan Gabriel's just like, screw it, I'm not giving this thing up. And we're talking about Dylan Gabriel being the Browns' savior and bringing the Browns quarterback for a long time to come. That could start and be born in London. Sort of like America. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, they had to go back to the United States but it started in London. Okay, very good. All right, very good. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. I've got my top 5 list that'll reveal the other games that I'm looking forward to this weekend, see if they match up with yours. Jeremy Piven is here, everybody. We're going to bring him out, stroll down some good, fun television memory lane with him, talk a little bit of sports, and then get everyone else on with the rest of their weekend and their Friday. That's how we're rolling into this break here on the Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, Disney Plus, and the ESPN app everywhere.
Your fantasy roster is set, the Smack Talk is heating up, and this season ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sportsbook for sports fans. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook, download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Rich Eisen here for Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life in my own house. With studio quality sound, Sonos makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home just like me? Because I love Sonos. You will too. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos. They look as good as they sound.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Are you feeling sore, stiff, or just not at your best? Maybe you've been dealing with pain for months, hoping it will just go away. You deserve to feel your best. Chiro One Wellness Centers offer personalized chiropractic care to help you live pain-free. No drugs, no surgery. Too many of us think pain is just part of getting older, but that's not true. Visit Chiro1.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including Glenview, Wheeling, and Libertyville. That's Chiro1.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Dude, did you hear Fry the Coop has Vienna beef on their chicken sandwiches now?
Wait, hot dogs on chicken? That's interesting.
No, not their famous hot dogs. They're pickles. Vienna Beef has been making pickles for over 100 years. Now their zesty pickles are stacked on Fry the Coop's epic fried chicken sandwiches.
Oh, sweet, spicy, crinkle cut? This is unreal.
Fry the Coop and Vienna Beef pickles, the perfect combo, the perfect sandwich, the perfect bite every single time.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. In football, speed and quick decision-making change the game. The same's true for business. Cyber threats move fast, and you can't afford to play catch-up. That's why companies trust Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they detect and stop threats in real time before they ever slow your team down. Trusted by enterprises worldwide, backed by over 35 years of innovation, Trend Micro helps your business stay fast, agile, and secure. Cyber threats move fast. Trend Micro moves faster. Go to trendmicro.com to see for yourself.
Bud Light and ESPN Chicago are taking the Waddle and Silvy show to the Chicago-Cincinnati game November 2nd. You could win a spot on this trip. Hey, this is Shane Orling, and listen up. You've got 2 more chances to win. Homer Glenn, we're coming out to Pelican Harry Sunday afternoon, 3 to 5. In Shorewood, Sylvie will join us for the final night of this promotion. Come to Papa Magoo's Bar and Grill and watch Monday Night Football from 7 to 9. The best football tosser at each stop wins a Bud Light prize pack and is a finalist for the trip to Waddle's hometown. Join me, Shane Orling, at Pelican Harry's and Homer Glen Sunday afternoon from 3 to 5. And Monday in Shorewood, Sylvie will join us for the final night of this promotion. For complete details, go to ESPNChicagoContests.com. Brought to you by Bud Light. Please drink responsibly.
It's a bird bash at Potawatomi. Thursdays, you could win up to $50,000 cash in the Bird Bash game show. Just play with your rewards card this October for a chance to win. Wouldn't you like to rake in a huge pile of cash? Bird Bash, only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. More info at potawatomi.com/birdbash. Must be 21 years old to play.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are. Born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers Legends Red Bull Original and sugar-free. First-round picks like watermelon, wild berries, and rookie Red Bull Zero. Right now, grab 3 of your favorite 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store. Score this deal before the clock runs out. True North convenience stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603. This is Rich Eisen, and you're listening to the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. Bear down.
Marvel Studios' Kevin Feige.
But if you want the real answer, if we're trying to get real on this podcast,
giving you exclusive access to Marvel's adventures like never before. The official Marvel podcast. New episodes every Wednesday wherever you listen to podcasts.
So I'm having that moment. But no, if you look at all the Cubs fans, we want it so badly. I mean, so badly, and you can feel it in that stadium. I threw out the first pitch recently, and got to hug it out with my guy Ian Happ and the rest of the guys, and it's a great group.
Okay, now how did we? Oh, by the way, our radio audience just returned.
Please, I'll beg you not to show it.
No, Jeremy Piven is here on the Rich Eisen. We don't have it. I will leave with that. But how did we do when we threw the first pitch?
In my defense,
yes,
most actors are frustrated athletes. Mm-hmm. I was a 5'9" Jewish linebacker. Why is that funny? Why is everyone laughing, Rich? Well, they're none of us in the NFL, except for Julian Edelman, who's all of our spirit animals. Yes. Another undersized Jew. Listen. All the guys were so great to me, and one of the things where we can go wrong in this life is we can overthink things, and all I needed to get out there was just throw it. I was filming my stand-up special at the Vic Theater. I was peaking. I was up there on the mound, doing the thing, and I've done it before, and I get it, and I don't bounce it, and I had 116 different cues from the guys in my head, and I overthought it, and I bounced it, and when you hear an entire stadium groan, it's a problem. That's when you know something went wrong.
But you're not YouTube famous bouncing it, bouncing it like 45 feet.
Obama 50 Cent situation.
You didn't do that sort of that's the painful part of throwing out a first pitch, Jeremy.
The only reason I didn't do that is I understand the moment.
Yes.
And I'm not filled with hubris. I get like, oh, this isn't my lane. I'm going to go and get a bunch of practices in.
Yeah.
And, I'm hard on myself, and it didn't go as well as I wanted.
Okay.
But that's the way life is.
And yet you're sitting here, and you survived it, and you got your stand-up tour. Again, you're going to Sony Hall in New York City in October, followed by some dates in Palm Beach, in Dallas, Texas as well.
And then I'm at the Irvine Theater at the beginning of November, back in L.A., back here. I'm going to get all the guys to come out.
Okay.
We'll see if people are real here.
Or you could just visit jeremy-piven.com for tickets here on the Rich Eisen Show. Let's just jump into a few things from your history. The Larry Sanders Show is just one of the most perfect television shows of all time.
Yeah.
What was it like working with Gary Shandling on that show, Jeremy?
I was right out of college, and I understood immediately, that I'm on the bench and I'm witnessing greatness, and I just need to soak it all up. Mm-hmm. And they were incredible. He was an absolute genius, and I just was so lucky to be a part of that. Mm-hmm. I was walking across the parking lot. Mark Hirschfeld, who cast Seinfeld, approached me and said, would you audition for Seinfeld? I'd never seen Seinfeld. I didn't have a TV. I'm a stage actor from Chicago. Mm-hmm. I still think I'm broke, even though I'm on a TV show. I'm living in the pool house without a TV. I'd never seen the show. He said, would you audition for George? I said, of course. I'm not even allowed to audition for. I'm on a TV show.
Yes, right.
So I auditioned, get the role, do the show. I was on Seinfeld and had never seen the show.
Right.
So I was playing George, being directed by Larry David and Jason Alexander, 3 different incarnations of George, and I'd never seen the show.
So when you're referring to the show
within the show,
the show within the show, where you played the Costanza of the show that was being put on about nothing that George and Jerry had sold to NBC, and you played that George being directed by technically, the real George, Jason Alexander, and then Larry David, who George is apparently based on, and you had never seen Seinfeld before.
No, never. But I talked to Jason in the parking lot, and so I whipped it. See, I'm still in that journeyman actor mentality right now.
Sure.
So, like, if you said we have an audition in the parking lot, I'd go, yeah, let's go. What are we doing?
Right.
So I just went after it and somehow got lucky and did it. I didn't even understand they were the Beatles, because I was just on the show and they were great. I didn't have a TV. So I knew they were a big deal, but I just got to hang with these guys, and they were amazing and great, and I had an incredible time.
But you were on the Larry Sanders Show at the time that
Correct.
you took that gig on Seinfeld.
I was a series regular playing the head writer.
Right.
And I played that character as if I thought I was not funny at all, but I was the head writer. So I played him in this very tragic way, and it was a blast.
Who are some of the guest stars on Larry Sanders that you got to meet that were really like big for you? Because it was the real deal that was coming through as the guest stars on that show.
Yeah, I mean, we had everyone, and you have to understand, I'm a huge sports fan, so we had Sugar Ray Leonard and a lot of people doing the show, and you have to understand, this kicked off original programming at HBO.
Yes.
So there are people doing the show who thought it was a talk show. They didn't know it was a fictional. No, literally. And it
Really?
it was incredible. My job on that show was to not break, and that was my only point of concentration. Was I have to get through the scene and look at Jeffrey Tambor and not laugh. That's all I was thinking.
Good luck.
Yeah, because everyone was a genius on the show.
Now.
Yeah, everyone was crushing it.
Right.
And so I just got to learn a lot. So by the time I was up for Entourage, which is another HBO show, I had, I'd been on stage since I was 8 years old. I started Second City in Chicago with Chris Farley. That's how old I am. This was the 90s.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So I had done, 40 movies before I even started Entourage, so I was ready.
All right, I'm going to bite on that one. So you're doing Second City with Chris Farley?
Yeah.
What was that like?
Well, Chris was like no other, and he went hard in the paint. You know what I mean? And he was all in every aspect. But those were the days of Dennis Rodman, who I don't know why I went there.
Okay.
But someone else.
I'm loving this.
No, because I just thought hard in the paint, and that was a guy, and I said, how do you do it? You would hang out with Rodman until 1:00,000, and then he would get 11 minutes sleep and pull down 19 rebounds, still hammered. And I'm looking at the TV like this, and I'm going, how is he doing that?
You've experienced this yourself, is what you're saying.
I was in the belly of the beast with him.
With Rodman?
Correct. At Crowbar, which is a gay nightclub, until 1:00,000. Are we on the air right now? I can't tell what's happening. I'm telling you too much information. But no, I mean, we need an hour segment because I can unpack everything. My first movie was with your guy, Charlie Sheen.
Okay, who was here just yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so imagine me. I'm a stage actor from Chicago. I just completed my football career.
Yes.
And people laugh. Why is that funny? My jersey number said linebacker. My body said kicker. But I was doing fine. And then I got to put the pads on again and be in Lucas. Yeah. Charlie Sheen comes to town, and that's Hollywood royalty. I'm a huge fan of Martin Sheen. And on day one of our shoot, and I'm like, oh my God, we get to. I'm a paid actor, and I'm a football player. And he goes, dude, the only thing that's going to get me through this, dude, is if I have a 12-pack and a big fat joint, dude.
Wow.
And I was like, what? Sounds just like medicated?
I didn't see that line in Lucas.
The director came over and goes, Charlie, we're going to get on that 12-pack and that joint. He goes, dude, I forgot I'm Mike, dude. That was my first day on a set. He came out of the womb like that. He came out of the womb just a complete and utter wrecking ball.
Dude.
Yeah.
And this was a question about Chris Farley.
Yeah, I know I have a limited amount of time.
No,
Do you know
come
what I mean?
on, dude.
I'm just going. No, Chris was a genius from the jump.
Do you remember a Second City skit that you wound up being in with him? Do you have any?
They separated us because we were both a bit out of our minds. And so we were in the touring company. So he went, to the east and I went to the west.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeremy Piven here on the Rich
That's why I'm
Eisen
still
show.
here.
All right. So you got Entourage based off of your HBO time on Larry Sanders, or that was completely separate?
I mean, no, Doug Ellen, I think, had watched Larry Sanders and was a fan of that show. My agent was Ari Emanuel. So unbeknownst to me, I had been a dramaturg.
Yes.
And preparing for this role because that role is Ari Emanuel.
That's right.
So I was like, oh, I know this guy. I know him inside and out. And so by the time the role came up, I was ready. Like Shakespeare says, the readiness is all. And that was a blast. And my character was kind of a fringe player. He wasn't, and I had one scene in the pilot. And so you gotta stay ready. And so when the opportunity arose, I grabbed it.
Dude, it was like every scene, it was a spinning curve in the zone, and you took it to the deep part of the park every single
thank
time.
you, man.
You're very welcome.
That's incredible. And on the sports analogies, we would have all these incredible athletes that would come to the show. So, early LeBron, Tom Brady, and Russell Wilson said to me one time, he said, when you act, is it is it preseason, regular season, playoffs, or Super Bowl? Each take, and it sounds really pretentious, but I was like, it's the Super Bowl. Yeah. I don't know any other way.
Right.
You know what I mean? You've got to go literally all in.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's misunderstood. But that's the way life is. I would rather just go all in than be available to schmooze and do all that. There's time for that, but I got to be locked in because you get one shot.
I mean, the number of times on my Instagram algorithm the scene of yours from Entourage shows up is nonstop. And there was one that popped in the other day of you leaving couples therapy because you just wouldn't countenance being attacked in there, and the way you just got out with a sort of a salute and walked off camera was just laugh out loud hilarious.
That's all Doug Ellen. Every word of that is written by him, and it was just a gift to be able to say these. But my character had to be it's a big compliment that people thought I was improvising.
Yes.
Because that's all acting is. You take the written word and you're present and it feels improvisational.
Yes.
So the way I got to play was all the physicality and how I portrayed it. But it was word for word, and it was an honor, and I loved it. And ironically, now we have this whole new generation of these guys in their late teens, early 20s that have binged it since the pandemic. Mm-hmm. So there's a whole new audience for it. And they're out there rebooting everything but Entourage. No, literally, Saved by the Bell. There is no bell. No one's in school. What are we doing? Literally.
Well, you had the movie. I mean,
we had the movie.
I mean, you got the band back together for at least
get the band back together. But people are clamoring for.
Well, where is Ari Gold now? Where would you say he would be? If you could write your character, let's do this. If we're rebooting Entourage, where is he in charge of an agency? Has he crapped out? Has he burned every bridge? Like where
is running the studio?
Is he running a studio?
Studio in the movie.
There's so many different ways to go. I think if you're true to that character, what we've been through over the past decade, him navigating that, I think he might have rubbed someone the wrong way. You know what I mean?
Maybe a little bit.
So, you know what I mean?
Blamed out.
Correct. And then Lloyd would have to be his politically correct consultant, who would have to just, let's go, Ari. Let's go. Let's get the pronouns. Pronouns? You're a hasn't been. That's your pronoun. No, whatever. No,
there you go. We just came up with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he would have to probably navigate his way back in. I don't know. There's so many different ways to go about it. And, I got to work with Mike Tyson and guys and creatively get them into a place where they felt comfortable to do their best work. Yeah. So I think, Ari Emanuel owns the UFC. He's running, a sports management company. Yeah. So I think we could just take, a cue from reality, which is what we did anyway.
Yeah.
So I think he could be representing a lot of athletes, which would be really fun.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different ways to go, Rich. I think it's fertile ground.
No, I love it. And before we move on, a couple other things here. Jeremy Piven on the Rich Eisen Show. Your favorite soliloquy, your favorite Ari Gold scene or soliloquy. You get the script from Doug Ellen, and you're like, I am going to just chew this up, and I'm going to spit it out, and I'm going to stick the landing on this thing. Do you have one of those?
I mean, every one of them. There was no kind of moment that you take for granted. Every moment was like, okay, there's something here. A moment that you wouldn't have thought of is my character. His son doesn't get into private school, and so he has to go to the actor Dan Castellaneta, who played Homer Simpson. The voice of Homer Simpson is very prolific, and he's the headmaster, and I have to go to him and. I think I'm going to strong-arm him to get my son into school. And he goes, it's not your son, it's you. You're yelling. And so my character gets very emotional. And you suddenly get to see this other side to him. And Doug and I, it was an interesting moment with us. And he's got kids. And I thought he might have felt the emotionality, might have not been appropriate for that moment. What we've seen with Ari, and I said, you got kids. You get in the way of your kids' education. Would that affect you? And he said, absolutely. And that was one of those moments where we all kind of came together and submitted it, and I won my first of 3 Emmys for that scene.
Jeremy Piven.
Who's counting me?
Who's counting?
You know, guys, for me, if I could, personally, as Jeremy, as all these guys know, in the early 2000s, I was Ashton Kutcher and I were roommates.
I'm sorry about that.
It was a very good thing. And, you know, I was trying to describe to my friends in Pittsburgh what my life was like, you know, hanging out on the 70s show set. We're going to movies. And it was hard for them to even understand, like, what my life was like. And then Entourage came out, you know, and I'd be down in the Endeavor offices because he was a client. So I'd always see Ari down there. And it was, so that was, like, gave me a chance to show my friends, like, you know, this is kind of what my life is.
Kind of.
Like, pretty much exactly
That's
what
exactly
my life was.
what.
It was like he was Vince and I was Turtle E and Drama all rolled into one, you know. And so for me, Entourage was just like my way of showing my boys, like, yo, this is what's up right now out here with me.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I think, you know, people felt, listen, if we got it wrong, we would have known. You know, we would have known about it. And I think, and I appreciate that. There's an authenticity to that. And I think people kind of miss that. You know, the #1 show last year on Netflix was the roast of Tom Brady.
Yes.
You know, and people really kind of dropped the gloves for that. And it was raunchy and funny. And I think people just need to laugh right now more than ever. And the sooner everyone gets that, the better for all of us.
And that's why, again, you're going around the world and the country and on your stand-up tour, jeremy-piven.com for tickets on that. Before I let you go, one last one for you here. Heat with Robert De Niro.
Yes.
Okay. Walk me through that scene, working with Robert De Niro, where you're the doctor.
I'll walk you through a little bit before that. I'm again, journeyman actor. I'm waiting to audition 1 hour, 2 hour, and it hit the 3 hour mark where you're sitting there. I've got one scene, and you're just running your lines. And I just kept saying to myself, if you hold it together, you get to post up against Michael Jordan. You know what I mean? Like, that's literally it.
Yes.
And so I held it together, and an actor broke. And he threw the casting assistant up against the wall. People started losing it. Because after a couple hours, you know, you start to snap. I got in there, the great Michael Mann was there, and I auditioned for him and got lucky and got the role. And then
you knew it would be playing with De Niro.
Yes.
Prior to auditioning for this role.
Yes, that's why I said Michael Jordan.
You understood.
So, you know, for me, being a Chicago actor and with a background in sketch comedy and whatnot, I'm ready. The moment there's a pause in the action, the director doesn't yell cut, I'm still going. And so I just start improvising with De Niro. And so that's how I have a career, is just kind of keeping it going. So now I'm improvising with De Niro and having the time of my life. And it was everything that you could ever imagine and more. And now they're doing the sequel.
Yeah.
Yes.
So before we get to that, even, I mean, what made it that you ad-lib with De Niro? Do you remember, like, what actually made the movie?
Like everything else I've ever done, if you look at Rush Hour, that entire scene was improvised. Buttercream, crack skin, buttercream. What's below the waist? Mystery meat. Let's go in. Hey, sweetness. That's all improvised. I made $270 for that.
Wow.
For that role.
Well done.
Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan each made $20 million. That's why I'm bitter, guys. This is why I'm bitter. What made it into the De Niro scene was my daughter gave me that shirt. Everything I said, you know, I just kept improvising.
That was not scripted.
No. Because you got your backstory, and so if they don't yell cut, you just keep talking. You know, that's how, you know, they don't say there are no small roles. Like, there aren't. It's your job. It may be awkward for them. De Niro may be angry in the moment. Why is this kid still talking? But you know what I mean? You never know what's going to happen.
And what did he say to you when the scene was over?
I can't, you know, we're live, so I can't say some of the things that, if you look at that scene, he's just dropping F-bombs on me.
Yeah, right.
And so that's how he went. That's how he plays. And he's the GOAT. And, you know, you can do one of two things. You can either freeze up or you can just let it go. Nerves are an energy, and then you just start playing.
That your daughter gave me.
Yeah.
I love it, because that's a line that I remember from the movie. Primitive War is available today on VOD, starring this man. Jeremy Piven also going to New York, back here in Los Angeles. The Vic Theater in Chicago back in June was a stand-up special that's coming soon to a television set near you. The Palm Beach Improv, and then see him in Dallas next year as well. Jeremy-Piven.com for tickets. Thanks for coming on, brother.
Thank you for having me.
We just scratched the surface.
Guys. Yes.
Best of luck. Well, may more W's be flown.
Yes.
In Wrigley Field, if not in Milwaukee. We're up the toll road, but significant.
I don't know if they'll have me back, because last time I did the 7th inning stretch, they said, do your signature catch. There we go.
Wait a minute. Look at this.
Look at that.
Okay.
Okay, we're doing something there.
No, I mean, I mean, the ball is getting your, like, are you running throw a curve? Are you spinning this? Like, what are you doing?
You know, I
look at that. That's not bad.
You know, it was.
You're rocking back.
Listen, I need to make it back to Wrigley. You know, I need to right the wrongs. Let's go.
I don't know if the footwear was a great choice. I mean, you don't have any socks. You have any socks on underneath there?
I've got some socks,
okay,
man.
good.
I'm a bit of a slave to fashion, Rich. I'm not going to lie to you. I wanted the ankles. I wanted the ankles showing. You know.
They give you a jersey.
I think that's what. Isn't that? Are you quoting Aroldis Chapman now? I mean, just kidding.
Well, I am like a Cuban baseball player in the way that I'm in total denial of my age. You know what I mean? How old is he? Wait, he's been playing for 40 years.
He's been playing a long time.
He's got like 6% body fat.
Funny.
He's built like Ray Lewis. How terrifying would that be?
So, yeah, and it comes at 104 miles an hour or something like that.
But he's got some time off. Let's go, Yankees.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jeremy Piven with a mic drop, everybody. There we go. At Jeremy Piven on Instagram. And again, Jeremy-Piven.com for tickets to see this man as you see him on the screen. Back on the Rich Eisen Show to wrap this up in a second.
Sir.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN. 1 free year of Perplexity Pro and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A.
Injuries on the field are rough, but your injury case doesn't have to be. At Postman Law, there's no fee unless they win. Car crash, work accident, slip and fall. Postman Law's your local injury lawyers. With over $3 billion won for their clients, they don't just show up, they deliver results when it matters most. After an injury, call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise, Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me."
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-384-3434. 800-384-3434. 800-384-3434.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
I'm home. Hey, Mom, before you ask, I've done my homework and the dishwasher's unloaded.
Nice. Hey, can you...
Hey, hon, yes, I've got the finale ready to play. Here's your wine.
Wow. Isn't it nice not having to ask? We think so. That's why if there's a network interruption, AT&T will proactively credit you for a full day of service. Guaranteed. Credit for fiber downtime lasting 20 minutes or more, or for wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for details.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler, and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals. Heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
A 1-hour uninterrupted dose of Black and Abdallah.
Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
Because of all the donations, mine is one of the lives that's been saved. 1, 2, 3. Never give up.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Visit v.org/donate.
You know, right? Back on the Rich Eisen Show here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. As everyone knows here, the logo of the show is me running the 40-yard dash in my suit, so you know I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness, as I do that run for charity, for exactly that, which means our relationship with Hyundai Perfect for the Hyundai Hope on Wheels that you might not be familiar about for over 27 years. Every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research together with over 850 dealers nationwide. They've raised more than $277 million supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more. All right. Speaking of Hyundai, they bring you today's top 5. As I always give you on Friday, the other 5 games that I'm looking forward to seeing for the upcoming week that just started. My top 5 matchups of week number 5, in other words, presented by Hyundai.
At 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Rich's top 5.
All right, number 5 on the list is the Sunday Night Football game. Normally it's a little higher, but I need to see it to believe that this is going to be a tight one, that a lot of people think it could be, because of the way Drake May has played, the way that the Bills could get got. Maybe the Bills could get got. The Saints gave them a scare in that building last week. And Drake May's walking through that door playing really good football.
Really good football.
If they don't turn it over, can they give Josh Allen a run for his money?
There you go. There's your crux.
I'm talking about it on Sunday Night Football. Patriots Bills is number 5 on the list. Number 4 is just up the road. Jaden Daniels is playing his first, I think he's saying his first career game with a knee brace on, and he doesn't have Terry McLaurin. He doesn't have Noah Brown. He doesn't have Austin Eckler. This would have been a return game for him to take on the Chargers, a revenge game for him. He's out. And, again, you could sit here and say the Commanders are undermanned, or you could sit here and say this could be a SoFi Week 5 sort of, I guess, a narrative where team that's banged up comes in and beats the home team. So we'll see how the Chargers bounce back against the Commanders after losing to Jackson Dart and the Giants last week. That can't sit well with them. That's a late window game on Fox. Number 3 is the Monday Nighter we've been talking about with Xavier Worthy on Thursday and with Travis Etienne in hour number 2. Chiefs-Jaguars. Jaguars 3-1. They beat the only team to beat the Niners so far. How about them apples?
How about that?
And then the Chiefs turned a corner, starting 0-2. They're now 2-2. They look terrific. They looked championship quality last week against the Baltimore Ravens. Now the Jaguars are going to sell out that stadium, and the whole country is going to be watching Duval go nuts. It's all on and crack. Taylor Swift has her new album out. Xander stayed up late last night to listen to it, and it's all coming up. Roses, literally. Figuratively. Okay, very good. Number 2 on this list is Bucks Seahawks. 3-1 versus 3-1. The NFC South leader taking on the NFC West contender to try and get a piece of the NFC West lead. They wouldn't be in first because, as we know, the Niners did win in Week 1 in Seattle, as Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers would like to do, coming off of that loss to the Eagles. They will not have Bucky Irving, however. And we'll see how that goes. Late window on CBS. Number one. The bandwagon has been full for the Denver Broncos. And for them to tell everybody that has been on their bandwagon, smart choice. Handing the Eagles their first loss of the season would be the way to do it. They do have the horses, if you will. See what I said about the Broncos? Come on now. They do have the horses on the back end of the defense to keep A.J. Brown frustrated. Keep that passing game down. Get everybody in the link murmuring. Dare I say booing. They have that sort of defense to set things up. The running game to keep Jalen Hurts off the field. I'm giving you the roadmap of there being a potential upset. That's my top matchup of week number 5 here on the Rich Eisen Show.
One more.
That's
I did
my
not
boy.
know this.
Thank you so much.
It's got to be where the Cowboys come in.
No. It's I'm going to do one for the team here on NFL Network. First window of football, Vikings-Browns. It's the first career start for Dylan Gabriel against a Vikings defense that loves to blitz. He better be ready. They better have a plan. What's that offense going to look like? And then Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz, sir, you best have your running shoes on, because did you hear who is not playing in this game? The starting center, the backup center, the right guard, right tackle and left guard, they're all out.
Oh, no.
That's right.
Oh, no.
So the offensive line is going to see the Grim Reaper standing there with Mason Graham.
Yep.
It's going to be an interesting one. Quinshon Judkins coming downhill at him.
He got sacked 6 times last week.
So tune in to NFL Network to see what happens. And those are my top 5 matchups of week number 5. Back to wrap things up on Disney Plus and the ESPN app. For everyone else, we'll chat.
There you go. Thank you, Rich. It's Black and Abdallah live from Chicago, hanging out with you for the next hour here on ESPN 1000. It's a Friday, Abdallah. All calls welcome, and the Cubs move on in the playoffs.
All right. Another series on to face the Brewers, the I-94 series.
Yes, can't wait. So we'll talk about that. Week 5 in the NFL. We have good questions, song of the night, lots coming up here. Black and Abdallah start in 5 minutes.
The post-crib assembly press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
You know, those instructions can be tough, and, well, you saw the outcome.
Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, I mean, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out Chicago's best manufacturing companies, like Acme Industries in Elk Grove Village. To learn how they can help you, visit tmaillinois.org.
Hey, Chicago, headed to a game? Take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5.
That's less money spent on travel and more money in your pocket.
No searching for parking, no random surge pricing on rideshare, no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. The CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. There's no need to purchase a ticket ahead of time.
Just tap and ride.
Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan a trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, Azazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Since the Verdoliak Law Group opened its doors in 1963, we knew we wanted to be a firm that fights for the injured while putting our own money to work for our clients. Over the last several years, over 95% of the money we made has been contingent on our clients recovering money. We only win if our client wins. If not, we don't collect a fee and we lose our own money that we fronted on the case. Over the past 55 years, we've also learned what we are not. We're not a law firm that operates by billing you by the hour, nor do we cherry pick only multi-million-dollar cases. We won't turn away an injured client because his injuries are not catastrophic enough. We won't say, come back next time when someone dies or is paralyzed. Whether your case is worth $10,000 or $10 million, if we think we can help, we will help. We at the Verdoliak Law Group know exactly who we are. Without firms like us that put their own money on the line, injured people would consistently get less than they deserve. We are the Verdoliak Law Group. Call us at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
Save big money on your next painting project at Menards. Revolutionize your space with Pittsburgh's Revolution Interior Paint and Primer in one. It offers game-changing stain and scuff resistance in just one coat, making it perfect for any room of your home. Save big money on Revolution Interior Paint and start your painting project today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Black and Abdallah, WMVP WTBC. HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome in to Black and Abdallah. Weekdays 2 to 3 right here on ESPN 1000. If you want to join the conversation today, you can call us at 312-332-3776. It's a Friday here on the show. Friday calls. All calls welcome for the next hour here on ESPN 1000. We are uninterrupted until we hand it off to the Waddle and Silvy show at 3 o'clock, and we are brought to you by Yuengling. The Cubs get on to the next round. Divisional series starts tomorrow against the Milwaukee Brewers. Can't wait to watch that. It's going to be great.
It's going to be awesome. Tomorrow, 1 o'clock, right here on your home of the playoffs, ESPN 1000. You'll hear Cubs and Brewers, and then Game 2 Monday night, 8 o'clock start. Again, right here on your home of the playoffs, ESPN 1000. Happy for the Cubs, happy for Cubs fans that they won yesterday, and obviously a familiar opponent in the Brewers, and it should be a good matchup. I think, based on the season matchup, and I think the way injuries have shaken out and the way the Cubs kind of got, I don't want to say hot, but the way that game kind of played out yesterday and the way we were talking about it before the game, Chris, your guys started to turn the corner. I don't want to say get hot because it was one game, so like the most extreme small sample size.
Yeah.
But Kyle Tucker getting some hits, PCA, finding pitches, and the team kind of rallying around each other. The pitching was good. The hitting was there. They didn't get a lot of runs. Obviously, they only win 3-1. But to get a win like that in a tight series, a 3-game series, to win that series, and to get your guys coming around and finding the pitches and seeing pitches and getting timely hits, I felt was big and good momentum, obviously, to win the series. But to get it from the guys that you expected to be there, and not like, just this guy finding a hit and this guy, but to get it from Kyle Tucker and PCA, I thought was very big.
Yeah, Tyon with the start, 4 innings, no runs given up. The bullpen, for the most part, was lights out. Keller gave up that home run late, but essentially the bullpen was on fire once again for the Chicago Cubs. They won 3-1. Now you face off against Milwaukee. As you were saying, it's not saying that these guys are getting hot, but it was good to see yesterday Tucker and PCA go 5 for 8. Mm-hmm. After we saw offers for most of the series to this point, and that's what we were asking for. When we were on the air yesterday previewing Game 3, we were asking, will you get Tucker and PCA to show up? Because those two are what really turned this team into a dangerous World Series contending team. If they're just going to whimper out against the Brewers, then I would imagine if that's the case, then you're not going to get much from Kyle Tucker or Pete Crow Armstrong. But if both of those players show up in the next round, they have a really good chance to beat Milwaukee. And throughout the season series, the Cubs took 7 of 6 against 7, and they went 7-6 against Milwaukee in the season. Mm-hmm. So Milwaukee had that 3-month run in the middle of the season where they were by far the best team in baseball. They came back down to earth a little bit heading into the playoffs. In a 5-game set, all you need is a couple of really solid starts from your starting pitching, and then you have the ability to steal a game. If the Cubs can steal a game in Milwaukee between Saturday and Monday, then I think things set up great for when they come back to Wrigley Field on Wednesday of next week.
Yeah, and I think they can do all the things that Milwaukee does really well. Like, obviously, Milwaukee plays a lot of really good defense. I think you saw yesterday, between Dansby and Nico Horner, they played really good defense. The Padres tried to sneak some balls out into the outfield, and Nico jumped up, timed that ball really well. So did Dansby, timed his jump really well to keep that ball down and get it over to first base in time. And they just played, solid baseball. Craig Counsell managed the bullpen really well yesterday, and that's what they're going to have to do. We don't know if Cade Horton's going to be able to come back and be on the roster for this series. If he is, that's a plus. We'll see if he's able to from the rib injury. But we don't know who the starter is going to be for Game 1. If Jesse finds out something, I know they're having a workout today, so if he finds something out for tomorrow, he'll let us know at some point today, whether it's now or during Waddle and Silvy coming up here right after us at 3 o'clock. But as of right now, the Brewers are a slight favorite to win the series. They're a favorite tomorrow at -150 for the game. Obviously, this without knowing a starter for the Cubs for tomorrow's game. But I do think that this they match up pretty evenly for the series. I think the Cubs, if the Brewers didn't have the home field, I would say they match up very evenly. Yeah. But I would say the home field, the edge does go to the Brewers a little bit. But I do like the Cubs' chances in this series. I think the Cubs can pull away, and like you said, if they can steal a game, that obviously helps them a lot. But I think in a 5-game series here, I think the Cubs can win. I think they can move on.
Frey Peralta will be starting for the Brewers, and we'll find out for the Cubs as well. So, yeah, you're right. And I think when we kind of look at all of this, this is kind of how it feels like it was supposed to be. I know for the most part with the teams in the divisional round, you have some teams you expected to be there. I'm not quite sure that people expected Detroit and Seattle to match up, but when you have the Yankees and the Blue Jays facing off against each other, that's going to be a really good series. another divisional matchup, just like the Cubs and the Brewers. And the Dodgers and the Phillies, those two teams have been in the chase for a title, if not the champion, for the last few years. And I think that's going to be a really great series. I think the divisional round has really set up for some great baseball matchups.
Yeah, that'll be a fun series. That seems like a championship series matchup right there. And I think that series could go 5 games, and that benefits whoever comes out of this one between the Cubs and the Brewers. Because if that goes 5, you don't know how many games this Cubs and Brewers is going to go. But if they both go 5, great. But if not, then Dodgers and Phillies could go 5, and if that's the case and they have to use a bunch of pitchers, whatever, that benefits the Cubs and the Brewers, whoever ends up winning the series.
So it's Black and Abdallah here on ESPN 1000, uninterrupted from 2 to 3 weekdays here on ESPN 1000. We've been in this time slot now for a month. We started the time slot. Yeah, it was September the 2nd. It was the day after Labor Day we started this.
Man. It flies just like 60 uninterrupted minutes,
yeah,
Chris.
I mean, the all calls welcome, though, on Fridays have been a little lackluster, in my opinion, to this point. I don't know if people in this time slot understand what goes on with all calls welcome. We really mean it. If you have something for us,
anything,
you're more than welcome to join us.
If you got a review of the new Taylor Swift album, call us.
Please don't.
No, do. I want a review. I want to. If you've
are
heard
you
it,
going to check that out today?
I'm not, but if you have a review of it, call us and let us know what you think.
Okay.
It's all calls welcome.
No, I know.
You just said don't call. You literally, Aiden's producing the show today. He literally said all calls welcome.
I know what I said.
And then said
that was the joke.
And then said don't call about something. So
I understand.
Just so we're aware.
If someone wants to give us a review, I'll listen to it.
I think what it is the sun. The sun is out now.
So people are acting professional because the sun is out?
We're still buttoned up. We're
not loose.
We're still at work. This is still work hours. People are still sometimes calling in being like, hey, guys,
Hey, I love the show, guys.
So I think the Bears are going to win this weekend.
When's the next Zoo News? Can you let me know when the next Zoo News will be?
If they can run the ball, I think they can win this weekend.
I'm just saying, do you disagree with me that I feel like in the first month of the show in this new time slot,
well, you know what it is,
that the vibes of the all calls welcome on Fridays haven't been as crazy as they usually are at night.
You know what we're missing?
Well, we haven't heard from Mitch.
Yeah, you haven't had to click
Mitchell and Displays
a certain button
is
yet.
MIA.
You haven't had to go to the Stone Cold Steve Austin yet.
We haven't been yelled at by Zetterman for putting Mitchell on during the day because he has not called during the day.
We haven't threatened a ban yet. And until we do, it doesn't feel like all calls welcome yet.
The person who cuts my hair, the very first time she realized who I was and who we were, the first thing she told a friend, her friend, her boyfriend is a big listener of this show.
Okay.
I think the name is Ryan.
All right.
So Ryan,
shout out Ryan.
If your name is Ryan, shout out Ryan.
If it's not, shout out anyway.
The only thing he was worried about was when Mitchell and the Splains would be unbanned. Remember when he was banned last year?
Yeah.
That's all I cared about.
He's allowed back. We haven't heard from him in the new slot.
Nothing else about the show. Just is Mitchell and Desplains banned? And that was a message that was given to me.
Yeah.
And I was like, and I explained the whole story.
It's been a month in the new slot and no Mitchell yet.
But that's my point. My point is that people care deeply about Mitchell and Desplains. We have yet to hear from them.
Yeah.
Sometimes Mitchell is like the Kraken, where if you mention him, he just appears.
Yeah.
Like Beetlejuice. Like if you say his name too many times,
Mitchell and
he
Desplains,
just appears.
Mitchell and Desplains. Mitchell and Desplains.
Well, I'm not saying that's something that we definitely need to get to because I know Danny won't appreciate it. I know he's not going to be happy if we go to Mitchell and Desplains.
Well, I mean, listen, he's not banned. He's not banned. He's not banned.
This is the Power Hour now. Black and Abdallah, 2 to 3.
He's not banned.
Uninterrupted.
He's not banned.
He is not banned. So we'll get to your calls here on ESPN 1000, 312-332-3776. All calls welcome. We go to Jim in Antioch here on ESPN 1000. What's up, Jim?
Hi, Jim. Jim going once.
Jim
going twice.
Jim
is not there.
Hold on, Abdallah. You talk. I got it.
All right, I'm going to keep talking. So it is an All Calls Welcome Friday here on ESPN 1000, the Black and Abdallah program, 2 to 3, right here on ESPN 1000, uninterrupted, 312-332-3776. You can talk about whatever you want to. Call us up. You got a gift idea? You need a gift idea? Maybe you're going to a wedding. Maybe you need wedding plans. Maybe you got an idea for a wedding.
We're good.
I know what happened.
Yeah.
All right, let's try Jim again. Oh, Jim's gone.
Jim hung up.
Jim, call back.
We
Jim,
can
call
go
back.
to,
312-332-3776.
Juice
Jim,
on the
call back.
Northwest side. You're on
Juice.
ESPN 1000.
What's up, Juice?
Hey guys, love your hour of power. Love it.
Thank you.
I try to catch it all the time.
Appreciate it.
It's awesome. And especially when you do the song of the night, even though it's like 3:00.
Oh, we got a great one today.
Well, it'll be stuck in your head the rest of the day. So it's a night song.
Yeah.
Something to think about later.
I'll be ready for it.
And we don't want to make new production.
My question was, or like your thoughts, and then I'll hang up, is what do you think the over-under is on Schwarber for how many home bombs he's going to have during the series for the Phillies? Like, because he's a former Cub. I know he's not a Cub anymore, but how many bombs do you think he's going to have?
All of them.
And I'll hang up and listen.
All right. Thank you, Juice. Thanks for the phone call. How many home runs against the Dodgers? I'm going to set the over-under at, it's 2.5 too high for a 5-game series.
Ooh.
2.5 too high. It might have to be like 1.5, right, for a 5-game set. Who do you think hits more home runs in this series, Dodgers and Phillies, Schwarber or Ohtani?
Schwarber, just based on the odds.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Because I don't think you give okay. Man. I think Schwarber.
He might get more chances based on what you're saying. You think that the Phillies will pitch around Ohtani.
Yes. But I also think that the Dodgers would be dumb to not pitch around Schwarber.
Yeah, both ways.
Yeah.
Of course.
But I think Schwarber look, I know that Ohtani has ridiculous stats too, but look at Schwarber's postseason stats. Like, he's insane. He's one of the best postseason batters ever.
Yeah, absolutely. He's super clutch.
Yeah. So I'm going to say Schwarber. I'm going to go, in this series, 2.5 is a big number. Because that would be in 3 and 5 games.
No, I know. That's why I think you have to set it at 1.5.
I'm going to say 2. I'm going to say he hits 2.
So you're going to go over 1.5.
If it goes 5 games, I'm going to say 2.
Wyatt in Charlotte, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. What's up, Wyatt?
Hey, guys. Love the All Call Fridays. Kind of love the change of subjects. Hey, just really quick, wanted to get you, I don't know if you guys saw, I know you're college football fans. Randomly, the University of Arizona is bringing that old cactus logo they used to have on their court and put it on their helmets for this weekend. It seems pretty cool. I know they're not the best football program. So I was curious what you guys, what your favorite uniforms are out there. I know you're obviously USC and Bama fans, but I didn't know if there's a particular uniform that you guys are most excited for this season.
Yeah, great question, Wyatt.
Thanks,
appreciate
guys.
it. There you go, Wyatt. I love college football uniforms. One that I always think looks really crisp, and it's not my favorite team, but Texas in the all-white uniforms always pops. And I would say the same goes for Tennessee. When Tennessee is in all-white with the white helmet and the T on the side, like that's a really cool-looking uniform. And there are a lot of great college football. That's cool that Arizona's going to do that this week.
I'm
with
looking
the
at it. The helmets look cool.
Yeah.
I don't know about the jerseys, but the helmets look cool. What did I see this last weekend? The West Virginia ones were disgusting.
Oh yeah, because it was like a a brown helmet.
Yeah, they were disgusting.
Yeah,
I hate the. I'm only thinking about ones I hate. I know that wasn't the question. Doesn't Illinois do like a leather looking one?
Yeah, they do. I don't like the leather
Those
one.
Are disgusting too.
U of I's uniforms, their standard uniforms, are really clean and really cool looking.
I also very
like
much
those.
Again, I'm talking about ones I hate, and I know that wasn't the question. I very much dislike the Notre Dame chrome helmets. Leave the chrome.
Yeah.
Leave the chrome.
But that's
to
like
Oregon.
their standard now.
I know, but leave the chrome to Oregon.
Usually, I don't have a problem with anything that's traditional. So anything that's like old school, traditional, like the Ole Miss helmets are cool to me.
Ole Miss baby blues are pretty clean.
The baby blues are pretty sweet. I love LSU's uniforms. I think those look really good. Michigan, the winged helmet, you can't argue that. That's classic college football right there. I'm trying to think of some that are like obscure. I think Oregon State does a good job. The Beavs.
Yeah.
I think their uniforms usually look pretty nice.
I like Oregon's when they don't go too weird.
I'm just not saying Oregon because isn't that the standard answer that they have the cool uniforms?
No, it is, but sometimes they go too obscure.
Too aggressively.
Like sometimes they go too neon.
Yeah.
Like sometimes they throw like yellow in there. And
Well,
I'm like,
what
I don't
was
need
their
that.
the gimmick a week ago or 2 weeks ago was like they were duck uniforms where their shoes were orange and then the whole uniform was like the color of a duck.
Yeah, I don't need. And sometimes they go. I don't need the all chromed out one where they go like you can barely see them because it's like they play in the middle of the day and they're all like they wear like the way chromed out helmets and everything. Don't need that. I like them when it's black and like they go like neon green. That's what I like those uniforms. Or like what they wore last week when they lost to Penn State. That was a good uniform. They were like silver and black. Those were cool.
It might seem boring, but I think Wisconsin's uniforms look good.
Mm-hmm.
I think Nebraska's uniforms look good.
Just give me an old. You know what? You're right. Give me a classic Michigan.
Classic, right?
Classic Michigan.
ASU, if they go with the Sun Devil on the side and not the pitchforks, but if they get the actual cartoon character on the side of the helmet, Arizona State's awesome.
Danny Zetterman chiming in, not about Mitchell and Desplaines. Best uniform is the
Kansas?
Yeah, Jayhawk all black with the old Jayhawk. That was actually
old
cool.
Jayhawk is
that
awesome.
Was cool. That was yeah. Did
absolutely.
they wear that a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, I
that
mean,
was cool.
If you go old, like any team with the old school logo on the helmet, always is a win in my book.
Mm-hmm.
Always a win. But you're right, like too many teams do the chromed out or they're like so new school where it's like you have to look for the old school logos that are kind of cutesy.
I prefer the
those
opposite.
are always the ones that I enjoy.
Give me a matte helmet. Go away from the chrome. Give me a matte.
Speaking of boring, like Penn State's still work.
Yes.
Like even though it's just a white helmet with a blue stripe.
Same with Alabama. They've never changed.
Alabama's never changed. USC's never changed.
Absolutely.
That's why they're classics. That's why they're great. Black and Abdallah here on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. Oh, you mentioned West Virginia's uniforms. Jim in Florida has an answer for you. What's up, Jim?
Why were those gross?
They weren't gross, and those weren't brown helmets. It was old gold and blue, and those were the uniforms from 1965 when they won the Southern Conference Championship.
Okay, so it was gold and blue. It wasn't brown.
Yeah.
It looked brown on TV.
They looked brown at the sports book, I'll tell you that.
I know, but it's old gold.
Old gold.
Old gold.
All right, Jim, and you're
Texas tea.
Did you go to West Virginia, Jim?
No, I
Oh.
used to have season tickets there, though.
Oh, okay. All right.
Good information. Thank you, Jim.
Learned something.
All right, no problem.
See, there we go. It's a shared learning experience.
There we go.
I love that. Tom in New Jersey on the ESPN Chicago app. What's up, Tom?
Hey, how you guys doing? Enjoy your show. You guys do a great job.
Thank you.
A couple months ago, one of you guys brought up a pet peeve about quarterbacks facing each other in games or pitchers facing each other, and they don't.
That
I
was
agree
Abdallah.
with that.
That was Abdallah, and he's wrong.
Tom,
I'm with you, man.
You
Thank
guys
you,
are
Tom.
wrong.
Yeah.
You guys are wrong.
I agree with you.
I have another one, too.
They're competing against each other.
Tom, I got a
They're
whole...
absolutely competing
They're
against
not.
each other.
Tom, I got a whole new one today that that Aiden and I were talking about before the show that Chris and I think people will be really mad at us for
we'll
today.
get to that at 3:02.
Okay.
Go ahead,
I got
Tom.
two.
Go ahead.
When people say that a team is defending their championship, like the Eagles are defending their Super Bowl championship this year from last year.
They're not.
No, they're not. They're trying to win another one.
You're correct.
Nobody can take that one away from them. So they're going for another one.
Okay, all right. All right,
I
I'm
hope
with
they
you.
don't get it. I don't want them to get it. I want the Bears to get it.
Yeah.
And then when people say football is a long season, are you kidding me? We're a quarter of the way through already. It's almost halfway over. Baseball goes forever. Hockey and basketball go forever. Football is so short. I wish we could play more games. Those are two that really bug me.
Okay. Tom, I love it. Appreciate it. Thanks for the call.
Have a good one.
If I had to add one to the list, I know it's something you and I have talked about off the air. It's whenever anyone says that someone is playing like their name. Hey, LeBron James is being LeBron James.
We've talked about this.
Hey, Caleb Williams doing Caleb Williams things.
To pull back the curtain, Chris has thought of an idea that, we will do a good question.
Will this one be stolen too? Just keep it moving.
Just pardon my thing right here.
There's no people who understand what we're referencing right now, but
okay.
it's fine.
Me and you got it. That's all we need. That if every time someone were to say that if Kyle Tucker is Kyle Tucker in this game, the Cubs will win.
Yeah, I think it would be great if we clipped together a weekly montage of all of the nonsense sports speak that people say where it's, you're right, Kyle Tucker, if Kyle Tucker's Kyle Tucker, the Cubs can win.
Yeah.
If Caleb Williams plays like Caleb Williams,
guys,
the Bears can win because you hear it constantly.
Patrick Mahomes hasn't really been Patrick Mahomes this year.
Right, he's doing Patrick Mahomesian things. Like whenever people say that, if we could just clip all of that and have a montage of it each and every week, I think it would be great.
No, Chris, the thing that bugged me is the Cubs should not have celebrated yesterday.
What the hell is your problem?
You won 2 games. Congratulations.
You don't believe that.
I do. I 1,000% believe it.
This is
You won 2 games. You won a wild card series. You don't get to celebrate with champagne and beer again.
You advance in a playoff round. Yes.
Do NBA teams do it? Do NHL teams do it?
It's a different sport.
They don't do it though.
Half the league makes the playoffs in the NBA.
They
in
don't
the
do
NHL.
it though. And NFL teams don't do it. They don't do it. It's the only sport where
are
after
you
win,
sure they don't celebrate rounds?
I
don't know, man.
Not with
I
champagne.
think they do.
Nope, not with champagne.
I think people
not with
celebrate.
champagne and puppy dog kisses. No,
I
they
don't know. I think they
Look
do.
it up, buddy. Look it up.
You look it up.
I already did, and it said they don't. And I looked at
NFL
pictures.
teams,
They don't.
NFL teams don't celebrate after advancing in a round.
They don't. Ask Yurko if you've ever brought out champagne in a locker room after winning a division game.
You ask him.
Text him. The burden of proof is not on me in a courtroom. It's on you. Okay? Trust me.
Why
they
do you
don't.
hate fun?
Huh?
Why do you hate fun?
I don't. But after winning 2 games in a wild card series,
you
don't.
You should celebrate.
You can, but we don't need to be dumping.
When it was a 1-game playoff for the wild card, people celebrated then.
You don't need to be dumping beer on Eddie Vedder
the
after
team
winning
celebrated
2 games.
Making the wild card.
That's fine.
What do you mean that's fine? That's the same thing.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You made the wild card. You made the playoffs after the 162 game series that season. That's fine. Winning 2 games to advance to the NLDS. That's dumb. No,
it's win or go
dumb.
home. You should celebrate that.
So after every single, so
every round.
So if the Bulls win the play-in tournament, they should celebrate.
No, because that's stupid. Because the play-in is not the playoffs.
It's 2 games.
No.
Chris.
Play-in is not the playoffs.
You won 2 games.
If the NBA went to a format where only 4 teams in each conference,
you won 2 games, Chris. You won 2 games. Let's play off. Let's celebrate.
You're gonna do the just yelling louder than everyone else thing?
I'm just saying the burden of proof's on you.
No, I am giving you examples. If the NBA went to a playoff format where the top 4 seeds in the conference made the playoffs, and then you had 3 wild card teams, and you advanced in that wild card to the actual playoffs, then you should celebrate.
Show me where NBA teams and NHL teams celebrate with
what does that have to do with
because
baseball?
It's ridiculous.
Baseball is a very difficult sport. They should celebrate when they advance.
After every series?
Yeah, why not?
No.
There's limited chances.
It's so stupid.
Do you only want the champion to celebrate with champagne?
No, I say you celebrate after the regular season when you've made the playoffs. You can celebrate after the championship series, and you can celebrate after the World Series. After 2 games in a wild card series, grow up.
Aiden, you believe this nonsense that Abdallah is serving to all of us?
No, wrong mic.
I don't think it's nonsense at all. I completely agree.
And he's a young guy.
I agree.
Young guys on my side.
Do you hate fun too?
No. I hate celebrating winning 2 games. You can celebrate after the regular season.
It doesn't
to go
bother
to the World
anyone,
Series
though.
and after the World Series.
Why does it bother you?
It doesn't bother me. I just think it's
You're not cleaning
weird.
up after the celebration.
I'm not at all. It's celebration for the fans. Job's not done.
We go to Jim in the West Loop. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Jim?
Oh, he couldn't be more right than he is.
Oh,
seriously, I don't even think you should celebrate the damn making the playoffs. You win the division, that's something. I mean, these people just literally danced and poured champagne for celebrating not being a division winner.
Job's not done. Like Kobe said, you're Mr. Kobe over here. You're even wearing purple, Mamba. Job's not done.
I mean, you've got to do. I mean, that's nothing. You've won nothing. You accomplished beating 2 out of 3 for the other team that barely made the playoffs.
So any team that's ever celebrated winning the wild card, they should not be celebrating.
Nope. He's 100% right, though. Have you ever seen somebody win the first round of an NFL playoff game and celebrate with champagne? Hell no. They got a job to do.
Job's not done. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks for the phone call. I don't.
Yeah,
I'm not bothered by it. Jack in Mount Greenwood. Jack, you're on ESPN 1000.
Totally agree with Abdallah.
Yeah.
All the way.
What the hell's wrong with all of you?
Thank
You
you,
just
Jack.
hate fun.
Job's not done, Jack. Job's not done. We got more games to win.
Long way to go. Long way to go.
Well, of course it's a long way to go. Thank you, Jack. I'm not saying
Let's
it's
go
not
to
a long.
Tom's in Oak Lawn.
Jeez,
Tom, you're on
Tom,
ESPN 1000.
Go ahead, Tom.
So I'm totally with Abdallah. I say the only two times you really celebrate with champagne and beer and everything is when you make it to the championship and when you've won the championship. Not when you've made the playoffs or won a divisional round or anything like that. You could be happy for your accomplishment and everything like that, but don't be celebrating with champagne just because you made it past the divisional round and such. Job's not done. You still got to make it to the championship.
Job's not
All
done,
right,
Tom.
thank you, Tom. Thank you for the phone call. I understand. At no point did I say the job was done.
Job's
it just
not done.
doesn't bother me that they celebrate.
They should
it.
get little trophies, too. Put them in each one of their lockers when they get back.
Steve in Lamont, you're on ESPN 1000. Go ahead, Steve.
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Steve.
Hey, if they lost that game, their season was over.
Yep, that's how the playoffs work.
So why not celebrate that your season isn't over? I mean, I'm a Sox fan, too, so I'm not even a Cubs fan, but it seemed like pretty important if you were going to go home and you don't have to go home. So why not celebrate?
Yeah, see?
They can celebrate. I'm just saying
how
that...
can you say they didn't accomplish anything? They accomplished something. They won a series in the playoffs.
Yes, I'm saying you can celebrate, but putting plastic all over the locker room. Thanks, Steve. Putting plastic all over the locker room and celebrating, like they're going to have the same celebration if they beat the Brewers.
Yes.
And then the same celebration if they beat the Phillies. That's ridiculous. The celebrations are meaningless at that point. It's the same celebration over and over again. At that point, they become meaningless.
What did you want? A different party trick? You want
a
stagger
performance?
Them.
Yeah,
you want...
one of them's just beer, and then one of them's beer and wine, and then save the champagne for the World Series.
Fillets and champagne for the
them
final
at least.
one.
What's the difference at that point?
I mean, I don't understand how you're so bothered by this.
My point is, you won 2 games to get to the NLDS. You're not even through to the it's
when
a
the
wild
White
card
Sox
series.
won game 163 to get into the playoffs, they celebrated.
That was to get to the playoffs. I'm fine
What's
with you
the difference
celebrating.
between getting to the playoffs as a wild card team and winning the wild card round? It's more of an accomplishment to win the wild card round.
One is getting to the playoffs, and getting to the playoffs means something. One is winning a series to then move on. There's a difference. There's a huge difference.
You don't want to hear my thoughts on meaning something because my thoughts on that are completely off the page. I think baseball should celebrate with a championship, the team that had the best record in 162.
Listen.
And then have a second championship for the playoff tournament.
You and I, is one of our favorite sports,
because
doesn't even have a playoff
the
just awards a point system and goes, here you go, you have the most points.
Because the biggest accomplishment is being the best team for 162 games.
Yeah.
So, if that's the way we were going to do it, the Milwaukee Brewers would have won that championship.
Yeah.
They should have celebrated winning 97 games and beating out Philly, who won 96. Like, that is a true accomplishment.
But my point is this.
And you were referencing European soccer.
EPL, yes.
The EPL and all the European soccer leagues.
They don't have playoffs.
They crown the champion based on the season.
My point is that when you make the playoffs, that is an accomplishment. Getting to winning the division or getting to the wild card, that is an accomplishment, right? Celebrate that.
Yeah.
Winning a wild card round and moving on, to me, that's doing your job. That's graduating first grade or graduating kindergarten. Like winning a championship series, if you get to the World Series, celebrate then. And then celebrate winning the World Series.
I'm going to save this for when you invite me to your daughter's 8th grade celebration.
Nope. Not going to have one.
Graduating
not gonna have
8th
one.
grade.
Nope.
It's
Not going to have one.
8th grade. You're celebrating graduating 8th grade?
Not going to have one.
Doesn't everyone do that?
Not going to have one.
Isn't everyone supposed to do that?
Not going to have one. Good job, kid.
Like, sure, if you want to have a high school graduation party, college graduation,
of course.
that's understandable.
8th grade?
But 8th grade?
No.
What are you doing?
No.
Isn't that supposed to happen?
You're lucky you get dinner. A nice dinner.
We go to Growl in Hammond.
Just sounds like
Growl.
Growl.
You're on ESPN 1000.
Growl.
Hello, Growl.
What's going on, boys?
What's up?
You guys keep saying they're celebrating the playoff win. They're not in the playoffs. The wild card is a playoff. It's not the playoffs. It's something to celebrate, but really, Champaign, are you going to celebrate that much because you're the best of the worst team to just squeak in the playoffs?
Wait, hold on. The wild card round in baseball is the playoffs.
It is the playoffs.
That's the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the playoffs. You're
Now,
in
if you want to diss
into the playoffs.
Well, if you diss the NBA by saying the play-in is not the playoffs, that's factually correct
they don't
because
actually
it's
count
not.
those
Agreed.
stats.
I also agree.
All right,
That's all I want to say. I don't
Yeah.
believe the wild card is the playoffs. I believe it's the playoffs to get into the playoffs.
All right. We got you down. Thank you for the phone call.
This is great.
We go to Derek in St. Louis. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Derek?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I got Bleck in this one, and here's why. Are we going to stop cutting down the nets when teams qualify for the Final Four? Because job's not done yet there either.
No, but they don't cut down the nets after every single round. This would be like cutting down the nets to get to the Sweet 16, and then cutting down the nets to get to the Elite 8, and then to cut down another net. But that's my point.
Doesn't matter.
My point is that you're essentially, when you celebrate winning a wild card round, you're cutting down the net when you make the Sweet 16. That's what I'm saying. So now you're on my side.
No. I'm pro celebration. I like the cutting down of the nets.
So you want to cut
there's
down
nothing wrong with
So
it.
you want to cut down the net after every win in the
Why
NCAA
not?
tournament? Okay,
They got more nets.
That's a lot of scissors and a lot of nets,
more
man.
nets.
That's a lot of shining moments.
Thank you, Derek. Appreciate the phone
Could you
call.
imagine a one shining moment after every round?
Well, I think the one missing piece to Derek's point actually works against our argument because the reason they cut down the nets is because you're now moving to a different location.
Yeah.
So like
You've won the region.
You've won your
Yes.
your region and your location. So that's why you cut down the nets where you're at because you're technically moving on from that place to go to the next
You've
place.
won that mini
and
tournament.
You're not playing anymore at that location.
Yeah.
So I think that actually works against our point. But I agree with Derek. They should celebrate. Someone tweeted us, Mr. Sandman. He said, champagne is for closers.
dream.
New rule, handshakes and milk for the wild card, high fives and beer for the division, and then we talk champagne after that. So for the wild card, you get a milkshake and handshakes.
I like this one. This one just gets
Bigger bottles?
The bottle gets bigger as you move on. So you get like the shooter in the wild card.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand the aggressive nature of the celebration is kind of funny when you're only winning the wild
So,
card.
like, is Eddie Vedder going to hug Ricketts after every single round? Like, no, that's ridiculous.
Of course.
No.
They're going to hoist up Ricketts in the locker room.
So do we get a bigger? When does Bill Murray come in? Do we get a bigger celebrity?
Well, he's
every
a
round?
World Series celeb.
Okay, so do we have what tier are we get? Do we have
Which is
celebrity
surprising
tiers?
because I would think Vedder would be like championship series.
So would I.
And then Murray is like the boss.
Well, you know where I stand.
He's the Cubs fan boss.
You know where I stand.
Well, that's why he's the boss at the end of the game. He's Bowser. You have to get past him on the bridge.
Bill Murray's basically no.
It's only a 40-year-old video game reference for everyone. Black and Abdallah here on ESPN 1000, the ESPN Chicago app. Ted and Roselle, you're on ESPN 1000.
Hi. I have a question. If the Cubs celebrated after beating the Cardinals, which I agree they should celebrate, should they then celebrate after beating San Diego? Because beating the Cardinals didn't get them into the playoffs. It just put them in a position to get into the playoffs.
Abdallah, you going to answer this?
No, they made the play. They clinched a playoff
Ted's
spot.
making the point.
No, they clinched a playoff spot.
They should celebrate.
Yeah, they clinched a playoffs. Once you clinch a playoff spot, you can celebrate. You're in the playoffs. You celebrate.
Okay, but when they beat the Cardinals, did they clinch a playoff spot, or did they just clinch a chance to get a playoff spot?
They celebrated after they beat the Cardinals, didn't they?
Yeah.
Okay, so they got a playoff spot. Celebrate.
Oh, okay. All right, just wanted your opinion.
And then you won two. And then yesterday you won 2 more games. So we're gonna celebrate again.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, it just seems
no issue.
And then
Thank
what?
you, Ted.
And then at the end of next week we're gonna celebrate again. And
yeah,
then we're gonna
hopefully they will.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Ted. Appreciate it. We go to John on I-94. What's up, John?
John.
First thing, is this what subject matter is during the bye week? Come on, man. This is
Whoa,
bad.
wow. Shots
Second
fired.
of all, I can settle this once and for all. As a Philadelphia Eagles fan, I know that doesn't say anything good about me, but when they got to the Super Bowl, they weren't celebrating about anything until they won the Super Bowl. So when the Cubs win the playoff series because they choked away the playoffs last year, let them celebrate. The next year, no. Every year you go up one, hopefully they win the next one, or at least they get to one, then you celebrate. Let them celebrate, for God's sake. What are you guys all upset about? Let's talk about Ryan Poles and why he should be fired, right?
Yeah, because we haven't talked about that before. John, I'd say this. You said that your peeps in Philly didn't celebrate. I'm pretty sure each and every round that the Eagles advanced, they were out there greasing the poles. So
yeah.
No, not the fans. Aren't we talking about the players?
Yes, yeah.
But you still celebrate.
I mean, the players are all business. They wanted to win that damn thing.
I'm pretty sure the Phillies also were pouring champagne on everybody in between each round.
It's a baseball thing. They do that.
Let Abdallah go to Philly.
We did go to Philly. We were just in Philly in June.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I'm just saying, for anybody listening with any poll, if it ends up being Cubs and Phillies, Black and Abdallah in Philly Part 2, Philly Boogaloo.
Sure.
What was your guys' favorite cheesesteak in Philly?
Angelo's. It was awesome.
Oh, yeah, Angelo's is good.
Yeah, the bread made it.
Overrated a little bit. Geno's too.
We didn't even waste our time there. We went straight to Angelo's.
John, the bread on the Angelo cheesesteak was awesome.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's heaven. They can't replicate it in Chicago.
No,
I don't know why.
No, I've never had one like that.
Water in the bread.
I tried to buy enough bread so I could build a sleeping bag out of it, but they wouldn't let me.
I'm telling you, maybe we should do a delivery business.
I agree.
I'm down.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Hey, you guys have a great day.
There he is. And John referenced our trip to Philly. That was back in June. We went to go to the Yuengling Brewery. We had a great time there. We saw all of the history. It's America's oldest brewery. We got time to spend at the brewery, which is about like an hour and 45 minutes outside of Philly. And then we spent the rest of the time in Philly. And Abdallah, we were drinking Yuengling, and a perfect time to drink more Yuengling is this weekend because college football is back.
That's right. There's nothing like kicking off game day with an ice-cold Yuengling, crisp, classic, and always refreshing.
That's right. Whether you're at the stadium under the lights or gathered with friends for game day, Yuengling is the perfect companion for every college football fan.
And right now, Flight by Yuengling is a proud partner of Fighting Illini Athletics.
That's right. It makes sense. America's oldest brewery, Yuengling, is all about tradition, and Illini football and Champaign is one of the best traditions around.
So raise your glass, celebrate every touchdown, and enjoy the taste of game day all season long.
Celebrate college football, good company, and Yuengling.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA. Hopefully, where we'll be if the Cubs face the Phillies.
312-332-3776. We go to Ray in Gary, Indiana. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ray?
How you doing, guys? Been a while, but as far as celebrating, a lot of these guys haven't celebrated a damn thing in their life.
They just celebrated a week ago.
Well, I know, but to finally, I mean, I get it. They probably overdid it in Pittsburgh, but to celebrate something, I have no problem with it.
Ray, and here's a thought that I'm thinking of. If this team has had success in the recent past, then maybe the constant celebrations get a little old. Like if you're the Dodgers, you're a championship-level franchise, competing for titles each and every year. You spend the most money in baseball. But the Cubs haven't clinched a game at home since, what was it, the stat, like 2017 or 16? Since they advanced to the World Series? Was that
at
the last
home?
time that they clinched a game at home?
Was,
I'm pretty sure it was to go to the World Series. They've only done it 3 times in the franchise's history at Wrigley Field. So one, in the recent past, it's been a while since the Cubs have clinched anything. It's also been a while since they've clinched anything at Wrigley Field. And for the franchise, they've only had an opportunity to do what they did last night.
I don't think
two other times.
I don't think it's Cubs specific. I think it should be.
Well, yeah, it's a baseball thing. They all do it. Every team.
It's baseball. I think it's sports specific. It's everybody. You should only celebrate when you accomplish something big, and winning a wild card round isn't big enough to celebrate. It's not. It's the first. It's not even the first. It's a wild card round. They don't even call it the first round of the playoffs. It's called the wild card round. It's not even worthy of being called the first round of the playoffs.
I think you're just getting lost in the sauce with the naming of the series.
When we want to denigrate a team, we say they couldn't even get out of the wild card round. That's what we say.
It's the first round.
When we say when we talk,
the first round.
When people want to denigrate the Padres next year, they will say they couldn't even get out of the wild card last year. That's what they'll say.
Yes, because you're expecting more from them.
But yet, the Cubs were popping champagne as if they won the World Series yesterday.
312-332-3776. We will continue with your phone calls here on ESPN 1000. Before we get to more phone calls, though, let's get to our favorite game. It's called Good Question here on the radio station when a host asks a question to a guest and they say good or great question. In response, we score a point. We play it throughout the year, and for the year 2025, what does our leaderboard look like today?
Silvy has 29, Waddle is in second place with 16, and Mike Gilligan of The Golf Show has 15.
And I believe this is the last chance for Mike Gilligan to get on the board because the golf show is over as of last week. So this is his last push in today's Good Question.
This is it.
All right, let's get to this week's edition of Good Question.
Yeah, I got a question for you. Can I get an answer?
Take my final question, bro. You're going to take any question?
Do you want me to let me finish talking? You ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. Don't interrupt me, okay?
What's your record for consecutive questions asked?
38. Yeah, I got a question for you. Can I get an answer? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
How could you ask me a question like that?
I'm on Burgundy? Who typed a question mark on the teleprompter?
Yeah, I got a question for you.
Let's go to this week's edition of Good Question.
We were talking about as well how in baseball, these guys right after an at-bat, they're already in the hitting cage. They're down, talking to their hitting coach, Dustin Kelly or whomever. What is the relationship like with Kelly and PCA? Like, is it a, hey, do this, or does he stand back and let him do his thing? Or is it like, listen, you're still young. You gotta sit back on some of these pitches. What's that relationship like?
No, I think it's a good question.
We haven't gotten to this yet, but I think we should talk to you about the offensive line regarding Braxton Jones. Yeah. So is this official? Theo Benedict is going to start at left tackle against Washington, that Braxton Jones has officially lost his job?
It's such a good question.
All right, so Peggy and Jonathan Hood get on the board. Sylvia is still in a massive lead.
Yep. It's getting late early.
Year's not getting
It's getting late early. It's getting late early. We got about, we got about 10, I would say 10 weeks. 10 weeks left in the Good Question season. October, November, and about half of December.
And quite honestly, I know it's going to be hot and heavy here for the next week, but the Jesse hits start to dry up.
Yeah, the Jesse hits are...
The Jesse Rogers hits.
You better hope the Cubs make a run here, because those Jesse hits are about to...
If you need to pad your stats, why do you think Black and Abdallah have been booking Jesse every day this week?
Yeah.
Not because the Cubs are in the playoffs.
No.
I do want to bring this up to you, Abdallah, before we get back to more phone calls here on ESPN 1000. Did you see this race that's taking place in Denver tomorrow? It is the Taco Bell Ultra Marathon. It is a ultra marathon 30-mile race where the runners have to stop at 10 different Taco Bell locations.
Oh, man.
And to eat something off of the menu at all of the locations.
Oh, so the 8th edition of the International Taco Bell 50K.
50K.
Ultra Marathon. Okay. So you have to go to all 10 Taco Bell stops. There's going to be a zero tolerance policy for course cutting.
Of course.
You have to eat something from at least 9 of the 10.
And there's like different benchmarks. So like by the 4th stop, everyone in the race has to consume at least one Chalupa Supreme or one Crunchwrap Supreme.
Yeah.
By the 8th stop, all contestants have to at least have one burrito supreme, or one nachos Bel Grande. You need to finish the race in under 11 hours.
Okay.
Drinks do not count as food.
Okay. No.
You must keep all receipts, wrappers to confirm that you actually ate and consumed all of the Taco Bell product.
What if I tap? What if I use my phone to tap? Keep that?
No, you gotta get a receipt. It's like you're going to
an
do
off-course
your expenses.
bathroom break will be one bathroom break. One.
Yeah, because you can't unload everything that you got. You gotta finish the race.
You have to finish in under 11 hours. No, not me. First of all, I'm not running 50K without Taco Bell, so that's not gonna happen. With Taco Bell, I wouldn't. No. Who's doing this?
30.9 miles is the length of the race. It's tomorrow morning in Denver, Colorado. It's a 7:30 start time, local time in Denver for the Taco Bell 50K Ultra Marathon.
Did you say what you're not allowed to have? You're not allowed to have Pepto, Alka-Seltzer, Pepsid AC, or Mylanta. You'll be disqualified.
You just have to deal with it.
Yeah. Who is doing this?
I've ran in a few races. I would not do this. Now there's something called the beer mile. Have you ever heard of that?
Where you chug a beer and run a mile?
Yeah. Well, you chug a beer, run a lap. Chug a beer, run a lap. Chug a beer,
so
run a lap.
4 beers. Yeah.
That is definitely something that I've seen, I've witnessed.
No.
But I would not. I don't think I could get through this.
First of all, hold on. Let me try to register. Is it free? It's free. I think it's free. So.
Well, you got to pay for it. You got to pay for your Taco Bell.
You got to pay for the Taco Bell.
You want me to register?
You got to pay for the Taco Bell. We're going to register Aiden.
I don't know. I mean, listen.
Absolutely not.
You're going to get to Denver.
But I do think doing stuff that's a mile, I could see getting involved with.
You can request your bib number.
But running 30 miles while doing this?
No.
I remember, do you guys remember the old promotion, Steel Base Steel Taco?
Yeah. Why don't we have that? Do we still have it?
I think they still do it. Maybe they've done it in the recent last couple of years. I used to set out, I'm talking high school back in the day. I would map out as many Taco Bells as I could.
To try to get the tacos?
And go get my one free taco at all the different Taco Bells. And at a certain point, the amount of gas you're burning going from one place, it does not benefit going and getting the.
No.
At the time, it was a 79-cent free taco.
And if you're driving around to 4 different towns to get the free taco, you might as well have just spent the $4 on the 4 tacos.
Four tacos.
Yeah. That's not the only gas you have to worry about either, driving around all day.
Yeah, plus the Pepto and the,
To be honest, I Taco Bell, I'm good with. It doesn't mess me up.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me.
You ever run into someone and you're like, oh yeah, I went to Chipotle earlier.
They're like,
oh, you're gonna have to go to the bathroom.
That doesn't.
It's no. Actually, I'm okay.
I feel like
good.
If I say I'm eating something, it means I know it's not gonna bother me as a 40-year-old.
Yeah, if you don't know at this point,
I'm not eating.
You're kind of not great at life.
Yeah,
I think if you're still risking.
Yeah.
You don't know what works and what doesn't work.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I feel like at a certain point you get old enough and you know.
You're just I'm not going to go to that place or eat that thing from that place.
The Taco Bell 50K. Tomorrow, it's a 30.9 mile run.
That's ridiculous. 50K?
10 different Taco Bells that you have to stop at.
I don't want to be doing a 5K and eat Taco Bell. I don't want to eat that much food and run.
Yeah, that's true.
It's
That's tough to do.
It's not about it is about the distance of 50K. But I don't want to eat tacos and do a 5K. I don't want to run and eat.
I agree with you. I've done it, but usually it's not tacos. It's
Yurko was nice
eating...
enough to get us sandwiches today. I don't want to run right now.
No, and if you're eating while you run, the stuff that you're eating usually it's bananas or those protein bars, or you're eating those gels, those little gel packet things.
Yeah.
That's different than chomping down on a Nacho Bel Grande.
Yeah.
That could get messy as well. Justin, Joliet, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Justin?
Hey, just heard you guys talking about this. This sounds like a fantasy punishment. I had a buddy do a beer mile once for fantasy. I'm wondering, what are some of the worst fantasy punishments you guys have heard of?
Well, I know Cap's Walk of Shame
Walk of
here
Shame
at
was
the
pretty
radio
bad.
station was pretty good.
Although it was good for him because he looked at himself.
Thank you, Justin.
And he will be the first to admit that it forced him to lose a bunch of weight. He did. He did. What?
That's not nice.
It is, though. He said
Cap
it
looks
himself.
great.
He does now.
Now, I think the most
The
go-to
waffle-
ones are the sitting at the Waffle House,
And
right?
that's how we got our hot dog day.
Yes.
That we did for the playoff challenge, and now we're doing meatball day.
I can't
feel
wait.
Like,
Meatball Day is going to be great.
I feel like the tattoo ones are always fun because you get them in a place that like no one cares.
Yeah, like the small of your lower back.
Yeah, or your butt, or the thigh, and stuff. I don't know, the stuff where like you have to like wear a sign or something at something or dress up as something.
Like standing on the side of the road.
Yeah.
In like a chicken
You have to wear like
costume.
a chicken costume or something. Yeah, those are funny.
TJ in Libertyville, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up,
Go
TJ?
Wildcats.
Hey, Black and Abdallah, it's great to be back on the air with you guys. Long time no call, but
What's up, dude?
man, you guys were talking about Taco Bell marathon.
Yeah.
Like I've never heard, and that just reminded me back in the high school days with Chris when we went to Chipotle. I remember Chipotle was new in Vernon Hills. I had never really been there, maybe once or twice.
Sure.
And eating a full burrito for me was quite a feat. I was like, I can do it. And then I went with you and a couple of other guys, and you and I think Timony, or maybe I think it was Timony.
Yeah.
Took 2 burritos down in one sitting, and I still think about that when I go to Chipotle, man.
TJ, you know what I always think about, which is not the right way to like go about your life, is could you imagine if we would have bought stock in Chipotle at that time?
Dude.
Oh, my goodness. I've got a couple stock tips, but I can talk to you later off the air.
Okay. All right,
What about,
TJ.
I got some
what if
ideas,
we would have done
man.
that at El Famous?
Yeah, right. Those
Adam,
burritos
great
were
to hear your
huge.
voice.
El
I
Famous
love
were
you guys.
huge. Thanks, TJ.
See, TJ, thanks for the call. Yeah, I mean, also like that's what happens. You're like a runner. You can eat.
You can eat like it's nothing.
So many calories and so
Dude, the
much.
El Famous
in a
burritos
sitting.
were massive.
Is El Famous burrito still there?
No, I don't think so.
Long gone?
No, I don't think it's.
It was
still
it was next to the sandwich shop that had the like construction.
Yeah. And
design,
it was
right?
also right. It was right by where the other Zanies used. There was a
Yes,
Zanies.
yeah,
up
there
there.
was a Zanies.
Yeah.
I think Zanies in Vernon Hills is still there.
Is
isn't
it? I don't think so.
Really?
No.
Charlie would know. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Charlie.
Yeah.
All right.
It's in
Crushing
Rosemont
everyone's
now.
dreams.
Yeah.
All right.
It's like a Hobby Lobby now, I think.
That was across the street.
No, it wasn't. It's the same strip mall.
Oh,
it
really?
was. It was like the grocery store, and then it became the Hobby Lobby, and then Hobby Lobby moved, and now it's something else.
And there was like a Babies for Us, but now it's a
something
PGA
else.
Tour Superstore.
Yeah.
So now it's a place you want to be.
Yes.
You want to be walking around there.
Yeah,
You didn't want to
before-
walk around Babies R Us.
No, we
you know
didn't.
who's shopping there? Babies? Come on.
Wow. And us.
I know. We go to Christopher and Wheaton. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Chris?
Yes, I'd like to get back to the celebration issue.
Please. Only if you're on my
I know
side.
I know it generates a lot of calls, which is kudos to you all. But I take a different approach, and that is, I think it depends on the team and the coach. If the team and the coach view it as something that helps keep them motivated to go to the next round, I'm all for it. There are some times where a coach and a team would say, we don't, we've done this before. We want to get to the next level, and they have a different reason for doing it. Neither one is wrong. It all depends on the uniqueness of the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point.
That's fair.
Yeah. I think that it's also like where your team's been and where they're going. Like the teams that have been there, I could see them not really celebrating to the same extent.
Yeah, I also think like you said, if you've got a bunch of veterans in the clubhouse and they've all been there, or like they're from different teams that have been there, and they're like, guys, this is not what we're here to celebrate. Like, we're not here to celebrate wild card wins. Like, we've got bigger goals. But I saw we had a caller on that dropped off that said, yeah, well, last time they celebrated, they lost 5 in a row. So
Yeah, it's true. It's Black and Abdallah here on ESPN 1000. I'd like to thank Aiden O'Connor for producing today's show, Black and Abdallah, and we will be back on Monday, 2 to 3, weekdays, uninterrupted, right here on ESPN 1000. Time for the song of the night.
Hey, turn up the volume and don't touch that dial because it's time for...
What dial? There's no dial on my phone.
Yeah, it's just an...
You think this conversation...
Crank the volume because it's time for Bleck and Abdullah's Song of the Night.
Yo, Larry.
Tonight's song, Nickelback, Animals, from 2005. It's your song of the night with Bleck and Abdallah.
By Nickelback off the album All the Right Reasons.
Great album by Nickelback, and it was released tomorrow in 2005. So October the 4th.
20 years.
2005, 20 years ago tomorrow.
Oh, what an album.
This album, the one that features Photograph.
Oh.
Far Away.
Oh.
Rockstar.
Oh, what an album.
Animals.
What an album.
We've played the other songs already on the Song of the Night, so that's why we chose Animals today.
And you're new here. I don't know if you know this, but we are Nickelback appreciators.
Proud supporters.
Proud supporters. Don't believe what they say about Nickelback on their internet. They're a great band, and they should be appreciated. And they're a great band. And I said that twice because that's how great they are. That's right. It's never a bad day. This is only the fourth song we featured off this album.
It's only the fourth song off of this album.
I can't believe this album's already 20 years old.
Ago.
Man, that takes me back.
Today.
I'm going to have to go home and look at some photographs and remind myself of how great this album is.
You get weepy-eyed?
I am going to get weepy-eyed. That's something to celebrate. 20-year milestone of this album.
Okay, in the moment, though, were you jamming out to this album? In 2005?
To this song, yeah, I like this song. This song was great. Yeah, Rockstar I thought was funny. That's a funny song, I think, because it's like tongue-in-cheek.
Far Away was the song that was like, that's
Far
a good...
Away, that's a slow ballad. That's the ballad,
yeah, but it's still good.
It's good, but this one was like, oh yeah, okay, all right. Because this song's good live. We've seen them live. This song's good. They do all the fire.
Nickelback, Animals, it's your song of the night.
Turn up the volume and don't touch that dial because it's time for...
What dial? There's no dial on my phone.
Yeah, it's just an... never mind. Crank the volume because it's time for Bleck and Abdullah's Song of the Night.
Yo, Larry.
Waddle and Silvy are up next.
Bleck and Abdallah, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Cubs beat the Padres and advance to the NLDS. Now they face the Brewers in a best-of-5. Game 1 is tomorrow. ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
We all have someone we love, like the favorite lyric in our favorite song. You can't imagine life without them. Cancer screening tests can help keep the person you love around longer by detecting changes before cancer develops, or catch it early when it may be easier to treat. And many tests are available for free or are covered by insurance. It's time to sound like a broken record. Tell all your friends and family, I love you. Get screened. Visit cancer.org/getscreened to learn more.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Waddle.
That was everything there. That was a heck of a throw by Harbaugh, a heck of a catch by Waddle.
I had a hot dog at the Sox game when I went and saw them play the Mariners. Smothered in under...
and onions.
Is locked, cocked, ready to rock.
Silvy.
He is the guy that we've always wanted to crown, who is young, who we've always wanted to become that next great guy, but has just always fallen short.
Bring gas.
Hello, Andrew.
This is
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Waddle and Silvy.
Love these guys.
Wild card, bitches!
Machado to right center field. Cool Armstrong. Electric. Maybe no one better in the game anywhere than PCN. Left center field. Here comes Jackson Merrill. It goes for a base hit. Pete Crow Armstrong puts the Cubs on top in Game 3. It's ball 4. Swanson walks in a run. It's 2-0. There's time to ball to deep right field. Michael Bush, goodbye. First pitch swinging from in the center. Pete Crow Armstrong on a 3-hit day. Makes the catch. The Chicago Cubs are going to hit up 94. They move on to Milwaukee and the National League Division Series.
Oh, what a day today in the city of Chicago. It is a Friday. It is a advancement Friday for all Cubs fans and the Cubs.
Joe Buck and Dandy Don Meredith, brought to you by ESPN Television.
Yeah, that Kevin Brown sounds identical to Joe Buck. We're in a text chain with Randy Merkin, and Randy Merkin, flexing his producer's muscle.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Texted Joe Buck in the middle of yesterday's game saying, "Hey, Joe, has anyone told you that Kevin Brown, the play-by-play guy on the game right now, sounds a lot like you?" And he said, yes, and yes, he does.
Yes.
So, like, even from Joe Buck watching the game, Joe Buck thinks
that he sounds like Joe Buck.
Kevin Brown sounds like Joe Buck.
I got to tell you, as I'm sure Cubs fans enjoyed the performance more than the broadcast, but I thought the broadcast was really good, too. I enjoyed listening to that group. Jess Mendoza also joined.
Jesse Rogers.
Jesse Rogers.
The two
and
Jesses.
Ben McDonald. I thought it was, all in all, the way the series went, the way I sat on my couch and watched it, I enjoyed most of it.
I liked it. I thought, I heard earlier today some people saying that they thought they were not as in on the Cubs as they were on the Padres.
I don't feel that way at all.
I didn't. I thought they did a really good job. But I'm thrilled today. So as a Cubs fan, who I complain a lot in this town when things aren't up to par. And this was the first series or postseason game that we had in this town in 3 years. That's too long to wait for any series or postseason game. So I will not take winning the wild card round for granted. I have.
Did you put the goggles on with the kids at home, and did you guys have a champagne party?
We shook up some Sprites.
I was going to say, there's a couple of people behind the glass that aren't having it. Aiden don't want to talk about it either.
I know that Abdallah's been against it.
It's just a baseball thing.
The only thing it is a baseball thing. Like, you will never see the Bulls win around. Well, let's just end it there.
Stop
They're
right
a bad
there.
example. Maybe they would open the champagne if they win around. But can you imagine back in the day?
It wouldn't be real champagne.
Can you imagine?
Would Jerry pay for it?
No, I was going to say it wouldn't be real champagne.
Can you imagine back in the day? The Bulls beat the Atlanta Hawks in the first round of the postseason, and Michael and Scotty advance to the second round, and they start shaking up the champagne and spraying it over each other and partying. Or doing that, like if the Bears would win, well, maybe that's a bad example.
It's more likely Michael had 3 bottles before the clinching game the night before.
For beer, yeah. Or even on the golf course.
Yes.
But I've got no haters go away today. Celebrate. It is a baseball thing. We know this. We know no matter how good you are, if you win 110 games or if you win 85 games, once you clinch a playoff berth, you're celebrating. Once you win a round, you're celebrating. Once you're in another round, you're celebrating again. And that's just the way it is done. And I've got no problem with that today. None.
Just be glad it's your team celebrating. It wasn't the Padres celebrating in the visitors' clubhouse.
Yeah, as Tyler pointed out, and I saw this stat going around the internet yesterday. Yeah, and I'll give you many reasons why today should be a great day if you're a Cubs fan. Anybody who wants to weigh in, 312-332-3776, 312-332-3776. Whether you were at the game, you were with friends, you were at a bar, any stories you have. I love hearing the stories of just fun and what your experience was like at Wrigley Field. Wrigley, it sounded, again, like it did on Tuesday. Wednesday, it was a lower-key crowd because the Cubs were never in control of that game. But the fact of the matter is, I was getting to a point here, then I threw out the phone lines instead of just getting right to the point there about the Cubs.
Well, you're drunk on Cubs. Cubs love right now.
I'm drunk on it. There was a point I wanted to make about yesterday's game, but whatever. So any point you want to make, 312-332-3776. We got 4 hours, a rare 4-hour show for the Waddle and Silvy crew. We've been off a lot of the week because of playoff baseball, so now's your chance to get in.
Listen, game one to me, we described it as one of the more perfect games you could see a team play. Game two, you just couldn't get your bats going. And yesterday's game, you got 13 hits. You could only scrape across 3 runs, but it was more than enough. Your bullpen, everyone talked about the Padres bullpen, and they are spectacular. Your bullpen has been dynamite. So I'm really excited to see this next series with Milwaukee. If I was a Cub fan, I wouldn't be shaking in my boots. I would give the Brewers all the respect in the world. But I think this is a really good matchup for your team.
Yeah, and Milwaukee right now, the way I've summed it up is you didn't want to play Milwaukee in that 2-month span. But outside of that 2-month span, like they rode that 2-month span to winning the division. Now they're back to just being the Brewers, who are a very good team, but you're also a very good team.
Yeah.
And I think the Cubs, the way I've called it, it's a pick'em series. I think the Cubs have a really good shot. I like the fact that Kyle Tucker is starting to hit the baseball, at least in the form of hits, maybe not power. Maybe he's lost the power, but he pulled the ball a couple of times. He went the opposite way and dumped one into left field. If Kyle Tucker can start hitting at the clip that we know Kyle Tucker can hit, and if PCA isn't lost, we know how much different of a team this Cubs team is when Tucker and PCA are dynamic players.
Which are you more confident in, that Tucker has found it more or less, or that PCA is on the verge of kind of breaking out? Because I know where I would go definitively.
You would go Tucker if I know you.
Yes. I would say to you that I would have more confidence that Tucker's on the verge of looking more like he did earlier in the season.
And he's been there and done that. Think about how many big games he's played for the Astros, winning a World Series and being in all these really important playoff games throughout the year. So it's still new for PCA. It's new for some of the Cubs who have never been in it.
Right.
Dansby obviously played like a player who is used to the light and the spotlight of the playoffs. And for any Cubs fans, including me, who has said, like, well, Dansby in that contract, what I loved most was he made every cent of that contract worth it in this series, the way he played defense. And it also will show Jed, when you need to talk Tom Ricketts into something, okay, yes, we're paying this guy a lot of money, but when it's nut-cutting time, look at what he struck out 3 times in the game yesterday. Did that feel like that was a game where Dansby Swanson struck out 3 times in a game?
No, did not.
He was awesome. He was the MVP of the series.
Same way that with PCA, who was lost at the plate the first 2 games, but it didn't affect the way he played defense the entire series. So, that Swanson contract, whatever it is what it is. I would say of the, wasn't it the big 4 shortstops that were available? I would say Trey Turner is the only one that has delivered more return on the investment. Bogarts hasn't, right? Neither has Correa. So, I mean, look, when you spend that kind of money, you're looking for something. Well, I mean, you at least defensively, you got your money's worth in this series.
Yeah, the only thing I think this is what I was going to say earlier about the celebration point of view. The last time the Cubs celebrated, They lost 5 in a row. No, it's regular season games where there's not a lot to play for. They were looking to clinch that home field advantage in the wild card. But now you have that short ride. It is time to get back to business. I'm all for celebrating last night. I loved every minute of it. And like I pointed out, 3 years without a playoff series. 2017 without a playoff win or playoff series win if we take out the 2020 Blackhawks, which was a lower seed that was allowed in because of COVID that year. But it's been far too long since any Chicago team has had success in the postseason. So I'm taking this one game at a time, one step at a time, as cliche as that is, and enjoying every victory that you can get.
I don't blame you. And again, I think you match up well with Milwaukee. I think every team, other than we were talking about this a little bit earlier, other than maybe the Reds and the Guardians, all of the postseason participants kind of limped through the last few weeks of the regular season. The Brewers in the second half were more of a normal type of team after that ridiculous start. I believe they were 8-10 in their last 18 games to finish the season. So, obviously they had the division wrapped up sooner rather than later, but I mean, I wouldn't be going up to Milwaukee feeling like this is some insurmountable task.
What was the record last year, guys, with the 4 teams that had byes? Didn't they go 1-3 or something like that? Hasn't been the trend recently? The teams with a good record that haven't played. I even saw the Phillies. I think it was last night. They drew 30,000 for a team scrimmage. Did you see this?
I didn't see that, no.
Because they're trying to get out there and stay fresh. These teams, the ones that have momentum and keep playing, like you would always want an advancement to the next round. Right. I would never say, if you gave me the choice, would you rather have the Cubs playing? Like Wilbon was always like, I want them to keep playing. But to me, I'd always take the free pass to the next round because it's automatic.
I want all of my arms rested, and I want to be able to move my pieces the way that I want to move them and not be beholden to how many innings some other guys have pitched. I saw also that the Mariners did something similar, and Ichiro was part of the...
Oh, did he?
Yeah, it was part of like the tune-up game.
By the way, to answer your question, too, half of the teams have lost out of the bye in the divisional series, and only 2 have ever won the World Series.
So is this last year or for the length of this
Just
has been going
since
on?
they've been doing it.
How long has this been going on? 2-3 years?
I think it's showing there have been 12 teams that have gotten the bye, so 2 in each. So
3 years. Yeah. So I'm my official prediction. I won't make you wait because I know you've been waiting. No.
Oh God!
No one's been waiting.
Get a drum roll.
Cubs in 4.
Okay, I like it.
I have the Cubs stealing a game in Milwaukee and winning both at Wrigley Field.
It'd be nice.
I think if you get one coming off of the high and not knowing who's pitching, have they officially set up who's pitching? Jesse has speculated that it will be he thinks it will be Assad, who is not on the playoff roster in this last round, but should be. You don't want Boyd had to warm up yesterday. He won't be on full rest. And if you can get a guy to start tomorrow, and then you get the built-in day on Sunday, which is off, it helps the Cubs get their pitching rotation set up for the final 4 games of the series.
Is there any chance? Like, what is the story on Cade Horton? Like, is he not going to be available at all in this series? And if they advance to the NLCS, that's the only time you possibly would see him.
So Jesse explained it this morning. We were wondering about this on our YouTube show yesterday when I was on with Cap and Jack. So you have to set this playoff.
You were on with Captain Jack?
Cap and Jack.
Geez.
Yeah.
I thought Captain Jack, for crying out loud.
And by the way, Cap gave out his hotel yesterday. I got him on that one.
By the way, Cap didn't show up after Game 2 when they lost.
I think he was traveling, though. Was he on a plane? Was he on a flight? No?
I don't think so.
He wasn't on his way to Vegas?
No, don't think so.
He was showing off his room in the Wynn.
He is the world's best front runner.
You're right about that. Yeah. He was there for...
He recapped it.
So Jack was there for games 1 and 3, but not 2.
Right.
And same with Cap.
Yes. Front runners. Captain Jack. That's called the Captain Jack front runner. Anyway, what were you saying?
So about that, we were speculating and wondering. I heard Jesse try to spell this out earlier because it's complex, and I don't know if Craig Counsell has said anything, if he's spoken yet. Out in Milwaukee, they have like some sort of a workout today, but you got to set your playoff roster for this series. he's on the IL. So he's not eligible to be on the an inactive player can't be on your series. So what can happen is, I guess, is if a player, if he's on this taxi squad or whatever, if a player gets hurt, that guy becomes inactive, and you could activate one other guy.
My arm, I think it's broken.
And he was speculating, maybe do you do that with Soroka? The thing is, you lose that player for the next round, which I wouldn't lose any sleep over losing Soroka.
Sounds very much like Caddyshack, if you remember the movie.
Yes. My arm. It's broken.
I think it's broken. Yeah, okay, so.
But the question about that is, that's when he's eligible to come off.
Yeah.
Will he be healthy? Will he be ready to start a game? Will he be ready to give you innings after 15 days and longer because he pitched in that one game where they had to take him out?
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting. Do me a favor, real quick. Grade your manager over the course of the last 3 games.
A C. He was average.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he was average.
I believe most Cubs fans would be a little bit more generous probably in their grading.
I would give him an A.
An A?
Yeah, he was excellent all series long.
Yeah, I think only someone who's got their eyes closed would bat Ian Happ third going into elimination game.
Ian Happ's been one of their best players the last month.
He was 1 for 21 against Dylan Cease, and he batted him third. He is not a prototypical third hitter.
But no Cubs have been good against Dylan Cease.
But Sale clearly got hot at the end of the year.
Who did?
Sale.
Oh, Sale.
Sale had a home run streak of, 5 in 4 games, and then he homered in game 1, showing you that he's hot. I at least would have moved Sale up. My lineup that I love is, now I'm taking Bush out of the leadoff spot, but if you want to go, he wants to go lefty-righty, and then I'll give you a couple of other things. Now, granted, I'm not the world's biggest Council fan anymore. My lineup would be Nico Horner leading off. He is your best contact hitter. He can steal bases, and he's just doing stuff, and I want him up at the plate the most. I believe Kyle Tucker's coming into his own, and when Kyle Tucker is good, he's a prototypical 2-hitter. Now you're righty-lefty. The third hitter is Seiya Suzuki. You go back to righty, lefty, righty. And then the fourth hitter is one of your best, most powerful hitters in Michael Bush, who's a lefty. Righty, lefty, righty, lefty. And you get Happ out of the number 3 spot. You move Tucker back up. You move Seiya back up. And you put Happ in a position. Happ's a fine player. I'm not one of these guys who goes and rants that Happ is this or he's that. I've always gone to bat for Happ. Ian Happ is not a third hitter on a good baseball team, especially when he's going poorly.
He's not your second or third best player, ideally, on your team.
No.
He's a good player. And that fills a role, but he's not going to be, like you would say, Seiya, Tucker, PCA. I mean, you would hope. And maybe
I'm fine
even
with
Bush ahead
PCA
of all
batting,
of them.
and I'm fine batting him 7.
But like if those 4 guys you would expect to be, and I mean, obviously you go through ebbs and flows, but if Ian Happ is your 4th or 5th best hitter, you're thinking, okay, this is really good spot for him. Like, as in terms of the production you're expecting from him.
Yeah. I just, Tyler, I felt when I saw the matchup of 1 for 21 against Dylan Cease, is that not figured in? Why is he hitting in this series? And then he struck out 3 times in game 2. And then so what do? You run it back and you run that same lineup. And he struck out the first 2 times, and then he got a double to the wall when he was turned around righty. The other thing I felt where it could have got him in big trouble, I felt like he stuck with Keller one too many. I think that's his MO. I think he sticks with guys too long. I thought what happened with Shota was you either put on the base runner and an intentional walk and you face lefty-lefty, or you bring in the bullpen arm in that situation. You don't let him face with that, especially when you had an opener. You do not let him face Machado.
But to your point about what he was against, Happ was against Cease, Machado was 1 for 9 with 6 strikeouts against Shota prior to that at bat. So you like the matchup of Shota versus Machado?
Not because of just the way Shota's been going too. Like 1 for 9 is different than 1 for 21. Manny Machado's a better player than Ian Happ as well. And I would have gone lefty-lefty, and Shota was losing it. and he just stood there and did nothing. And then yesterday when Keller clearly, this is not a shot at Keller. What Brad Keller has done this year is phenomenal. He has become a vital, high-leverage pitcher for your team. And he was never cut out to be your closer this year. Never. He was never meant to close postseason games. That was never going to be his role. But somehow he has worked his way to be the closer, which is fine. Now you're trying to get 2 innings in an elimination game. Fine. You're pitching him in the second inning because you're short-handed. He allowed a home run. He technically walked a guy with his second batter. It was called a strikeout, and then he hit a guy. So basically he went 3 for 3 with putting guys on base. He allowed him to stay in there to hit another guy for it to get dicey, and then he had to bring in Kittredge, who he needlessly made the opener in Game 2, having him pitch in 3 straight games. So I'm not giving Counsell a below-average grade. I'm saying that he was an average manager. I believe he still made numerous mistakes and is, at times, the last to know out of any of these situations. And I think we're going to learn more about Craig Counsell up against the Brewers because this is a big game for him. He has not had a lot of postseason success in general. And if the Cubs don't look good against his former team, where you went out of your way to hire their manager, I don't think it will be a good look on Craig Counsell.
I thought the only thing I had a qualm with the entire series was the Keller stuff. I don't think you should have thrown him out there for a 2-inning save.
Okay, but with that in mind, that's a huge mistake, is it not? Like, we're playing the outcome bias type of, and it worked out well. But if you don't think that was the right thing, he was playing with fire.
Why did he start? Why did he open Kittredge? Didn't Kittredge see those same hitters that he was facing the day before?
Yeah, but I don't.
This is not Mason Miller. This is Andrew Kittredge, who they gave a look to, did his job, and they're like, "Hey, we're not going to rest him. We're going to bring him out for the opener." And I'm fine with choosing the opener. Shane and I were arguing about that. I'm not fine with having the same guy who faced those hitters the day before pitch Game 2 and then making him pitch a third game in a row because you knew you would need him to pitch in Game 3 with all hands on deck. Like, how many pitchers do you ever remember pitched games 1, 2, and 3 and started one of them?
Hey, it almost never happened.
I bet you probably never has happened.
But the thing I would stick with was the use of Keller, as you guys are talking about, because I think you have to go back to like August 10th to see where they have asked him to get more than 3 outs in the game.
My only problem was that he threw 20 pitches and then you threw him back out there. But,
well, that's my point. But
ultimately, like, you can say outcome bias all you want, but like it worked. If it works, you have to give credit to the manager. It worked.
Well, I mean, look, Joe Madden didn't get a lot of credit after Game 7 of the World Series. Like, there were obvious flaws. And look, I think no matter who the manager is, we're always going to armchair manage games.
No one's ever thrown a perfect game managing.
No, and I'll tell you this, if it's any consolation to you, thank God Craig Counsell's the manager of the Cubs and not Mike Schilt. I think he's a terrible manager. I think he's brutal. I thought he went to the well too much with some of his bullpen arms, and then he didn't throw Mason Miller. But
Suarez looked like he was gassed.
Listen,
at the end of the day, you won in advance, and I'm sorry I lit that match. I just wanted to know.
I'm thrilled. I'm happy. I'm just telling you, I thought he was a C. Yeah. A C is not below average. I told you he managed an average series, but I'm not throwing bouquets at Craig Counsell.
Yeah, I thought it got a little hairy yesterday, unnecessarily so, at the end. Like, once what's-his-face, Merrill hits that one out, I'm thinking probably at that point, and I know you got righty versus righty because it was Bogart coming up next, right? Bogarts?
Yeah, and he's right. And like, I'm even fine then. Once he hits a guy after walking a guy and allowing a home run.
Thought it got a little bit hairy.
That's where you say, okay, he's pulled a few pitches. I got to go get him. That's just in my world. But this is a great day. 312-332-3776. I think you could do both. You can talk about the great and enjoy it. And it's all brought to you by our great friends and partners at Wallner Law. Wins with Wallner. Brought to you by Wallner Law. Wallner Law handles the toughest car accident cases in Chicago. Call 312-8-MILLION. Wallner Law. win with Wallner. If you want to weigh in on the council discussion, who do you want to throw a bouquet at? Tyler did want to throw a bouquet at council. I've got a list of guys who I really felt the Cubs won this series because of them. You will hear some highlights coming up next from one of those guys who I just think made every penny of his contract worth it. And let's talk some Cubs. 312-332-3776. Barstool Big Cat at 4, and then Michael Wilbon at 4:30. And we may have a surprise or two from Milwaukee joining us here on the show. Want to hear from you, Cubs fans. 312-332-3776. It's Friday. It's a Connie's Frozen Pizza takeover day as well. We got a Cubs series win and some Connie's Frozen Pizza. Sign me up on Waddle and Silvy.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
The Cubs beat the Padres and advance to the NLDS. Now they face the Brewers in a best-of-5. Game 1 is tomorrow, and you can hear it right here on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
Guys, Window Nation has a new deal for you here in October. And we're about to get the cooler weather. It's been outstanding. It's been great window opening weather. Do your windows open and close the way they're supposed to? I noticed one day that my windows in my kitchen were leaking. We had a huge storm, and there was water on the base of the floor, and it was coming from the window. So we replaced the kitchen windows. Then we replaced the windows in my master bedroom and the kids' room. We loved the job that Window Nation did so much. We went back the next year, and we replaced our windows in the living room. Call them today at 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com. Right now, you get 2 windows, you get 2 free with no limit. So buy 4, you get 4. You get these windows installed in a day or even less. 45,000 5-star reviews and no payments for 2 years. So this ends on Halloween, guys. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Cubs win, baby! The Chicago Cubs have advanced to the National League Division Series with a 3-1 victory over the San Diego Padres in the decisive Game 3 of their wild card series against the Padres at Wrigley Field. I'm David Kaplan. Cubs scored twice in the second inning, a bases-loaded walk and a Pete Crow-Armstrong run-scoring single. A Michael Busch solo home run made it 3-0. And then nail-biting time in the 9th with 1 out. Brad Keller hit 2 men. Craig Counsell, very astute managing, goes and gets him. Andrew Kittredge comes in. He gets the next 2 men. Fly ball the PCA to end it. Ball game over. Cubs win. They get the Brewers starting Saturday at 1 o'clock at American Family Field in Milwaukee. Roofers and waterproofers Local 11, where your solar and energy-efficient green roofing professionals are here to strike out high-energy costs. For trusted contractors and top-quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Let's get out and celebrate college football right. Shane Norling and Tyler Aki are taking Chicago's college tailgate on the road. Tullamore Dew and ESPN Chicago invite you out for a live tailgate broadcast. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn on Racine and Lakeview tomorrow from 9 to 11 as the guys break down the day's events. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn tomorrow at 9. Presented by Tullamore Dew. Please enjoy responsibly.
There's crash bang. And then there's... Of course, the first one is our great defense.
The other means someone is hurt. I'm Lisa Longo.
And I'm Jim Morisi of the Chicago personal injury firm of Morisi, Longo, and Associates.
We're here for you when an injury happens. Having us in your corner is a smart move.
Visit us at MorisiLongo.com.
MorisiLongo.com.
We're here when you need us.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
In football, the red zone is where games are won and lost. Same thing with retirement. The 5 years before and after you ride off into the sunset, that's your retirement red zone. And when it comes to navigating that critical window, you can trust Mitch Lyons and his team at Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch played in the NFL. He knows how to build a winning game plan for your future. Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com to make sure you have the income you need when you are done working. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You ready to take your sports action to the next level? You need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees. Ever. Other books might charge you to get you in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. It's the only place I play. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Guys, kick off the perfect game day at Twin Peaks, the ultimate destination for every play. Catch all the action on wall-to-wall TVs while enjoying ice-cold 29-degree beers and made-from-scratch favorites. There's no better way to celebrate game day than at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Rise with a line drive dropped by Swanson. He's got time, and Arise is out. Daniel Palencia on phase 2, 3, 4. It's a one-hopper to a sliding Swanson. He does it again! And Merrill grounds the ball to shortstop. Swanson to the back. Swanson to first. Swanson to the dugout. He's everywhere.
He's like a water bug out there is what he is, man.
A little ground ball. Shaw gives way to Swanson. You'd think Luis would have learned by now.
Yeah, Luis Arise continued to hit it to Dansby Swanson, sometimes not even hustling to first base. The highlights on ESPN right there. It really was incredible. And then you add a little bit of Nico going high, climbing the ladder. You have PCA, I mentioned this to you on our social media when we did the streaming show. When I was there on Tuesday, every hard hit ball that was in the general direction of PCA was met with a roar because they knew anything hit close to him in that ballpark. Oh, he's got it. Don't worry. Usually it's, and then you kind of hear like everyone hold their breath at once. It was like a joyful scream from everybody whenever a line drive would be hit in the area of PCA. Made the sliding catch. They're so good up the middle.
Well, you could possibly have 4 Golden Glovers, right? I mean, PCA, Nico, Dansby, and Ian Happ has won a Gold Glove each of the last couple of seasons.
Matt Shaw will win a Gold Glove.
At some point, yeah. He's got to find himself at the plate these days.
He's got to fight. He's got a major
fantastic.
hole in that bat right now. He looks like the way Matt Shaw looks these days is I compared it to one of the little leaguers who's overmatched by the big kid on the other team who throws like 70 miles an hour.
Look, that's the way that PCA looked in the first 2 games as well. I mean, he's got a better track record and more on his resume, but like both of them have looked a little bit overmatched, to say the least. at times.
I thought ESPN did a good job yesterday of showing the adjustment that he made with his stance. And what I would do if I'm PCA in the offseason is, I remember Schwarber told us this. Remember when Kyle Schwarber, coming off the knee injury, got ready in Arizona the first time? And he said at first he just watched 1,000 pitches from the jugs machine, and he never swung. All his job was to track it with his eyes.
Yeah.
What I would do is I would constantly throw PCA high fastballs and challenge him to see that pitch better to lay off, because once he started laying off, slowing it down, not trying to hit a 5-run home run, he sort of started playing within himself again. So if he can resist, because you used to say it about Javi, the same is true about PCA.
I'd never throw him a strike.
Why would you?
Never.
Why would you not throw him anything except for a pitch 6 inches above the letters?
Jess Mendoza made a great point. His first at-bat, bases were juiced, and they had brought the reliever in at that point, and he had walked in a run, I believe, prior, right? Didn't they? Didn't Carson Kelly take a walk that
or get
forced
hit by
a run
pitch?
in?
Did he get
or
hit? He got hit.
He got hit.
Yeah.
But PCA, the bags were juiced. So Jess said, look, you're going to see something. You're going to see something. Something's going to be over the plate, so you don't have to go fishing. So you know at some point he's going to throw you a strike. And she made a really good point about that, and his approach kind of changed a little bit, and he set one out to center field. It wasn't the world's hardest hit ball, but it found green grass, and I think that probably put him in a different frame of mind. And I mean, with regard to Shaw, I think he's just too damn good defensively to sit him, even though he looks that distraught at the plate.
Yeah, you can't sit him because he's too good.
Yeah.
Like, Justin Turner is going to play third base. Like, I love him as a guy, and he would probably hit better in these situations because he's a playoff-tested player.
Yeah.
But I'm not putting him at third. Who would you put at third base? Castro?
Yeah, no thank you. I mean, he's a 9-hitter. You're not going to have 9 studs in your
Exactly.
lineup.
It's such a good point. Like, I get it. He doesn't look good right now.
Just put the ball in play a few times.
But he's playing third base like Brooks Robinson did, okay? So just, you know what? You're just going to have to live with it.
Will anyone get on board with this? So my buddy Chad Gordon texted me. He's a diehard Cubs fan, and he said 2 days ago, tell the fans on the show to stop chanting PCA. He gets too excited. And then I was over at Barstool earlier today. I was on with the guys at the Stretch. Big Cat joined us as well, and Big Cat's coming up in 20 minutes. Big Cat on the show said, tell Cubs fans to stop chanting PCA because he wants to live up to the moment. He tries too hard and he presses. Is it possible that when PCA comes to the plate, we do what we do at Soldier Field when the Bears have the football? Everyone goes quiet. Or when someone shoots a free throw in a big basketball game on your home floor. Are we better off with no noise when PCA is batting than chanting his name? Do we need the offense is working, please quiet?
I don't know.
We were talking about this in our ticket chat, too, for the Cubs, and I think we all kind of agree, like, less is better for PCA. The less kind of things that he's battling with while he's up at the plate, less noise is probably
How
better
about he
for him.
goes to the dish with a pair of earplugs in? Why don't you do that? Why don't you ask him if he can go to the dish with earplugs in so he doesn't have to listen to it?
I don't know.
I think that is a better chance of him not hearing it versus asking 40,000 people to be quiet.
How good are these earplugs? Like you can hear a chant of 40,000 people when you have
But all you're trying to do is
earplugs.
bring it down. It's not going to go completely silent even if you ask the people in the stadium and they consent. You're still going to hear stuff.
I think it would be pretty cool if the crowd naturally gets quiet when your home team player is shooting a free throw. Why can't we get 40,000 people to be quiet when PCA?
I don't know.
You don't need to be hyped up. You need to be hyped down. When you are relaxed and when you are taking it a little slower, you're better.
I'm just saying, listen, you can put the earplugs in, and when you get to first, take them out. When you're putting your oven mitt on, take the earplugs out, hand them to your first base coach, and then you're on your way.
Yeah, we got to talk about some of those calls, too, one involving PCA. By the way, the injury report is out. Pat Murphy confirmed that Brandon Woodruff will not pitch in the NLDS, so that's good news for the Cubs. The injury report is brought to you by Postman Law. Injured, call Postman Law or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise, Postman delivers. Let's go to Dennis in Downers Grove. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Denny?
Hey, guys, I'm a loyal listener. I love all the shows. Silvy, it kind of went the way I knew it would when I called earlier. I knew you were going to go down that council average, but I want to make a couple comments and then a question. You know, in 2016, we were 2-1 to win it all. We had the most talent in baseball. Madden managed a terrible World Series, but yet we won. This team right here, and I'm a diehard like you, Sylvia, we're not the most talented, but yet I think come next Friday, you're going to get your microscope out, and you are going to say some things council did wrong when, let's face it, the National League is much stronger. I think the World Series is going to go on soon with Philly and the Dodgers. I guess what I'm saying is, God, the Cubs could do it because they could get hot. But somehow I just predict you're going to blame him, but yet we're not the 16 Cubs. And my question is, who do you want to manage this team?
Well,
thank you.
Okay, that's a good call. Here's
good if you followed that. I was careening from guardrail to guardrail.
I think what he wanted to get at eventually was that I'm never happy with council, even when they win a series. So who would I ever be happy with? My point is, I was sold. When you go into a store and you buy a product, you're told something. Hey, you want to buy this car? This will do this. This will get to 0 to 60. This gets 30 miles to the gallon. And then you get to the gas pump and you're getting 21 miles per gallon. I was sold that the reason why you go out and get Craig Counsell is he makes you better on the margins. He finds things and exposes things that other managers don't find. And I haven't found that. I haven't in 2 years of him being the Cubs manager. I don't know where that holds true. I think he's slow on many instances, and he fails to see things before the average fan sees it. I think he's stubborn in a lot of his decisions. He believes in what he believes, and he sticks with it and doesn't adjust accordingly. So it's not about wanting somebody else. It was what I was led to believe on who Craig Counsell was going to be. And we did this in 16. The Cubs may have had the best manager, but we put Joe Madden under the microscope, under everything.
The team did.
Yeah, they called the players-only meeting. Right. The Jason Hayward meeting was, screw the manager, win it ourselves. Yeah. So that's my only thing.
We found out who's grading the Bears' offensive line for PFF. It's Tyler. Didn't we?
How do you plead?
I mean, I don't know how you could be upset with Craig Counsell.
Nobody's upset.
I mean,
I just said he did an average job. I mean, average. What's wrong with average?
I don't think it was an average job. I think he deserves a lot of credit for how he managed and manipulated through that and used the bullpen and went to certain guys in certain spots. I thought he did a really good job. And over the course of the year, up until that last week after they had clinched, they had never had a losing streak longer than 3 games all season long. That, to me, shows a manager that's making a difference. When you're not letting your team spiral out of control, look what happened to the Dodgers at times this year. Look what happened to the Phillies, certainly the Mets.
Didn't
even
the Reds
Brewers
also have this stretch where they didn't lose a series? Weren't the Reds?
They were never. I don't think they were ever swept this year. And guess what? Tito Francona came in, and I think he made a difference there, probably in that regard.
Ben, downtown, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ben?
Hey, guys. Ben Wong calling. Had a great time with you guys.
What's
in
up,
Vegas.
Ben? Great to see you in Vegas tonight. So, did I see this right? Did you have to leave a Cubs playoff game early?
I did. I might need to turn in my Cubs card for that.
Explain why you did this.
So we had theater tickets and dinner tickets with another couple that I bailed on earlier in the summer because my son had travel baseball. And my wife would not let me out of this event tonight. And I was hoping the Reds would win on Wednesday night, so then our game would have been at 2 o'clock, and I would have been free to go to both.
So wait a minute. This was yesterday in the elimination game. You left a Cubs elimination game to watch them clinch to move on to go for dinner in theater?
Yes, it was painful. My wife would not let me out of that.
What did he do the right thing, Waddle?
Happy wife, happy life.
Yes, that's my motto. And she's a gem. She let me go out on a trip with you guys last weekend. I know it was on a golf outing in Atlantic City a couple of weeks ago, so I cannot push my luck.
Okay, all right. That's fine.
I would say, she let me go is a bit strong, but
right.
You know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I still would go back to that happy wife, happy life.
Yeah.
Comments.
What else did you want to say, Ben?
Man, I can't wait for the games this weekend. We're actually going out to Door County right now, and I'm thinking about maybe going down to Milwaukee to catch a couple games.
Well, you better ask for permission first, Ben.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
Thanks, guys.
All right,
Ben.
Appreciate you guys.
You're the best.
You too. Ben's a great guy. And that's where we love meeting the fans, where we get to meet guys who have called the show. We become friends with them. We know about their family. I saw yesterday, he posted that. I'm like, are you? Ooh. I understand everything you're saying.
Yeah.
Never would have happened to me.
No. Okay. I mean, everybody, as
would
they
you
say.
do that for a Bears playoff game? If like you didn't know the Bears would be in the playoffs and you made these weeks in advance where you had theater tickets for a Sunday and you had canceled on them before, wouldn't you say to Cara, the Bears are on?
My wife probably would say to me, stay home. I don't want your grumpy, disappointed ass sitting next to me being a jerk the whole time. So she would probably be the one that say, just stay home. I don't want you near me.
Okay. She understands.
Yes. Well, after, 34 years of marriage, I think that we've got a pretty good understanding of how each other sees things.
Yeah.
So
more people, too, agreeing with Tyler on the manager. I put out in the wake of our debate what grade you would give Craig Counsell in his first preseason, his first postseason series. This is strictly in the 3 games. And I will give you the results coming up next.
And Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Let's get out and celebrate college football right. Shane Norling and Tyler Aki are taking Chicago's college tailgate on the road. Tullamore Dew and ESPN Chicago invite you out for a live tailgate broadcast. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn on Racine and Lakeview tomorrow from 9 to 11 as the guys break down the day's events. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn tomorrow at 9. Presented by Tullamore Dew. Please enjoy responsibly.
Injuries on the field are rough, but your injury case doesn't have to be. At Postman Law, there's no fee unless they win. Car crash, work accident, slip and fall. Postman Law's your local injury lawyers. With over $3 billion won for their clients, they don't just show up, they deliver results when it matters most. After an injury, call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise, Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
All right, guys, I want to tell you about BetterHelp and BetterHelp.com. Right now, we're approaching October 10th, which is World Mental Health Day. And this year, we're saying thank you to all of our therapists. I've been with the same therapist for over 6 years. I tell you all the time that mental health is health. It's just health. It's one and the same. If the brain isn't working correctly, if you're not thinking the right way, your body will not respond in a good way. So if you need to talk to somebody and you want to make it easy and you want to go to a company that leads the world as far as serving over 5 million people globally to become the world's largest online therapy platform, you got to go to BetterHelp.com. Right now, go to BetterHelp.com/timeout, and you'll get 10% off your first month at BetterHelp. They've got over 30,000 therapists. They will match you with someone perfect. You do this all online, so it's convenient. You don't have to drive across town, guys. It is not taboo. It is not something that looks down upon. I proudly say that I get the help that I need with my therapist. So go to BetterHelp.com. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 888-312-8million and win with Walner.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale Roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
Now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
I'm Sammy Lubeck, Chicagoland's real estate agent, here to help you make your next move. With Baird & Warner, a Chicago institution for 170 years, my team has helped our clients buy and sell homes from Lakeview to Lake Forest, Bucktown to Barrington, Hinsdale to Highland Park, and 80 towns in between. Get exclusive access to private listings and smart strategies to win in today's market. No surprises, just results. Let's get started at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Lubeck, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
You know what makes game day way better? When everything just works. Your TV, your phone, your tablet, even your Wi-Fi working together so you never miss a play. That's what Xfinity does. Their Wi-Fi is smart enough to know when your devices need a boost. The equipment is top-notch, letting you stream multiple games at once with multi-view. And Xfinity Mobile, well, it gives you Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere else, so you're always connected at home or on the go. And the games themselves, well, all in one place with enhanced 4K, so it feels like you're right there in the stadium. No lag, no buffering, no switching apps, just pure game day action. Game day should be fun, not frustrating. Xfinity keeps everything running smooth so you can focus on the plays, the snacks, the hype, and maybe a little friendly trash talk as well. So if you want to see what I'm talking about, get started today. Call them. Visit Xfinity.com or stop by an Xfinity store near you. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees are extra and subject to change. Xfinity, imagine that.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! Bang! It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
What if you could instantly find whatever you need exactly when you need it? We're talking everything from parking spots to holiday gifts to the perfect shoes in your size. Think of all the time you'd save. While you may never instantly find these things, if you're hiring, you can find qualified candidates right away with ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology works fast to find top talent, and their advanced resume database lets you unlock top candidates' contact info instantly. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. You can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
Yeah, you know, I wasn't the biggest or fastest guy on the field, but I made a career out of being prepared, paying attention, and never letting defenses catch me off guard. And that's the same way our partners at Trend Micro protect businesses. With AI-powered proactive security, they see threats before they happen and shut them down fast. In football and in business, it's not about size, it's about smarts. Trend Micro is the smart defense you need, trusted by enterprises worldwide for over 35 years. Your business works too hard to get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com today.
Waddle and Silvy, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Let's do some Tom Waddle trivia here. We're giving away that trip to Cincinnati. Not just one trip, but a couple. Shea is out and about. I think he's got an appearance this weekend as well. I'll be with Shea at a place called Papa Magoo's Bar and Grill in Shorewood on Monday. So that's going to be during Game 2 as well. So we'll be drinking Bud Light. We'll be watching Monday Night Football. We'll be watching Cubs and Brewers. And we'll be qualifying someone to win a trip to Cincinnati with us.
Papa Magoo's?
Papa Magoo's is where we're going to be on Monday, Shea and me from 7 to 9. So I don't know if I've ever been to Shorewood before, out of all the suburbs.
Where is Shorewood at?
Shorewood is south.
Okay.
So I look forward to it. I look forward to seeing all the fans out there. Shea does as well. We'll have a football tossing game. The high score will be in the hopper for that. But is today the last day we're qualifying someone on the air?
Yep, last day, last chance.
This is your last chance right here. 312-332-3776. First correct caller gets in the hopper for the trip to Cincinnati. As I said, you'll get your airfare paid. You'll get your hotel stay, tickets to the game against Cincinnati. Winnable game now.
Yeah.
Exclusive access to our broadcast on the Friday before the game. Tom Waddle was asked one time by a team to be a wide receivers coach in the National Football League. They wanted him to be their wide receivers coach. Which team offered him the wide receivers coaching job?
Come teach our players to be slow, unathletic, and get hit really hard in the face.
You are the type of player that is the perfect coach because it doesn't come naturally to guys like Magic Johnson, Larry Bird. It's tough for Michael Jordan. They don't understand what the everyman has to do to work on fundamentals. You can.
Yeah, I wasn't ready to spend 80 grueling hours in the office.
So which team offered him that job? 312-332-3776. Big Cat's going to join us. I'll also give you this. More people giving praise to Counsell, as you'd expect after a win of the series. What grade would you give Craig Counsell in the first postseason series with the Cubs? And leading the way is?
A B.
56.6% with the B.
That's where I went.
Second is an A. They're with Tyler at 24.4%. I've got 13.8% voting C with me, and 3.3% say D. We've only had 600 votes, so get in right now on my Twitter handle at Waddle and Silvy. We'll talk to Barstool Big Cat about the Cubs winning 50-50. What a day for him. He finally did it, guys. Barstool Big Cat next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Let's get out and celebrate college football right. Shane Norling and Tyler Aki are taking Chicago's college tailgate on the road. Tullamore Dew and ESPN Chicago invite you out for a live tailgate broadcast. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn on Racine and Lakeview tomorrow from 9 to 11 as the guys break down the day's events. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn tomorrow at 9. Presented by Tullamore Dew. Please enjoy responsibly.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it is time to elevate your game with a tough-as-nails Toyota truck. Time to get out there and tailgate. Tacoma's a big-time playmaker no matter what's in your game plan. Tundra's a tailgating MVP that works hard, plays even harder, and the 4Runner is a Hall of Famer when it comes to rugged roads. I just saw a new 4Runner on the street today. It looked great. Whichever Toyota truck you choose, you're riding with the champion. So you can visit their website at toyota.com to learn more, or do what I did and head to your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. They're going to roll out the red carpet for you. Toyota, let's go places.
All right, let's be honest. Game day isn't just about football. It's about the food. And for me, that means Nancy's Pizza. Your game day might include putting your favorite jersey on, the remote in hand, but also make sure Nancy's Pizza is front and center. Whether it's with the crew or you're flying solo, nothing beats that crispy crust molten blend of mozzarella cheese and those legendary toppings. Nancy's has been doing it right since 1971. Make Nancy's Pizza part of your game day routine. Order now at nancyspizza.com or go to their flagship restaurant in the West Loop.
Let's get out and celebrate college football right. Shane Norling and Tyler Aki are taking Chicago's college tailgate on the road. Tullamore Dew and ESPN Chicago invite you out for a live tailgate broadcast. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn on Racine and Lakeview tomorrow from 9 to 11 as the guys break down the day's events. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn tomorrow at 9. Presented by Tullamore Dew. Please enjoy responsibly.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has all the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats right at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy teams synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Kappa J. Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the shop floor.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was T-boned by a utility truck.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Your guy?
Correct.
Not this again. Howard Ankin is my guy.
Hold on. Cap, your friend. Hoodie, your buddy. I'm their guy. And I'm also your guy and your guy.
Call 312-6million for injury law made personal.
Howard Ankin, our guy, on the Cap and J. Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
My guy.
Yeah.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Guys, the only place I play when it comes to gambling is Circa Sports Illinois. It's the world's largest sports book. Right now at your fingertips, plenty of action over the weekend for you to play, even though the Bears aren't playing. There's many NFL games to choose from. College ratings are sky high. The matchups are always good. And, of course, we've got the MLB playoffs. So whatever you're playing, I'm playing Cubs in 4 for this series. Go to Circa Sports Illinois and comparison shop because they don't mind that. They want you to see what other books have because they're convinced with high app limits, low holds, amazing customer service, and never a bet fee, never ever a bet fee, that you will be a loyal Circa Sports Illinois bettor. So start betting like a pro anytime, anywhere in Illinois. Download circasports.com today. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A Good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, emergency press conference. Cubs lose. That sucked. Mason Miller is incredible. Couldn't get a hit. But see that number right there? See that number right there? See that number right there? Does that look familiar? Oh yeah, that's that number. I f***ing won it. I did it. For all the haters and losers out there who said I'd never win it, I did it. I never gave up. Yeah, I might be
even lifetime after winning 50 grand here on the 50-50, but that doesn't matter. I did it. They said I couldn't do it, and I did it.
It's outstanding. When I got the call, when we were doing our stream show, and I didn't know. I think you had known, but you hadn't mentioned us on our stream, and I see the call coming in.
Tyler had told me just like probably 30 seconds. Was it you? I think that told me. Maybe it was
Shay.
Shay told me 30 seconds before he came on.
On the air? Did I just miss that?
I think so, yeah.
And so my phone was ringing, and it was Big Cat. And I'm like, should I get Big Cat's number, or should I answer Big Cat's call on the air? And I didn't know if he wanted to rally the troops around the Cubs or if he was giving up on the Cubs after that game. But it was because he won 50-50.
Yes.
And Barstool Big Cat is brought to you by
Blue Chew. Blue Chew has the first chewables that give you confidence in the bedroom. Go to BlueChew.com today to get your first month free. Just pay $5 shipping. And Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. Your win is waiting.
Not only is he Mr. Barstool Sports, but he's Mr. 50-50 now that he's taken home the title, and he is spreading the money around. And that's what we love about Big Cat. Super generous as well. Big Cat, how you feeling?
I feel great, boys. I feel great. It was great to see you today, Sylvie, at the office. You popped your cherry there. It's been an awesome week. It's been a great week all around.
I want to for those who missed the streaming show, I want to get the details on how you found out and everything like that. But I got to tell you that that office, that Barstool Sports office, even though I've seen the videos, even though I've heard Waddle rage about it, and even though I've heard from you how great it is, it doesn't do it justice when you walk into that place and what you guys have built there. And not only did I just break my cherry in going there, but I went cream team, full cream team.
Yeah.
Zach hooked me up. He made me an incredible ice cream cone. I got the twist. You have to. It was a miss by Waddle to not enjoy one of those ice cream cones.
Yes, I would like to say, Sylvie, you are welcome anytime. The door is always open. Waddle, you are now banned because Sylvie actually got the ice cream and you didn't. Slap in my face. But yeah, it's I'm a lucky guy. It's a dream to be able to hang out with basically all your friends all day, eat ice cream. We played some pickup hoops today. I didn't get injured.
That's
huge
good.
day. Yes.
Who dominated? Who's the best basketball player there?
We got a couple good guys. White Boy Rick and Dana were on my team, so we were good. I was able to basically my game at this point is I just stand at the 3-point line and I'll chuck up a couple threes a game.
You're a chucker.
I don't chuck. Like, I'm not. I think first game I went 0 for 2. Second game I went 2 for 2. So I'm not going volume, but I'm saying I don't go down low and bang bodies anymore. I'm not in my 20s. So it's I'm just trying to get out there, have a little run with the fellas, not get hurt. That's really all I care about.
Yeah, it's because you keep pulling that ice cream handle down as often as you are. That's why you're not in there mixing it up.
Yeah, that's probably true. But listen, if I can call out some screens, play some sound defense, box out, and hit a three,
left on your
I've done a good job.
Left.
Hey, how old were you, or how many years ago was the first time you ever purchased a 50-50 raffle ticket? How many years has it been?
I probably really started going hard at it in 2014, 13.
Oh my God.
You look super young in some of those videos going back.
So young.
Yeah, so young. No facial hair.
It's insane. The stories, I was telling Sylvie earlier, there's the picture from 2015 where I went to a Cubs game in the afternoon and then a Blackhawks playoff game, and I had the same exact guy sell me tickets at both venues, and that's when you should stop. I had the Toledo Bowling Green game probably 4 or 5 years ago when I had statistically I calculated I had 12% of the entire pot.
And you didn't
lost
win.
There. Yeah, a couple grand at the NYPD FDNY game, hockey game a couple years ago. And it's cool. It was so much fun too. Like the amount of people who hit me up. I got more texts and people reaching out than when my children were born. So it was
looking for money?
It was what?
Well, were they looking for money or just looking to congratulate you?
No, just to congratulate me. It's been such a funny storyline and such a ridiculous, and I never thought it would happen. Like I bought every single time I went. I I've had Cubs season tickets for 11 years now, and every game I go to, it's always buying 50-50. I bought every single game I've ever been to, any type of game, and I just never thought it would happen. And then it happened. My jaw was on the ground. I couldn't believe it.
So this isn't like one of those guys who then finally gets his first hole-in-one and they quit golf. Like you are now more in it than ever. You want to play round after round after round.
Listen, I'm giving away all the money, and then on Thursday, on Game 3, I went, and I spent $1,400 trying to win it back-to-back. It was awesome going in the stadium on Thursday. Everyone just screaming, like, back-to-back, you're going to go back-to-back. It was a rush. So, and then the Cubs won. So that was my only fear was, like, what if I went back-to-back and the Cubs somehow lost?
Oh, boy.
I think I would have had to eat the ticket. I think I would have had to never post about going back-to-back.
Tell us.
Because you can't, like 1-1, it's okay, and it was such a big story. But, like, if the Cubs got eliminated when I won the 50-50, I think I would just had to pretend it never happened and just keep going on my quest.
Tell us about the group that you decided to donate your winnings to.
Yes, the Lost Boys. So they're an incredible group. I saw an article, I don't know, maybe it was like a month and a half ago in the Chicago Sun-Times talking about this group, the Lost Boys, and my guy Levante, who's been doing it for 17 years. Southside Chicago, he does a youth baseball league, and he also does a mentorship program. So it's all about getting kids who might not be in the best situation to, after school, having something to do, having baseball, having sport. And so he's been doing it for 17 years. He had a ton of kids go through the program. Really, really cool program. They were running out of money. So I actually talked to him last week. He came to the office, met with him. Really awesome. I was already going to give. And then I was like, you know what? Because I won the 50-50, let's up it. So I'm giving him $75,000. Actually just wrote the check. Wow. And it's getting delivered on Monday. There's a GoFundMe. If anyone wants to donate, I really appreciate it. And we're going to do some future stuff with him. I think I'm going to have Max, my producer, and White Sox Dave maybe coach some baseball. So it's not just to give the money and just say, good luck with everything. We're going to try to start a real relationship. So trying to give back and keep it rolling. And listen, it was never about the money for me.
Right.
It was always just about winning. I just needed to win the 50-50. It's the most ethical win in the history of wins. It was never about the money. It was always about just winning.
Would you call that night that you won maybe the most peaceful night's sleep you've had in the last several decades?
I might have. I think I ranked it. So it's my second child being born, my daughter. That's number one.
Wow.
The 50-50 raffle, that's number 2. My firstborn, number 3, and then my thirdborn, number 4, in personal life achievements.
Where's getting married?
I don't even know. Who cares? Well, what's the difference? You just, you live with you live. I lived with my wife, and then we got married. Who cares?
Waddle would always rip me when I would say my wedding night is not in my top 10 greatest nights of my life because it was just the most overpaid party that we could ever have. Like I've had many greater nights with her, for instance, than I did when the night that we got married. Yes, it's a symbolic night.
Whoa!
Yes,
big sex guy over here.
Oh, baby! This is have I told you about that 24-hour marathon we did back in year 2?
Well, you're right, Phil. You're exactly right. You're right. I was hammered, spent too much money. Like, the weddings are overrated. If you can ever convince, your future wife that it's better to maybe save the money for a down payment on a house,
I agree.
It'll probably go further in life, and you'll be in a better spot.
Yeah. So, really quick, we asked you this question on our stream, but not everyone was there. For those who didn't hear, I think one of the coolest moments that I can envision, it's never happened to me because we've all had them. We all know the feeling of taking out a ticket, a lottery ticket, a 50-50 ticket, and looking to match. And, even those first 2 numbers aren't even close. They're like, another one, don't have a shot. But then when you start matching it, like you just said in that open, where you see, okay, well wait a minute, and it seems to slow down, and you realize in your head that your ticket is that ticket, Like,
Yep.
what is going on
It's a
mentally?
full urine release. You just pee yourself.
I was just in total shock because I pulled out the first ticket, loser, second ticket, loser, third ticket was it was like, wait, these numbers look like they match. And then I read it probably 3 or 4 times, just stood there staring at it. Then I had to text my friends who I went to the game with, who I had just said goodbye to. I texted them a picture of the screen and a picture of my ticket being like, can you guys double check this for me? Because like I might just be hallucinating. There's no way this is real. And they're like, I can't believe you did it. And I will say, I have to give a shout out. Dave, one of my best friends in the whole world. He owns Declan's in Old Town. Great Irish pub. Go frequent it. It's a Notre Dame bar on Saturdays. He and I have co-owned season tickets for 11 years. He has bought almost as many 50-50 tickets as me. He's the guy behind the guy. So I feel bad. We got to get him a win next. So he had that moment of like, I can't believe he won before I did. So he's still going for it. We're going to try to get him a winner. I'll probably win it like 3 or 4 more times before he even sniffs it, because that's just the type of guy I am. I'm a winner, and he's not. But I'm rooting for him.
Shout out to him. I'm a winner. He's not. But shout
That's
out to him.
that's a fact. I've won. He hasn't. Yeah.
That's
Best
great.
friend. He's a loser. He's my greatest friend on the planet.
All right, so you've been around a lot of atmospheres, good atmospheres, great college atmospheres, great Cubs atmospheres, Hawks, on, Bears. Where did last night rank for you? Even though it was only a wild card, it still had been a long time coming to win a series for the Cubs.
It was pretty high up there. I think that, and Tyler might be able to back me up, because Tyler, I think, went to all 3 games as well. Game 1 was awesome because it was that, that release of playoff baseball back at Wrigley for, it'd been whatever it was, 8 years. Game 2 was an absolute morgue because the Cubs gave us nothing I actually said afterwards, I don't think I high-fived once. I don't think I was able to give one high five. Last night, you could just feel, the minute, even in the first inning, the pop in the stadium was just on another level. And it really, that 4 o'clock sun setting, there's just nothing like it at Wrigley. And I'm excited for this series. Boys, I've been looking at it. I think we're better than the Brewers. Yeah. I really do. I know that you can't, your record says you are. If we can just beat Freddie Peralta if we beat Freddie Peralta once, we definitely win the series. Yeah, we might not even have to beat him once. We could just win the middle 3 games. But, I'll say this. I don't remember a game 1 where the home team has had more pressure on them, because this is almost a throwaway game for the Cubs. You don't want to throw it away. You're obviously going in and try to win it. But if the Brewers somehow lose game 1, this could be a sweep.
I'm with you that I don't know if they're, quote, better, but they're not worse than the Brewers. That, if anything, I think in a playoff series, these 2 teams are very evenly matched, and I give the Cubs a really good chance to win.
I think, all right, so, yeah, listen, if you say, we don't have a Peralta, so that obviously goes to the Brewers, and they probably have they have a better closer. But in terms of, I think the nervousness that I have going into this series, and most Cubs fans, is we don't really know what the starting pitching is going to be. But if you saw in the Padres series, we're not asking these guys to do a lot. Outside of Boyd, if Shota and Tyone, who was incredible yesterday, and Assad can give us those 4 innings, we have so much bullpen depth. And if our offense, that's where it's I think we're better than the Brewers. If our offense is hitting and their offense is hitting, it's advantage Cubs. I think we have a better offense, top to bottom, if our guys are clicking. Now, could our guys be in game 2 mode and part of the second half mode where it's no one can hit? Sure, anything can happen. But I like our chances going into this series, and I'm very excited for it.
Keep your analyst hat on. If you had to grade your manager A, B, C, or D, what grade would you give
in
Craig,
this series? Right?
In this past series, what grade would you give Craig Counsell?
I would give him an A-. I think he was great.
It's 50-50 talking right there. That's the check talking.
No, but all right. So what were his mistakes? I said this to you, Silvy. His biggest mistake was leaving Shota in against Manny Machado. Last time I checked, you cannot win a baseball game by scoring 0 runs. The Cubs were not winning that game with the way they were hitting in game 2. So, yes, Was that a bad mistake? Did it feel more dire when it's 3-0? And yeah, you can do the butterfly effect, but like that's the most glaring thing. Everything else, yeah. And Keller, I don't know. I mean, he was nervous. You probably should have maybe not left him in after you get a very borderline call that was lucky to go our way. But other than that, what did he miss? What did he screw up? I mean, I know people want Hap in a different part of the lineup. It's like, but we're in the playoffs. You kind of are what you are. Like I don't know. I just think I think he did a good job, and this is a bullpen team now, and he did a good job with the bullpen.
I don't think Sylvie's buying that. I think he sold it. I thought it was a good sales.
I'm in the minority, granted, and yes, I have come to not love Craig Counsell, but I gave him a C. I thought he did an average job. I thought it was an average job as manager. I think Mike Schilt was a D-, and I think Craig Counsell was a C.
What did he do wrong, though?
You just listed the 3 things.
But but the Shota thing, you agree, like, yeah, that was a mistake, but again, you don't win that game.
Well,
no matter what.
If it's 1-0 compared to 3-0, you're playing the game differently. But I know what you're saying.
Okay, but we couldn't get on base. We couldn't get on base.
I know what you're saying. I know you're right. Like, if you score 0, you don't win a 1-0 game. So,
right.
So I understand that logic. I think he's very, very, he gives Hap way of a bigger benefit of the doubt than he deserves. At least.
So you just want Hap moved around, which that's fine. But you have to play Hap. You can't. You're not going to play Willie Castro. Like you're not. Like we're out of options in that respect. You know what I mean?
I feel like there are some guys that on his team that he fluctuates with. Like he's very easy to move PCA up when he was going well at 4, and then moving him back down now to 7, 8, 9 when he's really struggling. Why doesn't Hap get that same treatment? I'm a fan of that stuff. When Seiya's going bad, Seiya should be down. When Seiya's going well, Seiya should be batting up because he gets hotter than anybody. I just like to play and then look at the big time matchups like that. Hap was 1 for 21 entering the game against Cease. I wish there was more fluctuation.
Yeah, I mean, I think you probably give the benefit of the doubt to a veteran. I get what you're saying, and you also like the fact that Hap can, hit from both sides. That probably, he wants that flexibility. But yeah, I understand. That's a fair criticism. So maybe a B+. I'll go down.
Okay,
I'll hear your point, and I'll go down to a B+. Will you come up to a C+?
Yes, I'll come up to a C+. He is a tad better than average.
I'm surprised that you haven't spent more time on asking Keller to do something that they hadn't asked him to do since August 10th, and then seeing how that all unfolded. Like, that was playing with fire. Fortunately, the fire never really raged, but
we could have had a Rajay Davis moment.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I said to Sylvie earlier, like, I wonder if there's a possibility that Palencia maybe goes back to the end of the game. I don't know. I mean, that's a mental thing. Kittredge is a guy that I shouted him out, but like he has been, he gave up a run in game 2, but what he's asked to do is not easy in terms of like, oh, you're opening today, you're closing tomorrow. Like he's been incredible. And I mean, I said this, and I really feel this, like the bullpen is now a strength, and I think you have a lot of guys that you can go to, and they're going to need it in this series because the starting pitching is very much in flux. Cade Horton's not going to pitch. Shota, you can't really pitch in Milwaukee. I don't know if that was even an option, but I think Boyd will go 2, right?
Yeah.
Is it going to go, Colin Ray, Boyd, Shota?
Maybe Assad and Ray together. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine. So, I mean, he's got to in defense of Craig Counsell, you are going into these playoffs knowing that you do not have a bona fide 1. You have a 2-ish and a 3-ish. So it's like you don't have a rotation that most teams have right now, or one guy. If the Cubs had Cade Horton healthy and you have one guy, you're like, you can go out there and you can win us a game. I think it makes his job a lot easier. He's got to kind of work with what he's got, and it's a lot of bullpen.
Well, we have an actual text coming in, too, on this topic on the moment. So Jesse just texted Tyler, and he said he thinks it could be Matthew Boyd for game one, and it will not be Assad for game one. So
but that's interesting because that's short rest. So he's basically, I think that what Craig Counsell is just doing is he's basically saying all of his starters in this series are going to give him 4 innings.
Well, I don't know. Like, I don't know how much more you give him. Like, I liked having the day off on Sunday, so then you could pitch him on Monday and get full. But you may not want Javier Assad to pitch a game to start. So
especially because he was out for so much of the season that he probably doesn't have his sea legs fully. Boyd was warming up last night.
Yes.
So I don't know if that's his normal rest day to throw, but. Yeah, I always assumed that with the actual benefit of this series is that you do have that Sunday off. So I was thinking that what they were going to do is just basically go full bullpen with Array or Assad starting and just throw everyone out there and try to scratch together a win. We're going to be underdogs on tomorrow. We probably won't win the game. They have their stud ace going. We don't have a stud ace. But if they let us steal this one, it's over. And Milwaukee's got all the pressure. Isn't that crazy?
I love it.
The Brewers have all the pressure because of the Craig Counsell thing, because they won the Central, because they had one of their best seasons ever. They did not want to see, I don't know if you guys interact with Brewers fans online, they did not want to play the Cubs because it does feel like all the pressure's on the Brewers.
I said that to Travis when he came into our office when you were, cutting it up with the folks in Milwaukee. I said to Travis, who's a big Brewers fan, I said, this was not the outcome you wanted. They definitely wanted to see the Padres instead of the Cubs.
For sure. All right. Yeah. Really good stuff, Big Cat. Thank you. Congratulations and really great job donating that money. You are a true mensch, that's for sure.
Yes. Thank you. And I owe you left before I could get in touch. Before I could see you again, the office. I do owe Mason $1,000. I will give him $1,000. Braxton gets $0.
Mason FaceTimed Big Cat to say congratulations.
Oh yeah,
and out of the blue, Big Cat goes, Mason, I'm giving you $1,000. I'm like, I can't take $1,000. And he's
his friend was there. I gave him $100 too.
And man,
so he was $1,100.
When you told him Braxton gets nothing, Mason wouldn't stop laughing. He was genuinely cracking up. So
and Braxton's probably crying because he's not going to get the
$1,000. He wasn't around there. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure Mason won't say anything to him about it.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
Sure. All right, Big Cat, you're awesome. Thanks.
All right, see you, buddy.
All right, see you guys.
All right, we also been told that Jake Arrieta, our old friend, is in for 5 o'clock. So we're going to talk to Jake, who is in celebrating with the Cubs. He was at every game this week. He threw up. We got to bust his chops about the game 1 first pitch. Wow. He tried to throw that at 90, and it was not good.
His location was a little off.
Just a little off. All right, we will talk to Michael Wilbon coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy. On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Cubs beat the Padres and advance to the NLDS. Now they face the Brewers in a best-of-5. Game 1 is tomorrow, and you can hear it right here on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
Back in my glory days, I always showed up ready to perform, whether it was on the field or off of it. Confidence, energy, swagger. I had it all. And yeah, even little Johnny was playing like an all-pro. Now, thanks to Blue Chew, those days don't have to stay in the past. Blue Chew's chewable tablets give you that extra boost of confidence when it matters most. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like someone gave you a pep talk right where you need it. And here's the best part. It's all online. No awkward doctor visits. No standing in line at the pharmacy. Their licensed medical providers help you find the right fit, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Made in the USA, less expensive than the pharmacy. So, fellas, when it's your time to perform, don't just hope for the glory days. Bring them back. Head to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN, and your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it.
It's a bird bash at Potawatomi. Thursdays, you could win up to $50,000 cash in the Bird Bash game show. Just play with your rewards card this October for a chance to win. Wouldn't you like to rake in a huge pile of cash? Bird Bash, only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. More info at potawatomi.com/birdbash. Must be 21 years old to play.
Guys, I wake up a lot with back soreness. My wife, too, tight shoulders. I've got an issue with one of my hip flexors, and I'm seeing Cairo One Wellness Centers, and already my hip flexor is basically no pain there because of the exercises I've been giving, the adjustments. Dr. Tyler is the best. The entire team gets you on the right path. They're not looking to make you just feel better in the short term. They're looking to fix the actual issue. It's what I love the most about Cairo One. They give you a great plan, no drugs, no surgery, so you don't have to walk around sore all the time. You want to run. You want to play with your kids. You want to be active. So visit Cairo1.com today. I go to the Libertyville location. There are many in the northern suburbs and many around the Chicagoland area. 50 Illinois Cairo One offices. Check out Cairo1.com today for the office closest to you.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW Centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
For the first time since 2020, a Chicago Cub had one of the 20 best-selling jerseys among MLB players. Pete Crow Armstrong finished the 2025 season at 16th on the list, according to the league. He's the first North Sider to crack the top 20 since Anthony Rizzo, Chris Bryant, and Javi Baez were all in the mix 5 years ago. No surprise that Shohei Ohtani topped the list. He became the fourth player ever to take that title in 3 straight seasons, joining his teammate Mookie Betts as well as Aaron Judge and Derek Jeter. Judge was second this year, up from third last season. Freddie Freeman and Betts were third and fourth this year, with the Mets' Francisco Lindor rounding out the top 5. There was only one new name in the top 10 this year. That was former Red Sox and new San Francisco Giants slugger Rafael Devers. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with everyday affordable prices, you'll save money for fall fun, too. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Guys, I've told you that October 10th is World Mental Health Day, and this year we're saying thank you to therapists. I've had the same therapist for 6 years, and if you need someone to talk to, if you just want to be a better father, maybe a better husband, better wife, a better partner, better friend, better worker, and you need to get stuff off your chest, there's people out there who will listen to you. Quality therapists, and that's what you get at BetterHelp. Did you know that BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform? They have over 30,000 therapists. They have had live sessions with millions of people across the world. So celebrate World Mental Health Day by getting the help you deserve by going to BetterHelp.com and put in /timeout. You'll get 10% off your first month at BetterHelp.com. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout.
If you're the unwitting victim in a calamitous mishap, anticipate compensatory damages, subrogation relief, or tort claims under...
Guys, what are they even saying?
Coast Ivoni ads don't sound like that.
Lawyers like that are exactly why people call us. No legal mumbo-jumbo, just real talk.
We're from Chicago. We talk like you, we fight for you, and we have real conversations so we can help you.
They get where you come from, they get what you need, and they get you. Coast Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers, because they are Chicago. 708-4 million.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You ready to take your sports action to the next level? You need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees. Ever. Other books might charge you to get you in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. It's the only place I play. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's get out and celebrate college football right. Shane Norling and Tyler Aki are taking Chicago's college tailgate on the road. Tullamore Dew and ESPN Chicago invite you out for a live tailgate broadcast. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn on Racine and Lakeview tomorrow from 9 to 11 as the guys break down the day's events. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn tomorrow at 9. Presented by Tullamore Dew. Please enjoy responsibly.
Guys, it's the last weekend of Steinhoffel's Best Brand Sale. Your chance to bring home incredible style, unbeatable comfort, and big savings for every room of your home. We just got a new mattress delivered from Steinhoffel's. It is awesome, the new Heirloom M2. So take 10% off or take advantage of their 36-month 0% financing, and then get an extra 10% off designer living rooms, dining collections, and cozy bedrooms, including special orders. Hurry in. The Best Brand Sale ends Sunday at Steinhoffel's. It's Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader, the only place we shop. Now open in Maryville. Shop Steinhoffel's today.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Guess what today is?
It's Wilbon Day. Woo-hoo! Chicago native Michael Wilbon, host of Pardon the Interruption with Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Having a blast on this Connie's Frozen Pizza Takeover Day. We've got Connie's Frozen Pizza here in the office. The Cubs won. We're eating Connie's. It's absolutely delicious. Pick up some on your way home today. You don't want to cook. You got lots of sports on this weekend, so stock up Connie's Frozen Pizza, that same delicious cornmeal crust. Let's talk to Michael Wilbon right now. He's brought to you by your friends over at Hawk.
HawkAuto.com. Looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle? Shop HawkAuto.com and search over 3,000 vehicles at 9 convenient locations. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com.
Michael, I was doing the math here, and I believe even though that we're not the same age, that we've had the same Cubs fan experience. Yesterday was only the 7th time in our lifetime that we watched the Cubs win a postseason series.
Really?
Yes, because
well, in '84 they lost to the Padres. So
yes,
you know that was my first one because there was no other series before that in my lifetime. And Silvy, even though you're a youngster, I guess we do have sort of the same experience, don't we?
Yeah, and the first time the Cubs had won a playoff series in our lifetime was 2003 when they beat the Atlanta Braves to get to the NLCS.
Yeah. It was, and by the way, the ninth inning led me to stop breathing. I had no breathing in the ninth inning. That ninth inning was damn near as Cubbish as you could get in terms of the old Cubs. And the gift of the call third strike. And then when have you seen batters hit consecutively in the ninth inning? When do you see that? It was so bizarre. And I'm sitting there going, no, not.
Sometimes we get this brief
called a ball instead of a strike. I think the council would have taken him out a batter earlier. Maybe you guys disagree.
Yeah, well, I thought that should have been in the calculus, but you know that
as soon as Merrill hits the home run, aren't you thinking about making a change?
Yes, although it was a solo home run, he had pitched well. I didn't like him going out for the ninth. I didn't like him going out for the ninth.
Right, that's what I was saying, Mike, because I think the last time they've asked him to get more than 3 outs goes back to
was June.
I thought it was August of I think I saw August 10th. But regardless, he has been a 3-out guy for the vast majority of the last month and a half.
Whether you're a lot of people have said, well, he used to be a starter, so he's got multiple innings in him. It's a different animal when you're at the end of a game in an elimination series trying to shut him down. Like, a lot of good closers aren't capable of shutting down a team for 2 straight innings. Right. So
Well,
now you're
remember,
asking Brad
that's
Keller
the
to do that.
problem. That's the problem in 2016 we got into with Aroldis Chapman.
Yes, multiple
What
innings.
should be asked of him at that point? And he's, look, they got through it. And what was, I guess, the most important thing to me when I look at the series is that the Padres were just a tick underperforming, and the Cubs, as I think they've been all year. You guys know I've been consistent on this. That's why I'm not critical of Craig Counsell, because I think that it takes a certain, God, I hate this word, culture and mindset to get people to perform as a group to their maximum level or close to it consistently. I think the Cubs have outperformed that roster. That roster doesn't scare me. I like it, but I like it in part because they've outperformed their level of talent to me. And I don't know if anybody would admit that. That's the kind of thing you find out after a season when you sit down with a manager at a bar somewhere and say, what do you think? And they tell you, I didn't think we played as well as we could have, or I thought we gave it everything we had every night. I think the Cubs do that. And that's what I'm most impressed with this team right through those 3 games.
By the way, this is an update on something that we were talking about before we brought you in, Michael. Jesse Rogers just tweeted, Craig Counsell says he's going to let his pitchers throw today, then determine a starter for tomorrow. Matthew Boyd is in play per a source. He started game 1 of the wild card round. So it would be short rest. Do you like going back to Boyd for game 1, or would you rather have him rest Sunday and then pitch on Monday?
Yeah, well, there's no Sunday, right?
Right, that's what I'm saying. So not only would you get the day off today,
you get
Saturday,
the extra day,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Yeah, Silvy, I'm not a short rest guy. I don't believe in it. I know there are times historically when it's happened. Matthew Boyd is a veteran. If there's going to be a guy you would do that with, it would be Boyd and not Imanaga, not Cade Horton. But I don't like it. I don't like going short rest. I feel good about the Cubs against Milwaukee, because I feel you don't want to be the favorite facing a division opponent in these series. I really believe that. I believe that, I felt like this about the Cubs and Cardinals in 2015. I was certain the Cubs were going to beat the Cardinals in 2015. I feel similarly, not identically. Now, I think the Cubs have sort of an upper hand psychologically and emotionally, given what they were able to do in that 5-game series against Milwaukee in whenever the hell that was, August. I feel pretty good about that.
I mean, obviously, isn't your strategy different in a best of 5 versus a best of 3? And all those 3 games are played in your home stadium. Here, like what you're looking to do, I mean, sweeping would be great. But if you come back to Chicago 1-1 in this series, aren't you feeling
You're
really
very
good
happy.
about things? So that's why I'm saying,
no doubt.
So
no
why
doubt.
not do whatever you can tomorrow and give Boyd that extra rest and throw him on Monday? And
Tommy, you and I are in the same place on that. Yeah. There's no point. You don't have to get the pressure in game 1 is on the Brewers,
right?
Not on the Cubs. And so, let Boyd have that day. Who would you pitch in game 1?
That's the problem. Like, what are their solutions? Do you go Colin Ray, who just pitched? Didn't Colin Ray just pitch in this last game, an inning?
Yeah.
Or am I thinking?
No,
not
he did
thinking
not
of Ray?
pitch in this
No, 2-game.
That was Palencia.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe Colin Ray.
Sure.
Assad has been talked about. I don't trust Assad anymore. I don't know if you want Assad starting any game, but
Assad didn't get lit up. Did I miss us? Did he get lit up in that stupid Cincinnati series where they didn't even contest?
I got to double
Colin
check.
Ray only threw 15 pitches in game 2. He pitched an inning and 2/3, but only threw 15 pitches.
Yeah, he could be on your.
See, I might go with him in game 1 on a short leash, but it's a tough position. I get it without Cade Horton because we wouldn't even be talking about this. But
Colin Ray,
I still think that they're in a good position. And listen, nobody knows. I think part of the reason that we're in a good position is nobody knows the opposition like Craig Counsell. I mean, he's as instrumental to their recent seasons of success as anybody on that team. So feeling pretty good about that as well.
How do you feel right now about PCA? Do you think he's going to make his way back after the good game in Game 3?
Well, I think he's learning things. He's making adjustments. Listen, nobody cares more than the kid.
Yes.
And so I think that's all you can ask. He's still a young player. He's in his second season. I'm not asking PCA to deliver me. But if he can contribute and make adjustments along the way, he clearly is amenable to coaching, right? To make the adjustments that he made yesterday. It was great when Jessica Mendoza during the broadcast was talking about PCA and the adjustments he made at the plate. Come on, man, that's veteran stuff. I was very impressed with that and the way he went about his work yesterday. Did he get 3 hits yesterday?
Yes.
I thought that I'm not gonna ask him to go out there and save the season. I mean, this is part of what I'm talking about this Cub team. Everybody contributes. And if he can continue to contribute in that way, he's going to be hell on the base paths. I know he had an errant throw, but defensively, I'm with him. I want him. Dansby Swanson, if I can get him to stop swinging and missing so much. Dansby Swanson has done amazing things so far through 3 games. Just fielding. And, Dansby's not a 218 hitter. I mean, he's a guy who's capable of contributing offensively as well, though I'm not asking him to have a 3 home run series. I'm glad, Seiya, sort of found that with those 3 extra base hits. So I just think if people can do their part, they're enough, in the words of the great Bill Belichick, do your job. I think there are enough guys who can do that can take down Milwaukee.
If I know one thing about you, and I know many, but if I know one thing about you, one of your pet peeves is, not just with fans, but the media, is the hyperbole of nothing has ever been done better than this guy doing it now.
Yeah,
That said, have you ever seen a more dominant weapon than Mason Miller was in this series?
Oh, my God, he was great. But, Silvy, but we've seen that. We've I mean, when I say we've seen that, we knew that is what I meant to say. When they got him, the whole thing was, okay, the back of that bullpen is going to be unbeatable. You got to get a lead, which the Cubs did. They got the lead in the 2 games and won the 2 games. I mean, that's what it comes down to, because then he's not in a position to close you out. If I go back, I mean, there are times with Dennis Eckersley, and remember, closers didn't always just come in and pitch 1 inning.
Right.
I mean, there are great closers who stayed out there for 2 full. And Raleigh Fingers, I'm old, man. I can remember great relief efforts. So I'm not going with the we've never seen angle.
The velocity and the placement of the 103 in the upper up and in.
Didn't he go 104 on one of those? Did he go 104 in game 2?
And then he went low and away. It was like a tic-tac-toe game at 104 miles an hour. I've seen Chapman throw 104, 105, but never place the ball the way Mason Miller was putting the ball wherever he went. He was clearly unhittable.
But yet he's at home now.
Yes, he is.
And,
you're right.
I mean, Chapman, let's not take for granted Chapman's greatness like 3 different times. We're not going to see him in the rest of this postseason, which is kind of surprising. I mean, I thought Boston might win that series, even when that game was tied 2-2, the second game. I mean, Chapman was great. So I don't want to install Miller as the greatest closer I've ever seen. Bruce Sutter didn't play in that many important games for the Cubs. He did for Atlanta.
And the Cardinals.
But there have been some – and the Cardinals. Oh, my God, yes, of course. So he did, and he was – look, he didn't have that power. But placement, nobody ever had better placement over a series of years than Sutter. Or unless Eckersley did. And remember, Eckersley was a starter, so he didn't have that kind of power, but he had that precision. So I'm just glad Mason's at home. Glad the Cubs are still playing. Who's Milwaukee? Is Peralta going in game 1?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the Cubs struggled. The Cubs did beat Peralta in that 5-game series, if my memory serves me.
Peralta faced the Cubs 4 separate times this year. In 2 games, he shut them down. In other 2 games, the Cubs hit him. The Cubs have hit him. So
yeah,
I got to tell you, I think the guy that is instrumental here, and this is I'm the master of the obvious here, but the guy I think that is most important to your entire team, especially offensively, is Kyle Tucker. Now, I mean, he's been better the last couple of games, so you're starting to get the feeling that maybe he's coming out of whatever funk he was in. Maybe he's feeling better, but he's really the only guy, say at times, but he's the guy that can take over a game offensively and can have the greatest impact, I think, not just on himself individually, but everyone around him. So
yeah, the thing about Kyle Tucker when the Cubs got him, and you guys know this, is that people talked about that dynamic, the team looking at him like they looked at Bregman. Yeah. And I remember at the time going, okay, should the Cubs go after Bregman or Tucker? You're not going to get both of them, but which one has that effect on his team? Well, one of them's still playing, and not necessarily because of anything he did, but now you get to this series where you've got something, more reasonably close to a real baseball series. I know it's a shorter one, 3 out of 5, but Tucker, Tucker needs to have that impact and influence on his teammates. They need to look to him that way, because who else would it be? It's not Seiya. We just said, I believe that PCA is too young for that. That's what
he needs it for the team. He needs it for himself as well. I mean, he's going in
considering what he's
agency.
playing for.
Yeah,
considering people are throwing around crazy numbers of $400 million. If you're that guy, then you're that guy now.
Right.
Don't tell me how good the Brewers are. If you're that guy, you got a manager to me who gives you an edge. You got a starting staff that just shut down an opposing lineup, because they did nothing against the Cubs in games 1 and 3. So you got a starting staff, which is the equal of, to me, I know they're 5th in the National League, but they're the equal of the Dodgers and Phillies, which are, I think those guys are 1 and 3. So we need Tucker to be that guy now. This first weekend, they need to get a split, and he needs to do something that sort of rallies and inspires that team. I agree with you completely.
All right, Wilbon, enjoy a Bearless weekend, and next week we'll talk about the Bears against the Commanders, which is going to be a juicy game.
Well, so we got nothing Sunday. We got no Cubs and no Bears on Sunday.
It's an off day,
It's going to be very nice just to sit back and relax and give your nervous system a break.
No, that's too much. That's too much relaxation.
No,
that's,
no such
need
thing.
Need some stress.
No such thing. No such thing as too
All
much
right,
relaxation.
you guys.
All right,
Thanks,
see
Mike.
ya.
Talk to you. Be good.
Michael Wilbon.
He'll be on the golf course. Come on.
Somewhere, yeah. Before we get to Jake Arrieta, and remember, we had Jake Arrieta. It was the best timed weekly we've ever had on this radio station. We used to have the Jay Cutler Show, which was Can't Miss Radio. We had Schwarber one year. But to have Jake Arrieta weekly in 2015,
it's like having Bob Gibson.
It was.
We had Bob Gibson for a year.
It was really incredible, and he was one of these guys that he tells it the way it is. I remember him telling Carmen and Yurko at Chicago Cut, I think it was, before the Pittsburgh wild card game. He goes, "Doesn't matter how loud they are, they're not going to have an effect on me. Doesn't matter." There's some good sound from the postgame locker room. Here's Craig Counsell.
That is how we do it, man. That's how you win baseball games in October. It takes an effort from everyone. It takes defense. It takes hell of an effort from some bullpen guys. A lot of bullpen guys. Hey, the magic carpet ride continues, and as Eddie Vedder said, we are alive, man!
Craig Counsell, I like it. That was good stuff right there.
Eddie was in the clubhouse celebrating with him, too.
He was at all 3 games.
Yeah. No, I know, but when the celebration happened, he was in there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Here is Shota. I don't know if you heard this. This is courtesy of WGN. They really gave some great stuff, WGN TV. So listen to this interview with Shota, who is doing the interview in English.
The champagne coming into your skin here?
Yes, it's very yummy.
Tastes good, it's yummy.
Everybody tastes good. Thank you.
Are you enjoying these celebrations here in America? Are you getting used to the champagne and the beer parties?
Yeah, I love celebration. Yeah, I want to do every time.
Every time?
Yeah, every time.
And you guys have a couple more maybe, right?
Yeah.
What's the best part of this for you?
Like now,
Right now.
Right now. Right now.
Right now.
Right now.
He's
Can you
awesome.
imagine,
He's a good sport.
Can you imagine being in a foreign country
No.
and not knowing the language very well?
You
and,
think if we were in Japan for 2 years, we would speak Japanese on that level that he speaks English?
No.
Like it's incredible. And it's really tough. It's really
it's
hard.
loud in there. It's crazy in there.
And then there was the man. I don't know. Did you hear the Manny Machado interview afterwards?
I did not.
This is a question that I'm sure is going to get panned.
I know it just ended, but how do you assess a season like this?
I mean, what type of question is that, dude? My guy. How do I assess the season? We just lost. How do you think I assess this? How do you think I assess it?
I don't know. That's what I was asking.
You tell me. What's a loss? We lost. How do you assess it? It's a loss. You lost.
Fair enough.
Come on, dude. I mean, you could ask better questions than that. Let's go. Come on.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. You know, wait till the last second to ask that question. No offense in that.
There you go, Manny Machado, and it sounded like a San Diego reporter right there assessing the season.
Yeah, I'm sure those question and answer sessions aren't the easiest in the world after losing.
They're not. So a big debate on this radio station earlier in the day was, why does baseball do what they do with the celebrations? We will ask Jake Arrieta, who is a part of many of these along the way, including the biggest one of them all, and what it means for a team to let loose even after just winning the wild card round. We'll talk to Jake, the former Cy Young and World Series champion, coming up next.
Listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football.
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus, save even more with their complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Progressive knows not all rides are smooth. Meet Claire. She loves her motorcycle, and she's learned to love the insects she encounters on her rides. She may not know the difference between a gnat and a mosquito at 55 miles per hour, but she does know one thing. It's always gross when one flies into her mouth. But she's so used to it that it's weird when it doesn't happen. Not every ride is smooth, but Progressive has your back with comprehensive and collision coverage from America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
I'm home. Hey, Mom, before you ask, I've done my homework and the dishwasher's unloaded.
Nice. Hey, can you...
Hey, hon, yes, I've got the finale ready to play. Here's your wine.
Wow.
Isn't it nice not having to ask? We think so. That's why if there's a network interruption, AT&T will proactively credit you for a full day of service. Guaranteed. Credit for fiber downtime lasting 20 minutes or more, or for wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for details.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut that you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you, and they'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylist at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part, Great Clips everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for the fall fun as well. Ready to look your greatest for the new season? Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
Hey, fans! Welcome back
to Fansville's cheers and tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom designs that let everyone know who you're rooting for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing stacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN, 1 free year of Perplexity Pro, and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
The holiday season is here, and businesses are hiring for all kinds of seasonal roles. From haunted corn maze staff to real bearded Santas, skilled, experienced workers are in high demand and hard to find. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, the best way to find the perfect match for your role is on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's matching technology works fast to find top talent. No wonder it's the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Guys, it's a Connie's Frozen Pizza takeover day here in the station. Not only do we love Connie's Frozen Pizza at work, we love it at home, especially on the weekend. Who wants to cook? Stop at your grocery store, pick up that delicious, legendary Chicago pizzeria flavor in Connie's Frozen Pizza. It's premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table. Born in those legendary Connie's restaurants, now available for you at home. Connie's brings you that cornmeal-dusted thin crust, premium toppings, and unmistakable flavors that says, I could have gone out, but why? We're enjoying the pepperoni and sausage right now. So whether you're hosting, you're dodging dinner duty, you're just hungry, you're watching some ball, the solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza, authentic Chicago flavor without the pizzeria prices.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Number 11 for Arietta, the new season high. And he's done it. He strikes out the side in the 9th inning. And Jake Arrieta has thrown his first career no-hitter.
Little check swing, and for the first time in 12 years, the Chicago Cubs have a postseason victory. They win the wild card game, blanking the Pirates 4-0.
Here comes the 2-2. In the air, this should do it. Jason Hayward makes a catch. It's a no-hitter. Jake Arrieta has done it again.
Arrieta launches to left, and it's gone!
Hear the applause for Arrieta. Yeah, many coming to their feet. And he steps out of the batter's box for a moment.
We'll always remember and be thankful for the great games that Jake Arrieta gave the Chicago Cubs, the fans here in Chicago. He was a weekly with us for the 2015 season. It was the perfect year for him.
I tell everybody, we had a weekly with Bob Gibson for a year.
It was outstanding, and he's always been willing since then to pick up the phone. We had him on, remember, in his return game with Philadelphia when he came back to Wrigley. But what we wanted to talk to him about, like, to see him as a fan, and man, he is still in great shape. I mean, the way he wears that obvious shirt unlike anybody wearing an obvious shirt. And then he's celebrating with the team. And he was there for all 3 games, singing Take Me Out to the Ball Game with Ryan Dempster. What a week for Jake Arrieta back in Chicago. He joins us on the Yingling guest hotline right now. Jake, how the hell are you?
Well, I'll be honest, as I'm sure you guys would expect. I'm a little beat up. I had a super early flight this morning. Got family pictures this evening, which it's still 105 degrees here. And then I got to drive to Houston because my Cooper's got a tournament, big tournament there. But still kind of buzzing, man. Like it's the electricity in the city was outstanding, and I was just happy to just be a small part of it.
Before we get into that, these family pictures of yours, my wife forces me to do these like yearly or every other year pictures. It's usually in the cold or is this something that you're being dragged to do just because?
No, not. At first, I'd say like 6 to 8 years ago, we started doing it. And I didn't like it at first, but when I see how they turn out, and our photographer is really, really good, and we've done some at the beach, we've done some here locally in Austin at a place called Bull Creek, which is where we're going tonight. Just the scenery is great. The kids have started to get a little bit more into it as they've gotten older, and it's good memory. So I put on a smile and that's what Brittany needs. So I'm there doing it. It's good.
What kind of outfit are we wearing tonight for the family picture?
Today, so I've got like just a standard pair of jeans and it's like a camel color T-shirt. So nothing crazy, nothing super fancy. Brittany's going to look way better than me, as will Palmer. Cooper's got I think he's wearing a white mizzen and main short sleeve collared shirt and some jeans. So. We should look pretty solid.
Did I hear right that you're training for something? Are you training for like a one of these marathons or a triathlon? Yeah. What are you doing, Jake?
Yes, so I got the San Antonio Marathon December 7th. I was in training for marathons last year, but then I had knee surgery in September, kind of set me back a little bit. Then I broke my foot on a trail run. I blame my dogs for that one, But yes, I would love to do triathlons, but man, I don't flow very well. I'm really intimidated by the swim part of it. Yeah. I'm really good on the bike. Like I like to ride anywhere from 80 to 100 miles a week when I'm doing serious training, running anywhere from 20 to 30 miles. But I just don't love swimming. I'm just not a big fan. But maybe at some point I'll try and attack one of those.
Did you say December 7th is the marathon date?
That's right.
What kind of temperature are we expecting in a December day in San Antonio?
I think it'll probably be in the 60s, which is perfect running conditions. So currently I'm training, and I like to run midday, and people think I'm crazy. So it's anywhere from mid upper 90s, close to 105. But I like to put myself in that environment, because if I can run certain distances in that temperature, December 7th in San Antonio on more flat terrain, that's going to be a piece of cake.
Piece of cake.
26 points. Only you would say that.
No big deal. Yeah. And hey, look, I'm not trying to set any crazy records. This is my first one. I'd like to be under 4 hours, and I know that a sub 4 marathon is pretty solid. It's above average. So I'm gonna set the bar there and see how it goes. And then if I do really well, I might try and bring that number down by 15 or 20 minutes for the next time.
It's pretty crazy. I thought he was going to say, I hope to run in under 6 or something like that. And he's like, under 4. Unbelievable. Jake Arrieta joining us, Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. All right, so take us through the week in chronological order. Was the original plan...
it might be hard.
Yeah, was it just to be here for one game, and then you're like, I got to stay for the entire series? And what is it like for somebody who was out there on the mound? And a lot of these times, you focus the crowd out. So now you're a part of the crowd. What surprised you about you as a fan and sitting with people like us?
Yeah, well, that was probably the first time since being, a former player where I was that nervous, So I, coaching my son, and Cooper's 14 now, so he's playing at a high level, be a freshman in high school next year. I'm more nervous watching him play and the last couple nights watching the Cubs play than I ever was as a player. And it's a strange feeling. And I think that all the people around me, the emotions are super high. Everybody's kind of freaking out, and the sky's falling if someone gets a base hit. I'm like, y'all just got to chill out, because I'm nervous inside too, but you're making it way worse. But no, so I was the intention was to stay for game 1 and 2, but then after San Diego took game 2, I'm like, shit, I got to stay for game 3. I'd feel awful not awful, but I'd be like, man, I'm on a plane home, and the Cubs are going to play game 3, and I'm going to miss it. So delayed the flight till this morning and got to see the boys get it done.
Jake, how much did it mean to you to be welcomed back and to be part of all of this? And rightfully so, as you played such an important role in the glory days of recent years. But just to be included in all this, how much did it mean to you?
Well, the staff and, the city, the people that, have worked with the Cubs, since I was there and still do incredible things for the organization, have always been extremely generous towards me and wanted to, make me a part of as much as I could be there for. So very thankful for that. And just to be around the players the last couple of days. And obviously Hap was the only guy that is on that team that I played with at all. And just, I love those guys. And with PCA and talking to Keller and Tyone and Hap, just wanted to express my gratitude and appreciation for what they were able to accomplish, and just to be there to see it firsthand, celebrate with them a little bit, them and their families. It's special, man. It feels just like it did when I was playing.
And I have 2 questions about the celebration party, and we're talking to Jake Arrieta, former Cy Young winner, World Series champion, all-time great Cub. What is it like as a former player being in on the party with the current Cubs players?
Yeah, so it's a good question. I mean, mainly I'm just kind of I want to be out of the way. So it was like me and Eddie Vedder just kind of in the corner doing our thing, having a beer, saying hi to some guys, and if they wanted me to to celebrate, be a part, and do their thing, I'm in. But I'm also I'm not going to completely immerse myself in that because that's their moment.
And then take us through this. We've always wondered this. And, there are some younger hosts on this station who say, boy, they really celebrate after just winning the wild card. Baseball is unique, Jake. As you know, you've been through many of these champagne and beer parties. You win a wild card game, you celebrate the champagne with champagne. You beat the Cardinals, you celebrate with the champagne, and on and on and on. In other sports, you win an NBA series, you just move on. You win a wild card playoff game. In football, you just move on. What makes baseball unique where you embrace the celebration and you're not thinking there's not other bigger tasks at hand later?
Yeah. It's a really good question. I never really thought about it, since you brought that up with other sports. But I think maybe because of how long the season is, how many games that are played, and you never know. I mean, obviously the expectation now and even before the wild card series for the Cubs was to get to the World Series and win the World Series. But, you never know when you're going to get to that point again. Nothing's a guarantee, right? San Diego's a really, really good team. It could potentially be the best team they play throughout the postseason. So getting past those guys is an accomplishment in its own right, and it should be celebrated.
What's the drunkest you've gotten? Which party did you get the most drunk in?
Oh, God. Probably when we clinched against the Dodgers in the NLCS. Eddie Vedder came to Lester's house after, put on a little private concert for us. Hendricks beat Kershaw, correct, in Game 6?
Yes.
That was the matchup, right?
Yes.
I was going to be pitching Game 7 if it got to that point. We obviously didn't need it, and the rest is kind of a blur, but probably that night, yes.
Okay, I hate to bring this up, but what happened with the throwing out the first pitch the other day?
Oh man, I was getting pulled in all different directions because they're like, "Hey, you can't lob it in. You've got to get after it and let it fly a little bit." I'm like, "Well, if that's the case, I can't completely control where the ball goes." So that was, I could have just, picked up the leg, put the foot down and tossed it in, and everybody would have, maybe gave me a couple claps. But I thought it was a better idea to just let it fly. And I didn't bounce it. So that's a plus.
When was the last time?
Man, and I threw 300 pitches in BP to my son's team a couple days before, so I was hanging a little bit.
I was going to ask you, when was the last time that you actually kind of threw semi-competitively?
Yeah, so every once in a while, I will throw like a live sim game to my son's team from the full distance, from 60 feet, and I try and get it up to, low to mid 80s. And I forgot how hard it actually is, especially without, going through like a throwing program in the off season and spring training. And that's why throwing a baseball is so much more difficult than people realize. It's like you can't just get out of bed without throwing for 3 or 4 weeks and have 92 in the tank. Like, it takes a while to get all that kind of stuff built up. But, if you gave me a month, like, I could still get up to 92.
Jake, what do you make of all of the guys these days that are throwing triple digits, and specifically Mason Miller, who hit the 104-plus mark on the gun?
I mean, when I'm sitting there, I was in the first row by the on-deck circle, and, I mean, it almost looks impossible, and I know that, fans and everybody, they expect hits, and you want to score runs, of course we do, but against a guy like that, it doesn't seem like a fair fight. It's incredibly crazy to watch a guy like when he was facing Seiya in game 2. I think he threw him 5 or 6 sliders in a row in one of those at bats, and he's got 104 in the tank on the black. Like, it's just not. It doesn't seem like a fair fight.
Yeah. Wait,
and then back to what you're talking about, like the size and the physicality of these guys. Like. In my prime, I was, up to 98, 99. I hit 100 a couple times early in my career in Baltimore, but it's one after another, like starting pitchers, relievers. And I was in awe before I threw my first pitch. Everybody's on the line getting introduced. Just the size of these kids, and I'm a big guy. I'm 6'4", 230, but you've got Keller, who's probably, 6'6", 250. And you just go up and down the line. These kids are monsters, and they're only getting bigger.
It really is incredible. But the thing that Waddle, I'll speak more for me than Waddle. I dislike from an entertainment standpoint, Jake. We're talking to Jake Arrieta, that starting pitchers don't really go far, especially in the playoffs. Like, these are now it's a great performance if you go 4 innings of scoreless baseball. Like, Tyon was masterful yesterday, but then you go to the bullpen because you're living for that moment, and you've got to have everybody throwing at their freshest. Even 9 years ago, Jake, when you guys were doing it, Lester would go the distance. You would go the distance. Hendricks would go the distance. You mentioned Kershaw. Which way I should phrase it, as a former starting pitcher who used to like to take the guessing game out of going to the bullpen, do you dislike the way the game has gone with the starting pitchers?
I think that the mindset, I don't necessarily think it's changed. Let's say, like, if you have guys that have the ability to take the baseball into the 7th and 8th inning, then that's phenomenal. There's a bunch of guys that do it. I mean, but not everybody's Paul Skeens. You know what I mean? Those are. I don't think it's a thing of the past. But once you get to the postseason, the leash is shortened quite a bit. And if you have those high octane guys in the bullpen, like, you might as well, throw them out there when necessary. But it's just, as a starting pitcher, whether it's when I was playing 10, 15, 20 years ago, whenever, the objective for the starter is to see how long you can ride it out. And I never wanted to give the ball to another guy. And that wasn't, there wasn't trust in those guys down there. But I'm like, hey, I get to pitch 1 out of every 5 days. Like, I want you to take a day off.
Yeah, for sure. And my question about your starts, like, you had that first no-hitter on Sunday Night Baseball. You had the next no-hitter in 16. You won games in the World Series. But I will always contend that the start in Pittsburgh was maybe the most important not only for you, but the team. Because, like, if you guys don't advance, you guys don't get the chance to beat St. Louis and Schwarber hitting one onto the roof and then getting the experience against the Mets to set up the following year. Would you agree with that? Is that your most important start ever?
Man, it's up there. I mean, it's hard to say that it's more important than Game 6 in the World Series. Right. But I mean, just with how long it had been since the Cubs had won a postseason game and everything that was on the line, and what we had kind of built, the organization and the ownership, like bringing in, signing great guys, trading for guys like myself, drafting super well, and having so many young rookies being able to perform at that level all at the same time is rare. So, and you just never know. Like, sometimes you need some good fortune, you need some good luck in certain situations. Like, when I had that double play ball, I forget what inning it was, but let's say, if it's a blooper over shortstop, now it's a one-run game or a tie game. Things could have been completely different. So, I mean, did I pitch incredibly well? Yes, I did, but also had some good fortune on my side, and the defense was there to back me up.
Jake, before we let you go, was this week a reminder of just how special that place can be on the north side? And can you describe how it's different than maybe the other places in all of Major League Baseball?
Well, I think because what makes, Wrigley unique is just the atmosphere and the environment around the stadium, the history, how old the stadium is, the old school feel. And the only other one that I could really compare it to is Fenway. And you guys understand that. There's tremendous history in some of the other ballparks like Dodger Stadium. But what's outside of Dodger Stadium? You can't wander 2 blocks and go, to Murphy's. You can't go to the country club or go have good dinner right down the street. So just the buzz around the stadium, it's unlike anything else. And when the team's good and when they're rolling like they are now, it only gets better.
I mentioned Schwarber too, but are you surprised that he's even taken it to the next level?
Dude, he's unbelievable. And it's like no matter what, the moment can't be big enough for Schwarber. And that's, I think, what makes him truly special is when things are really on the line, like he shows up as much or more than anybody I've ever seen. And to continue to watch him do this at such a high level and with a chance to, be in talks for an MVP, just speaks volumes about the kind of guy he is and what he's capable of doing as a player.
Well, you were always one of our favorites, Jake. Like back in 13, I think it was, or whenever you got here, 13, 14. We're like, who's this guy who's turning his career around? And then we put you on, and we're like, this guy's really good on the radio. So we've always enjoyed. You've always been honest, candid, upfront. You will always remember your performances, and hopefully we can catch up after you run your first marathon in under 4 hours.
Yeah, and enjoy the pictures tonight.
Yes. What's that?
Enjoy the pictures tonight as well.
Dude, so I've got a tank top on now. I've got my shirt on a hanger because I know I'm going to sweat through it if I put it on too early. I'll send you guys some of the photos. They're going to be good.
Okay.
And hey, hopefully, I'm trying to get back to Chicago once they get done playing in Milwaukee. So I hope to see you guys soon.
Okay, good.
Awesome.
Great stuff, Jake.
Thanks, Jake.
We appreciate you. There he is.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Jake Arrieta, like where I was going in the Pittsburgh game is Michael Jordan hit shots in the NBA Finals to win games. He hit a shot in Game 6 to win their 6th championship. But if the shot in Cleveland doesn't go, are the Bulls ever going to go on that pathway to become that unbelievable dynasty team? And none of it is possible if they don't break through in the winner-go-home game on the road as a young team in Pittsburgh. And the way he just put his marbles on the mound and said, "Here I am, try to hit me," and they couldn't. It was unbelievable.
He was fun to spend time with over the course of that stretch.
Yeah, it was great, and he's still fantastic.
Oh, yes.
And he looks. No one can walk around in a tank top like Jake Arrieta.
No. Nope.
Like, I don't even think about wearing a tank top these days. All right, we do have news on Cade Horton. The original report was Cade Horton would be eligible to come off the IL for Game 5. As we told you, we didn't know if he would be ready, and there's semantics with the roster. Council did announce that Horton will not be active for the NLDS. So they've got to win to get to the CS to make him a factor here with the way he's pitching. You want to talk to us, 312-332-3776. And maybe the toughest thing we've had to do today, pick NFL games. I can only speak for myself. I suck at it this year.
Well, this is no different for me. I suck every year at this.
I felt like in the last couple of years I made progress. I have no clue what's going on a football field these days. And we'll try to pick some games next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
The Cubs beat the Padres and advance to the NLDS. Now they face the Brewers in a best-of-5. Game 1 is tomorrow, and you can hear it right here on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
All right, guys, are you tired of yelling at frozen screens and endless buffering? Switch to Astound. Reliable gig speed Wi-Fi for only $35 a month. Your price is locked in for 3 years as well. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card when you sign up today. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Maurice. Even when we're careful, other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at mauricelongo.com. That's MORICILONGO. Maurice Longo and Associates. We're there when you need us.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
College football is back.
Nothing like kicking off game day with an ice-cold Yingling, crisp, classic, and always refreshing.
Whether you're in the stadium under the lights or gathered with friends for game day, Yingling is the perfect companion for every college football fan.
And now Flight by Yingling is a proud partner of Fighting Illini Athletics.
It makes sense. America's oldest brewery, Yingling, is all about tradition, and Illinois football in Champaign is one of the best traditions around.
Celebrate every touchdown and enjoy the taste of game day all season long.
And celebrate college football, good company, and Yingling.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
You know, I've been thinking, what if your Wi-Fi was actually smart, like really smart? I'm talking about your TV, your phone, your laptop, even your fridge, working together to make life easier. Well, that's what Xfinity does. Their devices are so in sync, it's like they're reading your mind. Your Wi-Fi knows when you need a boost before you even ask for it. And get this, they have the best equipment to stream 4 games at once with multi-view. 4 games. I don't know about you, but I love having all my options in one place. And Xfinity Mobile, that's the cherry on top. It gives you Wi-Fi wherever you need it and 5G everywhere else. Whether you're at home or on the go, you're covered. Honestly, it makes life easier, and I love anything that makes my life easier. Xfinity is seamless, effortless, and just in tune with you. So if you want to see what I'm talking about, get started today. Call them. Visit them at Xfinity.com or stop by an Xfinity store near you. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees are extra and subject to change.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN. 1 free year of Perplexity Pro and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Save big money on your next project when you shop at Menard. products. Atlas Pinnacle Shingles super wide design saves on installation time. Plus, 3M Scotch Guard Protector prevents black streaks for the life of the roof. Get a free estimate fast with our new roofing design and buy program and save big money with Atlas Shingles. Visit us in-store or on Menards.com and shop our great selection of Atlas roofing products.
Save big money at Menards.
Pub City's bringing the heat and the brunch. Join them every weekend for a brand new brunch menu featuring brunch classics, golden fluffy pancakes, and breakfast tostadas. Plus, enjoy expanded live music Tuesday through Saturday in River North and Thursday through Saturday in Rosemont. Reserve a spot now at pub-city.com.
All right, Chicago football fans, it's time to elevate your game with a tough-as-nails Toyota truck. Did you know that Toyota is the official vehicle of the National Football League? Tacoma's a big-time playmaker no matter what's in your game plan. Tundra's a tailgating MVP that works hard and plays even harder. And the 4Runner, a Hall of Famer when it comes to rugged roads. Whichever Toyota truck you choose, you're riding with a champion. So do what I did and head to your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer today or visit them online at toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
I love it.
Just a little taste of it.
I love it. I want some more of it.
Like It, Love It is brought to you by our great friends and partners at Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, ready at your fingertips. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. A week ago as well, we were at the Circa Hotel and Casino in downtown Vegas, and it was glorious yet again. We ate at Barry's, played some games there, and that sports book. That's
crazy.
Everyone loves Stadium Swim. We know. But I still think that's indoor sports book.
Oh yeah,
is one of the greatest sites ever.
It was the first sports book I'd ever been to, and then every other hotel. I was like, why isn't every sports book like
It's like a pit, right? And I mean that in the positive way, not a negative way. It sits down.
I feel like you're in a dome.
Yeah, it's cool as hell.
Yeah, you're in a
huge too.
Thunderdome.
Huge.
All right.
Huge.
I have no clue what's going on here. I don't know how to pick games anymore.
A lot of losing.
I don't. Is it just me, or are most people having a tough time figuring out these teams this year?
Let's use last night as an example, right, guys? So the San Francisco 49ers on a short week go on the road, right? They're without Bosa. They're without Kittle. They're without their two starting wide receivers. They're without pretty much everybody.
They're without Purdy.
But Mac Jones goes out there and completes 80% of his passes and throws for 350 yards on the road. And I get it. San Francisco travels well, especially to SoFi. And you're thinking the Rams at home, especially after having lost a couple of games in dramatic fashion, or at least losing the Eagles game in dramatic fashion, they'd be ready to play. They fumbled at the 1. They fumbled at the 20. They missed a field goal. They missed an extra point. I played the Eagles in our cover 5.
The Rams?
I mean the Rams. I played the Rams cover 5 last night. It just made sense to me.
Like, for instance, another game besides the one yesterday, how the hell does anyone know what's going to happen in Baltimore? Or
that's where you stay away from.
Exactly. The Texans have been a huge disappointment. So have the Ravens. They've got injuries galore. How do you pick that game? But they're in Baltimore. Giants and Saints. Neighbors is out, right, for the year?
Yeah.
Neighbors is out, but they look good last week, too. And the Saints are one of the worst teams in football. And the Saints are a favorite.
Who also covered against Buffalo last week, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they did.
They did.
Yeah.
I don't know, guys. I have no clue.
Sounds like a bunch of excuses from us on this side of the glass, the two of us.
I'm an idiot.
I'm with you.
No excuses.
Listen, I've been crappy at this for a while.
What do you got for the records, Tyler?
Well, fellas, it's been a struggle all the way around, but as it sits right now, I am the summer school valedictorian with 11 points. Sylvie's got 8, Charlie's got 7, Waddle's got 6.
Sucks.
This is after 4 weeks.
Yeah.
The top that you can get 3 with your love, 2 with your like, 1 with your taste, and after 4 weeks, that's that's 24 possible points.
I'll continue to bitch. Let's go back to the Dallas game where I had a bet on CeeDee Lamb. He left in the first play of the second drive.
Yeah, but that was
and then
that was money in the bank.
There was 45 points scored and there was 20 minutes left of the game.
Let's just stop. Like, this is what I do.
Crazy.
Here's what happens in my life. I start playing poorly in golf, even though I grew up playing and I played in high school. I quit. When Waddle,
not only did you quit, you threw your clubs away.
I threw them away, and I haven't played since. Waddle beat me at tennis. I used to love playing tennis with friends. He beat me, and he beat me pretty good. I quit tennis. I stopped playing. So when the tough gets going, I quit. I think I'm quitting gambling. I'm done.
Well,
I'm not participating.
I feel like that meme of the guy mining for diamonds who turns around.
I have 39 cents in my account, as I've told you 100 times. It's still 39 cents. So.
All right. So there we go. Tyler, you've got honors. What do you got?
All right. I am going to go take a team that was terrible last week. Why don't we just fade what we know, right? I'm going to take the Carolina Panthers getting 1.5 points at home.
Another tough one.
1 point at home against Miami. This Miami team, short week. You lose Tyreek Hill for the season as well. And Carolina's actually been good at home. They just haven't had a lot of home games to show for it this year. This is just their second home game of the year. So I'm going to take the Panthers as a home dog.
It's like I wanted to do that because of how good of a home team they've been. And then I was so on board with them after their home win. I'm like, this is going to translate this week on the road. And like you said, they got blown out.
White.
So I can't figure it out, guys. My is one that I don't like, but it's the one that I like best. It's the Chargers. The Chargers at home against the Commanders with Jaden Daniels coming off the bad knee. I can't imagine they're going to want him after the sprained knee running around a bunch. He's going to be a little more one-dimensional. They haven't exactly been on a roll when he has been healthy. I like this Chargers team. They're back at home, and they're a 3-point favorite, but I think they win more than a field goal. And I know on Monday we're going to find out that the Commanders win by 6, but I am taking the Chargers minus the 3 for my like.
I'm going to hold my nose once again and head on back over to the Carson Wentz well. They are laying 3.5 in London this time. Something very stinky about this line. They've stayed over there. They've gotten theoretically acclimated to everything there.
Who's going to block that Browns front, though?
Well, so they have Christian Darrisaw back healthy. He's going against Myles Garrett, who does have like kind of an injured ankle. This is
rookie quarterback starting. Did you mention that?
Yeah, this is a fade spot. This is
all right. Who am I to question?
This is I watched a lot of Dylan Gabriel at Oregon last year. Not great.
Yeah. I'm going to start an over festival, okay, for today's show. I'm going over 49.5 points in the Bills-Patriots game. The Bills are averaging 33 points per game. The Patriots are averaging 26 points per game. That Patriots offense is actually pretty good. They only scored 14 in the game against the Steelers, but I think they turned it over 5 times and a couple of times on the doorstep. I don't think the Bills play a lick of defense either. So I think the Bills win this game, but I think it's a 50 burger as a total. So I'm going over.
Okay. It's 49, by the way.
Okay,
did you say 49 and a half?
Yes,
so
49.
You win it.
Half.
Yeah, you win it. Yeah. Not that doesn't matter, does it?
No.
All right, Tyler, you're up.
All right. For my love, I'm going to go to the college game and a team that is licking their wounds after last week's overtime loss. I'm going to take Penn State laying 24.5 points to UCLA. UCLA is dead right now. They fired their coach. There's a lot of quit out there. And Penn State, since 2022, is 5-1 against the spread, coming off of a loss. Give me the Nittany Lions with a big number going out west.
Why does UCLA suck year in and year out now in football?
They've just had bad coaches.
Yeah.
Like it's been.
Deshaun Foster was the last
Foster,
coach.
Yeah, he got fired after a year and change. Chip Kelly was there before that.
I'm
was
sorry,
terrible.
I just make it a point of not betting because of the coach at Penn State. I don't know why.
James
small
Franklin.
game James.
This is a small game. This is where the frauds make.
This is where he wins by like 40 plus.
This is where frauds make you believe.
Yeah. My over, and you may be going here as well. I think you went this way last week, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is a pretty good one. No, it's you're close. It's that game though. It's Jets in Dallas, and I'm going over Justin Fields' 50 rushing yards. So what did he rush for last week? It was like a boatload, including a long touchdown run. He's facing Matt Eberflus. We learned when Matt Eberflus faced Caleb and the Bears, it doesn't matter if he used to be your head coach. He still doesn't know how to stop you. So I don't know if the Jets are going to win, but I do know that he's going to run and that Dallas team can't stop anybody doing anything. So I am going with this. I feel good about Justin Fields over 50 yards rushing.
I'm going to go ahead and buy a wristband to Overfest here. And Waddle, I'm actually going to be stopping by your tent here because I love
sort of like
New
Fire
England
Fest.
Buffalo.
Be careful.
New England
like
Buffalo
Fire
over.
Fest.
Drake May, sneaky, is like one of the best passers in the NFL right now.
By the way, he leads the NFL in completion percentage.
He's
at
incredible.
74%.
He's been awesome. I don't think the Bills, I got a lot of questions about the Bills defense. The Patriots offense stinks.
No Ed Oliver.
The Patriots defense stinks. And yeah, Buffalo, it's Josh Allen. What else is there to say? Waddle, aren't you excited for this game to be 15-10?
Yes, come on over. Come on over to our island, Charlie. As I am sticking to my own festival, the Over Festival, I'm going over the Lions' total points, 30.5. They're averaging 34 points per game, and that's with a 13 spot in the opening game of the year against the Packers. Over the last 3 weeks, they are averaging 41 points per game over the last 3 weeks. They're facing a Bengals defense. I get it. It's in Cincinnati, but the weather's supposed to be spectacular. The Bengals are giving up 30 points per game. And the Lions don't just want to beat you. They want to rub your faces in your own poop. Okay?
Do they really?
Yes,
Is
they
that what
do.
they want?
They want to rub your faces in your own poop. So I'm going over 30.5 total points for the Lions. That's my love.
I think that is your best bet you've ever made on this segment.
Which means they're going to score 13 and get run out of the building.
I'm ready to jump aboard on this one. I'm ready to make that play. That's a good play right there.
Thank you. Good rationale. Good stuff there.
It usually means it's a big old owl.
No, I think you got this one.
Think long, think wrong.
Okay.
For my taste, I'm going to stick in the college game here. I'm going to go Kentucky plus 20.5 against Georgia. If you look at this matchup over the last 5 years, it has been close. Everything's been one-possession games. I don't know how good Georgia truly is this year. And Kentucky's one of those teams that just likes to run the ball, shorten up the game. If you're asking me to get 3 touchdowns there, that's a lot to ask out of Georgia, who's coming out of a war in a rivalry game against Bama last week. I've got Kentucky plus 20.5.
Okay, I'm going back to that Patriots-Bills game that you guys mentioned. I'm not going to play the over. That would be unoriginal, even though that's a good call by you guys. I like the Patriots with the 7.5, especially the hook. I've been guilty these last 2 weeks and I love the Bills, but it's tough to just continue to cover that big number. And there's a division game. Vrabel knows this team well. Like you said, that offense with New England can stay with a defense that doesn't stop. So I think this will be a touchdown game at the very least. And give me that hook with the 7.5.
That's your taste?
That's my taste.
What are you tasting, Charlie?
I'm going to hop on the Titanic here with you, Waddle, because I have Goff over 241 as my taste. Cincinnati plays no defense. I mean, I think Detroit theoretically wants to run the ball more so than they want to pass. I think they'd rather get over 200 rushing yards and 240 passing yards. But you know what? I'm going to fade my own intuition there and take Jared Goff. This is the Jared Goff aired out game.
Sound advice.
Because why?
Yourself.
Detroit likes to what?
They like to rub your face and poop.
Right, in your own poop.
Your own poop, correct.
They want to rub your face.
It's like a dog, teaching a dog manners.
That's right.
No. Maybe in the 60s.
Yeah. Just like training your dog back in the 60s, they want to make you smell your own poop.
Here, I'm going to teach you a lesson, dog.
Where the hell is that dog?
I will wrap up this classy exercise by giving you another over. I'm giving you the over in the Jets-Cowboys game. Neither one of these defenses can stop a fart. So I'm going over the 49.5 point total. I don't see the Cowboys stopping the Jets for the reasons you mentioned. I think Justin Fields will have a nice day. And I don't think the Jets will stop the Cowboys. So over 49.5. It's an over festival.
You know what? I talked myself into this is the time to turn it around. I'm feeling good after those picks now.
Which means it's going to be It's going to be another rocky afternoon.
Yeah, I think we did well.
Sylvie just had a birdie on 18. He's ready to get those clubs ready.
Bring me back for more. Right. I shot a 108.
6 a.m. tee time,
I shot a 108, but I birdied the 18.
Yeah.
Let's do it again tomorrow,
out of
boys.
the bunker for bogey here.
All right, if you still want to weigh in on the Cubs, a lot to talk about. Tom Thayer will join us at 6. We haven't talked a lot of Bears on the bye week. We will do that. Now, what to watch for is coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Let's get out and celebrate college football right. Shane Norling and Tyler Aki are taking Chicago's college tailgate on the road. Tullamore Dew and ESPN Chicago invite you out for a live tailgate broadcast. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn on Racine and Lakeview tomorrow from 9 to 11 as the guys break down the day's events. Join us at Will's Northwoods Inn tomorrow at 9. Presented by Tullamore Dew. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You ready to take your sports action to the next level? You need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees, ever. Other books might charge you to get you in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. It's the only place I play. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, it's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut that you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With a convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up for your haircut, so you can get all your fall errands done rather than sitting in that salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details and clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part, Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun, too. Ready to look your greatest for the new season? Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
It's football season once again.
And the collision of the week.
Sounds more like a rear-ender on the Dan Ryan to me.
Maybe when you hear collision.
Exciting on the field, not so much when you're behind the wheel.
Aiken Laws help thousands of people across Chicagoland and Illinois injured in car, truck, and rideshare accidents get the compensation they deserve.
Yeah, but can you help the offensive line?
He's Howard Aiken, our go-to lawyer on the Kappa J. Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers Legends Red Bull Original and sugar-free. First-round picks like watermelon, wild berries, and rookie Red Bull Zero. Right now, grab 3 of your favorite 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store. Score this deal before the clock runs out. True North convenience stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Guys, it's the last weekend of Steinhaffel's Best Brand Sale. Your chance to bring home incredible style, unbeatable comfort, and big savings for every room of your home. Take 10% off or take advantage of their 36-month 0% financing and then get an extra 10% off designer living rooms, dining collections, and cozy bedrooms, including special orders. I just got a new mattress, the Heirloom M2. It is delightful. Last night was the first night we slept on it. Steinhaffel's delivery was flawless. Hurry in. The Best Brand Sale ends Sunday at Steinhaffel's, Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader, now open in Maryville. 7 Chicagoland locations. Shop Steinhaffel's today.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm home. Hey, Mom, before you ask, I've done my homework and the dishwasher's unloaded.
Nice. Hey, can you...
Hey, hon, yes, I've got the finale ready to play. Here's your wine.
Wow.
Isn't it nice not having to ask? We think so. That's why if there's a network interruption, AT&T will proactively credit you for a full day of service. Guaranteed. Credit for fiber downtime lasting 20 minutes or more, or for wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for details.
Yeah, people, you know me. I'm not exactly the biggest tech guy. I can read a defense, sure, but half the time I can't figure out my own phone. Here's what I do know. If you're running a business, you can't take chances with cybersecurity. That's why I recommend trusting our partners at Trend Micro. They are the best in the business. For over 35 years, Trend Micro has been protecting companies from ransomware, phishing, and threats you don't even see coming. And with AI-powered proactive security, they stop attacks before they ever reach you. Visit trendmicro.com today and see why smart businesses put their trust in Trend Micro.
Waddle and Silvy get you set for your weekend viewing with What to Watch For.
That's right, What to Watch For, brought to you by our great friends and partners. And we love it when they take over the studio. We've had Connie's Frozen Pizza all day today. It is delicious, the sausage and the pepperoni. And they did a really good job, too, the sales team, cooking it for us today.
Perfectly.
It was cooked perfect. And we have the pizza oven here. It cooks in your oven at home just as well. Connie's Frozen Pizza, born in Connie's restaurants. Now in your freezer, Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says it could have gone out, but why should I? Connie's Frozen Pizza right now. Pick it up on your way home today. Caller 10, if you dial us up at 332-3776, caller 10 will win free pizza from Connie's Frozen Pizza. If you don't win, stop at the grocery store on the way home. What are you watching for,
By the
Waddle?
way, I give you a tip of the cap for the suggestion of Task.
Yes.
Really enjoying that show with Mark Ruffalo.
That's HBO, is it?
Yes, very good suggestion.
From the
there.
creators of Mayor of Easttown, he plays an FBI agent.
Yes, very good.
And some crazy stuff
really
goes on.
Good.
Yeah.
It's one of those shows, too, they don't drop all of the episodes at once. You watch it once a week, and every now and again, I kind of like that.
Yeah.
There's 3 or 4 movies out for me to get to, but I'm gonna give you something that's less than original. This is one of my guilty pleasures. I love Tulsa Kings. This season 3 is out with Sylvester Stallone. I get it. It's kind of hokey at times, but it is only a 30-minute watch each episode, and I love the character that Stallone plays. So season 3 of Tulsa Kings. If you've seen the first 2 seasons, you got to watch this one as well.
That's Paramount Plus, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Well, stay on Paramount Plus. I thought you were going to say exactly what I was thinking. I saw them. I saw the advertisement during the Cubs game yesterday, and I didn't realize that it's now available to stream free if you subscribe to Paramount Plus. It came out in the theater, and the new Naked Gun was. A lot of people loved it.
Yeah.
And then you could pay for it on some streaming platforms at the beginning of September. If you're a subscriber now to Paramount Plus, Naked Gun is out there. I think that's what I'm going to watch at some point this weekend, maybe even tonight. Is there anything else on tonight?
I think Shea was dog walking the college football games. Said weren't worth watching.
Yeah, it's
so
kind of a
there's
sports
no
dead
baseball.
zone.
Yeah, so
Good weekend to get out and do stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch. I'll watch it tonight. Those were great. Like it started with Airplane with Leslie Nielsen, and that humor continued into the Naked Gun series.
I'm surprised at Liam Neeson but I mean it looks good.
Whatever happened? Like at first they were teasing like they were a couple, Pam Anderson and Liam Neeson. But then, what did it turn out that it was a hoax or
I don't
something,
know.
or that
I'm not sure.
People took it out of context?
I look to you for all of the TMC information.
Sometimes even I get confused.
Roger. What's our vector, Victor?
So good.
By the way, there's a new Mark Wahlberg movie out as well. I believe that that is streaming too. So
What is he? What is this about?
It's I can't exactly describe it. I saw the preview for it. I mean, I like Mark Wahlberg. I enjoy his movies.
I saw the preview. I have no clue
That's
what
the
it's
pitch.
about.
It's Mark Wahlberg.